Chapter 1. The Gift of a High-Dimensional Divine Civilization. Brain storage. Science fiction, not science popularization. If you take it too seriously, you shall be at a loss. In the vast universe, anything is possible. Beep, beep, beep. Warning, warning, life support system malfunction. Please repair urgently. Current oxygen supply will last for 10 minutes. Current temperature is 15 degrees Celsius and will drop to 55 degrees Celsius in 5 minutes. Please repair the malfunction as soon as possible. While other contemporaries traverse to ancient times, relying on technology and knowledge to dominate the natives, I, however, have been transported to a futuristic interstellar era several millennia later. How is this reasonable? And now I have to repair this? Here I am, like a primitive man. What do I even know? Lin Yong trembled from the cold. Gazing at the myriad of glowing components beneath the control panel, his head spun. Just moments ago, he had taken a nap at noon, and upon opening his eyes, found himself in this situation. Not in an ancient world of technological and cognitive inferiority, but in a high-tech realm where interstellar voyages had commenced. He was stranded in a disabled shuttle. Looking out the observation window, it appeared a space battle had recently erupted, with numerous wrecks of damaged warships floating about. In the 10-meter-long shuttle, he was utterly alone. The main power was damaged, rendering it incapable of flight. The life support system was also severely compromised. He faced the grim realities of weightlessness, frigid temperatures, and oxygen deprivation. This is too much. This crossing is such a pitfall. Ding. Due to the host's cognitive limitations and insufficient knowledge, this system has activated guidance services. There's a system. In that moment, he grasped the essence of a narrow escape from doom. System, quickly, present the grand gift pack divine techniques, premium elixirs, exquisite artifacts. Don't be stingy. I am your host. This is not a fantasy world. The items you seek are not available. Please be pragmatic and open the novice gift pack first. Well, at least there's a novice gift pack. Open it. Buzz. A humming sound suddenly resonated in his mind. Lin Yang's consciousness detached and merged with the shuttle. Once the sound faded, his awareness returned to his body. Congratulations! The host has activated the novice gift pack and achieved consciousness symbiosis with the shuttle. Should the shuttle become inoperative, the host will perish as well. System U, is this what you call a novice gift pack? What a trick! The shuttle is on the verge of breaking down. Please remain calm, host. You can now comprehend the shuttle and proceed with repairs. This shuttle is the supreme crystallization of a high-dimensional divine civilization, incomparable to the ordinary. In time, you will discover its remarkable attributes. The gift of a high-dimensional divine civilization. I take back my earlier words. After stabilizing his emotions, Lin Yong indeed found the shuttle to be less foreign. It was as if he had come to understand his own bodily structure. The control units beneath the console were now entirely comprehensible. He detached the damaged gravity reflux valve, temperature regulation fuse, and air circulation unit. From the backup box, he retrieved new replacements. After installing them, he gradually descended from a floating state back into his seat. The temperature rose rapidly, and the air circulation resumed. The insistent alarm in the cabin finally ceased. Lin Yong left his seat and made his way to the engine control panel. Upon opening it, he discovered several transparent card-like components had been burnt out. He found matching replacements in the backup box and swapped them out. In the next moment, the shuttle's engine roared back to life. Splendid. He was astonished by his own efficiency in repairs. He had not anticipated that, after achieving consciousness symbiosis with the shuttle, the repairs would be so straightforward. As he prepared to further explore how to pilot the vessel, a wave of fatigue and weakness enveloped him. I'm so tired I just want to sleep. What's going on? Host, the shuttle requires the life energy of its symbiote to sustain evolutionary functions and the operation of the divine consciousness. System I, what a trick you are pulling. Please expedite the evolution into a large warship. When its energy is sufficiently vast, it will reciprocate boundless life energy to the host or recruit crew members. Each crew member recruited will permanently increase the host's life energy by 10 points. Current energy, 100 normal human level. How do I evolve? I spoke a bit too loudly just now. System, how can I evolve? How do I recruit crew members? And how can I return to the human base? The system remained silent for a moment, then presented a text panel, opening 3 types of tasks for the host: mainline, growth, and challenge. Completing tasks or destroying warships will yield evolution points necessary for purchasing goods and upgrading the warship. Mainline Task 1. Return home. Return to the asteroid belt base of Ceres for drifter registration and officially become a free individual. Evolution points 50. Growth Task 1. Initial evolution. Enable the shuttle to evolve with offensive capabilities. Evolution points 50. Challenge Task 1. First Blood. Destroy a spaceship in the initial battle. Evolution points 100. Current evolution points 10. The system merely provided the tasks without instructions on how to complete them. Lin Yang had no choice but to explore on his own. Fortunately, after achieving consciousness symbiosis, he had gained a detailed understanding of the shuttle. He activated the control panel screen and brought up the star navigation map. Upon clicking on coordinate identification, he discovered he was adrift in the vast expanse between Jupiter and the asteroid belt. With the shuttle's speed, it would take 15 days to return to the asteroid belt. Time was not an issue. The problem was the lack of food. Lin Yang activated the radar and gently piloted the shuttle through the wreckage of warships, hoping to find sustenance. For the first time, he navigated a spacecraft through the cosmos, feeling as if he were gliding through water. After achieving consciousness symbiosis, the ship felt like a second body. He felt akin to a fish swimming in the sea. Damaged energy modules, incomplete anti-gravity generators, half-functioning shield engines. The identification results made Lin Yang shake his head in disappointment. Suddenly, a line of text caught his attention. Dragonfly-type missile. Even in the interstellar era, there are still missiles? Shouldn't it be lasers all around? Guided weapons possess ultra-long range, automatic tracking, maneuverability, evasive capabilities, and even superluminal flight, making them an indispensable firepower configuration for combat spacecraft. The system promptly clarified Lin Yang's doubts. Harvesting and evolving, it would complete the task, right? Lin Yang felt a surge of excitement. He immediately piloted the shuttle to capture it. Soon, he also scanned a set of Cobra-type ion pulse cannons. After using the mechanical arm to retrieve everything, an evolution option appeared on the screen. Detected materials available for evolution: Dragonfly-type missile, Cobra-type ion pulse cannon. Would you like to evolve? Upon clicking the evolution button, he discovered that the ion pulse cannon required 20 evolution points and would take 20 minutes. However, his evolution points were only sufficient for selecting the Dragonfly missile. Combat module evolution in progress. Duration: 10 minutes, consuming 10 evolution points. During the 10 minutes of evolution, Lin Yang did not remain idle. He actually scanned and found some food. Civilian ration pack, legume mix, vegetable pack, cooked meat pack, vitamin tablets, purified water. Upon retrieval, he found it was a plastic box with a large hole in it. Inside were merely 10 ration packs. If rationed, it would last 10 days. Before he could even inspect its contents, a light warship approached. As it closed in at 500 meters, it suddenly emitted a tractor beam, firmly locking onto the shuttle. A video of a menacing man appeared on the screen. Person in the shuttle: shut down your engines immediately, or I will open fire. You have been captured by me from now on. You shall be my slave. Your soul belongs to me. Lin Yang's heart sank. He had not anticipated that in this technologically advanced world, which had entered the age of interstellar voyages, remnants of primitive slavery would still exist. Beep. Evolution complete. Dragonfly-type missile is ready. Congratulations, host, for completing Growth Task 1, Initial Evolution. Evolution points, 50. Current evolution points, 50. It seems I can accomplish another challenge task. Lin Yang did not shut down the engines instead. He immediately pressed the missile launch button. Chapter 2. Recruiting the first mate. Incredulous. How could a shuttlecraft launch missiles? The crew aboard the opposing light cruiser was utterly unprepared. The Dragonfly K-type missile soared at a staggering speed of 100 Mach, exceeding 120,000 kilometers per hour. Coupled with the pull of the warship's tractor beam, its velocity intensified. The adversaries had no time to react. A brilliant flash erupted, and the shuttlecraft was sent tumbling backward by the shockwave of the explosion. In the vacuum of space, sound could not travel. Yet the blast's energy radiated outward, reminiscent of an expanding shockwave. The tremor that struck the shuttlecraft allowed Lin Yang to tangentially grasp the devastating force of the explosion. Minutes later, he steadied the tumbling shuttlecraft. You have destroyed a Razor-class light fighter. Evolution points. 100. Congratulations, host. Challenge task 1. Completed. First blood. Evolution points. 100. Current evolution points. 250. Growth task updated. 2. Comprehensive evolution. Achieve comprehensive evolution across propulsion. Combat. Energy, auxiliary, and ship systems to saturate the shuttlecraft. Evolution points. 100. Challenge task updated. 2. Coordinated combat. Command at least 1 crew member to cooperate in battle and destroy at least 3 enemy vessels. Evolution points. 200. Lin Yang analyzed the tasks before him. Beyond offensive firepower, he needed to evolve a defensive shield to ensure a complete evolution of the combat system, but he realized that there were no usable evolution materials amidst the battlefield debris. Nor could he find sustenance. Reluctantly, he opened the evolution marketplace in search of opportunities. The marketplace interface displayed 10 showcase slots, revealing an array of goods that invigorated his senses. Cheetah B-type pulse engines, Black Rhino A-type shield generators, and wide-eared bat L-type radars. Each essential for the shuttlecraft's evolution, that he noted that the various components were named after creatures for Blue Star, their traits and characteristics mirroring the functionalities of the equipment. The later the model letter in the alphabet, the higher the version and performance. The power of the Black Rhino A-type shield was inferior to that of the B-type. The evolution marketplace refreshed every 30 days. Or one could spend 500 evolution points for a refresh, with the first refresh being complimentary. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yang decided to take a leap of faith, transform my bicycle into a motorcycle. Let us make it powerful. Refresh. Congratulations, the host's luck is extraordinary. A legendary item has appeared in the evolution marketplace. What? Haha, am I favored by fortune? A golden item emerged within the marketplace. Qilin X-type pulse engine, a conventional power engine suitable for small to medium-sized vessels. With a maximum speed of 200 Mach, 245,000 kilometers per hour, and an acceleration of 10 kilometers in just 2.5 seconds. Wow, faster than a missile. I could return a series in just 3 days. Please, host, do not be overly optimistic. The current energy output of the shuttlecraft can only utilize 10 of the Qilin engine's capabilities. Well, that is still better than nothing. I'll take it, considering his urgent need to return to the series base in the asteroid belt. Lin Yang promptly spent 200 evolution points to purchase the Qilin X small pulse engine, that he then spent 50 minutes and 50 evolution points to evolve it. Lin Yang set a course for series. Engaging maximum speed, shutting down the engine, and allowing inertia to carry him forward before proceeding with the engine's evolution point 50 minutes later. While Lin Yang was perusing information about current human society, a notification chimed his mind. Ding! Evolution successful. The Qilin X small pulse engine is now installed and compatible, with a maximum speed of 200 Mach, 10 kilometers in 2.5 seconds. Current energy output insufficient. Maximum speed can only reach 20 Mach. Growth task, comprehensive evolution, completion. 30. The obsolete hamster C-type ion engine is fully functional. The host may choose to sell it at the base or recycle it in the evolution marketplace. Lin Yang raised the speed to its maximum. 8 t this rate. He could return to series in 10 days, alleviating his worries about sustenance, but he then checked the marketplace again. The obsolete engine was worth 20 evolution points. He immediately opted for recycling. The 20 evolution points were just enough to evolve the Cobra D-type ion pulse cannon. 10 days later, Lin Yang, famished and parched, was dozing in the pilot's chair when suddenly a voice crackled through the communicator. The hamster-class modified shuttlecraft. Please identify yourself and your origin. Otherwise, you are prohibited from entering the series defense perimeter. Refugee Lin Yang. My humpback whale-class transport ship was destroyed by interstellar pirates, and I've barely made it back with the remnants of my food supplies. Lin Yang was elated. He had finally returned to the base. During these 10 days, he had familiarized himself with the structure and civilization of the current world. From navigation briefs, he learned that the space debris he had emerged from was a destroyed miner's transport vessel. The communication paused momentarily before inquiring, "How did you modify your shuttlecraft like this?" "This is a pirate skirmisher. I took it from them." "Were you originally a miner?" "Yes, I wasn't registered with the 3 factions, but now I possess my own warship. I am a free man, no longer an anonymous miner. No one will seize your shuttlecraft. Please dock at Pier B7 for drifter registration. I end this world. Miners held a lowly status, devoid of protection from the governments of Blue Star, Mars, and the asteroid belt. They were not even mentioned in the records of the Human Alliance. However, whether miners or slaves, possessing a ship granted them the status of the lowest tier of free men, known as drifters. Once a free man, one could freely enter Mars and the asteroid belt bases. Yet, those without documentation were unprotected by the government and could be captured by free men to be sold into slavery or traded at will. Lin Yang lamented the harsh realities of this world while also feeling fortunate to have traversed here in such a guise, sparing him much of the scrutiny. The asteroid belt government processed the registration of his shuttlecraft and issued him a free man's identification badge. A notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. Main quest 1 completed. Return journey. Evolution points. 50 current evolution points. 50 main quest updated. 2 first mate. Recruit a first mate to embark on a journey among the stars. Evolution points 100. You are quite fortunate, lad. You are no longer a miner. How about joining the transport team? We can split the earnings 50-50. Thank you, but I don't need that for now. Ceres, a dwarf planet in the asteroid belt. Measures merely 950 kilometers in diameter, with mineral resources being the primary economic source. Most tasks of the transport team involve transporting ore. Lin Yang left the registration office and made his way directly to the mercenary dock. Upon arrival, he found a piece of paper and quickly penned a recruitment notice, seeking a first mate for a warship. Generous benefits and boundless prospects that captain's personal recruitment, sincere invitation to join. He raised the notice for an extended period. Witnessing numerous passers-by, yet none paid him any heed, as hunger and thirst gnawed at him, he reluctantly squatted down. Hey, are you still hiring? Yes, we've been waiting for you. Lin Yang looked up to see a girl in her 20s. Breathtakingly beautiful, her eyes sparkling like the galaxy. She was elegantly dressed, exuding a somewhat aloof demeanor, seemingly far removed from any combat capability, resembling a pampered lady. What's the matter? Am I not qualified? No. Your addition is most welcome. May I have your name, age, and expected salary? Lin Yang thought to himself that having someone willing to apply was already a stroke of luck. He couldn't afford to be picky. He was in no position to demand luxury. Huang Yueshi, age confidential, salary is of no concern. Just a place to stay and enough food to eat. Your requirements are rather high, aren't they? What? Nothing. Let us go eat. Pray tell, first mate Huang Yueshi, do you have any money on you? What? To join your worship, I must treat you to a meal. You're thinking too much. Dining together will help us build rapport and understand one another better. Gurgle. Huang Yueshi glanced at Lin Yang's stomach. Feeling a sense of deception, a fleeting chill flickered in her eyes. Without further ado, she declared, let us go. I hope you truly possess a warship, or this will be your last meal. Chapter 3. The treasure first mate. Over the course of their meal, the duo consumed the equivalent of 5 portions, with Lin Yang devouring 3 and Huang Yueshi 2. It was evident they were both famished. Lin Yang also grasped the underlying meaning behind Huang Yueshi's remark about this being their last meal. She had run out of money, spending her last 50 star coins entirely. Captain, you've eaten 3 portions yet appear so weak. Isn't that a bit excessive? Yueshi, I'm not pretending. I've just completed a 10-day journey and am a bit sleep-deprived. In truth, the shuttlecraft had been depleting his life energy. No amount of sustenance could alleviate his fatigue. All right, but why is it that only you are aboard the ship? Where are the original crew members? I was always the sole captain. You are my first recruited crew member. Look ahead. The vessel equipped with the Cobra D-type ion pulse cannon is our warship. Huang Yueshi abruptly halted, her fists clenching. That is a small shuttlecraft. You call it a warship? ISNT, a vessel capable of combat a warship? Hey, don't get angry. I used it to destroy a Razor-class fighter. Huang Yueshi was rendered speechless. With no money and no place to stay, her only option was to board Lin Yang's makeshift ship. To linger at the dock could result in capture by bounty hunters and subsequent sale into a mining camp. What bad luck. Let us go inside and take a look. Lin Yang sighed in relief. He had successfully bluffed his way through this. Completing the main quest was now his priority, with nothing to his name. He could only rely on his wits. Upon entering the shuttlecraft, Lin Yang activated the control panel. I haven't named the warship yet. Yueshi, do you have any good suggestions? No, I'm not interested. We'll discuss this later. Let's register your genetic information to unlock your deputy privileges. Huang Yueshi placed her index finger on the genetic registrar. After extracting the genetic strand from her epidermal cells, Lin Yang hurriedly added her name to the deputy column. Congratulations, host. Main mission 2. Completed. Deputy. Evolution points earned. 100. Current evolution points. 150. Successfully recruited crew member. 1. Permanent life energy. 10. Current energy. 110. In an instant, Lin Yang felt a surge of wondrous energy coursing through his body. Dispelling his previous fatigue, his dark circles vanished, his sunken cheeks filled out, and his hunched back straightened with a jolt. This sensation was extraordinary. What are you doing? Huang Yueshi looked at him in surprise, having just witnessed his transformation from lethargy to vigor. Nothing much. I just suddenly feel optimistic about the future, that I should head to the docks and find some work, perhaps recruit more crew members along the way. Main mission 3. The path to survival. Go to the labor or bounty dock to accept an E-level commission and complete it to earn labor fees or bounty. Evolution points. 200. Lin Yang was eager to check the docks. Huang Yueshi shook her head in exasperation. Neither of us can scrape together a star coin, and besides me, no one is willing to join up. By the way, I have a question. Go ahead. When you die, this little shuttle will belong to me, right? Cough. Lin Yang frowned. First of all, this is a starship, not a small shuttle. Secondly, you are not my wife, so you cannot inherit my assets, seeing the cold glint in Huang Yueshi's eyes. Lin Yang smirked. Can't you take a joke? If I happen to die, you, as the deputy, would certainly be the primary heir. I'm just giving you a reminder, not seeking your approval. Captain, your starship actually, just as Huang Yueshi was about to make a mockery. She inadvertently opened the shuttle schematic. Upon seeing Qilin X's small pulse engine on the screen, her heart jolted. This is the legendary engine of the top-tier Qilin fleet? Medium-sized, don't get too excited, Lin Yang said with a hint of pride. Even a medium-sized engine can trade for 10 Razor-class light fighters, and this is the high-version X-type, a legend among legends. Oh, so precious, Huang Yueshi remarked. This type of engine is highly sought after in reconnaissance and exploration circles. So this is your trump card? I have many trump cards. You'll learn about them gradually. Just like you, don't you also have undisclosed secrets? Lin Yang had long sensed that Huang Yueshi was not ordinary, a seemingly delicate girl without weapons. Yet she roamed the docks unscathed, avoiding large warships while hiding here, and was well versed in the legendary Qilin fleet's engine. Her origins were indeed mysterious, not far from his own. Huang Yueshi smiled calmly. Let's go, Captain, to the bounty dock. That's why you're my deputy. We think alike. Working is not an option. We should become bounty hunters. The labor dock only posted labor or recruitment messages, while combat-related bounties were issued at the bounty dock, ranging from E to SSS levels, with lucrative rewards and extreme danger. After registering the Starship, Lin Yang accepted a task to escort spinach from the Ceres farm to the Vesta farm. The transport team would cover food and energy battery expenses, with a round trip taking 20 days and a reward of 5,000 star coins. Upon seeing it was a shuttle, the transport team leader couldn't help but complain. Are you joking with this firepower and modification style? Are you trying to make the interstellar pirates laugh? Lin Yang replied, whether I amuse them or not, my guarantee is your safe passage. I'm not picky about you. Please don't be picky about me. End this joke now. Withdraw from the task. We need to change personnel. 20 days for only 5,000 star coins. The task has been posted for 7 days, and no one has accepted it. Are you planning to delay further? If it drags on, your farm might go bankrupt. Just don't blame us if you die on the way. Let us set off. One last question. Does anyone want to join me? Joining now means original stock. I still have vacancies for chief engineer, safety officer, and communications officer. Does your little shuttle even have an engine room? Just shut up, brother. I feel embarrassed for you. Huang Yueshi hurriedly tugged at Lin Yang's sleeve. Please stop. It's indeed a bit embarrassing. TCH. Lin Yang remained unfazed. Soon, the transport team and shuttle departed the port, while 5 Razor-class light fighters set off from the bounty dock, following their course. Peter, are you sure that Shuttle is the murderer of Cure? Absolutely. Cure was scavenging in that battlefield, boasting about capturing a slave. The video featured the shuttle, but it had an additional ion cannon. Once we leave the Ceres star domain, send a message to the transport team. We are only targeting that shuttle, not pirates. Understood. Half an hour later, as the transport team departed the current star domain, 5 light fighters suddenly pursued them. Captain, we've been targeted. The enemy is sending a video communication. Upon connecting, a fierce bounty hunter appeared. Kid, prepare to face the consequences. Cure, whom you killed earlier, was a member of the Vulture Hunt Corps. dare to offend us, and you won't leave the asteroid belt alive. Zing! Zing! Several shots from ion cannons fired toward them. Lin Yang quickly performed a roll to evade while Huang Yueshi, seated in the co-pilot seat, retaliated with the Cobra D-type ion pulse cannon. Zing! The ion energy projectile expanded rapidly. Growing larger than the shuttle itself, .1 shot pierced through the enemy ship's shield. Boom! A blinding light flashed as the foremost fighter exploded, and a shockwave surged toward them. My goodness. The pulse cannon is that powerful. Host, the power of the Cobra D-type ion cannon isn't this great. Currently, the energy projectile has been amplified over tenfold, and the reason lies with Deputy Huang Yueshi. Oh my, the treasure of a deputy. She's glowing. Chapter 4. Battle against the Vulture Hunt Corps. Where are you looking? Huang Yueshi's cheeks flushed. You're glowing. I'm not blind. I can't help but look. Focus on piloting the ship. I'll handle the combat. Huang Yueshi pulled out a necklace from her clothing, an oval, coin-sized blue and white pendant. Each time she fired the ion pulse cannon, the pendant emitted a dazzling white light, amplifying the departing ion energy ball many times over. This pendant is my trump card. When the time is right, I will explain it to you. Boom! The shuttle shook violently as another enemy fighter was destroyed. A flash of white light indicated yet another shuttle had exploded. Congratulations, host. Challenge mission 2. Completed. Cooperative combat. Evolution points earned. 200 at destroyed 3 Razor-class light fighters. Evolution points earned. 300 current evolution points. 650. Challenge mission updated. 3 rooting out the Vulture Hunt Corps. Annihilate the entire Vulture Hunt Corps to establish your reputation. Evolution points. 1,000. Have they fled? The remaining 2 fighters retreated in disarray. Captain, there are 96 members in the Vulture Hunt Corps and 25 ships. The leader, nicknamed Vulture, is named Joyce, a disciple of the legendary Martian hunter Gus. They are not highly regarded in the asteroid belt, but backed by the high-level Gus hunting group, they are a formidable enemy. Yueshi, how do you know so much? Don't you browse the internet? The information online isn't easy to find. Well, I stumbled upon it by chance. Then I hope you frequently stumble upon inside information. Lin Yang perceived her understanding without pressing further. He then sent a communication to the transport team. Crisis averted. Next time, if you notice anything unusual, please inform the captain promptly. You know, my radar range is limited compared to your transport ship. Mr. Lin, you misunderstood. I was playing hard in the rear cabin and truly didn't notice the warships approaching. After completing this task, how about an additional 3,000 star coins in reward, having witnessed the terrifying combat power of the shuttle? The transport team no longer held their previous disdain, fearing Lin Yang would blame them for not informing him about the Vulture Hunt Corps. They hurriedly offered more payment. Great. I prefer to collaborate with those who uphold their word. Continue at full speed. Lin Yang closed the communication, reclined in his seat, and browsed the evolution mall. Black Rhino C-type shield generator, Wild Buffalo D-type energy booster, wide-eared bat L-type radar, and a River Otter A-type steam shower. With the evolution costs accounted for, he had just enough. What are you mumbling about? Huang Yueshi looked at Lin Yang in confusion. You'll find out later. Don't you want to share the origin of your necklace? It's best that you don't pry. It's for your own good. Knowing too much can lead to danger. Its secret can impact all of humanity. Likewise, refrain from probing into my affairs. I've set the autopilot. After the battle, let us take a break. The two settled into their seats, closed their eyes, and rested. Evolution complete. The Otter Type A steam shower has been installed and is compatible. The Black Rhino Type C shield has been installed and is compatible. Hamster Type A shield has been reclaimed. Evolution points. 20. The Wild Buffalo Type D boosted energy has been installed and is compatible. Hamster F-class energy adapter has been reclaimed. Evolution points. 20. The wide-eared bat Type L radar has been installed and is compatible. Hamster D-class radar has been reclaimed. Evolution points. 20. Congratulations, host, on completing the growth task. 2 comprehensive evolution. Evolution points. 100 current evolution points. 160. Growth task updated. 3 transformation. Evolve the shuttle's hull structure into a light fighter. Evolution points. 500.2 hours later, a notification echoed in Lin Yang's mind. The next evolution would be somewhat challenging. He had yet to encounter a hull structure in the evolution stored. It appeared he needed to accumulate evolution points to refresh the store. Suddenly, Huang Yueshi in the co-pilot's seat gasped, awakened by the subtle tremor of the shuttle's evolution. Upon accessing the control screen to check the ship's details, her eyes widened in astonishment. The basic shield. which could only withstand space debris or small rocks, had transformed into a combat-grade black rhino shield. The power of the energy adapter had doubled. Previously capable of harnessing only 10 of the Chilean engine's capabilities, it could now utilize 20. The maximum speed had reached 40 Mach, equivalent to 49,000 kilometers per hour. The radar had also been upgraded to naval standards. Most remarkably, a steam shower had inexplicably appeared in the cabin. Huang Yueshi gazed at Lin Yang in shock. What is his trump card? No wonder the heart of the galaxy guided me to him. It seems I have indeed found the right person. Lin Yang yawned and rose, chuckling. Aside from eating, drinking, and other necessities, we no longer need to board the transport team's ship. We can bathe aboard the sun and moon. Are you satisfied? Sun and moon? Yes, taking on from my name Anue from yours. The name of this starship is the Sun and Moon. A smile graced Huang Yueshi's face. That's a lovely name. Thank you for considering me a friend, Lin Yang. Did you only realize that now? From our very first meeting, I regarded you as a friend. 7 days swiftly passed, and they had completed 70 of the route. On this day, Lin Yang and Huang Yueshi were discussing the unique challenge customs of the serious people when 7 bright spots suddenly appeared on the radar interface. 3 Dagger-class medium fighters and 4 Razor-class light fighters were approaching. Let's keep this under wraps. The transport team is unaware of our radar upgrade. Let us see if they will send a warning this time. As soon as Lin Yang finished speaking, the transport team leader sent a voice message. Mr. Lin, 7 warships are approaching. They belong to the Vulture hunting group. They claim they won't rob cargo, only seek revenge. If you could kindly keep your distance during the fight? Thank you for the heads up. Captain, don't worry. I won't drag you down. Whoosh! The shuttle suddenly accelerated to 40 Mach, overtaking the transport team as it sped toward the Vulture hunting group. Leaving the transport captain astounded. Yes, it's supposed to be this fast. Is this the speed of a shuttle? Captain, the firepower is also beyond what a shuttle should possess. It seems we've encountered a skilled individual. We should seek him out for our next mission. The Razor-class light fighter measured approximately 30 meters in length and could be piloted by a single person, while the Dagger-class medium fighter was 50 meters long, requiring at least 5 people for optimal control. Both types possessed formidable firepower and shields. The Vulture hunting group had dispatched 3 medium and 4 light ships, indicating their intent to eliminate Lin Yang and Huang Yueshi without delay. However, as soon as both parties entered range, 2 light fighters were destroyed, and a medium fighter's shield was penetrated. Lin Yang achieved a symbiotic consciousness with the shuttle, closing his eyes and entering deep symbiosis. He felt as if he and the ship were one. The shuttle moved like a fish in water, deftly evading attacks while Huang Yueshi launched counterattacks. Each discharge of the ion cannon was amplified tenfold by her enhancements. The shields of the Vulture hunting group S fighters could not withstand the onslaught. A single shot from a light fighter would breach their defenses, and 2 shots would result in an explosion. The medium ships couldn't endure more than 3 shots from the ion cannon. The energy, shields, and propulsion of the Sun and Moon shuttle had all been elevated to the level of light and medium fighters. Coupled with its smaller size, it was harder to target, granting them a distinct advantage. In just a few seconds, the battle concluded. You have destroyed 4 Razor-class light fighters, evolution points, 400, 3 Dagger-class medium fighters. Evolution points, 600. Current evolution points, 1160. Yueshi, scan the battlefield and salvage any valuable wreckage. I'm going to take a nap. Are you that exhausted? Just a few seconds of battle, and you need a rest? Yueshi, if you can't engage in conversation, then don't force it. Lin Yang was infuriated. He was not weary at all. Saying he would rest was merely a ruse to refresh the evolution shop. Refresh. Hurry up and refresh. I'm going to explode. Congratulations. The host has struck lucky, and a legendary item has appeared in the shop. Chapter 5. Triangular Spike Legendary Class Fighter. After spending 500 evolution points to refresh, 10 new items appeared in the store. 1 Golden Light Fighter model caught his eye. Triangular Spike Class Light Fighter Hull Structure. Legendary Class Fighter, a technological marvel of blue star humanity. Length, 30 meters. Width, 10 meters. Height, 5 meters. Equipped with a double-deck interior. Currently a bare hull with no room layout. Hull material, diamond W-type titanium. Viewing window material. Hard crystal Y-type tempered aluminum. Laser weapon slots, 8, empty. Missile weapon slots, 4, empty. Shield slots, 2, empty. Tractor beam slot, empty. Lin Yang was in need of a hull structure and was surprised to find a legendary one. Unfortunately, the cost was too steep. Requiring 1,000 evolution points, he currently had only 660 left. He planned to escort the transport team to complete their round trip and accumulate more evolution points. The next 3 days passed peacefully. He was uncertain what kind of retaliation the Vulture hunting group was preparing soon. They arrived at Vesta, slightly smaller than Ceres. Before unloading, the transport captain transferred 8,000 star coins to his account. "Captain, we still have half of the return trip to complete. Why are you settling the payment so quickly?" "Mr. Lin, I didn't expect your enmity with the Vulture hunting group to be so deep. I truly cannot trouble you further for escort duties. Consider this task completed ahead of schedule, that we can collaborate again next time. Congratulations, host, on completing the main quest. 3 Path of Survival, evolution points, 200, current evolution points, 860. Main quest updated, 4 S-Class commission. Complete an S-Class commission at the labor or bounty dock, evolution points, 500. The transport team departed hastily. They prepaid the full amount and even added an extra 3,000 that Lin Yang found it hard to complain. Huang Yueshi remarked, "If we don't eliminate the Vulture hunting group, we want to receive any missions in the future. We should buy weapons and energy first. Let us eat first, then head to the labor dock to post recruitment information. We need to hire at least 5 people. No one. Without eliminating the Vulture hunting group, no one will join us. All right, But we still need to eat first, then go buy weapons, and finally challenge the Vulture hunting group." After their meal, they headed to the trade dock to sell the salvaged wreckage, earning 2,000 star coins. Combined with their payment, they now had 10,000 star coins. They purchased 2 boxes of civilian food packs, sufficient for the 2 of them for a month, along with 2 phase pistols and phase assault rifles. They then went to the dock to buy 10 energy batteries, 10 Dragonfly K-class missiles, and 5 Mosquito-style interference missiles. After spending 10,000 star coins, they had 200 remaining. The shuttle was now fully stocked. Finally, they visited the bounty dock. The dock manager, Galeva, issued a challenge to the Vulture hunting group. The battleground was set between Vesta and Ceres. Vulture Joy accepted the challenge immediately, and a betting event emerged at the bounty dock. "Yueshi, what are our odds?" 101 to what a great opportunity. "Let us wager all 200. A moment later, Huang Yueshi returned to the shuttle, a smile on her face. "I in a good mood. Did you make some money?" "Pretty much, when those people saw the shuttle and learned our ages. The odds skyrocketed. Oh, how much? 1,001. Aha, wonderful. Set sail." Just thinking about the impending 200,000 star coins made Lin Yang's smile wider than ever. Huang Yueshi also beamed, fastening her seatbelt promptly. 2.5 days later, the shuttle arrived at the designated challenge point at 40 Mach. Yet the Vulture hunting group had yet to appear. The Razor-class light fighter's maximum speed was 35 Mach. While the Dagger-class medium fighter was 30, the near-space battleships retired by the Blue Star Fleet 50 years ago could not possibly exceed our speed. "Yueshi, you truly are a walking encyclopedia." "Don't flatter me yet. Many of those warships have been modified after flowing into the backwater asteroid belt, so their speed might be comparable to ours." Just as she finished speaking, numerous light spots appeared on the radar. At a distance of 10,000 kilometers, 1 double-handed sword heavy fighter, 5 Dagger-class medium fighters, and 8 Razor-class light fighters, along with the previously destroyed 11, totaled 25 ships. The entire Vulture hunting group had mobilized. "Perfect. Saves us the trouble of searching them out. Let us strike them with a head-on attack." The shuttle surged forward at full speed, while the violence-adoring Vulture hunting group sped toward them as well. "Kid, you're done for. Your execution will be live-streamed in the asteroid belt." "Oh, you're even advertising for me. How considerate. I'll do my best to give you a quick end." "Don't get cocky. Soon you won't even have a chance to cry. Crushing a few pests hardly warrants tears. I am not the benevolent Avalokiteshvara. What is there to lament? How infuriating. I hope your prowess matches your eloquence. That scoundrel will surely be disappointed. My combat abilities far surpass his." Huang Yueshi, seated in the co-pilot seat, cast a disdainful glance at Lin Yang. "Can we refrain from exchanging insults with a Vulture? It seems we are truly being broadcast live. Let us maintain our image, lest it tarnish your crew recruitment effort. Ta-da." "Oh, understood. Ahem." Lin Yang cleared his throat. "Good morning, asteroid." Last time, the battleship explosion tally concluded at 11 in total. Thanks to that Vulture's incessant vendetta, I managed to destroy 10 ships en route when his subordinates attempted to capture me as a slave, and I treated them to a fireworks display. The Vulture couldn't swallow this humiliation, and I was more than happy to let him choke on it. Many still don't understand me. Fear not. I am your captain, Lin Yang, this stunning and intelligent lady beside me. Endowed with both beauty and strength, his first officer, Huang Yu-11 DOU, yearned to traverse the starry sea and seek vengeance. Join me, and let us pursue our dreams in the galaxy together. Huang Yueshi couldn't hide her smile and gave Lin Yang a thumbs up. Well done. The vulture was so enraged he cut off the live stream. The appetizer has been devoured. Now it's time for the main course. Let us ensure the vulture's hunting team is left with nothing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The vulture's hunting team launched 10 Dragonfly K-type missiles first. Lin Yang maneuvered the shuttle deftly, while Huang Yueshi initiated a defensive counterattack, releasing a series of mosquito-style countermeasures. Dozens of miniature missiles flew chaotically, intercepting 4 incoming missiles. She then fired the ion pulse cannon. The galaxy heart on her chest gleamed brilliantly, amplifying the laser pulse cannon strength by several-fold. With just 2 shots, she obliterated an enemy Razor-class light fighter. Whoosh! Huang Yueshi locked onto a medium fighter and launched Dragonfly K-type missiles. As soon as the missiles were airborne, she unleashed 3 consecutive ion cannon shots, penetrating the shield before the missiles struck their target. A dazzling flash ensued as the enemy lost yet another medium fighter. Vulture Joyce was taken aback. Losing 2 ships right after opening fire to a mere shuttle was shocking. The most terrifying part was that the ion pulse the dock manager Galeva approached with a broad smile. The Vulture was a disciple of the legendary Martian hunter Gus. You annihilated the entire Vulture hunting group, which was quite a slight to Gus, whose stature and reputation were too significant for him to intervene personally. Therefore, an A-level bounty was issued on Mars. Damn it. This is outrageous. Anger serves no purpose. We must contemplate how to respond, and I mean, how is it merely an A-level? I have obliterated the entire Vulture hunting group. Surely that merits at least an S-level bounty, doesn't it? Galeva was somewhat speechless, pondering the unique thought processes of the youth and no wonder they managed to catch the Vultures off guard. Calm down. Mars possesses a space teleportation hub, an interstellar port, unlike the impoverished asteroid belt. There, the A-level bounties exceed our S-level rewards. That's more like it. Unfortunately, I cannot accept the task of killing myself for the bounty. Well, what about my betting winnings? 200, return intact. What? Was it at 200,000? How did it become 200? Thanks to your rousing speech before the battle, many people wagered on you again, just a second before the firing commenced. The odds dropped to 1. One I do not charge a service fee. Consider it a personal favor. What kind of betting fluctuates in real time? Such betting is inherently irregular. Before firing, the odds could rise to 1,000 and then drop to 1. If you are dissatisfied, you may post a bounty on the betting dock. Forget it. How can I afford to post a bounty? What kind of people are these? Sigh, I'll be hungry again. Chapter 7. The Serious Tiger Clan, what a blunder. How could I have made such a foolish move? Lin Yang complained as he returned to the battleship. Huang Yueshi suppressed a laugh beside him, attempting to console him. Look on the bright side. Captain, although we eliminated the Vulture hunting group, we have attracted the bounty on Mars. Your speech was quite successful, but no one joined us. While we Haven T lost money, the betting odds were 1,000 to 1. Yueshi, who taught you to offer such counsel? My grandmother. She must possess great wisdom. How can she advise without fear of retribution? You should keep your distance from her. She passed away a month ago. Why apologies? No need to apologize. I was being deliberately contrary. Think of it this way. While we have drawn the Mars bounty, we have also vanquished the Vulture hunting group. Have we not? Well, that does hold some merit. Lin Yang sighed in relief. How about we try our luck at the labor dock? Perhaps there will be work available. Guarantee you the one who said you could never work in this lifetime. No choice. Even a good horse must return to eat its grass, or else I'll have you tightening your belt to stave off hunger. You spent all my money upon our first meeting. From now on, I'll be the one supporting you. Huang Yueshi smirked but said nothing. Due to the bounty issued by the legendary Martian hunter, no one was willing to entrust them with tasks. Nor did anyone dare to join their battleship. Their account balance dwindled to a mere 200 star coins that if they did not earn money soon, they might not even be able to launch their ship. Unable to secure any commissions at the bounty dock, they had to settle for seeking odd jobs at the labor dock. They indeed found an employer who was out of touch with current events and the internet, tasked with clearing a derelict mining site. The job entailed 24-hour shifts for a reward of 100 star coins per day, with the employer providing food and energy batteries for the ship. Upon arriving at the site, Lin Yang was dismayed. I told you, we're trending headlines. How could anyone not recognize us? That old foxtrot truly knows how to exploit. The abandoned mining site had once been a small asteroid with a diameter of 50 kilometers, rich in titanium and magnesium ore. After 2.5 years of intense mining, the ore was depleted. Subsequently, a new flight path was planned, but the demolition of the abandoned mining site failed, turning it into a debris field over 500 kilometers in diameter. To clear the new route, the series government issued a cleaning task. However, due to the meager pay of 200 star coins per day, the progress was exceedingly slow. Eventually, Tra from the space cleaning company contracted the job, but at an even lower rate of 150 star coins per day, just minutes before Lin Yang arrived at the labor market. Trav deliberately lowered the pay to 100 star coins per day. While Lin Yang fumed at the unfairness, Huang Yueshi remained optimistic. Thankfully, they were responsible for energy and food. They could save their earnings to purchase missiles. Or better yet, a laser cannon to deal with the Martian bounty hunters. Once they fend off the Martian hunters and upgrade the battleship, I will ensure Trav pays dearly for his exploitation. He underestimated me. I support you. The two then divided their tasks, each working 12-hour shifts. With the ship continuing operations, they aimed to earn enough to buy the Dragonfly K-type missiles. 7 days passed swiftly, and they finally received their first payment. Lin Yang immediately headed to the series dock to purchase missiles. However, just as they were about to leave the abandoned mining site, a bright dot appeared on the radar. Moving rapidly, Huang Yueshi furrowed her brow. At a speed of 50 Mach, a TL light fighter from Sirius Technology was approaching us. A bounty hunter? It seems so. Raise the dual shields and prepare for combat. Lin Yang fastened 3 safety belts, reclined back, and entered a deep symbiotic state with the battleship. Against a faster vessel, they had to give it their all. Huang Yueshi held the heart of the galaxy in her hand. Murmuring a few wishes, the coin-sized pendant emitted a white light. Captain, incoming cluster missiles. Be cautious. Engage fully. Do not worry about me. Boom, boom, boomed at a missile from the enemy ship sped towards them at 300 Mach, when it was just 1,000 meters away from the sun and moon. The warhead suddenly fragmented into 100 smaller warheads. Maintaining its speed, the attack area expanded 100-fold. Coupled with the maneuverability and tracking capabilities of the guided weapons, the sun and moon found itself in a precarious situation. Multiple warheads detonated near the battleship. Fortunately, the dual-layer shields managed to withstand the onslaught. Swish, swish, swish. Huang Yueshi immediately fired 4 ion pulse cannons. Both cannons unleashed their firepower simultaneously, without diminishing the effect of the heart of the galaxy. The energy orb was amplified several times. The enemy ship hastily evaded, and the light orb vanished into the vastness of space. Meanwhile, Lin Yang deftly maneuvered through the cluster of missiles, evading while speeding toward the enemy vessel. The missiles were too challenging to shake off. Lin Yang resolved to take the enemy down with him. Just under 1,000 meters away, a red light suddenly illuminated ahead. Zing! The enemy ship was equipped with a powerful phase cannon. This laser-like weapon fired at incredible speeds, approaching the speed of light, with immense power but a short range. Typically, it was mounted on heavy fighters or bombers. Yet, firing at such close range allowed Lin Yang less than 0.1 seconds to react, but he managed to evade just in time, thanks to the deep synchronization between his consciousness and the sun and moon. The phase cannon beam skimmed past the hull of the sun and moon. Simultaneously, Huang Yueshi fired 10 pulse cannons. The enemy pilot clearly lacked Lin Yang's piloting skills. 7 out of the 10 energy rounds struck true, breaching the shields. Without mercy, Huang Yueshi unleashed another 10 ion pulse cannons, each amplified several times. Boom! A bright light erupted in space as the enemy ship was destroyed. The shockwave hit the sun and moon, causing it to shake. Suddenly, a massive object crashed against the cockpit's viewing window, startling both Lin Yang and Huang Yueshi. Upon closer inspection, they were astounded to see a 3-meter-tall tiger-headed humanoid perched on the window, grinning foolishly at them, clutching a metal plate on which it had scratched the words, "I surrender," with its claws. What shocked Lin Yang and the others the most was that the tiger-headed creature had been ejected from the exploded ship and had survived in the frigid vacuum of over 200 degrees below zero, still smiling as if nothing had happened. Noticing Lin Yang and Huang Yueshi's astonished expressions, the tiger-headed being grew anxious, hastily scratching another message on the metal plate. "I am Karuja of the Sirius Tiger Clan. I revere the strong. That I accepted Gus's task to meet you. That I am not interested in money. You have defeated Karuja and passed the test. Now, the robust Karuja request to join. He then retrieved a communicator from his pocket, tapping a few buttons to display a message on the screen for Lin Yang and Huang Yueshi. You have incurred a penalty of 50,000 star coins to the Mars bounty dock for breach of contract. You have incurred a penalty of 500,000 star coins to Gus for breach of contract. You have maliciously breached the contract and have been blacklisted by the Mars bounty dock. Yueshi, what do you think? Captain, I'll observe from the co-pilot seat. I need to ask, then I'll take the pilot seat. The two settled into their seats, silently watching. Despite the strength of the Sirius Tiger clan, they could not endure for long in the unprotected void of space. 5 minutes later, the foolish grin on Karuja's face transformed into a mournful expression. Frost began to form on his body, and his limbs stiffened. Eventually, the hopeful gleam in his eyes dimmed, and he reluctantly closed them. His 3-meter frame drifted away from the viewing window, rigid, into the depths of space. Seeing this, the two quickly deactivated the shields and opened the airlock. One of them deployed a mechanical claw to retrieve Karuja into the pressurized chamber. Lin Yang picked up the assault-type phase laser gun and a bundle of ropes. First, he tied up this tiger-headed creature. After over 20 days without recruiting crew members, he thought it best to secure one. And if it didn't work out, he could always make tiger wine. Chapter 8. Is this really 8 years old? Huang Yueshi pulled the tiger-headed being into the pressurized chamber as Lin Yang sealed the outer door and repressurized the air. After the air pressure in the chamber balanced, he opened the hatch connecting the pressurized chamber to the ship. The tiger-headed man was thus captured and brought aboard the warship. It was the first time I had encountered a 3-meter-tall tiger-headed creature, and the overwhelming pressure was palpable. Goodness, those claws are larger than my face. Captain, this tiger is armed to the teeth and even wears a high-tech battle suit. Remove the armor. Remove the armor. Yueshi, be ready with the phase rifle. If he suddenly awakens and attacks me, aim for the head. Understood. Lin Yang hastily began to dismantle the tiger-headed man's equipment. On his back was a 2-meter-long long-range energy cannon, and across his chest were slung over 30 armor-piercing high-explosive energy rounds. Around his waist was a belt of over 30 high-energy explosive rounds. Additionally, he possessed 2 high-energy phase pistols strapped to his legs. The Tiger's pistols were comparable in size to the assault phase rifles equipped by Lin Yang and Huang Yueshi, beyond the conventional weapons. The tiger-headed man's armors were fitted with high-strength alloy claws, each extending over a meter when deployed, reminiscent of having 6 alloy steel blades. This is absurd. You're already a formidable beast. Was such an armament truly necessary? Lin Yang couldn't help but scoff. Once all the weapons were removed, he proceeded to take off the high-tech armor. After a flurry of activity, the tiger-headed man's frozen limbs gradually regained mobility, and his breathing resumed. The two hurriedly secured him tightly, binding him from head to toe like a zongzi. They positioned themselves nearby, with phase rifles at the ready to at this juncture. Lin Yang finally had time to check the system. After recently destroying an enemy ship, he had accrued an additional 100 evolution points, leaving him with a total of 150 points. Unfortunately, the items in the shop were all priced above 200, rendering him unable to purchase anything for the time being. The vitality of the Sirius Tiger was indeed remarkable. A few minutes later, the Tiger Man Karuja opened his eyes. Birar, it's so cold. Huh. Haha. Are you willing to accept my joining? Yueshi, hand me the gene registrar. Gene authorization is a universal personnel management method used by fleets. Regardless of the warship, crew information is identified through genetic recognition. Karuja, is it? Are you willing to join my team? Absolutely. I came here specifically for you. You annihilated 25 enemy ships with a single shuttle. Truly unbelievable. I thought it was an exaggerated rumor, but now I believe it. Excellent. With your physique and strength, you're perfectly suited to be my security officer. Whether it works out or not, let us recruit you first. Lin Yang plucked a tuft of Karuja's fur, extracting the genetic chain information, and added Karuja's name to the security officer section of the warship. You have recruited a new crew member, life energy permanently 10, current energy 120. Suddenly, an influx of energy surged into Lin Yang's body. He felt invigorated and brimming with strength. After recruiting Huang Yueshi, he had finally shed the ever-present fatigue and weakness. However, when hunger or exhaustion struck, he still felt more drained than usual. Now, with an increase in life energy, his body's functions transcended those of ordinary humans. Even in times of hunger and fatigue, he would not feel weak. With a crack, Lin Yang twisted his neck and clenched his fists, every bone in his body creaking as if power was about to burst forth. Ah, what a pleasant sensation! Huang Yueshi looked at him in surprise, pondering inwardly. What has gotten into him all of a sudden? Ahem. Lin Yang cleared his throat. Security Officer Karuja, this isn't personal, but when Deputy Huang Yueshi joined, she cleared her account, and no personal assets are permitted aboard the warship. What about the money in your account? Transfer it immediately. Captain, I'm out of funds. I lost everything in the Mars Bounty dock and to the contractor Gus. What? You say that again. Lin Yang ground his teeth. Huang Yueshi quickly picked up Karuja's communicator, opening it to find a shocking revelation. Captain, this tiger truly has no money. He owes Mars Bank 200,000 star coins in loans. Toss him out. What about the tiger whip wine? Forget the wine. Mars Bank will come after us for debts. Ding, Captain, you have new messages? A notification chimed in the cabin. Lin Yang rushed to the cockpit to check the screen. This is Mars Bank. Pleased to contact you, esteemed Mr. Lin Yang. Our client, the serious Tiger Man Karuja, has joined your warship. You will jointly bear the 200,000 star coin loan with Karuja. Please remember to make repayments by the 10th of each month. With a minimum repayment amount, don't throw him out, Yueshi. It's a message from Mars Bank. Lin Yang hurried back to the rear cabin. Huang Yueshi, with a stern expression, had her phase rifle aimed at Karuja's eye. Should she pull the trigger, it would spell instant death. Karuja, startled, realized that this seemingly frail human woman was more ruthless than anticipated. Captain, he informed the bank before the battle that he was joining us. The 200,000 star coin loan barely covers our interest. If it weren't for the employer providing meals, we de-starve. Killing him won't help. We could sell him to the black market or inquire if any biological companies seek alien test subjects. Or perhaps sell him to an interstellar circus? No. Captain, I can earn money. Let us head to the bounty dock and take an S-level mission, and we'll soon... Bang! Ban excellent. Communication. Once again, I sent a message to the Sirius Royal Palace. Father, I was just joking with you like when I was a child. Your Karuja is fine. In the Orion Arm, no one dares to provoke the Prince of the Tiger people. I have made new friends. Although the journey has been tumultuous, I find joy in this place. Moments later, the communicator received a furious roar. Coward, you are no longer worthy to call yourself the Prince of the Sirius Tiger people. You are a banished, sickly cat. Do not let my fleet find you, or I will reduce you to mere fragments. A new royal embryo has already grown, and he shall inherit the glory of the Tiger people in the future. Karuja felt a pang of melancholy, staring blankly at the communicator, his eyes betraying a hint of grievance. Beep. Captain, you have new messages. Let Karuja be alone for a while. Yueshi, we should leave. Hey, Captain Commander, aren't you going to untie me? Lin Yang and Huang Yueshi feigned ignorance. Upon returning to the control room, they opened the message. Your account has received a transfer of 1 million star coins. Money. Both of their eyes instantly sparkled. They opened the message for details that IT was a transfer from an interstellar trust company, accompanied by a note. Please take good care of him. Thank you. Hiss this. Captain, it seems that what Karuja said is indeed true. Lin Yang slapped his forehead in regret. Why foolish peasant mentality. I should have asked for 100 million star coins. Huang Yueshi chuckled. Captain, I believe Karuja holds value. Although the Sirius royal family has superficially forsaken him, they have secretly provided funds. With Karuja, the Prince of the Tiger people, we will receive the covert protection of the Tiger Emperor, and his combat prowess is formidable. He will be a great ally. Since he has paid the entrance fee, he must stay. Lin Yang went to the aft cabin to untie Karuja. How many people know about your identity as the Prince of the Tiger people? After escaping Sirius, I only told you and the first officer. Captain, did you really think you escaped solely by your own abilities? What else could it be? Karuja is very strong. It was your father who deliberately let you go. Wake up, my great prince. He transferred 1 million star coins to me, instructing me to take care of you in a sense. I am now akin to your father. From now on, whatever we do, you must listen to me. Father, he understands me. Karuja lowered his head, touched. Captain, thank you for accepting me and for accompanying me on my ultimate life's goal. What goal? To challenge the Elder Council of Sirius, to lead the Tiger civilization, and to abolish the ignorant traditions that have harmed the Tiger people for thousands of years. That is quite a lofty ambition. I never agreed to it. No matter, as long as we are united. It is like my loan application on Mars. We will repay it together. You dare mention the loan. Who prompted you to lose money at the Mars Bounty dock? You lost money at the dock. But how could you also lose Gus's money? I did that to join quickly and gain your trust. You clever one. Now, I believe you. Come on, let us see the cockpit. Karuja immediately donned his high-tech armor, equipping weapons and ammunition as he followed into the cockpit. Upon seeing the peculiar gazes from Lin Yang and Huang Yueshi, he hurriedly smiled and explained. The Tiger people value strength and power. Even when I sleep, I must carry these weapons. You can bring them into the shower for all I care, just don't disturb our normal rest. Rest assured, Captain, I will not interrupt you and First Officer Huang's breeding activities. Tiger people are not attracted to primates. Shut that up. Lin Yang felt a headache coming on, his forehead adorned with a question mark. He tilted his head in astonishment at Karuja, genuinely unsure whether this tiger was being straightforward or foolish. Huang Yueshi's face flushed crimson, her ears nearly smoking. Gritting her teeth, she silently unbuckled her seatbelt, pulled out her necklace, and clenched the oval-shaped heart of the galaxy in her fist, her eyes seemingly ablaze. She stalked towards Karuja, her aura oppressive. Lin Yang swallowed hard, instinctively retreating against the wall. Yueshi, I never taught this tiger anything. He said that on his own. Bang! Huang Yueshi threw a punch, her strength surpassing that of any professional human boxer by dozens of times. Enhanced by the heart of the galaxy, a single punch unleashed several tons of force, sending Karuja clutching his stomach to the ground. Ah! Thud! The tiger, towering at 3 meters, had been bending in the cockpit. After taking that punch, he simply lay down and did not rise again. Why? Captain, I do not understand. You both exude the scent of hormones, indicating mutual attraction, and you both have those thoughts. Why can't I say such an obvious thing? Thud! Before he could finish, Huang Yueshi punched him again, causing Karuja to see stars, and he quickly pretended to faint. Actually, Karuja has a point. I feel. Shut up. Acknowledged. Lin Yang hastily raised his hand, not wishing to provoke the tigress, especially one in a state of rage. Captain, let us first repay the loan to the Mars Bank, then terminate the labor contract with Troff, and afterwards, we will head to the dock to purchase weapons. What do you think? It would be best to have a proper video conversation with Gus, the Mars hunter. Huang Yueshi's face gradually shifted from gloom to brightness, smiling slightly. Captain, you think ahead. Perhaps Galeva at the bounty dock can help contact Gus. Gazing at Huang Yueshi's gentle smile, Lin Yang felt a bit dazed. Comparing it to her earlier fierce beating of Karuja, this tenderness was truly comforting. However, the early repayment came with a penalty of 50,000 star coins. Cursed capital. Huang Yueshi suddenly radiated an aura of menace, and Lin Yang could only shake his head helplessly. It's still better than a mortgage. Let us pay it off in one go. After paying 250,000 star coins, Huang Yueshi's fist tightened again. Troff Space Cleaning Company claims we breached the labor contract and demands 100,000 star coins in compensation. What? That old fox. We aren't going to let him get away with this. We should go and make him bleed. Chapter 10. I gave you a chance originally. Lin Yang had signed a labor contract with Troff that stipulated a 7-day settlement, after 7 days of work. If he wished to continue, he could renew it with a single click. If he did not want to work, he could cancel without any penalty. When signing the contract, Lin Yang read it thoroughly. Now, Troff claimed he had violated it and demanded 100,000 star coins in compensation. It was obvious he had unilaterally modified the contract, exploiting Lin Yang to buy equipment at the dock. They would show Troff what a legendary fighter jet was. Karuja's warship had been destroyed, and no valuable wreckage was found at the scene. They immediately returned to Hephaestus, with only 150 evolution points left. Lin Yang had to spend star coins at the dock to enhance the combat power of the warship. Add 6 ion pulse cannons, 3 missile launchers, 30 high-compression energy modules, and fill the Dragonfly missiles to the brim. No choice. When you have money, you can be extravagant. Lin Yang gazed at the 750,000 star coins in his account, unable to resist the urge to splurge. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, you cannot spend at Hephaestus. We regret we cannot serve you. What? I must have misheard. No, Mr. Lin, Troff Space Cleaning Company has filed a lawsuit against you, and the Asteroid Belt's joint government has restricted your spending. They didn't even investigate and just pass judgment? Sorry, Mr. Lin, the doc is not well informed about the situation. After closing the communication, a layer of frost enveloped Lin Yang's face. It was time to show his fangs. Huang Yueshi silently removed her necklace, wrapping it around her wrist, gripping the heart of the galaxy. Karuja checked his high-powered energy guns and large phase pistols one by one. The Sun and Moon warship adjusted its course, heading from the dock to the labor dock. Once they arrived and parked, the three fully armed individuals disembarked. Lin Yang held an assault phase gun, a phase pistol at his waist, with Huang Yueshi, the first officer on his left, also wielding a phase gun. White light seeping through her fingers, while on his right stood the towering tiger, Karuja, wielding a 2-meter-long energy cannon that, in the eyes of humans, that could not even be called a gun. It should be termed a laser energy cannon. The three, exuding an aura of menace, approached Trough Space Cleaning Company. Lin Yang was not worried about being ambushed by bounty hunters, for in this world, bounty tasks have been monopolized by the bounty dock. Those who did not receive tasks from the bounty dock would not earn a penny even if they killed their targets. After Karuja's mission failed, no one had taken up the task at the Mars bounty dock. For now, he was quite safe that Lin Yang. He was killed by the Mars bounty hunters. That tiger can't possibly be a bounty hunter, right? Who knows? Best to keep our distance. They don't seem to be here for friendly encounters. Pedestrians along the way scattered, fearing to be caught in the crossfire. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Yang rapped on Trough's office door. Coming out, oh, is this the new rising star of the bounty world here to compensate me for breach of contract? The rotund Trough puffed on a cigar, adorned with rings on all 5 fingers. Even upon meeting the towering tiger, Karuja, he showed little surprise. Trough, are you trying to swindle me? Are you robbing me blind? Aha! Trough grinned slyly. You guessed it correctly. Unless you compensate me with 100,000 star coins, don't even think about spending a single penny in the asteroid belt. The contract was unlawfully amended by you later on. I advise you to promptly withdraw your lawsuit and apologize to me. Humph, you truly are an idealist. It seems I must impart a lesson on the realities of life. That's so. I am eager to witness just how absurd this reality is. Lin Yang produced a communicator and sent a message to the court of Ceres that I am the bounty hunter Lin Yang. The accusations made by Trough are unfounded. The contract was altered by him afterward. I hope the court can reconsider this matter and annul my expenses in the asteroid belt. Soon, the court responded, maintaining the original ruling and instructing the defendant to promptly compensate Trough Company for breach of contract. Splendid, that settles it. Lin Yang terminated the communication, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering at the corner of his mouth. Did you truly believe I was naive? I was merely offering you and the law an opportunity. Since you both failed to appreciate it, I shall resolve this in my own manner. Oh ho, are you preparing to resort to violence? I should be terrified, but alas, I anticipated this long ago. Buzz! Trough pressed a button before him, and a force field barrier materialized, keeping Lin Yang and his companions outside. Simultaneously, dozens of fully armed personnel rushed into the office. Did you think I cared about your mere 100,000 star coins in compensation? I intentionally lured you into this trap. Haha, the legendary triangular spike destroyer, worth far more than 10 million. I also accepted a bounty task from the Mars bounty dock worth 500,000. That's the real prize. Trough extinguished a cigar and waved his hand to his subordinates. Take care of them. Zip, bang. Before those individuals could act, Karuja took the initiative, firing an explosive energy gun that struck the force field shield. The high-energy beam was deflected by the shield, creating a gaping hole in the wall. The power of this explosive energy gun was comparable to that of a laser cannon on a standard light fighter. Bang! Huang Yueshi threw a punch, reinforced by the heart of the galaxy, sending the man charging forward flying, his blood splattering as he fell lifeless to the ground. Immediately after, the phase gun fired. The power of the ordinary laser gun was enhanced several-fold. Comparable to Karuja's explosive energy cannon. With a laser struck, limbs and bodies were scattered. The wall was penetrated entirely. Zing, 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 zing. While dodging, Lin Yang retaliated. The host's fortune was exceptional, having refreshed a legendary item, the Fire Dragon X-type particle cannon. Priced at 2,000 evolution points, with an evolution cost of 500 points and a duration of 50 minutes. That's incredibly expensive. System, don't take advantage of the situation. Rest assured, host. The mall prices were predetermined by a higher dimensional divine civilization. If I could intervene, I would ensure you acquire it at no cost. The particle cannon is a long-range energy weapon equipped only on heavy bombers or large frigates, and the Fire Dragon X-type is a legend among cannons. Considering the battles that lay ahead, Lin Yang gritted his teeth and purchased it, proceeding with the evolution that he installed the particle cannon in the main cannon position, relegating the original ion pulse cannon to the secondary position. Thus, upon completion of the evolution, the battleship possessed 1 main and 2 auxiliary energy cannons. Captain, they have indeed sent a message. After our initial contact to clarify the situation and resolve misunderstandings, they refused us the opportunity and attempted to eliminate us. Now that they realize they cannot, they seek to reach out to us. Let us reject them for a while. Huang Yueshi promptly declined the incoming call. Moments later, another message arrived, and it too was rejected. When the third communication request came, Huang Yueshi finally opened the connection that on the other end was a middle-aged man clad in a fleet officer's uniform. Rear Admiral Nelson, commander of the God of Fire fleet. His anger barely contained, face pale and eyes wide. Lin Yang, you have violated the laws of the asteroid belt. Surrender immediately, relinquish your fighter ship, and pay a fine of 20 million star coins, or you will be classified as an A-grade wanted criminal by the asteroid belt. The ones wronging me are more aware of my plight than I am. You understand the cause of this conflict, yet only consider the prestige of the God of Fire's regime. Neglecting the fairness of the law that we cannot comply. Admiral, consider your options. Returning to serve and paying the fine could still grant you a chance for leniency. If you persist in your obstinacy, you will face the onslaught of the united fleet of the asteroid belt, unless you intend to avoid it forever. Recruitment is already scarce in the asteroid belt, and bounty missions are non-existent. What do you think I would miss about this desolate place? Farewell, just as he ended the communication and prepared to leave. Huang Yueshi received another message. Captain, it's an encrypted audio message. Let us listen. Mr. Lin, Ms. Huang, Mr. Tiger Man, I am Dr. Enai Zuin of the Miners Resistance that I have an S-Class bounty mission I wish to entrust to you. Captain, do we accept? Inquire about the mission, including specific coordinates and timings that if it's truly an S-Class task, we must accept. Chapter 12. S-Class Commission Lin Yang was about to depart the asteroid belt, not out of fear of the United Fleet's pursuit, but because he had been unable to secure any S-Class bounty missions and thus could not complete the fourth part of the main storyline, S-Class Commission. Now, with an opportunity presenting itself, his interest was piqued. What is the task? Intercept a transport convoy in the asteroid belt and seize 3,000 oxygen generators. What is the reward? Coordinates and timing. Upon completion, I will pay 1 million star coins. The interception coordinates are Y3690, Y1124, X7055, and it will take place in 47 hours. How can you prove your authenticity? Please come to coordinates Y3499, Y1001, X6211, and you will see for yourself. Rest assured, our combat capability is inferior to that of the patrol fleet and poses no threat to you. Captain, the coordinates she provided are off the route, with no record of asteroids or space stations. It's a barren area, an hour's journey from us. Lin Yang pondered, an hour's time would allow the evolution of the legendary Fire Dragon X-type particle cannon to complete. Even if there were an ambush by the God of Fire fleet, he could still engage in a fierce battle and emerge victorious. There was nothing to be concerned about. Ideally, there would indeed be a God of Fire defensive fleet, allowing him to swiftly destroy 100 warships and accomplish the challenge, a minor victory. Let us proceed at maximum speed. Karuja, keep a close watch on the radar. The day and moon immediately altered its course, surging towards the designated coordinates at a maximum speed of 40 machine 50 minutes later. The ship's exterior suddenly emitted a brilliant white light, startling Tiger Man Karuja. There's an enemy presence. How did the radar fail to detect it? Captain, they've opened fire. Be careful. However, Lin Yang leisurely stretched. Huang Yueshi cast a glance at Karuja and no need to be alarmed. Our combat capabilities have significantly improved. What do you mean? Check the control panel for yourself. Karuja opened the control panel screen, his eyes widening in disbelief. What is this? The Fire Dragon X-type particle cannon. It resembles a legendary main battle cannon of the human fleet. A close-quarters weapon of immense power. Captain, how did it end up here? We humans have an old saying. Rarely does one remain confused. You need only know that the combat capabilities of the day and moon have enhanced. Don T asked too many questions. Knowing too much can lead to peril. Karuja tilted his head, considering Lin Yang and Huang Yueshi's remarks, nodding in agreement. Indeed, the secrets of both the day and moon and the galaxy heart are best kept concealed. Sharing such information could attract the covetous eyes of other civilizations that we three harbor secrets, and maintaining the right distance from one another is the way to coexist. A moment later, Karuja suddenly complained. Wait a minute. You both know my secret. As a prince of the Sirius Tiger clan, I was exiled for challenging a tradition that has lasted for 20,000 years, perhaps even hunted by the elders of Sirius. I have no secrets before you two, but you both do. This isn't fair. Stretch out your claws, Lin Yang said lightly. Stretched out, Captain. What do you intend to do? Are your 5 fingers all the same length? They are in T. Some are longer, some shorter. The evolution of my claws is due to life S requirements. Exactly. Lin Yang smiled slightly and approached Karuja that if you demand absolute fairness, then your 5 fingers should indeed be of equal length. If you wish to live normally, then they must vary in length. Now I ask you, do you desire life or fairness? Fairness? Karuja tentatively inquired. Ueshi, throw out. Life. Captain, I want to live. Karuja hastily raised his hands. I wish to live and have friends. I understand now, Captain. Humans truly grasp philosophy. Ha! I appreciate your cleverness, you big golden gradient cat. When the time is right, all secrets will be shared with you. Yes, Captain, I will not complain in the future. Huang Yueshi, in the co-pilot's seat, found amusement in Lin Yang's ability to pacify the tiger. Minutes later, Karuja detected an anomaly on the radar. Captain, there's a slight gravitational distortion 50 kilometers ahead. But the radar has detected no objects, suggesting a cloaking phenomenon. Ueshi sent a message to Ni Ziwin that if there is no response, we will lock the particle cannon onto the gravitational distortion zone 50 kilometers away. As soon as the words left his lips, the communicator chimed with an alert. Captain, she has initiated communication. Connect. On the video call appeared a woman in her 30s, exuding a gentle demeanor and dignified appearance. Radiating warmth. Welcome to you all. I am Ni Ziwin. Please continue toward the coordinates and follow the indicators to enter the resistance base. This is the resistance base? Indeed, we have concealed a small asteroid with a diameter of 30 kilometers. See you at the dock, Mr. Lin. Upon reaching the zone of slight gravitational distortion, they indeed observed a few faint white markers. Following the indicators, Lin Yang piloted the battleship into a force field barrier. Suddenly, a hollowed-out asteroid appeared before them, transformed into a 30-kilometer diameter space station. To each of the station's 8 corners were cloaking devices, concealing the location. After docking, Lin Yang and his companions gazed through the lookout window at Ni Ziwin, who was accompanied by several individuals in unusual physical states. Upon disembarking and seeing them clearly, Lin Yang's brow furrowed slightly. Ni Ziwin was an outwardly dignified woman, yet the individuals behind her were all deformed. Some had underdeveloped limbs, others bore twisted features, cleft palates, and misshapen ears, while others contorted their bodies, hunching over with prominent humps on their backs to Mr. Lin. I'm so pleased to meet you. These individuals are the leaders of the resistance. Allow me to introduce them. Through Ni Ziwin's introductions, Lin Yang and his companions learned that beneath the surfaces of Ceres, god of fire, wisdom, and marriage, the descendants of pioneer miners lived, with a population numbering in the millions. They all exhibited varying degrees of deformities. The pioneer miners had arrived in the asteroid belt from mining 5 centuries ago, dedicating their lives to the advancement of human civilization. Yet their descendants now struggled in oxygen-deprived subterranean conditions. After centuries of reproduction, the lack of oxygen had exacerbated their deformities, while the united regime of the asteroid belt controlled the distribution of oxygen supplies. Recently, Lin Yang had become a prominent figure in the asteroid belt. Upon learning of his disruption at the labor dock and the annihilation of a patrol fleet, the resistance sought to commission him to intercept a transport convoy and seize oxygen generators. With the generators, the resistance could secretly distribute oxygen to the underground living quarters of various asteroids, thereby improving their living conditions. Ni Ziwin was not a native of the asteroid belt. She hailed from the highly developed blue planet. However, 5 years ago, she joined the resistance to save the descendants of the miners, devoting herself to their care. After hearing these accounts and examining the various records within the base while encountering one deformed miner after another, Lin Yang felt a mix of emotions. Lin Yang's heart was already ablaze. He had always held a disdain for the United Asteroid Belt government, and his discontent had only intensified. Dr. Anai, is your information regarding the transport fleet reliable? The transportation company has our undercover agent. The information is exceedingly credible. 3 Camel-class medium freighters, 5 Scimitar-class medium fighters, and 15 Razor-class light fighters are providing escort. The 3,000 oxygen generators were originally intended for sale at exorbitant prices to the underground miners. Do the miners have the means to purchase them? No, they will have their wages docked. Once these oxygen generators are deployed, the miners will have no time for respite over the next 30 years. But if you transport them covertly, aren't you concerned about being discovered? War is inevitable, We cannot forsake resistance out of fear of punishment. The miners have nothing left to lose. This interception of the freighters is our voice of protest. Well said, we shall accept this S-level commission. Chapter 13. Face if one refrains from rebellion out of fear of retribution, they shall be reduced to mere prey for generations. Lin Yang wholeheartedly agreed with Ni Ziwen's sentiments. Having confirmed the authenticity of the S-level commission, the next step was preparation for battle. The resistance base possessed only a handful of converted mining ships and cargo vessels, which were utterly inadequate against the united fleet of the asteroid belt. Moreover, there were no missile-type weapons stored here. The only assistance Lin Yang could procure was in terms of energy and food. That we have enough energy. Let us procure more food. That I am quite the glutton, he remarked, referring to Kalugia, who could consume the equivalent of 10 human portions in a single meal. Their original food reserves were quickly dwindling. The base directly supplied them with 20 boxes of rations, each containing 50 packages, sufficient for a month's sustenance. Before setting off, Lin Yang jestingly asked, "Is anyone willing to join my warship? I am in need of crude. I fear I must disappoint you for the time being." "Mr. Lin, our resistance fighters are stretched too thin," Ni Ziwen replied with a smile. "Then let us reconvene once we have news of victory." After a 7-hour journey, they arrived near the ambush point for the cargo ships. Hiding behind a small asteroid with a diameter of 100 meters, 50 kilometers away, they shut down the engines and main systems, activating only the radar communication and life support systems. That it was now time for a shift of watch. With one person on duty while the others returned to their quarters for rest. The warship had 3 cabins, just enough to accommodate 3 people. Time passed swiftly. Lin Yang and Huang Yueshi, who had been sleeping, were awakened by Kalugia. "Captain, we have detected the transport fleet, matching Dr. Ni's description, and they are 10,000 kilometers away. Let us head to the control room immediately." Kalugia, prepare for battle. 20 technologically inferior warships were hardly a match for Lin Yang's might. The battle concluded in 5 minutes, leaving 3 transport ships floating in fear, paralyzed by the encounter. Debris from the battle scattered wildly. You have destroyed 5 Scimitar-class medium fighters, earning 2,000 evolution points, 15 Razor-class light fighters, earning 3,000 evolution points, current evolution points, 5250. Challenge task, minor achievements, completion rate, 66. Yueshi, inform the cargo ships to lower their shields and scan the cargo and energy modules. The 3,000 oxygen generators remained intact. According to my calculations, aside from the cargo offloading and returning to Vesta, they have an excess of 200 energy modules. Why are you calculating the surplus energy? Huang Yueshi shot Lin Yang glance. Do I need to explain, Captain? As you would put it, we are not leaving empty-handed. The surplus energy modules surely belong to us. There is no need to phrase it so harshly. I was merely being magnanimous in providing them an opportunity to avert disaster. Call it as you wish. Those 200 modules are sufficient for a round trip to Mars Point 10 minutes later. The 3 cargo ships obediently pushed out 200 high-compression energy modules from their cargo holds. Huang Yueshi operated the mechanical arms to retrieve them into the cargo bay, while Kalugia transported them to the energy room. Lin Yang reclined leisurely in the captain's chair, eyes closed, browsing the evolution shop. B-type traction beams, D-type missile launchers, D-type bamboo grove birds. Huang Yueshi had grown accustomed to Lin Yang's quiet murmurs. Due to time constraints, they did not scavenge through the wreckage of the battlefield. Once the 200 energy modules were loaded, they provided the 3 cargo ships with a discharge coordinate, instructing them to proceed at full speed. The coordinate led to a discharge point, not the resistance base. After 4 hours of travel, Lin Yang allowed the warship to evolve automatically. Setting the coordinates while monitoring the cargo ships, the command center of the Vesta United Fleet, the commander exclaimed, "Sir, the oxygen generator transport ship has been hijacked, and the escort team has been wiped out." Which pirate group was responsible? Not a pirate group. It was Lin Yang, who escaped 2 days ago. Has he joined a pirate group? No. Pirates are required to pay a bond to settle in the asteroid belt. They are all clever individuals, and no one would accept Lin Yang. The last images transmitted from the escort team showed only a single warship. With a loud bang, Commander Nelson slammed his hand on the table. The prestige of the united fleet of the asteroid belt was not to be trifled with. If Lin Yang was not eliminated, the pirates would follow suit in disobedience. Notify the main fleet of Vesta to pursue Lin Yang and leave no survivors. Just then, the command center received a message. "Sir, The Resistance has sent us a message claiming responsibility for the hijacking of the transport ship. They demand improvements in the welfare of the underground miners. And a middle-aged officer gestured for the communications officer to cease. Ignore them. The miners' rebellion is a relic of historical internal conflicts within the asteroid belt. Lower the oxygen levels by another 0.5, and they will fall in line. Our priority is to swiftly eliminate Lin Yang and his faction, who challenge our authority. 3 hours later, Kalugia suddenly detected an anomaly on the radar interface. Captain, a fleet is approaching from the direction of Vesta. Led by a Orca-class strategic frigate, accompanied by 10 Axe-class heavy bombers, 20 double-handed sword heavy fighters, 50 Scimitar-class medium fighters, and 80 Razor-class light fighters, all 10,000 kilometers away. Quite an investment. Is it for the 3,000 oxygen generators, or us? Huang Yueshi remarked dryly. If it were solely for the oxygen generators, the escort fleet would not be so minimal. IKT seems we have become notorious in the asteroid belt in recent decades. We're the only ones daring to engage the United Fleet head-on. Perhaps they believe that maintaining the facade of authority is more crucial than the oxygen generators. Then let us trample upon that pitiful facade. Yueshi, Kalugia, prepare for battle. Huang Yueshi exchanged a glance with Lin Yang. She initially intended to suggest retreat, but upon hearing Lin Yang's resolve to engage, she refrained from dissuasion and instead clasped her hands over her heart, the galaxy heart, to offer her blessings. Learning of the impending confrontation with a colossal fleet of 161 warships, including a strategic frigate measuring over 500 meters in length, which far surpassed their small, near-space vessels in both firepower and defense, Kalugia's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ha! Captain, this is precisely why I must join you. To fight against many with few, to stand strong against the weak without retreat. This spirit embodies the highest ideals of our Tiger Clan: battle, death, and honor. Ah, only battle and honor. Death is theirs. Prepare for the hunt. Lin Yang fastened his safety belt and closed his eyes, instantly entering a deep state of consciousness where he and the ship became one. The Hiyori-class light fighter turned its course toward the main fleet of Vesta. Upon engagement, 2 Razor-class light fighters were destroyed, while the Hiyori was struck by an ion cannon. Fortunately, the dual shields held firm, preventing any damage to the hull. Captain, this fleet is unlike those patrol ships. Their combat capabilities are formidable. I can see that. These are seasoned soldiers. Stay alert. Let us not forget our trump card. The space erupted in a cacophony of energy beams, pulse lasers, and missiles. The once dark void was illuminated by the explosions of warships. As the Hiyori found itself besieged by over 100 enemy vessels. Even with Lin Yang's consciousness integration, he could not withstand the saturation assault from the enemy, and soon found himself taking hits as well. Captain, shields are down to 30. Shall we use the main cannon? No. Save it for the strategic frigate. How long until we enter firing range? 500 kilometers. Good. Let's destroy 12 more warships to reach our quota. Charge toward the frigate and let them witness the power of the particle cannon enhanced by over a dozen times. Chapter 14. Particle Cannon. Charge. Congratulations, host, for completing challenge task for minor achievements, earning 5,000 evolution points. Challenge task updated. 5 Pursue victory. Destroy the main fleet of Vesta, earning 8,000 evolution points. Current evolution points. 13800, exceeding 5,000, allowing for a single refresh of the evolution shop 10 times. Guaranteed to yield 1 legendary item. System, why didn't you mention this sooner? Lin Yang muttered, calculating that the earlier expenditures on lower-tier items had far exceeded 5,000 points, resulting in a significant waste of opportunities. Reasonable allocation of ordinary and high-tier items is crucial for rapid evolution of the warship. Solely pursuing high-tier evolution without ordinary ion pulse cannons and energy adapters as a transition would leave the host piloting a mere small shuttlecraft. I doubt we can discuss this later. We are in the midst of battle. After the explosion of 12 warships, Lin Yang had finally accumulated the destruction of 100 enemy vessels, though the Hiyori itself had sustained some damage. Captain, the left shield is incapacitated, and the right shield is down to 15. That if we take another hit, our shields will be entirely gone. Karugia reported the damage while repairing the engine's backflow valve. Keep fixing it, and Yueshi, prepare the particle cannon. The sun and moon ship darted through the water like a slippery eel, charging at full speed towards the massive frigate, inside the bridge of the Orca-class strategic frigate. Fleet Commander Derek's face turned ashen with fury. Incompetence. A bunch of miscreants who only know how to indulge in revelry at the bar. How can we be thrown into disarray by a mere light fighter? These pampered fools. General, Commander Nelson wants to see a live feed of the battle. Tell the commander that the communication system is malfunctioning and we cannot broadcast. If this situation leaks, the fleet's leadership will face a significant upheaval. General Lin Yang is charging at us. Courageous yet lacking in intellect. Target locked on with the phase cannon. Fire immediately once within range. With a leisurely demeanor, Derek returned his command chair, sipping his Blue Star specialty red tea. His gaze filled with disdain as he watched the screen showing the charging triangular dagger light fighter. A cold smile crept onto his lips, thinking that possessing a legendary fighter makes one invincible, yet oblivious to the vast differences between interstellar behemoths and near-space vessels. Youthful naivety. If he were my subordinate, his future would be bright, but alas, he will only meet his demise in the void of space. A fleeting figure, the scene shifted. The galaxy heart on Huang Yueshi's chest radiated a dazzling white light. Captain, we are in range. The frigate's phase cannon is locked onto us. Fire the particle cannon. Increase power. Charge! Boom! The main gun of the Orca-class strategic frigate fired, unleashing a 10-meter-wide red high-energy phase beam. Simultaneously, the main cannon of the Sun and Moon ship's triangular dagger light fighter also discharged, releasing a 100-meter-wide high-energy particle light sphere that illuminated hundreds of kilometers of battlefield with its brilliant golden glow. The speed matched that of light, leaving no time for reaction. The particle energy beam collided with the phase cannon beam, instantly obliterating its energy, yet continued on to strike the Orca-class frigate. Boom! Bang! Bang! The 500-meter-long frigate was sent tumbling through space. Its crew of thousands thrown off their feet. Explosions erupted, flames and smoke rapidly engulfing the ship. Major Derek was thrown from his command chair, crashing heavily onto the helm, tea splattering across his face, leaving him momentarily dazed. General, our shields have been breached. Engine damage is at 20, hull damage is at 15, multiple decks are on fire. Run. Engage warp speed. General, have you forgotten? The warp engine was dismantled by the Martian authorities when we purchased this frigate. We only have conventional pulse engines. Get out. Furious, Derek shoved the helmsman aside and took control of the helm himself, desperately piloting the frigate to escape the scene. The smoke-laden flagship fled the battlefield, with the remaining 100 or so warships also retreating. Lin Yang chose not to pursue that. It was not out of mercy, but rather fear of repercussions. I need to make my delivery. Today, I shall let you go. But should we meet again, do not blame me for leaving no survivors. Return and inform the asteroid belt authorities that my actions were forced upon me. After issuing his threat, Lin Yang released a deep sigh. Karugia, how long until we can restore power? The recent use of the particle cannon overloaded the energy adapter. Repairs will take 5 hours. Let's have the rebels come here for the delivery. We can't go anywhere in these 5 hours. And the shields? After replacing the directional frequency modulator, they will be restored in 20 minutes. First, fix the shields. Don't worry about energy. Yueshi informed Dr. and I of the rebels to come unload the cargo. After arranging everything, Lin Yang reclined in the pilot's chair, closing his eyes and accessing the system store. Captain, aren't you going to help? I'm too big to squeeze into some spots. Huang Yueshi said helplessly. I'll help you in a bit. You know our captain has a tendency to become feeble during combat. Yueshi, don't speak so disparagingly. You know whether I'm feeble or not. Last night. Shut up. All right. Lin Yang quickly forced a smile. Congratulations. The host has struck extraordinary luck, obtaining a legendary level item. System, you are quite the trickster. Is this luck? I spent 5,000 evolution points on a 10-fold draw. Other counterparts who traverse dimensions receive great gifts, with a free 10-fold draw on their first attempt. While you, just one word, stingy. Host, that is 2 words that I end this highly advanced interstellar maritime era. Not only is your knowledge lacking, but your understanding is also outdated, and you are numerically challenged. This system has assisted you to the fullest extent possible. Please refrain from further complaints and expedite the evolution of the battleship. Damn it. The newly revealed legendary level item was the Wide-Ear Bat Z-Type radar. The highest version of the Wide-Ear Bat. The scanning range increased from the original 10,000 kilometers to 100,000 kilometers, and the scanning precision improved several-fold. However, it consumed energy at a rate several times that of the original L-Type. Lin Yang pondered for a moment before gritting his teeth and deciding to purchase it. System, Let us perform another tenfold draw. If I do not obtain a legendary level energy source, we will both await our demise. As the god of Fire Fleet will certainly return. Congratulations, the host has struck extraordinary luck, obtaining a legendary level energy source. System, do you still claim to be innocent? You've revealed your true colors. This is a scam, System. Regardless of Lin Yang's internal rantings, the system remained silent. Fortunately, the Qilin X-type energy adapter barely soothed Lin Yang's emotions. The capacity of the legendary level energy adapter was 50 times that of the original Wild Buffalo D-type. Capable of accommodating 500 sets of high-compression energy modules, the power delivery increased tenfold and could operate at 150 overload for 48 hours. After the purchase, he was left with only 50 evolution points. Insufficient for evolution. Lin Yang immediately recycled the damaged Wild Buffalo D-type energy unit and Wide Earbat L-type radar, barely gathering 100 evolution points in 1 hour and 20 minutes. We will be able to restore power. Captain, why is there no radar? After power restoration, it will take another 20 minutes for the radar to come back online. Huang Yueshi frowned. Captain, I do not know where your trump card is. You do not say, and I do not ask, but you must plan carefully to avoid a situation where the three of us are left staring at each other, awaiting death. Rest assured, I believe the god of Fire Fleet will not return within 2 hours. At the command center of the god of Fire Fleet, a disheveled Major Derek was reporting the battle situation via video. Such a powerful particle cannon, even if developed by Mars and Blue Star, could not be deployed by a light fighter. It must be that the Tiger people utilize serious technology. Bang! Commander Nelson slammed his fist on the table in anger. Immediately protest to the Galactic Interstellar Alliance about the high civilization of the asteroid belt interfering with the internal affairs of low civilizations. The serious Tiger people must give humanity of the solar system an explanation. Chapter 15. The fourth crew member, S-Class Fugitive Doctor, congratulations, host, for completing the main quest. 4 S-Class Commission. Evolution points 500. Current evolution points 500. Main quest updated. 5 See it through to the end. Collaborate with the mining rebels to deliver 3,000 oxygen generators to the underground miners' living quarters and ensure they operate normally. Evolution points 2,000. Dr. Nai Zhuang personally led the rebel fleet to transfer the 3,000 oxygen generators onto the mining ships. The 3 transport ships expressed their gratitude profusely as they fled the scene. Lin Yang finally completed the 4th part of the main quest. He then contacted Dr. Nai Zhuang. Dr. Nai, regarding our S-Class commission, I have completed my part. What about the 1 million star coins reward on your end? Thank you for your contributions, Mr. Lin, Miss Huang, and Mr. Karugia of the Tiger people. Please dock your warship with the guiding mining ship, and I will present the reward immediately. MY warship is currently undergoing power repairs. The backup energy is only sufficient for life support systems, so we cannot dock. Please transfer the funds. Then please open the cabin. I will come in a spacesuit to deliver the reward. Yueshi, open the hatch. Doctor and I must be bringing the bank key. Once the hatch opened, the mining ship several hundred meters away also opened its hatch. Dr. Nai Zhuang, clad in a spacewalking suit, gently controlled the thrusters, slowly flying towards the sun and moon ship. The dozen or so mining ships behind her then departed the scene. Wait, why are the mining ships leaving? What is Dr. and I planning? Let us receive the reward first. It seems she is not delivering the bank key. Let us see how she plans to pay the 1 million star coins. Moments later, Dr. and I entered the fighter's pressure chamber. After the outer hatch closed, the air was repressurized, and once the pressure was balanced, the inner hatch opened. Dr. Nai Zhuang emerged from the pressure chamber, removing her helmet with a calm smile. Mr. Lin, I am the reward. Huh. I am an S-Class fugitive wanted by the Blue Star authorities. There is no need to go to the bounty dock for a mission. Simply return me to Blue Star or Mars and hand me over to the military to claim the reward of 1 million star coins. This seems a bit underhanded, Dr. and I. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Apologies, Mr. Lin. The mining rebels have no funds. I'm the only valuable fugitive, and I had to use this method to pay the reward. I apologize for not disclosing this to you earlier. Why are you wanted by the Blue Star authorities? I was once a biologist, serving as the head of the new human engineering gene optimization group. Shortly after the project commenced, I discovered that artificial gene optimization brought more harm than good. I expressed my dissent to the highest council and published a paper arguing that the new human engineering was akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. Before my arrest, I managed to escape from Blue Star. Your paper likely never reached the public, did it? Indeed, all networks have blocked my work, and I have become an enemy to the overall evolution of humanity. After 5 years of exile, I arrived at the asteroid belt. The so-called new human engineering was proposed 10 years ago by the governments of Blue Star and Mars, aiming to rapidly catch up with advanced civilizations like Sirius, Betelgeuse, and Pegasus. Human civilization decided to nurture perfect offspring through gene screening and optimization. These theoretically flawless descendants are referred to as new humans, while those born through natural conception without gene optimization are labeled old humans. New humans bear the future of civilization and represent the most significant genetic engineering endeavor in the solar system today. Lin Yang could hardly believe that the person before him, Enai Ziwen, was actually the leader of the gene optimization group, a truly top-tier biologist. He shared her views on the detrimental effects of artificial gene optimization on natural evolution. Enai Ziwen had devoted herself to rescuing the tragic miners over the years, establishing underground clinics in multiple locations to save countless lives. Now, she was willing to sacrifice herself to fulfill her commitments. This spirit of contractual obligation made Lin Yang feel as though he had stumbled upon a treasure he could not let go of easily. Dr. Enai, since you have voluntarily become a captive aboard my warship, your future is now in my hands, Lin Yang declared with a mischievous smile. And Ziwen replied calmly, "Please feel free, Mr. Lin. There is no need for you to feel guilty. If you fear I might escape, you could simply kill me and dispose of my body, and you would still receive your reward. Very well, then I shall not be polite." Lin Yang turned towards the control room. Alarmed, Karuja quickly reached out to stop him. "Wait, Captain, Dr. Enai is a visionary and a good person. We on Sirius have been meddling with genes for over 20,000 years. It was a grievous mistake that harmed future generati, Captain. The power of the new energy source is tenfold that of the original, allowing the engine to be fully optimized. Our speed can now reach 200 Mach, equating to 68 kilometers per second, or 245,000 kilometers per hour. Not only have we achieved unprecedented speed, but as long as Karuja can keep up in the energy chamber, our Fire Dragon X particle cannon can fire continuously. No longer will we face the situation of exhausting energy after a single shot and becoming immobilized. Karuja chuckled through the communicator. "Captain, during combat, I continuously load modules in the energy chamber. Doesn't he that resemble the ancient boiler workers?" Ancient. Lin Yang was momentarily taken aback, followed by a wave of melancholy. Damn, for them, boiler workers truly belong to a bygone era. Yet why does it not seem so distant to me? My uncle is a boiler operator. Sigh. Suddenly feeling inexplicably deflated. What am I? Just a primitive relic of the past. Please do not be disheartened. Your genes are the purest and most natural. It is precisely for this reason that you can achieve a profound symbiosis with the battleship, an advantage that no other human possesses today. System, are you suggesting that the genes of all humans now are not purely natural? After over 2 millennia of high-tech development, even infants born naturally today have undergone genetic screening before birth, or their parents have been screened. Thus, they are not products of natural evolution and cannot achieve conscious symbiosis with battleships. I am beginning to understand why you brought me from the past. This system does not possess the ability to traverse time and space. It is your emergence that activated this system. All right, it seems that Lin Yang's eyes widened suddenly. His fists clenched. He felt an immense energy surging into his body, as if he possessed boundless strength. Every bone in his body was infused with power. This sensation was simply indescribable. Congratulations, host. The Chilean X energy has begun to operate. The sun and moon has reached a state of full energy, converting into life energy that nourishes you. As long as the battleship maintains full energy, you shall possess inexhaustible life energy. How much life energy do I possess now? Still at 130, exceeding the average human by 30. Recruiting crew members is necessary to increase the upper limit. The battleship can only continuously nourish life energy, but cannot elevate the upper limit. Understood. Captain, stop muttering to yourself and get a grip. Where are we pursuing? Ueshi, I do have a habit of talking to myself, but I am neither delusional nor confused. Please refrain from saying that. Head towards the direction of God of Firestar. Full speed ahead. Once again setting off, the speed escalated from 40 Mach to 200 Mach. The ship's shield layers flickered with lights, all triggered by the impacts of space debris. These lights resembled raindrops hitting a car windshield, momentarily transporting Lin Yang back to a time before his journey. Beep, The Z-type radar of the wide-eared bat has evolved and is now installed and compatible. Captain, the radar is online. Z-1 took charge of the radar, initiating a maximum range scan of 100,000 kilometers in search of the main fleet of God of Firestar. We've located them, 53,000 kilometers away. We expect to catch up in 20 minutes. Karuja ensured the energy supply, while Ziyuan monitored the radar. Yueshi, prepare your galaxy heart. It's time for battle. Chapter 17. The Great Showdown. The Fall of the God of Firestar Regime. The main fleet of God of Firestar was racing back to base. Commander Derek was drafting a list of punishments. Having suffered defeat, it was essential to find scapegoats. The 7th Squad, the 5th Squad, the 3rd Squad. None would escape, and those heavy bombers that had been hiding would also face consequences. General, bad news. The aide rushed into the captain's office. Lin Yang is catching up? What? Isn't he supposed to be delivering cargo? Perhaps he's finished. Damn it, how dare he underestimate us? Notify all ships to prepare for battle. The escort ships will oversee from the rear. Any who dare retreat shall be blown to pieces. General, this time. Speak. This time, Lin Yang's ship is even faster, at 200 Mach. How much? It's true, 200 Mach. Our fleet's maximum speed is only 50 Mach. We stand no chance. Looks like there's no escaping. Then we shall engage. This is the final decisive battle. Give it your all. Aside from a large escort ship, the fleet still possessed 117 warships upon receiving the command. They immediately formed a defensive formation measuring 1,000 kilometers in both length and width, standing like a shield in space to withstand Lin Yang's assault. The large escort ship took cover behind the formation, directing the action. Soon, both sides entered range. All 118 warships opened fire simultaneously. Various lasers and guided weapons illuminated the void of space. From a distance, it appeared as a colossal beam, 100 kilometers in diameter. Lin Yang's sun and moon darted through the beam, swiftly breaking through the defenses. The battleship's speed surged to 200 Mach, its maneuverability enhanced several-fold. With the life energy bestowed by the battleship, Lin Yang found himself more adept in this conscious symbiosis. Feeling as if he were the battleship and the battleship was his second body, in the blink of an eye, he had infiltrated the defensive formation, moving as if in an uninhabited realm. Dense laser fire swept past him, not even grazing the shield layers. The guided weapons, traveling around 100 Mach, could not match his velocity. With his exceptional speed and agility, he had secured an invincible position. The coordination with his first officer, Huang Yueshi, was impeccable as 2 ion pulse cannons fired continuously. The ion projectiles were more potent than the main cannons of the opposing heavy bombers, swiftly clearing the warships ahead. As soon as he passed through the defensive formation of 117 warships, the particle cannon targeted the large escort ship and fired. Zing! 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 3 consecutive shots lit up the sky with dazzling brilliance. The over 500-meter-long Orca-class strategic escort ship erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. The flames illuminated the cosmos, and a massive shock wave instantly propelled surrounding smaller warships into the air, scattering debris like shrapnel. Moments later, the flames reached 1,000,000 kilometers away at God of Firestar. Commander Nelson watched the bright lights appearing in the vastness of space, his heart sinking. Patrol fleet, quickly! Escort my family to God of Harvest Star for refuge. The entirety of God of Firestar descended into chaos, various factions seizing the opportunity to plunder. Meanwhile, on the battlefield 1,000,000 kilometers away, a grand chase unfolded, destroying a light fighter grants 100 evolution points. A heavy bomber yields 600 evolution points. Lin Yang would not let them escape. Even without evolution points or system missions, he would not spare the enemy. Mercy shown to the enemy on the battlefield is cruelty to oneself. These soldiers, accustomed to luxury and privilege yet remaining idle, deserved complete eradication. The so-called main fleet of God of Firestar was essentially outdated warships retired from Mars or Blue Star, incomparable to the legendary battleship with its power fully unleashed. An hour later, the battle concluded. Lin Yang felt no fatigue and immediately altered his course towards God of Firestar. Congratulations, host! You have destroyed the main fleet of God of Firestar, completing challenge task. 5 pursue victory. Earning 8,000 evolution points. Challenge task updated. 6 total victory. Defeated the Asteroid Belt United Fleet, earning 15,000 evolution points. You have destroyed 1 Orca escort ship, earning 1,500 evolution points. 10 Mountain Splitter Bombers, earning 6,000 evolution points. 20 broadsword heavy fighters, earning 8,000 evolution points, 42 scimitar medium fighters, earning 8,400 evolution points, 45 razor light fighters, earning 4,500 evolution points. Current evolution points, 36,400 USC. Send a message to the rebels, instructing them to transport the oxygen generator from God of Firestar immediately. Understood, I will send it right away. Huh, are you feeling faint? I didn't expect that we could annihilate a main fleet of over 100 warships with a single light fighter. I am still processing it. That's nothing. After all, it was a medium-sized fleet composed of outdated warships. Given our mobility and firepower, it would be abnormal not to win, and I think you're just feeling insecure. Feeling insecure is still insecurity. Cut it out. Do you really think I'm like you? Captain, you're about to close your eyes and rest again, right? I understand, considering how insecure you are. Yueshi, you wait for me tonight. Lin Yang closed his eyes, reclining in the pilot's chair while browsing the evolution mall that he decided to do a 10-pull. Host is extraordinarily lucky. A legendary item has been drawn. Xiangui X Medium Shield. 2,000 evolution points, not bad. I'll buy it. Another 10-pull. Host is blessed. Another legendary item appears. Fire Phoenix X Sublight Speed Cluster Missile. Only one. Also, 2,000 evolution points. I'll buy it. Looking at his account, still holding over 20,000 evolution points. Lin Yang could not resist the urge to continue buying, that he promptly initiated another 10-pull. Host strikes it rich. A legendary item appears once more. System, stop being cheeky. This is what I spent 5,000 evolution points to draw. If there were real luck, an epic item would appear. Seeing the Xiangui X Medium Shield appear again, Lin Yang smiled faintly. But it was fine. I now have both shields. 10-pull. After the great battle. Evolution points surge, making it hard to resist doing another 10-pull. Ding, ding, ding. Congratulations, host. Your luck is extraordinary. An epic item has appeared in the mall. Yin-Yang Fish Y-Type Mirror Generator, a new gadget. No manual, selling for 10,000 evolution points. Alright, let's play it that way. Purchase. On God of Firestar, those with foresight and access to ships have already fled, aside from the destitute masses with nowhere to turn and the descendants of miners below the surface. Only various malevolent factions driven by immediate profit remain. Skirmishes among gangs erupt on the surface, with incidents of robbery occurring everywhere. Various space battles are engulfed in flames, and many gangs or individuals seize the chaos to abduct ordinary citizens. Once captured and taken aboard a ship, these individuals become mere commodities for trade as slaves. The regime of Vesta, which had endured for centuries, collapses without a struggle. An hour later, the Sun and Moon battleship docks at the Vestaport. The ship's dual shields have been upgraded, with a new X-type shield possessing 10 times the power of the previous E-type shield. On this journey, Dr. Ni Ziwen witnesses what true miracles are, compared to Lin Yang's battleship. Huang Yueshi's Heart of the Galaxy, and Karuja's lineage, she feels her status as an S-class fugitive from the solar system is insignificant. Captain, the leaders of the resistance are here. Ziwen, go meet with them. I must first restore order on Vesta and deploy the oxygen generators. Yes, soon as the words left his mouth, a camel-class transport ship took off in the distance. Ni Ziwen frowned and said, Captain, I detect that ship is carrying 2,355 people, all bound. Yueshi, target the engines and proceed with a standard attack. 2 unenhanced ion pulse cannons strike the transport ship, immobilizing it instantly. Ditto. Isn't that Major Galeva from the bounty dock? What brings you to the slave trade? The transport ship, lacking any combat capabilities, was piloted by Galeva, the head of the bounty dock. After taking 2 hits from the ion cannons, he immediately sent a surrender message. Captain, don't fire. It's me. Indeed it is, Lin Yang replied with a cold smile. Galeva, why are you selling slaves instead of running your bounty dock properly? I didn't mean to. I was transporting them as series. And fearing they might misbehave along the way, I had to bind them. Save your explanations. That I need your cooperation now, but we will discuss this later. But for now, land the ship obediently. Mr. Lin, my transport ship's engine is destroyed. That's of no concern. I have a towing beam to bring you down. 5 minutes later, the transport ship lands beside the Sun and Moon at a line of over 2,000 people, all women and children. Disembarks. Galeva's face turns pale with embarrassment as he smiles awkwardly. Lin Yang, with a cold chuckle, claps him on the shoulder, causing Galeva to flinch. Mr. Lin, accompany me to the Fleet Command Center. Announce to all residents of Vesta that the former regime has fled. Vesta is liberated, and the miners' resistance now governs this territory. From this point forward, whether underground or on the surface, all humans are free. Understood. Galeva quickly give the thumbs up that Mr. Lin, you are truly a savior. Vesta is fortunate to have you. Humph. Lin Yang casts a cold glance at him, making Galeva shudder. After the announcement, the turmoil on Vesta gradually subsides. The underground miners cease their work and begin to emerge onto the surface. The resistance methodically directs the miners to register as free individuals while 800 oxygen generators, pre-allocated by population, begin their transportation underground. The surface oxygen generators and the domed base remain intact, and the shields are undamaged, quickly resuming normal operation. Overall, this transition of power has not caused significant harm to the civilian population, proving to be quite smooth. Lin Yang instructs Galeva to gather the leaders of the remaining factions on Vesta and notify several resistance leaders for an emergency governmental meeting at the Fleet Command Center. Gentlemen, I do not care what factions or interest groups you belonged to in the past. Now that you have chosen to remain on Vesta, you must adhere to the new regulations. The Miners' Organization is now the legitimate government of Vesta. I hope you will not squander this opportunity, choosing instead to follow the path of Nelson and Derek. The commander and his family have fled, and the flagship was obliterated. This outcome is sufficient to intimidate the smaller factions. The heads of a dozen factions nod submissively, not daring to lift their heads in Lin Yang's presence. This moment. He has become a legend. For the next several centuries, his deeds will be recounted throughout the asteroid belt. I hope you will conduct your businesses honorably. Vesta will flourish in the future. Your cooperation is not required. Simply refrain from causing trouble. Yes, Mr. Lin, we will not disrupt the peace. Vesta is my home, and I will ensure its prosperity. Lin Yang exchanges a knowing smile with N.I. Zuin. All right, we have matters to attend to at the docks. Let Mr. Shurt Song handle the rest. The oldest resistance leader stands up. Everyone, while Mr. Lin does not hail from the resistance. He will forever be our honorary leader. We shall follow his vision to govern Vesta well. Next, the subsequent meeting sees Lin Yang and his companions withdraw. With matters settled, it is time to enhance the battleship at the docks. We still have 5 empty energy cannons, 2 pulse cannons, 2 refractor cannons, and let us add 1 magnetic pulse cannon. Add 3 more missile bays, and forget about the Dragonfly K. Bring me the highest version Z. Fill it up. Fill it up. 1,000 energy modules. I don't care if they fit or not. It's not my problem. And we need to add meat to the rations that I have a big cat that doesn't eat vegetarian. Fill it up? Yes. Fill it up? No limits, no money. I'm feeling indulgent. Upon arriving at the docks, Lin Yang feels as if he has burst into a grand garden filled with delights that he shows no courtesy. With the regime of Vesta fallen and Commander Nelson fleeing in disgrace, the new regime supported by Lin Yang can freely plunder the resources of the docks. He is not a person of formality and knows no shame. Wishing to take everything from the docks, the sales clerk nervously follows behind the 4, fearing Lin Yang might hold a grudge against him for not selling goods last time to Mr. Lin. The workers are currently moving goods. The battleship modification will take 3 hours. May I invite you to the VIP room, where we have rare blue star green tea? That sounds good. Notify Galeva from the bounty dock to bring a communicator to the VIP room. Yes, please wait in the VIP room momentarily while I fetch him. 20 minutes later, Galeva arrives at the VIP room, his face full of ingratiation. Mr. Lin, you called for me? Contact the legendary Hunter Gus from Mars. Absolutely. It would be my honor to assist Mr. Lin in any way possible. As the video call connects, an emaciated old man appears, his face a mass of wrinkles, with sparse white whiskers and straight white hair. He smiles coldly, his eyes gleaming with a chilling light that a true hero emerges from youth. Once a lowly outcast, now you have toppled the regime of Vesta and become a figure of great significance in the asteroid belt. It seems the vulture met his end at your hands. How fortunate for him. Oh, so you're unconcerned about my killing your apprentice. The vulture? Ha! If you were an unknown nobody who happened to kill him, I would crush you like the ant you are for daring to provoke authority. Now, you are a significant player, and the vulture's death at your hands is no disgrace. Merely a dog. I care not. Indeed, a legendary bounty hunter knows the stakes. Without your intervention, the entire asteroid belt would not spare me. You are quite adept at avoiding conflict. Let us hope we do not cross paths directly. Thank you for the compliment. Allow me to offer you a personal favor. The asteroid belt government has lodged a protest with the Galactic Alliance, accusing the Sirius Tiger folk of unlawful interference in the internal affairs of a lower civilization. The formidable tiger beside you is now in trouble, as the Sirius saber-toothed tigers are on his trail. Another wave of trouble arises before the first is settled. After ending the call, Lin Yang shakes his head helplessly. It seems they would not believe him if he claimed no connection to the Sirius technology. Of course not. Huang Yueshi replied nonchalantly. The foolish tiger is already a wanted criminal in exile. He does not care if another saber-toothed tiger is after him. If we reveal our trump card, it is likely that more than just human civilizations will join the hunt. Even extraterrestrial systems may interfere. Karuja chuckles darkly. The saber-toothed tigers are not just one. They are an ancient punitive organization of Sirius, wielding significant authority and ruthless strength, knowing only slaughter. Should they come after me, it works to my advantage, as I have matters to discuss with them. And Ziwin, astonished, asks, "Aren't you the least bit worried?" Huh. The tiger folk do not know what it means to fear. I relish the thrill of being hunted. Meanwhile, Galeva tentatively inquires. Mr. Lin, Ms. Huang, what is happening here? Galeva, let me ask you, what do you plan to transport those 2,000 slaves? To Ceres, they are not slaves. Lin Yang abruptly presses his phase gun to Galeva's forehead, and if he cannot provide useful information, you will no longer be of any use. The reason you are still alive is merely that you serve 4 purposes. To help me issue announcements to calm the situation, to summon the heads of various factions for a meeting, to contact the Mars Hunter Gus, and to clarify the situation regarding the slaves. Lin Yang taps Galeva's forehead with the phase gun. If you fail to meet my expectations, what purpose do you serve? Captain, I will tell you everything. And I have a 5th purpose. If you spare my life, you will find that I am worth far more than you expect. Oh, pray tell. The slaves in question were the private property of Commander Nielsen, who ordered me to transport them. Had I known your righteous nature, I would have remained on Vesta to welcome you rather than hastening to Ceres. Those individuals, did you capture them? No, they were already slaves. Often sold to the arenas or private owners. You may verify this. They're typically confined in Zone F, and it is you who has granted them the status of free men. How many arenas exist in the asteroid belt? 4, with Ceres being the largest, followed by Vesta, Pallas, and Juno. Will those female slaves also be sent to the arenas? You may not be aware, but some nobles possess rather twisted psychologies. Why are there no male slaves among those you transported? The transport vessel for male slaves departed an hour ago. Women and children move more slowly, which delayed my journey. Now, let us discuss your 5th utility. Please be succinct, as I cannot afford to waste time. Galeva swallowed hard, his palms slick with cold sweat. He understood that his survival hinged entirely on his forthcoming performance. Captain, once Vesta is liberated, it will gradually return to normalcy. As you mentioned, there will be greater prosperity, necessitating the reopening of the bounty dock. Get to the point. Indeed, I possess 20 years of experience managing bounty docks, with extensive connections in the bounty community that I can oversee the dock for you, ensuring a steady accumulation of wealth. Lin Yang off, however, it was not a malfunction. Rather, it was locked. The password had yet to be cracked, leaving one in a state of anxious frustration. Without powerful artillery, these creatures could not be harmed at all. Thus, the leader, Xiao Tong, earnestly requested Lin Yang's assistance. Mr. Lin, these monsters were deliberately left behind by Nelson to slaughter the underground miners by the time they were discovered. All 50,000 workers in the E9 mining area had perished. Why is this only coming to light now? The E9 mining area is remote, lacking communication devices. There was no way for anyone to escape. Xiao Tong's words were abruptly interrupted as 15 monsters bellowed wildly, abandoning the crowd and charging towards Lin Yang and his companions. These creatures recognize us? Captain, I suspect Nelson is orchestrating them from the shadows. That is plausible. Engage. With a sharp crack, Huang Yueshi fired her phase gun, its power amplified several-fold by the heart of the galaxy, rendering it comparable to the phase cannons equipped on standard warships. The personal shields of the monsters were utterly inadequate to withstand the assault point. One of the massive spiders, exceeding 3 meters in height, was penetrated, and with another shot from the phase gun, it was instantly incinerated, leaving a gaping hole over a meter in diameter. Boom! Karuja unleashed fire from his oversized explosive energy gun. Having loaded it with armor-piercing high-explosive rounds, it easily breached the shield and detonated within the gigantic bear. causing a brutal explosion that showered the surrounding streets with blood and gore. There was no need for Lin Yang or Enai Zhuang to intervene. Within mere moments, Huang Yueshi and Karuja had dispatched 5 of the monsters. The remaining 10, sensing the tide turning, hastily retreated towards the underground entrance. Zhuang, you stay behind to assist the injured. We will pursue. With hundreds injured at the scene, the presence of Dr. Enai was indispensable. Meanwhile, Lin Yang and his comrades pursued the fleeing monsters into the labyrinthine underground caverns. After half an hour of relentless pursuit, Huang Yueshi could no longer keep up. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she pressed a necklace into Lin Yang's hands. I can't go on. My stamina is limited. Running through these winding tunnels for half an hour is more exhausting than a 30-kilometer run outside. Humph. Has my first officer become weak? Say what you will, I'm returning to the surface. The heart of the galaxy can track the monsters, so take it. Have you not always wanted to understand its power? Take it. Return it to me after we eliminate the monsters. Huang Yueshi, hands on her hips, leaned against the tunnel wall as she walked toward a nearby exit. Watching her retreating figure, Lin Yang felt a pang of sympathy. To so easily relinquish her trump card. What hardships has she faced, wandering alone into this desolate asteroid belt, joining me, who was then nothing but a penniless drifter with only a shuttle? Captain, hurry up, don't dawdle. Karuja called out from ahead, by that point. They had managed to kill 2 more monsters, leaving 8 still at large underground. Miners along the way continued to fall victim to the creatures. They could not afford a delay. Onward. Lin Yang tightened his grip on the heart of the galaxy, feeling a pulsation in his left fist. Just ahead lay a fork in the path that he and Karuja veered left in pursuit. 2 hours later, Karuja was panting heavily, waving his hands in surrender. It's not that my stamina is lacking. Captain, the monsters are running in different directions. Our pursuit has covered several times the distance they have traveled, and this underground maze is exhausting. That MY size makes navigating turns cumbersome. There are still 6 left. You go on. It seems you are not up to the challenge, old tiger. Hand over the explosive gun and armor-piercing rounds. Captain, human endurance is indeed impressive, but surely you cannot be serious. Your heart rate, breathing, and blood pressure show no significant fluctuation. I see, it is the heart of the galaxy aiding you. The heart of the galaxy was indeed marvelous, but could not replenish stamina. Otherwise, Yueshi would not have withdrawn so early. Indeed, it is astonishing. You are astonishing, Captain. How do you? Before Karuja could finish, Lin Yang had already disappeared around the corner of the tunnel. With the life energy bestowed by the Sun Moon ship, no matter how far Lin Yang strayed from the vessel, he could draw upon a ceaseless supply of energy as long as the Sun Moon's power remained abundant. He possessed inexhaustible vitality, with his hearing, vision, willpower, strength, endurance, and self-healing all at their peak. In contrast, the genetically modified monsters lacked such enduring stamina. 3 more hours passed, and under the guidance of the heart of the galaxy, Lin Yang cornered the last monster, trapping it in a dilapidated tunnel. Just as he prepared to fire, the 3-meter-tall giant ape suddenly spoke. Lin Yang, what is your true origin? Are you human? Former Commander Nelson. Indeed, it is I. Humanity is transitioning from the old to the new, and these miners are little more than substandard beings, not even worthy of being called old humans. Neither Blue Star nor Mars will recognize the legitimacy of the miners' organization. The United Fleet has gathered. I urge you not to meddle, for should you insist on resistance, the entire god of Fire Planet shall be annihilated. Chapter 21. The Fully Armed Interceptor Bang. Lin Yang responded to Nelson with an armor-piercing high-explosive round, obliterating the giant ape into fragments. Enough of your prattle. I am an old human, older than you can imagine. The monsters were completely vanquished, and the threat to the god of Fire Planet was neutralized. All 800 oxygen machines were deployed and functioning successfully. Upon returning to the surface, they found themselves at the Bounty Dock, a 1-kilometer diameter dome base. His asset on the god of Fire Planet. His first officer, Huang Yueshi, security officer Karuja, ship's Dr. Enai Zhuang, and the dock manager Galeva awaited him, along with several rebel leaders led by Xiao Tong. Captain, are you not fatigued? Not particularly. I appreciate the heart of the galaxy, that if only I could use it to enhance my power. Lin Yang reached out to place the heart of the galaxy necklace around her neck, and a hint of softness appeared in Huang Yueshi's eyes. Only I can wield its power, just as only you can expertly command the warship, that I was merely speaking casually. You genuinely wish to share the heart of the galaxy with me? If possible, why not? Ahem. Karuja cleared his throat from the side. Captain Leader Xiao Tong mentioned that the United Fleet is gathering toward us. How should we respond? What is there to fear? Are you afraid? Lin Yang tossed the oversized explosive gun to Karuja, who caught it deftly in our Tiger clan. There is no concept of fear. Yet Xiao Tong interjected with concern, Mr. Lin, given the current strength of the rebels, we cannot withstand the United Fleet. Moreover, the miners on the God of Fire planet have emerged to the surface, registering as free individuals. They will be ruthlessly executed once the old regime regains control, and Izawang added, as the ancient saying goes, when the city gates catch fire, the fish in the moat suffer. This war will likely harm innocent civilians. Lin Yang pondered for a moment and declared, there is only one way to respond. Speak, and we will cooperate fully. Let all civilians retreat underground to evade the conflict, while all rebels board the mining ships and inform the United Fleet that we have fully evacuated. Xiao Tong nodded. In that case, the United Fleet will not waste firepower attacking a God of Fire planet devoid of rebels. Regardless of who comes to power, the miners will be safe, not be overly optimistic. If we do not inflict significant damage on their main fleet, once they control the God of Fire planet, they will still execute the miners en masse. Why is that? Because the miners supported the rebels? That is merely the surface, that a shadow of melancholy flickered across Lin Yang's eyes. The upper echelons of humanity have abandoned the old humans, leading all races toward the new human transition, with a deformity rate of 100. The miners are even inferior to old humans that, if not for their reliance on the asteroid belt's resources, the upper echelons would have long since eradicated the miners. Indeed, the miners lack even the right to register their identities. Mr. Lin, I have heard you were once an illegal miner. Where did you enough? We must split up and act. We will intercept the main fleet. Lin Yang interrupted Xiao Tong's inquiry, unwilling to divulge too many secrets. He immediately led his 3 companions toward the shipyard dock, while Xiao Tong led the rebels to execute the plan. Only the dock manager, Galeva, remained in place, touching the micro-explosive device implanted at the nape of his neck. His thoughts in turmoil. Did I place my bet on the wrong person? Regret? Not at all. I had no choice. My life was hanging by a thread. Lin Yang is no ordinary individual. I cannot have miscalculated. Captain, you must achieve victory. The Sun Moon warship was fully equipped with 8 energy cannon positions, for missile positions, and 1 tractor beam. The ship was stocked to capacity. The main cannon was a legendary Fire Dragon X-type particle cannon. The front and rear secondary cannons were all Cobra D-type ion pulse cannons. The left and right turrets were armed with Red Spider E-type laser refractor cannons, capable of refracting high-energy laser beams between close-range enemy ships or guided weapons, making them formidable in both offense and defense. The lower hull's turret housed a Mantis Shrimp D-type magnetic explosion cannon, a type of electromagnetic cannon. The upper hull featured 4 missile launch platforms, with 16 Dragonfly Z-type missiles and 357 Dragonfly K-type missiles. Lin Yang had cleared out the missile storages in the dock. Additionally, there was 1 legendary Fire Phoenix X-type sublight speed cluster missile and 1 epic Yin-Yang Fish Y-type mirror generator. The Sun Moon Interceptor was, without a doubt, armed to the teeth. The Growth Task 4 legendary warship required the Triangular Dagger Light Interceptor to evolve to its rightful level. Now its power, firepower, and defense had far surpassed expectations, and its internal support systems had reached their original capacities. The task was completed, resulting in an increase of 2,000 evolution points. The 5th part of the growth task had been updated. Secondary advancement, evolving the whole framework of a light fighter ship into a medium fighter ship, with an evolution point of 5,000. Currently, there exists a skeleton of a Blade-class medium fighter ship in the system mall, which was automatically refreshed after a 30-day period. Lin Yang dismisses it, considering that he has destroyed at least 180 such Blade medium fighter ships. He would prefer to accumulate his evolution points to 5,000 for a 10-fold draw, rather than undertake an evolution task with outdated models eliminated by the Blue Star or Martian fleets. Upon boarding the ship, Lin Yang takes the helm, with Huang Yueshi as co-pilot and Inai Zhuang at the radar station. The formidable Karuja is in the energy room, ready to load energy modules at a moment's notice. They are prepared for a fierce battle. Captain, the rebel mining fleet has departed from Vesta and sent a retreat message to the Allied fleet. Inai Zhuang reports timely regarding the rebels' movements. Has there been a response from the Allied fleet? No. I suspect they will at least split into 2 groups, one to pursue the rebels and the other to take control of Vesta, she replies. Huang Yueshi furrows her brow. Perhaps there will be 3 routes. In the eyes of the asteroid belts regime, we are the source of calamity. Can we ascertain the size of the opposing fleet? If we consider the previously published official data, the main fleet of Ceres consists of 300 warships, with 150 from Pallas and 100 from Juno, not including the patrol fleets within the star domain, she explains. Huang Yueshi glances at Lin Yang. I fear we cannot annihilate the enemy fleet this time. Even if we had the firepower configuration, we cannot pursue the scattered warships across the vastness of space. Lin Yang smiles slightly. I have no intention of complete annihilation. Defeating the main fleet will suffice. Let us not concern ourselves with Pallas and Juno for now. To seize the king, we must confront the largest fleet from Ceres. Ceres, Vesta, Pallas, and Juno are the 4 largest asteroids scattered throughout the asteroid belt. Among them, the largest, Ceres, has a diameter of 940 kilometers, equivalent to 1/50th the volume of the moon. Vesta and Pallas are similar in size, each exceeding 500 kilometers in diameter, while the smallest, Juno, has a diameter of only 230 kilometers. As a mining zone of the solar system, the military strength here is not robust, with fleets primarily composed of outdated warships from the Blue Star and Mars. Thus, Lin Yang, piloting a legendary-class fighter ship with legendary-grade power and firepower, remains undaunted as he charges directly toward the largest fleet. The 6th part of the challenge, Decisive Victory, merely requires him to defeat the asteroid coalition fleet, not to annihilate it as long as he overcomes the Ceres fleet. The remaining 2 fleets will surely surrender without a fight. After flying at full speed for an hour, Ai Zhuang suddenly grows tense, her eyes glued to the radar. Not good. I've detected traces of spatial warp. It's a warp-capable warship. Captain, it should be the forces of Mars or the Blue Star intervening. Chapter 22. The Mirror. Epic-class weapon. Warp travel is one of the 4 primary methods for interstellar travel in the current universe. Aside from interstellar teleportation, hyperspace flight, and space jumping, most civilizations utilize warp flight. Warp engines compress and distort space, enabling ships to achieve light speed or faster-than-light speeds by squeezing space. Consequently, traces of compressed space briefly linger after warp travel. Ordinary near-space warship radars cannot detect warp traces, but the Daemon-class battleship is equipped with the legendary-grade wide-eared Bat-Z-type radar, the pinnacle version of near-space radar. Even the near-space warships of the Blue Star or Mars rarely possess this version. From a distance of 100,000 kilometers, Ai Zhuang captures the enemy ship's warp flight traces on the radar. Just as she finishes speaking, the enemy ship exits warp 500 kilometers away. It's a Orca-class strategic frigate, warp speed 1.0, with dual engines of the Orca W type and controllable thermonuclear fusion energy. Captain, this is the current of Mars fleet. We have been locked on. Establish a communication link. Let us talk to them. The communication is declined, and the enemy sends 5 Ghoul missiles. Ghoul missiles are a type of long-range, high-speed guided weapon, carrying nuclear warheads equivalent to 1 million TNT. With a flight speed of 300 Mach, or 102 kilometers per second, they far exceed the Daemon-class light fighter in a mere breath. 5 nuclear missiles detonate near the battleship, producing a massive explosion of light. The lookout windows of the fighter switch to blackout mode to avoid the glare. The shockwave sends the Daemon-class spinning like a top in space. The left shield drops to 30, and the right shield drops to 50. As Ai Zhuang reports the damage, Huang Yueshi has already retaliated with 4 Dragonfly Z-type missiles against the Orca frigate. Although they are not equipped with nuclear warheads, the top-tier Dragonfly missiles also achieve a speed of 300 Mach, reaching the Orca in mere seconds. Yet in the blink of an eye, the over 500-meter-long Orca-class strategic frigate vanishes from the Daemon's main screen. The 4 Dragonfly Z-type missiles lose their target and drift into the endless void of space. Set to self-destruct, however, our mirror weapons are still in the experimental phase, classified as the highest secret on Mars, even unknown to the Blue Star government. How could this individual, Lin Yang, possess such knowledge? Could it be that the green carbon individual leaked the information? Unlikely, as despite his penchant for gambling and destruction, his integrity is unquestionable. Had he wished to play tricks, he would not have remained on Mars for 5 centuries. Could it be that there is a traitor within our ranks on Mars? We must contact the Martian Council immediately. I wish to discuss this matter in detail. And what of Lin Yang? Let those lowly miners and fringe drifters create their ruckus. I shall warn the asteroid government that Lin Yang must be captured alive. Whoever kills him to silence him becomes Mars's enemy. Chapter 23. Upgrading the warp engine. You have destroyed a Orca-class strategic frigate. Evolution points. 1,500. Current evolution points. 3,500. Detected evolvable material. Version 1. 0 warp engine. Evolution costs 500 evolution points. Duration 6 hours and 20 minutes. Proceed with evolution. Ziwin, have we yet located the series fleet? Captain, based on the speed previously announced by the series officials. They will reach Vesta in at least 5 days. They are currently too far away for our radar to detect. TR speed of 200 Mach. How long until we intercept? It will take at least 6.5 hours. All right, Yueshi, set our course for Ceres and engage inertial autopilot at maximum speed. After arranging everything, Lin Yang closed his eyes to summon the system panel, opting to evolve the warp engine. Ding, as the current warship is a light fighter. It lacks the spatial conditions to install a dual engine. The host must replace the legendary Qilin X-type conventional pulse engine. Please arrange the engine configuration wisely to avoid being hindered in short-range operations. Lin Yang contemplated for a moment, then resolved to execute a surprise attack against the Asteroid Coalition fleet, firmly selecting to begin the evolution. The Sun and Moon fighter commenced cruising at 200 Mach. The four of them finally breathed a sigh of relief, and Ziwin immediately checked for injuries among them. Hey, Captain, I clearly saw you collide with the control panel, and your forehead was injured. How is it that the wound has vanished? Lin Yang smiled slightly. His wound had been healed by the continuous life energy. Perhaps it is due to being close to Yueshi. Her galactic heart has healed our wounds. Huang Yueshi touched her wrist. Perhaps, although my wrist nearly dislocated, it was healed by the galactic heart. However, I am curious, Captain, why didn't the galactic heart heal Sister and I? She was close by as well. That would be a question for your galactic heart. And Ziwin remarked, as long as you two are healed, there's no need to delve into the reasons. I only have a minor abrasion. It is nothing serious. I will check on Karuja. Unnecessary. That big tiger is tough-skinned and muscular. It could survive in space for 5 minutes. Captain, that is rather unfair. Even if I am uninjured, I am still fatigued. Please assist me in repairing the shield. Lin Yang reclined in the pilot's chair and promptly fell asleep. And Ziwin chuckled helplessly and increased the cockpit temperature by 2 degrees. Yueshi, you should rest as well. I'll monitor the radar. Sister and I, how is your injury? It's nothing. Don't worry, just a surface wound at Ceres' main fleet. Commander Theodore was left dumbfounded after receiving the Martian government's report. Has the Martian government abandoned us? The exiled Commander Nelson wore a concerned expression. The Ocean Current-class frigate, equipped with a warp engine, had firepower and defenses several times stronger than the asteroid fleet's flagship. Yet it had still been destroyed. It was unfortunate that we did not see the battle footage. We are unaware if the intervention of the Sirius forces was a factor. Theodore pondered, perhaps the Martian government feared pressure from the Sirius civilization, leading them to abandon us in the asteroid belt. What should we do, Commander? Shall we recapture Vesta? Yes, if we do not reclaim Vesta. The rebels will undoubtedly take advantage, subsequently occupying Mars, Ceres, and Vesta. We would rather destroy all 3 asteroids and allow those lowly miners to seize them. But what of Lin Yang? Marshal Alif of Mars stated that as long as he is not killed, capturing him alive is acceptable. Regarding Sirius, we need not worry. At least for now, the Sirius civilization does not recognize interference in the affairs of lower civilizations and has dispatched an execution squad to pursue the rogue tiger people. Understood, as long as we do not kill Lin Yang. The Martian side will not intervene in how we handle the crisis in the asteroid belt. Exactly, Nelson. I can even sense that Marshal Alif hopes we eradicate all the lowly miners. The United Asteroid Coalition is not merely the descendants of miners, but rather a joint ruling body sent by Mars and Blue Star, with Martians comprising 80 of it. Therefore, the asteroid belt can be viewed as a vassal force of the Martian government. In addressing the rebels' issue, they must adhere to the Martian government's commands, as Theodore led Nelson and several generals in the conference room to formulate battle plans. The communications officer reported an incoming voice connection. General, we have received a communication from a Trident-class light fighter. It may be Lin Yang. Shall we connect? Connect and transfer the visuals to the conference room. The conference room's large screen switched to display the cockpit of the Sun and Moon. Lin Yang sat at the helm, with First Officer Huang Yueshi beside him, and Ziwin and Karuja standing behind. General Theodore, a pleasure to meet you, Ditto. Is that not the exiled Vice Admiral Nelson from Vesta beside you? You are Lin Yang? Quite impressive. If I'm not mistaken, the tiger person behind you should be from Sirius. And the other woman is the S-rank fugitive, public enemy of human evolution, and I Ziwin. 5 years ago, we nearly captured her on Ceres. Little did we expect she would still be in the asteroid belt. You are unaware of many things, such as in a few hours, I will ensure you and Nelson share the same fate as exiled leaders. Ah, such bravado! Do not think that with the assistance of Sirius technology, you can run amok. The Galactic Interstellar Alliance is not a mere decoration. An investigation team has been mobilized, even Sirius's supreme commander. The Tiger Emperor cannot protect you. Sirius technology. Lin Yang glanced at Karuja with a suppressed chuckle. Whatever you say, General Theodore, I contacted you to discuss a peaceful transition of power in the asteroid belt. If you wish to avoid exile or death, please negotiate a peaceful handover with the mining organizations and ensure the oxygen generators are smoothly operational underground. Preposterous, Theodore erupted, slamming his hand on the table. You, a mere lowly black market peasant, happen to gain assistance from Sirius technology and think to provoke the asteroid coalition. Utterly delusional. Even if I were to destroy all 4 asteroids, I would never hand them over to lowly miners. It seems there is no room for negotiation. Very well, do not come to me later like Nelson, ignoring me at first, only to realize the futility of your position and then come back to plead. I have no intention of granting you a second opportunity. After severing the communication, Theodore clenched his fists in anger. After 30 years as the leader of the asteroid coalition, this was the first time he had been disdained by anyone. Especially by a young man of miner's origin. His pride felt affronted. Were it not for fear of the Martian government, he would have sought to eliminate Lin Yang, since Mars demands that Lin Yang remain alive. We shall eliminate all others on Vesta. Those traitorous lowly beings do not deserve to continue living. Lin Yang and his companions, however, were in high spirits, leisurely chatting in the cockpit, and even communicating with the rebel forces for a while. They had yet to detect any sign of the fleets from Ceres and Vesta. Given that the fleets in the asteroid belt lacked warp engines, even at maximum speed, it would take several days before they encountered one another. Over 6 hours later, a system prompt awakened the sleeping Lin Yang. Ding, evolution complete. Warp engine 1.0 has been installed and is compatible. Lin Yang sprang from his bed, hurriedly pressing the communicator beside him. Ziwin, how far are we from the Ceres fleet? And I, Ziwin, on duty in the cockpit, promptly replied, 50,000 kilometers ATR speeds. We will enter range in 10 minutes. And no need to wait 10 minutes. Report on their scale. Our warp engine has been upgraded. Prepare for battle. Chapter 24. Space Encounter, Decapitation. 2 Orca-class strategic frigates, though both had their warp engines dismantled by the Martian government. Without warp engines, they are of little concern. What are the other warships? As Lin Yang buttoned his uniform, he walked toward the cockpit, followed closely by the just-awoken Huang Yueshi, who casually tied her hair into a high ponytail. There are also 50 Mountain Splitter-class heavy bombers, 80 double-handed sword-class heavy fighters, 120 curved blade-class medium fighters, and 150 Razor-class light fighters that, in total, there are 402 warships. It appears that not only the main fleet, but likely even the patrol teams are involved. Indeed, Captain, adding the previously announced numbers of the Ceres and Vesta patrol teams, and deducting the 20 patrol vessels you previously destroyed, it amounts to exactly the right number. That a smile spread across Lin Yang's face. All units mobilize. The rear is defenseless. It seems my surprise attack plan can proceed smoothly. Surprise attack? To Ceres? Of course, but not at this moment. First, let us stir things up with the main fleet, that if we can destroy the 2 frigates and decapitate Theodore. That would be splendid. Karuja has filled all 500 compartments of the Chilean X-type energy system to capacity, and there are additional high-compression energy modules ready for loading, poised to provide ample energy for the warp engine at any moment. Lin Yang settled into the captain's seat, closed his eyes, and entered a deep symbiotic state. When operating the conventional pulse engine, he felt akin to a fish swiftly swimming through water. However, piloting the warp engine for the first time brought Lin Yang an entirely new sensation. After setting the course and engaging warp speed 1.0, he felt the surrounding space elongate instantaneously, the distant stellar points transforming into streaks of light, retreating rapidly. IT felt as if his body was being momentarily compressed, and his soul was propelled forward in an instant. Before he could fully savor the experience, he had reached the end of the course and exited warp speed 1.0. Traveling at the speed of light through the cosmos left him somewhat dazed. feeling as though the world was spinning and his mind was being stirred like a pot. Fortunately, the sun and moon promptly replenished his life energy, allowing him to regain his composure. Meanwhile, outside the ship, combat had commenced. As the sun and moon exited warp, the Fire Dragon X-type particle cannon opened fire. This legendary, high-energy directed particle beam weapon, enhanced by Huang Yueshi with the heart of the galaxy, was now exponentially more powerful. The diameter of the high-energy particle beam was larger than that of a light fighter. IT struck the bridge of the Orca-class strategic frigate directly, stripping away 30 of the vessel's shield in an instant. The enemy ship had yet to comprehend the situation when 4 ion pulse cannons and a magnetic explosive cannon fired simultaneously, all hitting their target. At that moment, the enemy fleet, comprising 402 warships, finally reacted, simultaneously locking onto the sun and moon and launching guided tracking weapons. However, these were merely low-tier missiles with minimal power, and some even veered off course in a deep space, as if fearing that an excess of missiles might destroy Lin Yang's vessel. Huang Yueshi had no time to ponder the anomaly. She immediately commanded 2 laser refractor cannons to fire .2 beams of light emerge from either side of the sun and moon, amplified several times over, ricocheting among the 100 guided weapons and intercepting them all in an instant. Simultaneously, she launched 4 Dragonfly Z-type missiles. The Orca-class strategic frigate was hit by a barrage of attacks, leaving only 5 of its shield remaining. 2 missiles obliterated the remaining shield, while the other 2 struck the hull directly. Suddenly, the sky erupted in a violent explosion as the 500-meter-long strategic frigate was annihilated. The enemy fleet launched a second wave of counterattacks. But this time they were devoid of guided weapons, relying only on energy cannons and various tractor beams. What was happening? Did they intend to capture alive? Lin Yang furrowed his brow. Huang Yueshi and Ai Zhuang and Karuja were equally perplexed. Having already destroyed a main ship, what were their adversaries doing? Were they still asleep? Just as the enemy's attack was about to strike the sun and moon, the surrounding space flickered violently. Lin Yang piloted the sun and moon into warp and vanished, reappearing 500 kilometers in the opposite direction in less than 0.1 seconds. The moment he emerged, the particle cannon, ion pulse cannons, magnetic explosive cannons, and Dragonfly Z-type missiles all unleashed their firepower towards another Orca-class strategic frigate. The commander aboard was none other than General Theodore, the fleet commander of the United Asteroid Belt. He was already in a state of shock. His companion, the exiled Vice Admiral Nelson, trembled in fear. Theodore repeatedly tapped the communication interface, shouting, "We surrender! Surrender!" The entire fleet surrenders. Suddenly, a violent explosion reverberated through the warship. Flames surged towards the bridge, consuming Theodore and Nelson, killing them on the spot, their dismembered limbs blasted into the void of space. After obliterating 2 main frigates, the sun and moon immediately soared towards Ceres at warp speed 1.0. You have destroyed 2 Orca-class strategic frigates, earning 3,000 evolution points. Current evolution points, 6,000. Lin Yang let out a sigh of relief. In the recent skirmish, he and Huang Yueshi had collaborated unexpectedly to destroy the main fleet's flagship and eliminate Commander Theodore and Vice Admiral Nelson. Logically, he should have captured the remaining 400 warships, but his vessel had nearly failed to engage warp. Previously, in order to upgrade the warp engine, he had replaced the conventional pulse engine, the Chilean X-type. If he could not engage warp, he would be immobilized. No shield, no matter how powerful, could withstand the concentrated fire from 400 warships. The reason he almost became incapacitated was that Karuja's rate of loading energy modules could not keep pace with consumption. The warp engine was extremely energy-intensive. Coupled with Huang Yueshi's full-on barrage, the 500 energy modules in the storage were depleted in an instant. Despite Karuja's strength and speed, he barely managed to load enough energy for 2 warp jumps and 2 full-force attacks. Not only was the loading rate insufficient, but the energy module supply was also dwindling. Although Lin Yang could not fathom why the enemy fleet was not launching a full-scale counterattack and instead attempted to capture alive, he had no intention of lingering to avoid further complications. He disengaged from combat and opened the evolution shop, immediately opting for a 10-roll draw. Surely, he would receive a legendary medium-sized fighter skeleton. Yet sometimes, what one hopes does not come to pass. Congratulations, host. A legendary item has appeared in the shop. System, what on earth? A life support module. What use is that now? I'd rather have a medium-sized fighter skeleton. or even a thermonuclear energy source. Captain, without loading thermonuclear fusion or antimatter energy, true warp flight is impossible. An amount of energy modules can satisfy the consumption of a warp engine. Did you hear that? System, Karuja is already complaining. Host, please note that the legendary natural island X-type life support module possesses multiple functions such as gravity, temperature, humidity, air circulation, radiation shielding, light protection, simulated aerial combat sounds, and health monitoring for crew members, and can operate on medium to large fighter jets, catering to the needs of hundreds of individuals. Are you trying to sell me something, system? Captain, stop mumbling. Karuja is trying to talk to you. Huang Yueshi, seated in the co-pilot's seat, regarded him with a hint of disdain. Lin Yang helplessly pursed his lips. Yueshi, please refrain from looking at me as if I'm insane. Humph. You're aware of it? Ahem, Karuja, today's situation is unique. Please put in extra effort. Once we reach Ceres, there will be energy available. If the energy stock remains untouched upon reaching Ceres, I fear we won't be able to fight effectively. And Aiza Wang expressed her concerns. Captain, what if Ceres puts up a fierce resistance once we arrive? Lin Yang smiled slightly. That won't happen, as long as we can reach them at warp speed. They will not dare to resist. A few minutes later, the Sun and Moon exited warp speed 1.0, appearing above the docks of Ceres. Zhuang sent a message to the docks, demanding their immediate surrender. Yueshi, use your Heart of the Galaxy to assist Karuja in firing an energy blast. We must be swift. Chapter 25. The surprise attack on Ceres. The energy of the Sun and Moon had been depleted. Without energy supply, the warship began to share Lin Yang's life energy once again. After making arrangements, Lin Yang felt a bit fatigued, but he was not worried at all, for he had complete confidence in his strategy. The towering Karuja, a 3-meter-tall beast-man, carried a 2-meter-long energy cannon. For the lightweight fighter jets of the asteroid belt, that was already akin to a ship-mounted laser cannon. Enhanced by Huang Yueshi with the Heart of the Galaxy, the power of a single shot exceeded even that of a heavy cruiser's main cannon. Upon opening the pressurized exterior hatch, Karuja, lacking any protective measures, fired a shot towards the docks. The enhanced energy sphere had a diameter of 3 meters and exploded upon impacting the surface of the docks. The next moment, the warship received a message of surrender from the docks, and Aizu Wang exclaimed joyfully, Captain, the docks have surrendered. They request not to be attacked. Not only the docks, but the trade docks, labor docks, bounty docks, or transport docks, and the remaining officials have also surrendered simultaneously. A satisfied smile crept across Lin Yang's face. He waved his hand lightly, instructing the docks to send over 1,500 energy modules via shuttle. Requesting the heads of each unit to pilot shuttles for docking, they would not land. The warp engine represented a dimensional superiority in the asteroid belt, due to the technological blockade by the Martian regime. The asteroid belt fleet lacked the capability for warp travel. Lin Yang had crushed the main fleet's flagship and eliminated several high-ranking officials, including Theodore, through warp speed dominance. At this moment, Ceres was not only defensively vulnerable, but its governing body was also lacking. The only remaining warships were manned by extraneous personnel from the bounty docks. These bounty hunters typically abstained from political conflicts, seeking only to enjoy their freedom. With the bounty hunters remaining passive, Ceres had no capacity for resistance. Moreover, the populace was unaware that Lin Yang's warship had exhausted its energy, and no one was willing to risk being annihilated to avenge Theodore. Thus, Lin Yang, having depleted his energy to reach Ceres and unleashed an energy blast, effectively took control of the entire planet. But a minute later, Lin Yang's fatigue and weakness rapidly dissipated as a continuous stream of life energy flooded back into him. Just as Karuja finished loading the energy modules, he was fully revitalized. Have the heads of Ceres arrived? Huang Yueshi inquired coolly. They have arrived. 15 shuttles have not yet finished docking, and 20 more are en route. It seems there are more leaders than workers on Ceres. Our small warship cannot accommodate so many people, and a wonder Ceres' economy has lagged so far behind. It has been drained by these leaders. Just notify a few heads of the docks and government officials to come over. The total number cannot exceed 10. The rest can wait. 5 minutes later, Lin Yang met with the 10 highest-ranking leaders of the Ceres in the lower deck of the ship. Each one was portly and well-dressed, their once grotesque faces now desperately contorting into smiles. They had learned of the destruction of Admiral Theodore and the main fleet's retreat. However, they failed to intercept Lin Yang, who was traveling at warp speed. These individuals sensed death looming near, their former bravado dissipated, now fawning before Lin Yang. There's no need to be so formal. I have only a few matters to discuss. Lin Yang said. You mentioned it, Mr. Lin. We will certainly comply. Do not expect the main fleet to return. I will intercept them shortly to— The crowd shuddered, nearly collapsing. The resistance would soon take over Ceres if you wish to continue living on Ceres. Peacefully surrender to ensure you do not regret it. That if you attempt to flee with slaves or assets, I believe your ships will not outrun my warp engines that no, we will not flee. We will surely follow Mr. Lin's orders and cooperate with the resistance, or rather, with the miners' organization for the transfer of power. Excellent. Those who can act this way are wise, for the miners' organization governs the asteroid belt and will need your leadership. As long as you surrender peacefully, you may continue to hold your original positions to AS for how the miners' organization would govern the asteroid belt anew. That was not Lin Yang's concern, but he was certain of one thing. The resistance would not continue to tolerate these parasites. He was merely painting a picture. Whether they could grasp it depended on their own fortune. First, stabilize the situation. Well, that is all I have to say. There will be no harsh governance or severe punishments. You may return to prepare for the transfer. I must go intercept the fleeing fleet. Are you not worried that I will annihilate the fleet? He continued. Indeed, many of your relatives are aboard. After all, those who could join the fleet are either wealthy or noble. Rest assured, as long as they comply, they will live. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for your kindness that we will immediately message our friends in the fleet to surrender on the spot and await your incorporation after the 10 leaders departed. The 1,500 energy units were also transported. Lin Yang set the course and instantly entered warp speed 1.0, vanishing in a flash from the Ceres star domain. The heads of various departments wiped the cold sweat from their brows. Surprised to have survived their entry into Lin Yang's warship, they hurriedly messaged the fleeing fleet, instructing them to stay put and await incorporation, under no circumstances to resist. Moments later, Lin Yang exited warp speed. 100 kilometers ahead, 400 warships of varying sizes formed a square formation in space, all engines off and shields down, waiting for incorporation. What? There must be a mastermind behind the fleet. If they dare fire even a single pulse cannon, I will have an excuse to annihilate them. With their engines and shields down, my nature would find further slaughter tedious. Karugia stated, We of the Tiger Clan only challenge the strong. Attacking the weak is a display of incompetence. And targeting the defenseless is a disgrace. Karugia, your traditional views of the Tiger Clan need revision. If it weren't for the utility of these warships, I would rather find it tedious to destroy them all. Beside them, Huang Yueshi's expression was frosty as she remarked, If you do not eradicate the root, the grass will grow back with the spring breeze. And Ziwang looked at the two in surprise. Realizing why Lin Yang and Yueshi could coordinate so seamlessly in battle, they both possessed the same decisiveness. Captain, are you retaining these warships for the resistance? Indeed, without warships for protection, even if the resistance were to rule the asteroid belt, they would not last long. Sooner or later, we must venture into the distant starry sea. We cannot remain here in the asteroid belt as babysitters, can we? Yes, your foresight is truly commendable. Do not say such things, or I will become proud. Zhuang, do not flatter him. Look at that smug expression. Hey, Yueshi, am I not allowed to take pride in our great victory? I command you to immediately notify the fleet to change course to the god of Firestar, and instruct the resistance to return to the god of Firestar to incorporate the main fleet. Yes, my captain. Chapter 26. The Surrender of Wisdom Star. The Dissolution of Marriage. Star Lin Yang piloted the sun and moon into warp speed, heading towards the god of Firestar. The 400 warships promptly adjusted their course, flying towards the god of Firestar. Upon receiving the news, the resistance returned as planned. The 4 members of Lin Yang's team became the key to determining the future of the asteroid belt. In less than 10 minutes, they reached warp speed 1.0 and arrived at the god of Firestar, preparing to descend to the bounty dock when the warship received a message from the Wisdom Star fleet, a video connection request. Upon connection, the commander of the Wisdom Star fleet, Major General Liu Yuanshan, appeared. Greetings, Mr. Lin Yang, that on behalf of the 150 warships of the Wisdom Star main fleet and the 3 million residents, I surrender to you and the miners' organization. Hoping that this senseless war does not continue and that peace returns to the asteroid belt point 3 million residents. General Liu, you are counting the underground miners too, aren't you? Yes, since the Martian regime has abandoned us along with the miners. They are now part of the Wisdom Star's populace. General Liu, on behalf of the ordinary citizens, thank you for your wise choice. Please return to Wisdom Star, and once Ceres and the God of Firestar are back on track, we will proceed to Wisdom Star for the transfer. You did not follow the path of Theodore and Nelson. Your future is not one of darkness or death. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for granting Wisdom Star a peaceful transition. I will lead the Wisdom Star leadership to await your arrival with the Miners Organization. You have defeated the joint fleet of the asteroid belt and completed challenge task, 6 great victory. Evolution points 15,000. Current evolution points, 16,000. Challenge task updated, 7 rising fame. Total destruction of 10 interstellar strategic frigates. Evolution points, 50,000. Challenge task completed. Lin Yang felt a stir in his heart and quickly instructed Anai Zhuang to confirm with the resistance. The Wisdom Star fleet had surrendered, but there was still no news from the 100 warships of the Marriage Star. Zhuang messaged the resistance to inquire about the situation. After a moment, Anai Zhuang happily reported. Leader Shurtsong said that the commander of the Marriage Star fleet, Major General Zhou Mingyuan, was picked up by a warp warship from Mars. The Marriage Star fleet has disbanded in place, and the captain of the third team has issued a surrender message. While the remaining warships scattered and may have turned to become interstellar pirates. How effortless. Haha, splendid. I did not expect that with the warp engine and the destruction of Ceres' main ship, victory would come so easily. Turning around, he noticed that his first officer, Huang Yueshi, wore a frown, seemingly troubled. Yueshi, we easily won the war and became legends of the asteroid belt. Why do you seem troubled? Huang Yueshi expressed her concern. I am pondering why the Martian regime chose not to rescue Theodore, Nelson, and Liu Yuanshan, yet specifically came to rescue the weakest commander, Zhou Mingyuan of the Marriage Star fleet. Perhaps this Zhou has relatives in the Martian high ranks. Perhaps, Huang Yueshi replied with a faint smile. Speaking of which, I spent some time on the Marriage Star before joining Udata. You seldom mention your past, Yueshi. What were you doing on the Marriage Star? Nothing much. The Marriage Star is small, and I was a drifter with an old lady. That particularly persuasive old lady? Yes, Huang Yueshi lowered her head and said, Captain, I am feeling a bit tired. I request a rest. How formal. Feel free to rest. Do you want me to accompany you? No. Alright. In the Martian Space Fleet Command, Commander Leaf and Martian Speaker Peters sat before the large screen, listening to the report from the commander of the fleeing Marriage Star fleet. Major General Zhou Mingyuan. Marshal, Speaker, although the intelligence I provided is now unprovable, every word is true. That girl can amplify the firepower of phase guns by several times. When we captured her, the Marriage Star patrol suffered significant losses. Lin Yang's warship possesses extraordinary energy firepower, far beyond serious technology. It is that seemingly frail yet unfathomable girl. What is the background of that girl? Not much is known. She arrived at the Marriage Star with an old lady. Had it not been for someone wanting to capture her as a slave, we would have remained unaware of their existence. What happened afterward? The one who sought to capture her as a slave was killed on the spot, and the patrol sent to maintain order was also repelled by the two of them. Later, the old lady sacrificed herself to cover her escape, self-destructing at the dock and causing casualties. However, she managed to sneak aboard a cargo ship and flee. When did this occur? Over 2 months ago. Why are you only reporting this now? Why didn't TU inform Mars at the time? At that time, but I feared it would affect my performance and tarnish the image of the Marriage Star regime. Besides this, do you know anything else? Nothing more. This is all the information I possess. Speaker Peters closed his eyes in disappointment, gently waving his hand. Marshal Alif's expression turned I see why that I in a barren and backward marginal mining area. A disorganized group of drifters, Zhou Mingyuan. What kind of authority and image do you possess? You have no achievements to speak of. With a swipe, Alif angrily tossed his sleeve. The captain on the other side of the video immediately drew a phase gun. A beam of phase light vaporized the fleeing commander of the Marriage Star fleet, Zhou Mingyuan, on the spot. Marshal, please provide the next instructions. Alif waved his hand dismissively, standing by, prepared to establish diplomatic relations with the new regime of the asteroid belt. Lin Yang's initial allocation of 6,000 evolution points had dwindled to 1,000 after a series of 10 consecutive draws, resulting in a legendary grade life support module that he had little desire for, and which had languished unsold in the marketplace. Now, with his evolution points having surged to 16,000, he unhesitatingly spent 2,000 to acquire the life support module, promptly engaging in another series of 10 draws. Hostess luck is extraordinary. A legendary grade item has been drawn. Medium-class interceptor hull of the MO Dao level, priced at 8,000 evolution points. Hey, just enough left with 1,000 evolution points. Lin Yang purchased the hull and expended an additional 1,000 evolution points to initiate its evolution. Hull evolution in progress. Duration 16 hours and 40 minutes. After the hull began to evolve, Lin Yang sent a message to the dock at Xiao, instructing it to transport 1,000 energy modules to the bounty dock. While Karuja supervised the unloading process, Lin Yang commanded the fleets of Gushixing, Zixing, and Henxing to assist the rebel forces in deploying oxygen generators to the underground residential areas of the miners. 15 hours later, the miner rebels returned to Xiao. The Gushixing fleet was still a day away to prevent any significant disturbances from the evolution of the Rihoho's hull. Lin Yang exchanged a few words with the rebel leader, Xiao Tong, before piloting his warship away from Xiao, heading towards Jupiter. Once in an open area, he exited warp speed, patiently awaiting the completion of the hull's evolution. Suddenly, a notification chimed in the cockpit. Ding! You have received a transfer of 100 million star coins from the Zixing regime of the asteroid belt. Money? Lin Yang and Huang Yueshi's eyes widened in astonishment as they hurriedly accessed the screen before them. Major General Liu Yuanshan of Zixing certainly knows how to play the game. Lin Yang grinned widely. 100 million star coins was no small sum. This was a windfall. Huang Yueshi inquired with a smile. Captain, this money may carry the sweat and toil of the miners. Will you accept it? Of course. I defeated the United Regime on behalf of millions of miners. If I refuse, the miners would be ungrateful wretches. This money is rightfully mine. Even another 100 million would be welcomed. Chapter 27. Legendary Grade MO Dao Medium Class Interceptor Well. It seems we're thinking along the same lines, aren't we, Lin Yang? What about the funds from Gushixing, Xiao and Henxing? Could it be that they were siphoned off by the Martian regime? Ni Zhuang interjected. Indeed, leader Xiao Tong mentioned that he investigated the accounts of the 3 bases, and at the moment of defeat, all the funds were transferred to the Martian regime. Liu Yuanshan of Zixing did not abscond with the funds, but instead sent us money. It appears he has no intention of returning to Mars. Huang Yueshi speculated. He might want to return, but has realized that relinquishing his assets to remain on Zixing is more advantageous. Regardless, since he is so cooperative, I will spare him from the rebels' wrath. Zhuang, inform Xiao Tong to leave a way out for Liu Yuanshan, should he prove useful. Understood. I will relay this to leader Xiao Tong. An hour later, another system notification echoed. You have evolved a light-class ship into a medium-class interceptor, completing growth task, 5 secondary advancement. Evolution points rewarded, 5,000. Growth task updated, 6 golden legend. Elevate the legendary grade, MO Dao medium class interceptor to its rightful level. Ensuring all components reach golden legendary status. Evolution points required, 10,000. As the Rihoho warship drifted slowly through space, it suddenly shook that a white light wall appeared at its bow, gradually moving towards the stern. As the warship passed through the light wall, both its exterior and internal structures transformed. The cockpit expanded from over 5 meters in width to 8 meters, revealing 4 operational stations. Lin Yang controlled the primary cockpit, while Huang Yueshi took the co-pilot seat. Capable of assisting with navigation and weaponry control, radar and communication systems were managed by Ni Zhuang, positioned behind the co-pilot, while the main cockpit's left rear monitored the hull, shields, energy, and life support module. Under the purview of Karuja, the cockpit's height increased from under 3 meters to over 4 meters, allowing the 3-meter-tall Karuja to enter without stooping. Externally, the hull's width expanded from 10 meters to 20 meters. With 2 additional small rooms flanking the cockpit, intended for temporary meetings and rest, the height surged from 5 to 12 meters, with the rear compartments transitioning to 3 tiers, each approximately 3 meters high. Demonstrating the hull's augmented thickness, the outer hull now exceeded 1 meter in thickness, constructed entirely from the latest W-type titanium alloy, significantly enhancing its durability. Originally measuring 30 meters in length, the interceptor's new hull skeleton extended to 50 meters after traversing the light wall. The additional 20 meters could accommodate dual engines, a larger energy chamber, and enhanced living quarters for recruiting new crew members. The increased capacity was astonishing, leaving Ni Zhuang and Karuja awestruck, witnessing such a marvel for the first time. I've never seen or even heard of such technology. Huang Yueshi, although she had previously experienced the evolution of a shuttle into a light-class interceptor, was equally astonished by the transformation into a medium-class interceptor. This was the MO-level medium-class interceptor, featuring 12 energy turret platforms, 6 missile launchers, dual engines, dual shields, and dual energy sources, an unrivaled flagship among Blue Star's fleet, a legendary warship absent even from the Martian fleet. Yueshi, how do you know so much? Ni Zhuang inquired curiously. Before Huang Yueshi could respond, Lin Yang interjected with a laugh. The first officer is my encyclopedia. No, she is our encyclopedia. Karuja, the Tiger Man, gazed around in curiosity before grinning. Captain, such technology is unheard of even among the 2.6 level stellar civilization of Sirius. It may not even exist among the 3.0 level civilization of the Luminosians that I1T question the principles behind it. Could you arrange for me a weapons manufacturing room? What would you need that for? Don't you know? The Tiger people of Sirius are renowned weapons manufacturers in the galaxy, and I am among the elite. Look at this gear. It's all crafted by me. Lin Yang asked with intrigue. What about the energy cannon and the 2 enhanced energy projectiles? Of course, as long as I have a fully equipped weapons manufacturing room and sufficient raw materials. I can produce an abundance of weaponry. All right, when the time is right, I will arrange one for you. Zhuang eagerly added, Captain, I would like a medical laboratory. That is essential. Zhuang, once conditions are met, I will arrange it immediately. Yueshi, do you have any requests? Huang Yueshi smiled faintly, shaking her head. My only requirement is a place to settle down and enough food to eat. What? Have you forgotten? I haven't forgotten. I recall that your demands were quite modest. Haha. Thinking back to when I recruited you on Gushing Sing, I was nearly starving. Though that 50 star coins were not much, it was all I had out if you were a glutton after that one meal. We would have been reduced to slaves or miners just to survive. Ni Zhuang, intrigued, immediately pulled Huang Yueshi aside to inquire about that time. Lin Yang, helpless, shrugged and led Karuja to tour the new warship. The obsolete triangular light-class hull had already been reclaimed, regrettably, purchased for 2,000 and sold for only 200 with 5,200 evolution points. He proceeded to evolve the Qilin X-type pulse engine available in the evolution market once more. An hour later, the Rahuho medium-class interceptor was equipped with dual engines, a warp-speed engine with a rating of 1.0 and a conventional pulse engine. The warship then returned to Zaya Xingxing, leaving the inhabitants in a state of astonishment. Mr. Lin went out for a while and returned with a new warship. Isn't it the MO Dao medium-class interceptor, found only among the fleets of Blue Star and Mars? It appears far superior to the outdated curved blade class from decades ago. Look closely. The MO Dao class lacks such a multitude of turrets and ISNT as large. So, what class is this? Could it be even more formidable than the MO Dao class? Perhaps it's the legendary MO Dao level. The MO Dao level, the legendary warship that nearly caused a rift between Blue Star and Mars. It cannot be mistaken. Heavens, Mr. Lin and his crew are truly enigmatic. Who is aiding him? Is it the Sirius civilization spoken of in whispers? Shoo! No need for wild speculation. Just know this. Mr. Lin is helping us, and that is sufficient. The leaders of the rebel forces were equally astonished, yet they maintained their silence as long as Lin Yang did not speak. A day later, the Gushing Sing fleet of 400 warships arrived at Zaya Xingxing, accepting the enlistment of the rebels, who officially renamed themselves the Asteroid Belt Miners Alliance, with Shurtsong serving as the first leader. The fleets that surrendered from Zixingxing and Hinshengxing also accepted a second allocation through remote communication. The Miners Alliance replaced 80 of the fleet's members, reorganizing the original fleet and redistributing it into 4 varying size fleets according to the population of the asteroid residents, subsequently assigning them to protect various bases. The deployment of oxygen generators continued in an orderly fashion. 3 days later, another notification resonated in Lin Yang's mind. Ding! You have assisted the miners in deploying 3,000 oxygen generators, thereby improving their living conditions and completing the primary mission. 5 a good beginning and a good ending, earning 2,000 evolution points, with a current total of 7,100 evolution points. Primary mission updated. 6 Bounty Tycoon, monopolize 4 bounty markets in the asteroid belt and commence operations, earning 10,000 evolution points. Chapter 28. Monopolizing the bounty market in the asteroid belt system, I must commend you on the effectiveness of this mission. Lin Yang expressed his satisfaction, having defeated the former regime. Not only can I seize the bounty docks, but I could also easily monopolize the entire asteroid belt. This system will endeavor to secure the maximum benefits for the host, and through macro analysis of the future, will strategize for you. To govern the remote and underdeveloped asteroid belt would only mire you in complications. Thus the mission to monopolize the bounty docks was established. We are indeed aligned in thought. The complexities involving the millions of miners in the asteroid belt, along with their intricate ties to Blue Star and Mars, are historical issues best left for the rebels to resolve. Once I intervene, it would take years to extricate myself. With the rebels shielding us, the bounty docks can operate without concern. You are correct. On the surface, you have ceded the asteroid belt to the rebels, yet in truth, it is your conquest. The rebels have become your vassals, and manipulating events from behind the scenes is far safer than confronting Blue Star and Mars directly. The System S arrangements resonated perfectly with Lin Yang's intentions. After sending messages to Ceres, Vesta, and Juno, the leadership of the miners' organization promptly allocated the bounty docks to Lin Yang and dispatched soldiers to ensure market security. Galawa, you have received a promotion and a raise, Lin Yang declared as he and 3 crew members arrived at the bounty dock on Vesta. Galawa rushed to greet them. Captain, it is indeed a great honor to serve you. I have received messages from Ceres, Vesta, and Juno regarding your recognition. Your kindness is something I shall never forget. Your brilliance shines like the sun. Enough flattery. Let us get to work. I require all 4 bounty docks to commence operations within a day. Yes, Captain. As long as you finalize the personnel appointments for the docks, I can guarantee they will be operational within 10 minutes. Inform them that the original management remains unchanged. You are the overarching supervisor, and they should report to me monthly. Understood. I will arrange that immediately. Please make yourselves comfortable in the office. Is there tea? Indeed. We have Blue Star specialty green tea, as well as black tea, pu'er, floral tea, and aged white tea. Huang Yueshi inquired, do you have women's clothing? Yes, we have casual and athletic wear over a dozen new sets, each different, prepared specifically for you and Dr. and I. The creature Karugia asked, is there meat? Yes, I procured fresh refrigerated Blue Star goat meat from the trade dock. Ha ha, splendid. I want 200 pounds. Before an Ziwin could speak, Galawa continued, all medical instruments and supplies for the hospital on Vesta are ready. Doctor and I, once you choose, I will send someone to install them aboard the warship. The 4 exchanged smiles that a capable subordinate indeed brings peace of mind. Galawa had proven to be astute. Even if you're dismissed now, he would not leave. He was adept at his duties, ensuring the logistics aboard the warship were impeccably arranged. Initially, Lin Yang and his crew consumed standard provisions. Galawa sought the Miners' Alliance to prepare a dining selection worthy of the fleet's high-ranking officials, a lavish array of dishes. 10 minutes later, as Lin Yang rested in the office, he heard the system notification. The 4 bounty docks in the asteroid belt have been officially acquired and are now operational, completing primary mission, 6 bounty tycoon, earning 10,000 evolution points, with a current total of 17,100 evolution points. Primary mission updated, 7 journey to Mars. Assist the miners' organization in restoring order to the asteroid belt, then commence the journey to Mars. Successfully reach the Martian Space Trade Station for 20,000 evolution points. Gazing at the task panel in the system interface, Lin Yang reclined on the sofa, closing his eyes to ponder. The challenge task involved destroying 10 frigates, of which only 4 had been destroyed thus far. This task posed some difficulty and would need to be postponed. The growth task was titled Golden Legend, requiring the upgrade of all warship facilities to legendary status, given that a 10 consecutive run only guarantees a single legendary item. And with insufficient evolution points, that too would need to be deferred. Only the primary task seemed more manageable. Restoring order to the asteroid belt would allow for departure. With a warp speed of 1.0, the journey would take just over 20 minutes, as long as negotiations were arranged beforehand. This task was the simplest. With a sudden opening of his eyes, Lin Yang noticed Huang Yueshi watching him intently. What is it? Yueshi, do you have something to say? Nothing much, but I know you have matters to handle. Please, go ahead. We are listening. While that let the miners' organization hasten the restoration of order, the lingering issues from the former regime, such as the gladiatorial arenas and modified beasts, should be shut down or released as necessary. If they require our assistance in maintaining order, they should feel free to ask. And Ziwin interjected. The order of the 4 asteroids is steadily being restored. The arenas are being converted into sports facilities, and the slaves will regain their freedom while the modified beasts are being prepared for confinement. Eliminate them. Eliminate them? Yes, inform Xiao Tong that the modified beasts are bloodthirsty and violent. Not normal carbon-based life forms. They should be executed immediately. Understood. I will relay your orders. Ni Ziwin activated her portable communicator to convey Lin Yang's directives, soon receiving a response. Captain, Xiao Tong has acted upon your instructions. But he mentioned receiving news from the Martian regime that the warm current strategic frigate is a proax certainly. The Martian regime has declared it will dispatch a supervisory council to monitor any exchanges between us. As long as this council possesses no real authority, it shall not hinder our communication. Simply assigning them the task of hunting down pirates will keep them occupied. However, they have also demanded the complete censorship of your messages, aiming to erase your existence from the minds of millions of miners. The more they attempt this, the more mythical our tales become among the populace. We shall comply with their demands swiftly to restore various investments. But you must remember, they must not interfere with military, economic, or civilian affairs. Not at all. At that point, the Supervisory Council will merely be a FAAD. So, Mr. Lin, what about you? Once order is restored in the asteroid belt, we shall set sail. The boundless sea of stars awaits us. I believe the requests for Mars and Blue Star are not meant to obstruct your life in the asteroid belt, but rather to prevent you from reaching Mars or Blue Star with your true identity. Indeed, Xiao Tong, your understanding is sufficient. From now on, for major matters concerning the asteroid belt, consult me. For minor issues, you may convene amongst yourselves at Mr. Lin. We shall always support you. You are the very soul of the asteroid belt. In this game, Lin Yang ostensibly relinquished the fruits of victory, retreating into the depths of space. Yet in truth, he sacrificed nothing. This decisive abandonment earned him the respect of millions residing in the asteroid belt. Whenever he chooses, he could command the entirety of the belt. Yet he is prepared to journey to Mars, seeking to forge his own destiny, with the asteroid belt as his steadfast ally, continually supplying various resources. The subsequent negotiations proceeded smoothly, with the Martian regime obtaining what they desired, believing Lin Yang had stepped down as the leader of the asteroid belt. The entire team, still bearing the moniker of Interstellar Pirates, found it challenging to approach Mars openly. However, investors from Mars, Blue Star banks, major corporations, stock exchanges, and factories began returning to the asteroid belt. The Martian regime dispatched a supervisory council of 30 to oversee the new governance. New mining legislation and miners' rights were set into motion, and the tax revenues from the asteroid belt soared, leading to increasing prosperity. 3 days later, Xiao Tong sent an encrypted message. Order has been restored across 4 asteroids and major mining areas. A total of 7.86 million miners and 120,000 slaves have been granted free status. The 4 main fleets have commenced formal patrols, and all docks are operating normally. The transition of governance in the asteroid belt is officially complete. Upon receiving this report, Lin Yang nodded in satisfaction that it is time for us to set sail. Our destination is Mars. Captain, we have received another encrypted communication, came the voice of Ni Ziwin. Upon connecting, she was met with the unexpected visage of General Liu Yuanshan, former commander of the Zhishan Star Fleet. Due to his timely surrender, he had gifted Lin Yang a sum of 100 million star coins. After the transfer of power, Vice Admiral Liu Yuanshan was appointed as the head of the Asteroid Belt Fleet Academy, essentially granting him a nominal position for retirement. Logically, having safely landed, he should have laid low to enjoy life. Surprisingly, he risked detection by the Martian Supervisory Council to send Lin Yang an encrypted message. General Liu, it has been quite some time. You still possess your former charisma. What urgent matter prompts you to utilize encrypted communication? Mr. Lin, I have heard you are preparing to embark on a journey to Mars. Is that true? Yes. Do you have something to convey? Weren't you classified as an interstellar pirate, with your accounts frozen by the Martian regime? Indeed, I am troubled by this issue. The Martian trade dock, F-Zone. No. 66 is the branch of the Star Alliance Bank on Mars. Go there and seek out a being named Yao Ban, a 3-eyed creature from Orion with whom I have an old acquaintance. He can upgrade your account from a secondary regional version to a primary universal version, valid across the entire Star Alliance, thereby nullifying the freezes from Mars and Blue Star. General Liu, your timing is impeccable. Thank you, you're welcome. You have provided me and my family with a chance to start anew. That I once considered fleeing back to Mars, but I was abandoned halfway due to crucial intelligence from Major Zhou Mingyuan of Wedding Star. Without your generous intervention, my family would have met the same fate as Theodore and Nelson. You are a wise and visionary individual. We shall meet again. I ask there any message you wish for me to convey to Yao Ban? None. He will understand upon hearing my name. However, there is one more thing. Speak that I've heard that the saber-toothed tiger punishment squad from Sirius will soon be entering the solar system, coming for your companion. The tiger and be cautious in your dealings. Farewell. After closing the communication, Lin Yang noticed that Karugia was no longer his usual indifferent self. His tiger-like eyes narrowed with concern, and his co-pilot, Huang Yueshi, also wore a furrowed brow. Seemingly troubled, clap, clap. Lin Yang clapped his hands to rouse their spirits. It is time to set off. What troubles you, big cat? Are you afraid? Humph, tiger men fear nothing. I merely miss my mother and father and my several royal sisters. Very well, what about you, Yueshi? You also appear to be preoccupied. Huang Yueshi smiled gently. It's nothing. I'm just a bit hungry. What about you? That I'm also hungry. Then I shall prepare the meal. Huang Yueshi swiftly departed the cockpit. After she left, an Aijuan approached Lin Yang and whispered. Last time Yueshi seemed troubled, it was upon learning that Major Zhou Mingyuan from Wedding Star had been taken by the Martian regime. Now she appears troubled again, likely due to hearing news of Zhou Mingyuan again. Captain, Yueshi mentioned she spent some time on Wedding Star. I wonder if it is related. Lin Yang expressed concern. I inquired privately. But she said nothing further, so I did not press. Sister Zhuan, there are some topics that girls find easier to discuss. Perhaps you could find an opportunity to ask her. All right, I will help her prepare the meal. And Aijuan proceeded to the temporary dining area in the aft cabin. Upon reaching the door, she overheard Huang Yueshi murmuring, "Let them go. I will return with you." Return where? Yueshi? Huh, Sister Zhuan. I said nothing, just preparing the meal. What would you like to eat? Chapter 30. Mars setting sail. And Aijuan smiled warmly, gently taking Huang Yueshi's hand. Yueshi, my dear sister, this period of companionship has been the happiest time in my 10 years of fleeing. I wonder how you feel about it. Huang Yueshi was momentarily stunned before responding with a smile. Sister Zhuan, why the sudden seriousness? Quickly, what would you like to eat? Chicken set or fish set? Sister wants nothing but to ask if you have encountered any difficulties lately. None at all. Yueshi, Mr. Lin says we are one team, one family. You wouldn't keep your troubles from us, would you? If it feels uncomfortable to tell him, could you confide in me instead? I'm also a woman. Truly, there are no difficulties, sister. You worry too much. I was just reminded of my grandmother with whom I once fled. Seeing that she could not extract any further information, and Jiwan relented and joined Huang Yueshi in preparing the meal. During dinner, Lin Yang cast a questioning glance at Anai Jiwan, who gently shook her head. Lin Yang then smiled and said, After this meal, we shall set forth for Mars, if anyone has unfinished business. Speak now, for once we embark, returning to the asteroid belt will not be easy. Huang Yueshi placed a large chicken leg into his meal box. Eat up, Captain. One chicken leg won't suffice. So here, have another. Yueshi, are you trying to lose weight? You don't appear overweight. If you want to eat it, I certainly could use it. Karugia snatched Lin Yang's meal box away, pouring its contents into his cavernous mouth. With a few bites, he had devoured it. Seeing the three of them gaping, he then seized Enai Zhuan's and Huang Yueshi's meal boxes as well. I'm starving. With a massive jaw, he devoured their meals too. Captain, I am only 30% full. I am still hungry. You rascal, Lin Yang exclaimed, exasperated. Didn't you say 10 portions would be sufficient? You've consumed 13 portions and claim to be only 30% full? Huang Yueshi retorted coldly. Tell your father to hurry and send money for food, 100 million star coins. And Aijuan shook her head helplessly. Karugia, you can throw yourself in front of us to shield us in battle. Yet at mealtime, you act like a thief. From your human perspective, I am still just an 8-year-old child. I cannot let a child go hungry, can I? Lin Yang clenched his fist and lightly punched him. Who isn't a child? From your tiger people's perspective, the average lifespan is 300 years. A 20-something human is still a child. All right, Captain, it's time to set sail. Let Karugia eat his fill this once. And Juan chuckled, mediating the situation. Eat, go ahead and indulge. Let us see how much you can consume. Karugia opened his belly and devoured an amount meant for 50 individuals. Lin Yang, Huang Yueshi, and Enai Juan all frowned at the sight. He did not declare himself full, but simply stated he wasn't in the mood to eat anymore. Feeling fatigued, he returned to his quarters and lay down on the floor, swiftly falling asleep. Lin Yang chuckled helplessly. The lower cabin is still too small. The stored meat 1T sustain Karugia for even a month. Huang Yueshi remarked. A northeast tiger can consume over 20 kilograms in a single meal. And Karugia's appetite exceeds that of a northeast tiger. We should avoid prolonged voyages in the future. All right, let the well-fed big tiger rest for a while. We shall set out for Mars. The medium-sized fighter ship, Sun and Moon, departed from the bounty dock. Galeva led all personnel to the dock, waving farewell as the battleship took flight. Yueshi, engage standard propulsion. Once we exit the domain of Vesta, we shall switch to warp mode. During non-combat situations, Lin Yang typically entrusted piloting to his co-pilot, Huang Yueshi. He leisurely sat in the driver's seat, gazing at the scenic views. Suddenly, the electronic door of the Vesta Supervisory Committee malfunctioned and could not be opened, trapping the supervisor sent by the Martian government inside. Attempt to contact the Miners Alliance for help proved futile. Several repairmen fumbled at the door for a long time, but it remained obstinately shut. Frustrated, the supervisor began to shout from within. Where is Speaker Shurtsong? We need to communicate with Shurtsong, the leader of the asteroid belt miners. Apologies, supervisor, but Speaker Shurtsong has gone to inspect the underground mines and will return in an hour. Please open the door. Who took off from the bounty dock? Why are all the base personnel gathering in the square? We sincerely apologize. Please wait a moment. We will endeavor to open the electronic door within an hour. I ask you, who took off from the dock? I don't know. Please wait. We'll go check. With a click, the repairman added another lock and activated a force field shield. Then he turned and dashed toward the central square. The square was already filled with people, tens of thousands of them, creating an impenetrable crowd. Everyone looked up at the dome above. The Sun and Moon-class fighter ship, piloted by Lin Yang, was slowly ascending. Over 100,000 people waved goodbye to him. Seeing this scene, and Ai Zhuan's eyes turned red and tears fell. After so many years in the asteroid belt, I can finally leave with peace of mind, knowing everyone is living a normal life. Thank you, Captain. Lin Yang smiled with satisfaction. This moment makes all the struggles worthwhile. Everyone is here to see us off. Huang Yueshi remarked. Not just here. Look further afield, the trade docks. Labor docks, transport ports, and shipyards are all filled with people. Let us go. We will return one day. The warship accelerated, leaving Vesta and heading toward Mars, which was closer to the Sun. 5 minutes after departure. And Ai Zhuan smiled and said, Shurtsong and the others are waiting for us ahead. Radar displayed that 5,000 kilometers away, 100 warships were arranged neatly in space. Leader Shurtsong sent a message. General Lin, we await your inspection and bid you farewell. Oh, when did I become a general? In our hearts, you're the only general of the asteroid belt. We will always follow your command. A few minutes later, the Sun and Moon-class warship arrived at the fleet's vicinity. The 100 warships were lined up in 2 rows, 50 on each side, consisting entirely of medium-sized bombers, each measuring 10 kilometers long. They illuminated a 1-kilometer wide passage with their long-range lighting beams, creating a radiant pathway for Lin Yang. Huang Yueshi reduced the speed to 30 kilometers per hour, gently navigating through the fleet. All personnel aboard the 100 warships stood rigidly at the observation windows, saluting as the Sun and Moon-class ship passed by. Once through the passage, Lin Yang had completed his inspection of the asteroid belt's main fleet. The Sun and Moon-class ships suddenly accelerated, vanishing into the vastness of space at a speed of 200 Mach. Lin Yang refrained from sending any farewell messages to Shurtsong. The more decisive the departure, the more words remained unspoken. Rather than reiterating commands, it was better to leave swiftly, trusting completely. Captain, we have exited the Vesta star domain. Set the course for Mars, placing the coordinates 150,000 kilometers outside the Martian star domain. Since we are now pirates, we must seize a ship to facilitate our entry into the space trading hub. After Huang Yueshi set the coordinates, the warship entered warp speed at 1.0, anticipating arrival in 22 minutes. 10 minutes into warp speed, and Ai Zhuan suddenly detected an anomaly on the radar. Captain, a heavy fighter ship from Sirius Technology is blocking our warp route, and its laser weapons are charging. It seems they intend to intercept us. We have received a communication request from them. Chapter 31. Sirius Punishment Agency. Saber-toothed Tiger exit warp speed, open communications, and enter combat readiness. Upon connecting the video call, they were met with a fierce-looking tiger man, scarred on his face, one ear missing from a laser blast. His once golden fur, striped with black, was now mottled with gray. Given the average lifespan of Tiger Men at 300 years, he was clearly over 150 years old. Are you Lin Yang, commander of the fighter ship from the solar system? Yes. Why are you blocking my route? I am Gala, a bounty officer from the Sirius Saber-Toothed Tiger Punishment Agency, that I command you to lower your shields and transfer the fugitive Karuja to my ship. Both Huang Yueshi and Ni Zhuan frowned at this. But Lin Yang remained calm and smiled. Mr. One Ear, Karuja is our ship's security officer, a vital combat asset. How could he possibly be a fugitive? He violated a 2,000-year-old tradition of the Sirius civilization by refusing to face a father-son challenge. That is cowardly behavior and a disgrace to the Tiger people. But he has already been exiled for that, as long as he does not return to Sirius. He is not considered a criminal. Indeed, as long as he does not cause trouble for the Sirius civilization, he is not a criminal. But he leaked Sirius technology and disrupted the political transformation in the asteroid belt. The Star Alliance is investigating this. And pressure must be released through Karuja's death. Your reasoning lacks any logic. Karuja did not leak Sirius technology. Even if he did, with the technological capabilities of the solar system, we could not rapidly master it. Especially not with a near-orbital fighter ship. Gala furrowed his brow, seemingly realizing this point, but then his anger flared once more. Whether he is guilty or not is not for you to decide. It must be adjudicated by the ancient saber-toothed Tiger Punishment Agency. Primitive human, I command you to lower your shields and transfer Karuja immediately. Mr. One Ear, you cannot bully the weak with technology and force. That contradicts the principles of the Star Alliance. I have been quite restrained. If it weren't for your incessant praise of my honorable scar, I would have already deactivated your shields and remotely transported the fugitive away. Gala, the Tiger Man, proudly touched the scar where his ear had been, a mark left over a century ago when he pursued the S-class criminal Black Tiger Vidaka, surrounded by an insectoid mercenary group. This is my honor. I commend your bravery while also respecting the laws and traditions of Sirius. But I ask you to respect our human traditions as well. What traditions? If you wish to take my crew member, you must first submit a request to the Blue Star government, get it stamped, then seek approval from the Martian government, and finally bring the application to the Miners Alliance in the asteroid belt. Without tri-party approval, I will not release him. Gala's brow furrowed. And no wonder the solar system's human development is so slow. It is burdened by such cumbersome regulations that a minute later, he sent over a document. Blue Star and Mars have approved, but the asteroid belt has not. However, historically, the asteroid belt miners were a vassal government of Mars, so Mars's approval suffices. Now, can you release him? Damn! Lin Yang cursed inwardly that it took him 10 days to get a simple application approved. His account had even been frozen by Mars. The Sirius people applied, and it was instantly approved. Clearly, the tactic of stalling would not work. He had to face the situation that he closed his eyes and reclined in the pilot's seat. Huang Yueshi and Ni Jin immediately understood. It was time to enter deep driving mode and prepare for battle. Whoosh! Without warning, Huang Yueshi launched 3 Dragonfly K-type missiles, followed by simultaneous fire from 4 ion pulse cannons. Lin Yang maneuvered the warship with a roll to evade, and Zhuan cranked the radar to maximum power, closely monitoring any movements within a 100,000-kilometer radius. Bam! The 3 Dragonfly missiles struck Gala's heavy fighter ship directly. But the high-explosive warheads only created 3 bursts of flame. The 4 enhanced ion pulse cannons also struck the enemy ship's shields, causing only a slight flicker. Zhuan exclaimed in surprise. The enemy's shield value decreased by 1. But it recovered in 0.1 seconds. Our attacks are ineffective. Huang Yueshi frowned. The Sirius Tiger people are a 2.6 level stellar civilization. This battle will be tough. Retreat. Lin Yang hastily set a course and immediately entered warp speed at 1.0. But the warship shook violently. A massive beam of light enveloped the Sun and Moon-class ship like a curtain of light, and a tremendous gravitational force prevented the ship from entering warp speed. Alarms blared throughout the ship. Warning, warning, warp entry failed. Power system malfunction. The hull is being captured by an unknown gravitational force, 10 kilometers above the Sun and Moon-class ship, a colossal mothership, 5,000 meters in length. Suddenly appeared that Gala's fighter ship had emerged from this massive vessel. With such interstellar might, even a 500-meter-long Orca-class strategic corvette would not escape the grasp of the tractor beam, let alone the 50-meter-long Sun and Moon-class ship. Captain, it's an interstellar cruiser from the Sirius Tiger people. It is cloaked. Our radar cannot detect it. The Tiger people have no honor. Yueshi, prepare the epic weapon time rewind. At that moment, Karuja stumbled into the cockpit, having been woken from deep sleep. Upon seeing Gala's heavy fighter ship outside the observation window and the blue light curtain enveloping the Sun and Moon-class ship, he widened his tiger eyes in shock and hurried to the communication panel. Release my friend. Tiger Man, Karuja requests a blood duel. You are not a legitimate citizen of Sirius. You do not have the right to request a blood duel. Gala's cold retort echoed in the air. Bang! Karuja, infuriated, clenched his fists. Even if I am a heretic, as long as the blood of a Tiger Man flows within me, I can request a sacred blood duel. This is a tradition established by the original Tiger Emperor 2 millennia ago. Do you not respect tradition? Why do you not dare to duel me? His opponent remained silent, continuing to pull the Sun and Moon ship with the gravitational beams. The 5-kilometer-long interstellar cruiser had already opened its docking port. In 1 minute, the Sun and Moon would be captured within a cruiser. Huang Yueshi unleashed several missiles and energy cannons in quick succession, yet they fell powerless, as if they were mere pebbles tossed into the sea. Karuja tightened his fists and let out a long, defiant howl. Captain, please lower the shields and let them transport me over. Tiger men consider it shameful to attack the weak. They will not trouble you. And as a royal, I will not face execution. At most, I will be imprisoned. Did you just fall asleep, Tiger? Gala remarked. Your death is required to alleviate the pressure on the Galactic Alliance. Death? Tiger men fear not death. I merely wish to perish gloriously in a duel. Since they deny me that honor, I shall reluctantly accept the humiliation of punishment. Karuja spread his hands helplessly. Lower the shields, Captain, Commander Huang, Doctor and I, knowing you has been the greatest joy of my 8 years. I long to continue competing with you for sustenance, but I cannot allow my fear of death to endanger my friends. Farewell. Bang. Stop with the self-sacrifice and hurry to the aft to repair the engine. Lin Yang jumped up and punched Karuja. He thought to himself, you almost got me. However, Karuja did not heed his words. Instead, he hurriedly reached for the shield button on the main control screen. Slap. A massive tiger claw was simultaneously struck down by Lin Yang and Huang Yueshi. Huang Yueshi coldly stated, do not overstep your bounds. This is not a control interface for a mere safety officer. Lin Yang smiled slightly. Are you familiar with the ancient human saying that one must be loyal to the entrusted task? Karuja shook his head with reddened eyes. I have not heard of it. I have been entrusted by the Tiger Emperor to ensure your safety, and I shall not abandon you midway, treating you as a criminal. Lin Yang declared, raising his index finger. Yueshi, it is time to test the effectiveness of our new epic-grade weapon. Chapter 32. Time Reversal. Turning the tide of battle. Whoosh. The time reversal device flew out from the Sun and Moon. Its speed was slow, only at Mach 1, so slow that the serious Tiger men could not be bothered to intercept it, instead curiously observing what this peculiar guided weapon could do. Suddenly, a flash of white light erupted as the time reversal device detonated 30 kilometers away. A tremendous shockwave rapidly expanded outward. Within the inner layer of the shockwave, additional shockwaves emerged, releasing in successive layers. The speed and power increased with each wave. Boom! When the shockwave reached the Sun and Moon, the 50-meter-long medium fighter was jolted. The 5-kilometer-long interstellar cruiser of the Sirius Tiger race also shook from the impact. In the next moment, the massive gravitational beam emitted by the cruiser snapped. Under the push of a shockwave, the Sun and Moon medium fighter, Karuja's heavy fighter, and the 5-kilometer-long interstellar cruiser all retreated. This retreat was not merely spatial. Rather, it was a regression in time. Lin Yang's words reemerged in reverse order. Yueshi, we should test the effectiveness of our new epic-grade weapon. The actions and dialogues of everyone aboard the warship played out in reverse. The medium fighter of the Sun and Moon retreated to the position it occupied 1 minute ago. Apart from the already detonated time reversal device, everything reverted to a minute prior. Tiger Man Gala was again intercepting in his heavy fighter, and the 5-kilometer-long interstellar cruiser returned to its cloaked state. Something feels off. I have a nagging sense that there was something crucial we needed to do, related to our epic-grade new weapon and time reversal. Lin Yang, piloting the warship at warp speed 1.0, suddenly felt an anomaly. This scene of piloting the warship feels eerily familiar. Me too. Huang Yueshi quickly opened the weapon interface. Oh no, our time reversal device has already detonated. When, just a minute ago, precisely 1 minute ago, we were expelled from the time bubble. Regressing 1 minute. Why can't I comprehend this, Yueshi? Look here, the battle log from the epic grade generator has masked the time reversal. And as Wang remarked, perhaps it also shielded our consciousness from the time reversal, allowing us to detect the anomaly. At that moment, the previously slumbering Karuja awakened and rushed into the cockpit. Captain, something feels wrong. I have a vague sense that we nearly faced annihilation. Prepare for battle. Your intuition is correct. The four glanced at the battle log, instantly recalling the dire situation they had just faced, nearly being obliterated. Buzz! Lin Yang immediately exited warp speed. Huang Yueshi opened the weapon interface while Karuja dashed to the energy room to load energy modules. And Wang adjusted the radar power to its maximum. At a distance of 10,000 kilometers, there appears to be a slight distortion in space. Captain, your timing is impeccable. If we had delayed exiting warp speed by even 0.001 seconds, we would have collided with Gala's warship. We only detected Karuja's heavy fighter. The interstellar cruiser remains cloaked. Captain, should we send a message? Don't bother. Wait for his communication. Yueshi, prepare the particle cannon, even if it depletes our energy. We must deliver a decisive blow, targeting the cruiser's location. Huang Yueshi frowned. Increasing the particle cannon's power by several times is indeed formidable, but it may not pose a threat to the Sirius cruiser. Lin Yang shook his head slightly. With Sirius technology, even if we attempted to escape back to the asteroid belt, we would be pursued. Our warp speed of 1.0, we wouldn't escape the solar system before being caught. This is our only option. Huang Yueshi quickly understood. You mean to inform the saber-toothed tiger that our technology is not derived from Karuja? Precisely. We cannot win, and the saber-toothed tiger will not listen to reason. We must present the facts. Some advanced civilizations in the galaxy have developed cloaking technology for warships, evading radar scans and providing a crushing advantage in space combat. Consequently, the Galactic Alliance enforces strict regulations regarding warship cloaking technology, effectively monopolizing it. Only a select few advanced civilizations possess it, while lower civilizations are not only prohibited from possessing it, but also from attempting to develop it. It is akin to the World Council's regulations on nuclear weapons several millennia ago, when Blue Star had not yet fully achieved first-level planetary civilization status. Today, each advanced civilization in the galaxy has its unique cloaking technology, which remains the highest state secret. Karuja, a child of the tiger race uninvolved in military or political affairs, could not possibly have access to warship cloaking technology. Lin Yang's ability to pierce the cloak and launch an attack, regardless of how he achieved it, demonstrates that Karuja did not relay Sirius technology to humanity. As expected, Gala sent a communication, uttering the same words he had spoken 1 minute ago. You are the fighter commander, the human from the solar system. Lin Yang? This time, Lin Yang did not respond. Instead, he pressed the buttons for the 4 missile launchers. The Dragonfly K-type missiles surged forth in groups of 4. Racing towards the cloaked 5-kilometer-long interstellar cruiser at a speed of 100 Mach. Simultaneously, Huang Yueshi commanded the Fire Dragon X-type particle cannon to fire. The originally 10-meter diameter golden high-energy beam, after enhancement, surpassed 100 meters in diameter. The 4 ion pulse cannons and 1 magnetic explosion cannon followed suit, each amplified by several times their original power. Boom! A massive flash of light erupted as the significantly enhanced particle cannon struck the cloaked interstellar cruiser first, followed by the 4 ion pulse cannons and the magnetic explosion cannon. These 5 ship-mounted cannons, being pulse types, emitted high-energy light clusters, fast but short-ranged. Fortunately, they were within close proximity to the massive interstellar cruiser, and in an instant, the energy weapons hit their target. Finally, a series of Dragonfly K-type missiles followed suit, resulting in violent explosions enveloping the exterior of the interstellar cruiser. Huang Yueshi continued to operate the particle cannon, firing 3 more times. The enormous interstellar cruiser was rocked by the barrage, explosions erupting in succession. At that moment, Karuja anxiously shouted over the communication line, "Energy consumption is too rapid. I can't keep up. We can fire the cannon 1 more time, but the next strike will take 2 minutes. Yueshi, continue firing," Lin Yang commanded. Zap! Bang! A flash of fire erupted as the particle cannon struck Karuja's heavy fighter, instantly depleting 30 of its shield. Simultaneously, over 100 Dragonfly K-type missiles struck Karuja's warship. Boom! Boom! Boomed! As the dense explosion subsided, Lin Yang and the others finally discerned the scene. It was Gala piloting the heavy fighter, blocking the last shot from the particle cannon and intercepting the barrage of Dragonfly K-type missiles. Captain, scans indicate a phenomenon of particle compression within the heavy fighter. Gala has been transported away. The cruiser has entered warp. Did we win? As Ni Zhuang and Huang Yueshi expressed their astonishment, the communication station received a message. Upon connection, several elderly tiger men with mottled fur appeared, including Gala. The video feed showed the bridge engulfed in smoke. Sparks falling everywhere. Clearly, the unexpected assault from the sun and moon had dealt significant damage to the cruiser. Lin Yang could not help but widen his eyes. Did our attack injure your cruiser? Lin Yang slapped his forehead, attempting to conceal the corners of his mouth that threatened to curl into a smile. I apologize for the confusion, that I truly did not anticipate that the cruiser's stealth mode would result in a reduction of its shields. Now you understand that Karuja has not imparted any technical knowledge to me, correct? Chapter 33. The Sacred Blood Duel, Separation. Without Karuja in the upper echelons of the Sirius military, it is indeed impossible. What technique did you employ to pry into our stealth technology? An officer, dressed as a white-bearded tiger man, inquired. Scan the spatial and temporal traces of the battlefield. If your technology is competent, the truth will be revealed. The scanning results are currently being calculated. We shall discover the truth. Karuja is the culprit and must be surrendered. At that moment, Karuja rose to his feet. I have already stated my intention. I request a sacred blood duel. If you are cowards who disrespect tradition, then return to Sirius. Otherwise, arrange for the sacred blood duel. When did you ever say so? A minute, no. It should be 2 minutes ago. At that moment, a tiger man hastily entered the bridge, delivering the scanning report to Gala. Upon reading it, Gala's body trembled, and he quickly handed the report to the white-bearded tiger man, whispering, Elder, it seems to be a temporal weapon. We were sent back a minute. The tiger elder was taken aback. The Sirius tiger people are a 2.6 level stellar civilization and have yet to master temporal weapons. Only a race reaching the 3.0 level galactic civilization can pry into such matters. It is evident that Lin Yang has received assistance from a more advanced race, not from the tiger man Karuja. The tiger elder reluctantly set down the scanning report. Lin Yang, once the tiger people's warship enters stealth mode, it can cloak all radar scans within the known galaxy, but at the cost of lowering its shields. That if that were not the case, your close-range fighter would not have inflicted any damage on the cruiser. Lin Yang replied, I merely stumbled upon a fortunate coincidence. It was not my intention to harm the cruiser. There is no need for false modesty. You have triumphed over the Sirius tiger people's interstellar cruiser. This honor belongs to the 4 of you and cannot be taken away. However, while honor is honor, we must provide an explanation to the Star Alliance. Lin Yang nodded that I understand, but I had already explained everything a minute ago. Karuja also requested a sacred blood duel, yet you chose to ignore it, insisting on capturing my warship, which led to this scene. Now you can use the facts to explain to the Star Alliance. The Tiger Elder picked up the scanning report again. Are there any records prior to the activation of the temporal weapon? None. Even if there were, Lin Yang would not share them. Those records are from the perspective of the Sun and Moon's cockpit and cannot be easily shared with outsiders. Very well, the Tiger people are not unreasonable that I will submit the Cruiser-S combat log as a report to the Star Alliance and will not pursue whether Karuja leaked any secrets to lower civilizations for the time being. However, it is over. I dread hearing the word however. Lin Yang's brow furrowed. Speak. How do you intend to go back on your word? It is not about going back, but rather that Karuja has requested a sacred blood duel. Setting aside the incident erased by the temporal weapon, he just proposed the duel, which we all heard. According to Sirius tradition, the saber-toothed tiger penal society must accept the challenge, and the time is set for 48 hours later at the Mars Coliseum. No, the misunderstanding has been resolved. Another duel would serve no purpose. The sacred blood duel is the most significant event for the tiger people, more solemn than a father-son duel. Once proposed, it cannot be retracted. Even if you flee the galaxy, the saber-toothed tiger will pursue you and arrange the duel. Flee. At this warp speed of 1.0, I couldn't even escape to Jupiter. Then we shall meet on Mars. Karuja, rest well and prepare for the duel. Wait. As the Tiger Elder prepared to leave, Lin Yang hurriedly called out that we are interstellar pirates and cannot enter Mars orbit. You must have a way. The original route was to Mars. And Gala's warship is right before you. That is your trophy of honor. Do not make me instruct you on how to proceed. After the communication ended, Karuja burst into laughter. The saber-toothed tiger penal society's heavy fighter is fully functional. Aha! Captain, we've struck it rich this time. Bang! Lin Yang approached and punched him that I was negotiating with the saber-toothed tiger, and you had to act like a big shot and propose a sacred blood duel. Huh. What do you mean? You're merely 8 years old. How could you possibly contend with those over 100 years old? This duel could have been entirely avoided. No, Captain, the temple retriever only erased their memories. Not mine. Once the sacred blood duel is proposed, it cannot be retracted. I must duel them. Huang Yueshi shook her head helplessly. Let it go, Captain. This stubborn tiger will not change his mind once he has said it. Karuja quickly nodded. Indeed, this is my first battle against the decaying traditions. Thank you for standing with me. Huh. Don't drag me onto the pirate ship. I refuse to participate in the duel. Who knows? What do you mean, who knows? I'm not a tiger-headed man. I do not have the blood of the tiger people coursing through my veins. But we are a collective, are we not? Then I could toss you aside at any moment. Believe it? Believe. Haha. But I know you would never do that. Otherwise, you wouldn't have gone to war with the saber-toothed tiger. I find myself at a loss for words against the childish and naive Karuja. We still have quite a distance to Mars. Let us discuss how to proceed. Huang Yueshi suggested. Our original plan was to hijack a cargo ship nearby and use it to transport us to the Mars port. Now that we have a ready-made serious heavy fighter, we need not hijack a cargo ship. N.I. Ziwen added. I wonder if the Mars patrol fleet will question us. Lin Yang replied. When the time comes. Let Karuja impersonate Gala, dye his fur gray and white, add a bit of a beard, and just cut off one ear. That should suffice. Upon hearing this, Karuja hurriedly covered his ears. Captain, losing an ear in battle is my honor. But if it is for impersonating someone else, then it is my disgrace. And Ziwen chuckled. Don't worry, Karuja, I can disguise you with microsurgery. No need to actually cut it off. Oh, I see. I thought the captain wanted to prepare tiger ears for a feast. Lin Yang said. Enough with the banter. Quickly secure our spoils and prepare to transfer. Karuja immediately rushed to the aft cabin, ready for a spacewalk to retrieve the spoils. Huang Yueshi asked. What about the sun and moon? Should we find a place to hide it, Captain? Do you want to return to the asteroid belt? No, that would be too troublesome. How about this? I will stay to guard the sun and moon while you activate the Star Alliance account. After the sacred blood duel, pilot the heavy fighter back or send a message, and I'll come to fetch you. That is also a plan. However, Mars is so bustling. Yueshi, want you take a stroll? I still want to take you shopping. Wake up, Captain. Even if you successfully reach Mars port, you must remain discreet and concealed. Do not wander about aimlessly. Here, take this for your safety. Huang Yueshi took off the galaxy heart necklace from around her neck and placed it into Lin Yang's hand. Although you cannot utilize the galaxy heart to enhance weapon energy, it will vibrate when danger is nearby and can sometimes guide you. Such a precious item. You are giving it to me directly? Aren't you afraid I might run away with it? Humph. Huang Yueshi pouted and smiled. You better not run away. Lin Yang donned the necklace around his neck, chuckling. So, this means the galaxy heart is your token of affection for me. Rest assured, I will keep it safe. This time, Huang Yueshi did not blush and glare at him, but instead lowered her head and smiled. How smug. And Ziwen said, Yueshi, I will stay. You go to Mars with Lin Yang. No, Sister Ziwen. Only I and the captain can pilot the sun and moon. If the sun and moon is needed for support, it is most appropriate for me to stay. Let us keep in touch at all times. After reaching an agreement, Lin Yang took Karuja and N.I. Ziwen aboard the Sirius Technology heavy fighter. Karuja disguised himself as Gala, piloting the warship at full speed towards Mars orbit. Lin Yang and N.I. Ziwen rested in the aft cabin. After the warship departed, Huang Yueshi sent a message to an unfamiliar target. Coordinates X4533, Y2177, Z5699. I will return with you. Please keep your promise and do not harm my friends. Chapter 34, Arrival at Mars. Unleashing the Nouveau Riche. Although the Sirius Technology heavy fighter was advanced, it was not equipped with a warp engine, as it was merely a close-range fighter. Its typical missions involve short-range tasks, even for interstellar travel. It is usually accomplished via interstellar portals or carried by a mothership. Why omitting the space-consuming, high-energy-consuming warp engine? The close-range warship's firepower and defense can be significantly enhanced, which is why it can withstand bombardment from particle cannons. After flying at a maximum speed of 500 Mach for 45 hours, they finally reached Mars orbit. Despite Mars having a diameter of 6,700 kilometers, only half that of Blue Star, it is considerably larger than the 4 asteroids in the asteroid belt. Moreover, it is closer to the Sun and much brighter. What astonished Lin Yang the most was that Mars was no longer the reddish hue of his memories. Instead, it resembled blue star, with oceans visible through the atmosphere. In Mars orbit, there were dozens of space stations, resembling airborne cities. Two interstellar portals stood out, each with a diameter of 100 meters, emitting a pale blue glow. They were exclusively for small, close-range vessels lacking faster-than-light capabilities. From a distance, they appeared as two azure mirrors floating in Mars orbit. The edges of the portals glowed green as warships flew into the blue light. In an instant, they arrived at another corner of space. As the edge of the portal glowed with a crimson light, warships lined up at the entrance, emerging one after another from the azure radiance. These were near-space vessels traveling from a distant corner of the universe to Mars, each measuring less than 100 meters in width and height. The colossal interstellar ships could not pass through the portal, relying instead on warp engines for their cosmic journeys. Two portals incessantly swallowed and spat out warships. One connected the blue planet, while the other linked to Proxima Centauri, the fabled homeland of the Trisolarans, a star just 4.24 light-years away. Regrettably, this world bore no Trisolarans. Proxima Centauri had originally served as a transit hub for the Galactic Alliance and an observation post for monitoring the lower civilization of humanity. 8 centuries prior, humanity had constructed its first warp engine and embarked at light speed towards Mars, marking the threshold into the 2.0 stellar civilization. The Galactic Alliance officially made contact with humanity, inviting them to join the Intergalactic Federation to evolve and explore the infinite cosmos together. Thus began humanity's age of interstellar navigation. Now, 800 years later, Mars had become humanity's second habitation, boasting a population of 3 billion. Its orbit featured massive trade stations, spacecraft docks, agricultural facilities, ice water factories, and fleet bases. The colorful neon lights of the space metropolis illuminated the void, and in stark contrast, Lin Yang finally grasped why the asteroid belt was deemed a desolate backwater. Welcome, esteemed guests from Sirius back to Mars. Should you encounter any issues, feel free to contact the Martian Patrol, as our fleet is dedicated to serving you. We wish you a pleasant journey. There was no scrutiny upon their arrival. When the Martian Patrol detected the Sirius warship, they nearly groveled in greeting. Captain, my disguise was in vain. I never expected them to be so subservient. And I, Zhuan remarked helplessly. Human technology is at the bottom of the Galactic Alliance, and Mars is even more backward than the blue planet. It is no surprise they exhibit such obsequiousness in the presence of a higher civilization. Lin Yang shook his head. What I fear is a dramatic shift in their attitude towards their fellow humans. Your concern is valid, Captain. At least 10 years ago, when I escaped, they were just like that. Soon, the warship docked at the trade port. Karuja still donned her gallant attire, while Lin Yang and I, Yuan, pulled up their hoods and descended the ship. All three naturally carried phase guns. The moment Lin Yang set foot on the trade station, a notification echoed in his mind. You have successfully arrived at the Martian Orbital Trade Station, completing main quest, 7 journey to Mars. Evolution points 20,000. Current evolution points 22,100. The main quest updated, 8 Sacred Blood Duel. Lead Karuja to participate in the Sacred Blood Duel of Sirius and utterly defeat the Saber-Toothed Tiger Punishment Society. Evolution points 30,000. Participating in the duel was simple, but achieving a complete victory was another matter entirely. Lin Yang had yet to devise a strategy. For now, he decided to conduct a 10-fold draw. Congratulations, host! Legendary items have appeared in the Evolution Mall. Zhu Long X-Type Explosive Pulse Cannon, capable of emitting high-compression energy, orbs that explode upon impact, delivering 10,000 megajoules of energy, with a speed of 1,000 Mach, a firing rate of 300 rounds per minute, and a range of 1,000 kilometers. Priced at 2,000 evolution points, high-energy pulse weaponry was a must-buy. He continued with another 10-fold draw. Congratulations, the Evolution Mall has once again unveiled legendary items. Ing Long X-Type Directional Phase Cannon, capable of emitting high-energy directional particle beams, carrying 50,000 megajoules of energy per second, achieving a speed of 1.0 light upon exit, with a range of 500 kilometers. Priced at 2,000 evolution points, another directional high-energy ray weapon. He purchased it and proceeded with another 10-fold draw. Congratulations, the host has once again drawn a legendary item. Another Zhu Long Pulse Cannon? No matter. He would first complete the advancement of his weapons. 3 rounds of 10-fold draws yielded 3 legendary weapons, and Lin Yang was eager to witness their power. The remaining evolution points were just sufficient for the advancement costs. After upgrading the warship from a light trident to a medium-sized blade, there remained 4 vacant laser cannon slots and 2 missile launch pads. Lin Yang promptly accessed the system to initiate remote advancement. Placing 2 Zhu Long X-type pulse cannons on the sides of the ship and the Ying Long X-type phase cannon at the rear, the advancement would be completed in a day, ensuring it did not hinder his activities on Mars. Zone F, Branch 66, the Galactic Alliance's bank established on Mars. Captain, we have arrived. Jiwan glanced around, ensuring no one was following and confirming their safety. The 3 entered the bank. Upon mentioning the name of the Orion Triad being, they were immediately ushered into a VIP room. Moments later, a composed middle-aged man entered the room. Aside from a vertical eye located between his brows, he bore little difference from humans. Mr. Lin. Thank you for your patience. I am a Triad being from the Orion constellation. The trio stood. Mr. Yaoban, we appreciate your assistance this time. You are too kind. General Yu Yuanshan once saved me from interstellar pirates. And this upgrade of your account is my way of repaying that debt. May I ask if these 2 are Vice Officer Huang and Karuja? This is Dr. and I. Vice Officer Huang couldn't make it. What a pity. I missed the chance to witness the legendary team in its entirety, that I hope to meet him next time. Yao Ban said, operating his wrist-mounted projection computer. He then handed Lin Yang a registration device. Please input your fingerprint, iris, and genetic information, and the account will be upgraded. After completing the steps, Lin Yang's account, previously frozen with 107 million star coins, was instantly unfrozen. Now upgraded to a Galactic Alliance Level 1 account. The banks on the Blue Planet and Mars could no longer freeze it. Congratulations, Mr. Lin. You are now a golden VIP client of the Galactic Interstellar Federation, Orion Arm, and the Galactic Union of the Seven Sisters Civilization. Enjoy complimentary battleship rescue services and annual maintenance, a 30% discount on battleship insurance, a 50% reduction in interstellar portal fees, and you will receive 10 travel vouchers for the Seven Sisters each year, covering all expenses. Thank you. Please send me the details of these benefits to my account. I will review them at my leisure. We have matters to attend to. Certainly, Mr. Lin, since you have transferred funds to the Seven Sisters Bank. You are now our golden VIP client, enjoying complimentary security services at space stations and on the ground. Shortly, we will arrange for 10 armed bodyguards to ensure your safety until your departure from Mars. Chapter 35. The legendary project of 500 years ago. Upon exiting the bank, Lin Yang sent a message to Huang Yueshi. We've struck it rich. Huang Yueshi replied with a smile. We can now splurge at the Martian trade port, buy plenty of meat for Karuja to enjoy, and get a brand new set of medical equipment. You, on the other hand, must indulge in your favorite things. And you, Yueshi, what do you want? Just say it. I'll bring it back for you. I don't want anything. Just come back safely. Still that same request. A place to stay and enough to eat? You remember, truly deserving of the title captain. Stay safe. I'm going to take a nap. After closing the communication, Lin Yang took a step, and 10 fully armed bodyguards followed suit. Point 2 were from the Blue Planet, while 8 were young men from Mars, wielding phase guns, wearing radar glasses, and sporting communicators on their chests, looking as though they were facing a formidable adversary, scanning their surroundings warily. Lin Yang felt a wave of exasperation. This was far too conspicuous. Gentlemen, please return and rest. Report. The leading Martian youth stood straight. Protecting golden VIP clients is our mission, and we shall fulfill at all costs, or else that we'll have our wages docked. The 10 nodded in unison. They were indifferent to whether Lin Yang was a pirate or a wanted criminal. As security personnel at the Galactic Alliance Bank, they recognized only the Alliance. Lin Yang pondered for a moment and smiled. How about this? If you wish to avoid the bank, find a place to rest, but stay in contact that if we need support, we will call for you immediately, and I will give you a 5-star review upon leaving Mars. Understood. We will remain at your disposal. With a conspicuous security team dismissed, Lin Yang promptly received a message from the Sirius Saber-Tooth Tiger Punishment Society. Please proceed to Zone G-15 and take the shuttle to the Coliseum of New Land City on the Martian surface. Do not worry about your pirate status. We have not leaked any information. Just because you haven't leaked it doesn't mean the Martian Intelligence Organization hasn't discovered it. What if we can't escape once we reach the surface? We can leave one person on the heavy interceptor to wait and be ready for immediate extraction, that if the Martian authorities attack the Sirius warship, we will assist in repelling them. Wouldn't it be better to just take the warship there? No, That would cause a diplomatic panic. An alien warship entering the atmosphere is tantamount to declaring war. Fine, let us keep a low profile. And Aijuan decided to remain on the heavy interceptor, ready to provide support at any moment. Lin Yang then notified the bank security team to head to the dock and protect an Aijuan near the warship. Having money made all the difference. The bank security team was readily available. Lin Yang and Karuja boarded the shuttle piloted by the Galin and departed the orbit, descending toward the Martian surface as they entered the atmosphere. Lin Yang was astonished by the sight before him. Oceans, land, mountains, rivers, and white clouds filled the sky, while flocks of birds soared beneath the clouds. Shuttles and ships traversed between the Martian surface and space, revealing bustling, modern cities that stood in stark contrast to his previous impression of desolate Mars. The scale of this transformation was astounding. Mars had indeed been terraformed. Tiger Man Gala remarked. With human technology, it is indeed impossible, for the core of Mars is long extinguished, lacking the magnetic poles to protect its atmosphere. The entire planet has been stripped bare by solar winds, with only thin ice caps residing at the poles. Its transformation into this state is largely attributed to the support of the Star Alliance for lesser civilizations. Observing that Mars now bears a striking resemblance to Blue Star, Lin Yang marveled at the magnificence of this endeavor. Gala continued. It is said that igniting the Martian core to convert it into a liquid metallic state akin to Blue Star's core would establish magnetic poles capable of repelling solar winds. Icebergs were transported from the asteroid belt and Europa, replenishing water supplies while simultaneously constructing 500 colossal air factories that a team must have taken centuries to accomplish, right? In just 30 years, the planetary transformation was completed 500 years ago. Designed and constructed by the legendary Star Alliance engineer, Mobin. What? Are you not a human of the solar system? Unfamiliar with this history, I thought I was a nameless miner, struggling to survive, with no opportunity to engage with such matters. As the old saying goes, you have indeed turned your fortunes around. Not just myself. I helped over 7 million miners to rise as well. Upon hearing this, Tiger Man Gala immediately stood upright, crossing his massive paws over his chest. This honor belongs to you. Tiger Man Gala praises it. Joining you is a wise choice for Karugia. Thank you. The honor belongs to my team. Flattered by Gala's praise, Lin Yang felt a swell of pride. Hey, Gala, could you enlighten me on the process of the Holy Blood Duel? Gala cast a surprised glance at Karugia. Did you not inform your captain? No, I applied for the duel myself. He need not be involved. Do not speak so lightly. I see your captain is not one to remain uninvolved. Lin Yang furrowed his brow in confusion. What exactly is going on? Gala sighed in resignation. Karugia wishes to challenge the 566 Tiger men who participated in his capture, a grueling battle with no breaks until the last drop of blood has been shed. That is the Holy Blood Duel. Nonsense. Lin Yang shouted in anger. Are you serious? Just kill him outright. A no-break battle, 1 against 566, is utterly unfair. Aren't you Tiger men ashamed of bullying the weak? Indeed. Gala stood tall, his expression grave. We, the Tiger people, have always regarded bullying the weak with disdain. Yet we take pride in challenging the strong. The greater the disparity during such challenges, the greater the honor bestowed upon the weaker party. Karugia's Holy Blood Duel will become legendary. Absurd. How could he possibly defeat 566? Even if you let him win, it would be impossible. We will not allow any leniency. That would be a desecration of the challenger's honor. In the Holy Blood Duel, giving one us all is the utmost respect for the challenger. This is lunacy. You lack any logic. You, Captain, Karugia interrupted Lin Yang's protest. That moment. The only way to save everyone was through the Holy Blood Duel, and my fate is sealed regardless. Being executed is shameful. But dying in the arena is glorious. In no way. I am your captain, and I do not agree. Gala interjected with resignation. This is a tradition that has been upheld by the Tiger people for 20,000 years, and even the Star Alliance cannot intervene. However, as you and Karugia are part of the same team, you may participate together in the challenge, forming a weaker team to challenge a stronger one. If victorious, the honor will be yours. There is no if. This is a guaranteed loss. Lin Yang was infuriated, thinking that this main quest was bound to fail. This is preposterous. Humans are over 1 meter tall and weigh over 100 kilograms. How can they compete with Tiger men who are over 3 meters tall and weigh over 1,000? Your muscle and bone density surpass that of humans by several times, even more robust than the Siberian tiger of Blue Star. You want me to participate in a challenge? Do you intend to use me as a toothpick? The tiger people are not devoid of logic. Considering the frailty of humans, you may choose the challenge as content, including but not limited to strength, speed, endurance, and unarmed combat. Any option? Yes. In that case, I shall participate in the endurance challenge. I will single-handedly take on your entire saber-toothed tiger punishment guild. Chapter 36. The Bet Lin Yang Thought. With the sun and moon ship continuously replenishing life energy, I will show you the terror of an upright ape comparable to a perpetual motion machine. Gala shook his head disdainfully. We respect your challenge to the strong, but we disdain treating it as a jest. A jest? One ear, Gala. Do you think I'm joking? Otherwise, you alone challenging 2,566 Tiger Men. As a primate of Blue Star, you cannot even compare to a Tiger Man infant. If I lose, you will execute Karugia directly. If I win, this farce will end, and we won't waste any more time on our journey. All right. Karugia anxiously protested beside him. No, Captain, I wish to die in battle, not to be executed in disgrace. Be silent. Lin Yang punched Karugia. You won't die. Just watch my eyes and follow my lead. Tiger Man Gala looked at Lin Yang with disdain, unable to suppress a cold snort. I truly doubt how you stirred the asteroid belt's political affairs. Was it merely through grandstanding? Here's a saying from humanity. The sea cannot be measured, and with your limited perspective, it is indeed difficult to grasp the ocean's vastness. Now, I challenge the saber-toothed tiger punishment guild. If you do not accept, then cancel Karugia's holy blood duel. Gala's forehead twitched in anger. He recognized the sarcasm in Lin Yang's words that we accept your challenge. Lin Yang, but should you lose, you will die. We will still arrange for Karugia's holy blood duel. Dying in battle is the honor he deserves. Regardless, if you lose, the duel will end. Agreed? Agreed. I shall report to the Elder Council right away. Karugia tugged at Lin Yang's sleeve, softly protesting. Captain, you're here to collect my corpse, not to accompany me in death. I'm the one participating in the holy blood duel. It is not your concern. Be quiet. If you're certain of victory, why would I need to step in for you? Then, what about us? You will win for sure. Just trust me. The skeletal and muscular strength of the serious tiger people vastly exceeds that of the Siberian tiger of Blue Star. Under normal circumstances, humans cannot triumph in any comparison. However, Lin Yang's situation is far from normal. His life energy has reached 130, and his physical capabilities have surpassed the limits of an ordinary human. Furthermore, with the sun and moon ship providing an unceasing source of life energy, no matter the distance, it can be transmitted back to Lin Yang, ensuring he will never tire. In this case, when it comes to endurance, Lin Yang could easily dominate all carbon-based life forms in the galaxy. The Elder Council has approved your challenge, granting you an opportunity to seek honor. We hope you do not treat honor as a jest, or else the other two women from your team will face execution. Without fear, speak on. How shall we measure endurance? Weighted sprints. Based on size and weight ratios, you will carry 100 kilograms, while the Tiger Men will carry 1,000 kilograms. Whoever collapses first loses. Lin Yang scoffed and shook his head. Too little. Mars' gravity is only 0.38 times that of Blue Star. Carrying 100 kilograms is equivalent to just 38 kilograms. To expedite the endurance competition, we must double it. I will carry 200 kilograms, and you will carry 2,000. How does that sound? You must consider carefully. Carrying 200 kilograms is equivalent to 76 kilograms under Blue Star's gravity, which is already the limit for humans. Are you certain you wish to challenge? What kind of challenge would it be without difficulty? Very well. Tiger Man Gala admires your courage. I hope you're not merely boasting. I will discuss this with the Elder Council. Soon, the Saber-Tooth Tiger Punishment Guild agreed to the doubled weight. The Tiger people booked the Martian arena, but did not inform the Martian government about the duel with Lin Yang's team. The serious Tiger people remained silent, and the Martian government dared not inquire, fully cooperating by clearing the arena. Although ordinary citizens could not attend, some social elites, nobles, and rebellious groups entered to watch the spectacle, which the Tiger people did not oppose. Had it not been for their desire to conceal Lin Yang and Karugia's pirate identities, they would have even considered broadcasting it live across the Star Alliance. Battle and death have always been regarded as honors by the Tiger people. With competition comes victory or defeat. With an audience comes betting. Upon entering the arena, they were met with cheers, in addition to the roars of over 2,000 Tiger Men. There were also thousands of special spectators. Karugia, be more confident and wave to everyone. Karugia numbly waved. Captain, why must you accompany me to death? You humans do not glorify dying in battle. Who says we do not? Dying wrapped in horsehide is the destiny of human heroes. Besides, this time, victory is assured. Assured victory? Do not get carried away, Captain. You may be stronger than an average human, but you cannot compare to the tiger people. At that moment, a humanoid robot ran over. Go for it. You must do your best. Touched by the robot's encouragement, Lin Yang grasped its hand. Thank you. Thank you for your support. I did not expect you, as a robot, to support me. You misunderstood. I'm a legendary engineer living on Mars. This robot is merely my puppet while I am on leave. I see. Regardless, thank you for your support. Support is futile. You must collapse within 10 seconds after the challenge begins. I wager you will fall in 10 seconds. Did you hear me? 10 seconds, not a second more. You must be down before I can even roll over. I truly wish to obliterate you. But never mind, I will not engage in petty squabbles. I shall do my best. Thank you, my young friend. You must lose the match within 10 seconds. I have staked my entire fortune on you. Oh, wait a moment. An idea suddenly struck Lin Yang. How about we make a bet? No bet. The robot hesitated for a few seconds and then tilted its head sharply. Speak up. You really know how to tease my curiosity. If I win the match and make all 2566 of the Tiger Warriors collapse, will you lose? You cannot possibly win. Otherwise, I wouldn't have wagered all my wealth on your losing in 10 seconds. The thrill lies in betting on the impossible. What do you say? Do you dare? I dare. It's a surefire win. Why would I not dare? All right, how much will you owe me when you lose? I will have no money left. By then, I shall have lost it all, leaving only my worthless life. Ha ha ha. Lin Yang thought to himself that this fellow was rather amusing, a rogue indeed, to his liking. Then let us wager your one remaining life. You must do whatever I command when the time comes. How intriguing. Then it is settled. Must we write a contract and press our seals? A gentleman's word is his bond. A scoundrel needs no paper. The robot waved its hand dismissively and sauntered away. Karugia was somewhat perplexed. Captain, what are you betting with him? He clearly seems like a trickster. It's pointless, Lin Yang replied with a smile. It's a guaranteed win. It's merely for amusement. After all, he wishes for me to lose in 10 seconds. Were it not for the fear of revealing my identity and being pursued by the Martian regime, I would wager all 100 million star coins. I see that your hands are itching. Alas, Karugia, I am itching all over. Once I win against the saber-toothed Tiger Punishment Society, do not be stubborn and continue to duel. Learn to be shameless and slip away. IT matters not how we win. We simply must win. If they are stubborn and insist on a duel, just try to delay as much as possible. Contact your father to leverage some connections. If all else fails, let Ueshi pilot the sun and moon and execute a swift strike. Karugia listened in astonishment. No, Captain, I would rather die with honor than live in disgrace. A noble death is not worth as much as a shameful survival. I command you to shamelessly survive. It is too difficult. Living like that would be torment. It is not difficult. Just thicken your skin. Chapter 37. The Terrifying Upright Ape, Carnage. As they spoke, the two entered the arena. To facilitate Karugia as formal duel with the Tiger Warriors, the saber-toothed Tiger Punishment Society decided to first hold a stamina contest with Lin Yang. They assumed this farce would conclude in less than a minute, and that the ensuing bloody duel would be the only truly meaningful affair. Apart from the Elder Council's leadership, the other 2,000 Tiger Warriors were grumbling. It was a disgrace to compete against a puny human from the solar system. Knowing full well that this was humanity's misguided arrogance, it was incomprehensible that the Elder Council permitted it. Competing in stamina against a human would tarnish my honor. The Elder Council is belittling a backward race. They could completely ignore his challenge. These Tiger Warriors regarded the stamina contest with Lin Yang as a humiliation. However, when the starting gun fired, they quickly realized they had misjudged the situation. Running with a 200-kilogram load on Mars equated to running with a 76-kilogram load on Earth. This was humanity's limit, but not Lin Yang's. With the weights attached, he ran without any strain. Although he could not match the 3-meter-tall Tiger Warriors in speed, his pace remained unwavering. The edge of the arena featured a 500-meter track. Lin Yang and the 2,566 Tiger Warriors began simultaneously. The Tiger Warriors initially believed Lin Yang would tire after only 10 meters, and they intended to hurl their weights at him, hoping to crush the arrogant Lin Yang, who disdained honor. before launching into a bloody duel with Karugia to restore the dignity of the saber-toothed tiger punishment society. Yet Lin Yang did not slow down even after running 100 meters. After completing a lap, his speed increased rather than decreased. This scene caused the Tiger Warriors to regard him with newfound respect. Those who initially viewed the contest as a disgrace gradually changed their attitudes. Excellent. My honor shall remain untarnished. As a slender primate, he is remarkably strong. He is worthy of competing with the Tiger Warriors. Karugia did not choose unwisely. He actually managed to complete a lap. His determination is praiseworthy by Tiger standards. I hope he can run another lap. Even if he collapses on the track, he has earned the honor he deserves. The audience in the stands buzzed with conversation, speculating about Lin Yang's origins. Meanwhile, the humanoid robot in the corner lamented, head down and feet stomping. It's over. Am I destined to serve for another 500 years? And I owe a life too. What am I to do? In the blink of an eye, 20 laps were completed. Lin Yang gradually surpassed the Tiger Warriors beside him, one towering 3-meter Tiger Warrior after another, as carbon-based life forms. They could not escape fatigue, especially when burdened with 2,000 kilograms of lead weights, even with Mars' lower gravity. This was equivalent to 760 kilograms on Blue Star. After 20 laps, covering a distance of 10 kilometers, the Tiger Warrior's speed was noticeably slower than at the outset. In contrast, Lin Yang was continuously replenished with life energy, as the Sun and Moon-class medium fighter jet tirelessly provided energy. Witnessing this scene, Karugia's eyes widened, and he slapped his forehead. Oh no, how did I forget? The captain chased artificial monsters through the tunnels of the god of Firestar and ran for over 1,000 kilometers without so much as a breath. Victory is assured, Karugia rejoiced, bouncing and cheering for Lin Yang. Good job, Captain. The captain is magnificent. This will be recorded in history. The audience rose to their feet, their cheers and whistles resounding in the blink of an eye. Another 20 laps passed. Lin Yang dashed forward, chatting with the Tiger Warriors as he ran. Are you Tiger Warriors distantly related to the felines of Blue Star? Do you enjoy catnip? Ah, do you carry Toxoplasma gondii? I've heard that there are many fierce females among the serious tigers. Do you fear your wives? You thud. One Tiger Warrior, overwhelmed by Lin Yang's incessant chatter, covered his ears in frustration, lost his footing, and fell to the ground. The first defeated Tiger Warrior was out. Lin Yang joyfully jumped up and twirled around. Out. Switch to four-legged form. We cannot lose. To lose to a human is a disgrace for the Tiger Warriors, the elder of the saber-toothed Tiger Punishment Society shouted. The over 2,000 Tiger Warriors, who had been running upright, suddenly lunged forward, transforming into a four-legged beast mode. Their speed surged, leaving Lin Yang far behind. Yet Lin Yang was not worried at all. Instead, he laughed. Early humans were known as the terrifying upright apes, adept at exhausting their prey through relentless pursuit. You may speed up, but you cannot shake me off. Another 40 laps passed swiftly. Lin Yang gradually moved from the back of the pack to the front. Oh, is that not Mr. Irgala? After 80 laps, you should take a break. After all, you're getting on in years and still carrying 2 tons of weight. I'll 1T rest even if I die. Lin Yang, are you even human? Why does that sound like an insult? I am indeed a bona fide human from the solar system. Feel free to verify my genes. Have you taken any stimulants? Don't blame the bed for your inability to bear children. Don't blame the lower gravity for your failures. If you cannot perform, you simply cannot. Loss is inevitable. Hey, don't get worked up. Watch your step. Just a reminder, if your speed doesn't surpass mine, that counts as a loss that I 1T linger to argue. The Tiger Warriors would rather die than act dishonorably in the challenge. Then make an effort to catch me. Don't just talk big. Lin Yang quickened his pace, instantly leaving the Tiger Warriors far behind. I could see that moment. The Tiger Warriors gazed upon Lin Yang's retreating figure, as if they were confronted by an insurmountable mountain. Another 3 hours passed. They had run over 300 kilometers, bearing weights and running fast, not leisurely jogging. Even the Tiger Warriors, being carbon-based life forms, began to succumb to fatigue. The number of those collapsing gradually increased, and their speed noticeably decreased. Meanwhile, Lin Yang continued to forge ahead, leaving the Tiger Warriors far behind. Suddenly, over 1,000 Tiger Warriors, gritting their teeth, ceased running. They all halted, gasping for breath. Lin Yang returned to the elder of the Tiger Warriors and cheerfully asked, "Have you decided to concede?" "No. The Tiger Warriors would rather die than concede." "Then why have you stopped?" We suspect you are not human, or perhaps you possess a power-assisted device, or you have ingested special stimulants. What the hell? ISNT, that just being a sore loser. You checked me before the match began. That was merely a scan with Martian instruments, which are imprecise and lack the necessary technology. You must come with us to the cruiser and undergo a thorough scan by Tiger Warrior technology. I'd rather you go to the Nether. When it comes to being a sore loser, I am an expert. Bam! Lin Yang kicked the elder of the Tiger Warriors in the jaw, sending him sprawling. Karugia, I have exhausted them. If they lose and act dishonorably, kill them. A howl erupted from Karugia as he had not removed his equipment and was still armed with deadly weapons, swinging his arm. The 6 steel claws on his arms shot out with a snap. Like an oversized Wolverine, he leaped into the midst of the Tiger Warriors, arms outstretched, spinning with all his might. In an instant. Blood and flesh splattered. Limbs flew in disarray. 7 Tiger Warriors were slain by Karugia, dying on the spot. Lin Yang leaped to Karugia's side, seizing his large-phase pistol, and unleashed a barrage of fire upon the Tiger Warriors. The saber-toothed Tiger Punishment Society had engaged in a contest of endurance against Lin Yang, removing all weapons and donning 2,000 kilograms of lead weights. Suddenly, Lin Yang and Karugia launched a brutal assault. Catching the Tiger men completely unawares that, in an instant, a multitude of them fell as Lin Yang fought. He sent urgent signals to Enai Ziwen and Huang Yueshi. Hurry to the Mars surface, New Land City Coliseum. Provide fire support. Chapter 38. The bloodline of the savage Tiger Emperor awakens. The atmosphere erupted in chaos, with spectators in the stands fleeing in disarray. Lin Yang discarded the 200 kilograms of lead weights and leaped over 20 meters, targeting the Tiger men who had already been eliminated but were regaining their composure. None managed to escape or send out distress signals. The saber-toothed Tiger Punishment Society paid dearly for their disdain and overconfidence. They had anticipated resolving Lin Yang in mere seconds and Karugia in a minute, yet they found themselves in dire need of assistance. Having shed their heavy burdens, they had also relinquished their weapons and communication devices, leaving them filled with regret. However, Lin Yang wasted no time allowing them to dwell on their mistakes. The once privileged, serious Tiger men were now mercilessly slaughtered. Bang! 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 Lin Yang found the phase gun too slow. So he seized Karugia's large explosive energy gun, loading it with high-compression wide-area explosive rounds. With a single shot, several Tiger men perished, since the adversaries were playing dirty and refusing to acknowledge defeat. He could not be blamed for his ruthless tactics. Yet the Tiger men, fierce as they were, quickly regained their composure after an initial panic. They spread out to evade the mass damage from the explosive rounds, slowing Karugia's killing spree. Over 400 Tiger men lay dead, but more than 2,000 remained, ready to retaliate. Some charged at Lin Yang recklessly, attempting to use sheer numbers to overwhelm him. Lin Yang nimbly evaded, dispatching one Tiger man after another with precise shots. Meanwhile, the situation for Karugia was grim. Thousands of Tiger men surged toward him, all fierce warriors who reveled in combat and death. Soon, he found himself trapped and unable to move. His steel claws flailed as he felled one Tiger man after another, yet he remained encircled. Lin Yang attempted to assist, only to be blocked by 500 or 600 Tiger men who were undeterred by death. When one fell, another would pick up the corpse and hurl it at him, hindering his approach to Karugia. With a fierce roar, Karugia swung his right arm claw, severing a Tiger man's limb, then thrust his left arm, impaling another. But as he dealt death to those before him, more Tiger men attacked from behind, raking deep gashes across his back and sinking their teeth into his shoulder. Karugia, in pain, hurled the assailant forward, and before it hit the ground, he swept his claw across, decapitating a massive tiger head. Yet another Tiger man latched onto his leg, biting fiercely. The Tiger men of the 2.6 level stellar civilization fought with primal ferocity, and in mere moments, Karugia was drenched in blood, his own and that of his foes. From a distance, Lin Yang stomped in frustration. Damn it! I've led these Tiger men on a 300-kilometer chase, yet they still have such vigor. Lin Yang had initially intended to tire out the members of the saber-toothed Tiger Punishment Society under the pretext of an endurance contest, hoping they would concede. Unexpectedly, the Tiger men's resilience was formidable. Even when overwhelmed, they fought with fierce determination. Through the gaps between the Tiger men, Lin Yang fired his phase gun, hitting one attacking Karugia. However, for the over 1,000 still assaulting him, this loss was negligible. The hundred surrounding Lin Yang rushed at him, undeterred by the danger. The phase gun soon overloaded in his hands, and he discarded it, killing several more as it exploded. Yet the relentless tide of tiger men pressed on. Karuja, now battered and wounded, had bones exposed in several places. The pain ignited a primal thrill within him, causing his eyes to turn blood red as he became more ferocious. With a mighty sweep of his arms, he dispatched 2 more tiger men before unleashing a deafening roar. An unknown energy erupted from within him, causing a shockwave that expanded outward. His 3-meter frame grew to 5, his fur lengthened, and his high-tech armor shattered. The steel claws fell away, and his wounds began to heal at an astonishing rate. His golden fur, streaked with black, transformed into a brilliant gold, crackling with arcs of energy, his fangs and claws lengthening and sharpening. While a fierce red light ignited in his eyes, Karuja's roar sent a shiver through the ranks of tiger men, fear gripping their hearts for the first time. The Tiger Emperor, Gala, gasped, recognizing the legendary figure known for nearly exterminating the tiger men 2,000 years prior. The elders retreated in horror. This is the sealed gene from 2 millennia ago. How could this be? Our current Tiger Emperor lacks such power. Has Karuja regressed? Flee. Return to the cruiser. Report the Tiger Emperor's violent bloodline awakening to Sirius. Alert the Martian government for a full retreat to space. Bang! Before the elder could finish, the rampaging Karuja struck him down with a single blow, killing him instantly. Crack! Gala, caught off guard, was also silenced by Karuja's bite. A tiger man seized Karuja's fallen claws and swung them desperately at his legs, but only 3 shallow wounds were inflicted before they healed rapidly on the second attempt. The claws were deflected. Karuja's skin had become increasingly resilient and tough. With a swift motion, he snatched the 2 sets of claws, effortlessly snapping them into 6 jagged pieces. He hurled them, claiming 6 more lives. Roar! Karuja charged through the throng of tiger men, leaving death in his wake. Blood soaked the Colosseum as bodies flew in a flash. The tiger men suffered devastating losses, and the stands were clear of spectators. Lin Yang dispatched the last fleeing tiger man with his explosive gun. Karuja, the battle is over. Cease! Bang! Karuja, in a furious charge, slammed into the Colosseum wall, creating a massive dent in the half-meter-thick concrete. Turning, he roared again and lunged at Lin Yang. He's still rampaging. Lin Yang thought, desperately evading the charge. Vibrations coursed through the galaxy heart pendant he wore, alerting him to imminent danger. Lin Yang fired at Karuja's feet with the explosive gun, but it only resulted in a splatter of flesh. Exposing bone, in less than a second, the wound healed. Another shot from the explosive gun failed to inflict any real damage. Just then, Ziwin piloted the heavy fighter jet from Sirius Technology, descending slowly. Captain, what is happening? Karuja has lost his mind. Fire a shot to incapacitate him. With the ship's cannon, he will be vaporized. Trust me, it won't work. Fire now! As Lin Yang ran, Ziwin frowned and locked onto the pursuing Karuja. Bang! A blast from the ion explosive cannon sent Karuja flying over 200 meters. Yet as the smoke cleared, Karuja stood, heavily burned and with bones exposed, but healing rapidly. His golden form surged to 10 meters, then burst through the sound barrier, charging toward Lin Yang with a storm of lightning. Lin Yang, use the galaxy heart. Huang Yueshi's voice echoed in his mind. Without time to think, Lin Yang performed a roll to evade Karuja's onslaught. Seizing a tuft of coarse fur on his neck, leaping onto his back. With the other hand, he grasped the pulsating galaxy heart, slamming it against Karuja's head. Chapter 39. Mars quakes, breakthrough, as the galaxy heart struck Karuja's head. A vortex the size of a fist formed, drawing in the golden light, heat, and lightning surrounding him, resembling a miniature black hole. The swirling energy accelerated, and in an instant, Karuja's rage diminished considerably. His towering form shrank back to 3 meters. The golden fur regaining its black stripes, now stained with the blood of the tiger men. Lin Yang was similarly drenched in their blood. Captain, I cannot control it. Thud! Karuja's eyes shut tight as he collapsed to the ground. Ding! You and Karuja have eliminated the members of the saber-toothed Tiger Punishment Society, completing main quest, 8 Holy Blood Duel, gaining 30,000 evolution points. Main quest updated, 9 breakthrough, successfully breaking through the Martian fleet's encirclement. You rendezvoused safely with the Sun and Moon vessel, gaining an additional 40,000 evolution points that moment, and I, Ziwin, use a tractor beam to pull Lin Yang and Karuja back to the ship's cabin. Captain, the Martian fleet is gathering. They seem to know about the massacre of the Sirius Tigermen. Retreat immediately. As the lunar tides converge, where's the sun and moon? Are they still adrift at the separated coordinates? The lunar tides have not responded to my communications. Lin Yang placed Karuja on the cockpit floor, unable to change out of his blood-stained clothes, and hurriedly took the pilot seat, and Aijuan settled into the co-pilot S-chair to assist with operations. The battleship immediately accelerated, bursting through the Martian atmosphere. She had just reminded me telepathically to subdue Karuja with the heart of the galaxy. But now, for some unknown reason, she had gone silent. Lin Yang tapped the communication interface several times. Perplexed, suddenly a connection call from the Martian fleet popped up on the screen, and Aijuan inquired, "Should we answer?" "Do not answer. Quick, run." Just as he declined the call, hundreds of Dragonfly Z-type missiles were launched towards them. However, even the most advanced Dragonfly missiles could only reach a speed of 300 Mach, far too slow to catch up with a heavy fighter jet from Sirius technology. The missiles failed to pursue the fighter, exploding in the atmosphere instead. Once the heavy fighter jet exited the atmosphere, Lin Yang immediately accelerated to a maximum speed of 500 Mach, disregarding the Martian guided weapons entirely. "Captain, trouble ahead. A warp-capable battleship is blocking our path." Many Sirius Tiger warriors had perished on the Martian surface, and the Martian government was terrified, unwilling to take responsibility, as they could not afford it. They had to muster all their resources to intercept Lin Yang. 20 large strategic frigates equipped with warp engines obstructed the flight path, including 3 of the latest Orca 2 strategic frigates, capable of achieving warp speed 2.0, while not comparable to the warp engines of Sirius civilization. They posed no problem in intercepting the non-warp capable close-range fighter jets. Additionally, there were over 800 warships, all of the latest models, far superior to the outdated ones from the asteroid belt. They spanned thousands of kilometers in space. Not a single close-range fighter, nor even a bullet the size of a peanut, could escape. Lin Yang clenched his fists, although the heavy fighter jets of the Tiger race were advanced. Their maneuverability was nowhere near that of the Sun and Moon, and their firepower paled in comparison to the enhanced might of Huang Yueshi. Currently, the odds of breaking through the encirclement seemed almost non-existent. This main mission is becoming increasingly difficult. Lin Yang lamented inwardly at that moment, and Aijuan suddenly expressed suspicion. There's a secure voice communication hidden within the Martian fleet's communications. "Captain, could it be that the three-eyed beings from Al-Nalam want to help us?" Extract it and connect to listen. Upon connecting, the voice on the other end belonged to someone who spoke with a slight lisp. "I have countless things to say, but I primarily want to discuss matters with you. Because a gentleman's word is his bond. So tell me, how do you intend for me to repay you?" "Who are you? Did you drink too much, my friend? Can you straighten your tongue?" "I am the legendary engineer." "Who am I? Even I don't recognize myself." "Are you human? You have 10 seconds to collapse, but you insist on winning the race. What can I do, my friend? My strength doesn't allow me to be low-key." "Good work. You have strength. I appreciate that. I hope you are more reliable than the Martian government, which has delayed me for 500 years that I've decided to place my bets on you. Is that drunkard asleep?" And Aijuan furrowed her brow. Lin Yang shook his head helplessly, encountering someone betting on the manipulation of robots before the challenge. Claiming to be a legendary engineer, now it appeared he was merely a drunkard. No need to pay him any mind. If he is an engineer, I'm a scientist. I am indeed an engineer, a legendary one. Without me, Mars wouldn't be what it is today. Mars is unreliable, all talk and no action. I am out. I owe you a life. So tell me how to repay it. Lin Yang pondered briefly. Regardless of the truth of the other's claims, he decided to make a bold wish. A life was not something one could easily repay. "Help me break through the Martian fleet's encirclement, and if you can do that, I will contact you again. Piece of cake. Nothing to fret about. Get ready, Mars. Prepare for a tremor." Boom. The Martian surface suddenly shook violently, and the entire planet began to tremble. A catastrophic earthquake. Major cities on the surface experienced building collapses. Martian society was instantly paralyzed. Speaker Pasteur and Fleet Commander Leaf were alarmed, hurriedly contacting their subordinates to stabilize the situation. At this moment, Lin Yang connected to the Martian fleet's communications. "Marshal Leaf, if you do not clear a path, I will cause Mars to tremble again." even if it means extinguishing the core and reverting to the desolation of 500 years ago. It's you, Lin Yang. Elif gritted his teeth in fury. How dare you speak such bravado? If you had that kind of strength, you would not be fleeing as so many serious beings have died. I must give the tiger race an explanation. You shall not escape the Martian orbit. Very well. Prepare to welcome the earthquake. Snap. Lin Yang snapped his fingers. Mars indeed trembled once more, this time causing 60 of buildings in major cities to collapse. Communications were severed, and contact between the surface and space was lost. The core's rotation began to slow. Once it ceased, the liquid metal core would start to solidify. Mars's core could extinguish again, leading to a major malfunction in the planet transformation project, likely rendering it irrecoverable. Witnessing this, the commander of the Martian fleet dared not gamble and immediately ordered a retreat. The situation with the Sirius civilization could be dealt with later. First, they needed to stabilize Mars' ecology. Zoom! Lin Yang piloted the heavy fighter jet from Sirius Technology, bursting through the encirclement at 500 Mach, heading towards the awaiting sun and moon at that moment. He received another encrypted communication from the mysterious engineer. "I've caused a disaster to save you. If you do not protect me, the Martian government will take my life. I didn't ask you to create an earthquake. Who knew you were so formidable? TCH, I am a legendary engineer. Destroying this planet is a trivial matter. They own me. I admit you are impressive, exceeding my expectations. You have value being under my protection. Wait for me, legendary engineer. I shall return to seek you out." Chapter 40. Not a single one shall be lost. After Lin Yang departed in the battleship, Fleet Commander Elif immediately dispatched a space fleet to the surface. They headed to the new Land City Gladiatorial Arena to retrieve surveillance footage. Without the on-site video, he would have no way to explain himself to the Sirius civilization. However, upon landing, they found that the arena had collapsed, and the surveillance footage was lost. They could only gather some information from the audience in the stands. Claiming Lin Yang had run over 300 kilometers while carrying a heavy load, defeating the tiger race. They also said Lin Yang led Karugia to slaughter 2,566 tigers, and that Karugia had transformed into a golden figure with lightning. Furious, Elif berated the investigator. "Fool! Do you even believe what you're saying? Do you think I can use these exaggerated rumors to deal with the Sirius tigers?" The investigator, scolded, dared not look up. "Continue searching for evidence. If you can't find any, don't return. Also, preserve the bodies of the esteemed guests from Sirius with the utmost respect." The Martian space remained unaffected by the earthquake, yet the surface had entered a state of paralysis. Elif commanded various warships to proceed to the ground for rescue. Upon learning of the situation, the Blue Star government immediately dispatched rescue teams. The asteroid belt miners received the news as well. And the Stone Warehouse promptly sent 2 fleets. One team moved on the surface, with 20 medium fighter jets providing humanitarian aid to Mars. The other team operated covertly, consisting of 40 heavy fighter jets, altering their identification codes to disguise themselves as interstellar rangers, bounty hunters, and other identities, carrying substantial supplies to secretly locate and assist Lin Yang. They awaited his command, prepared for a desperate battle. The moment Lin Yang issued the order, the 40 warships could transform into massive self-destructing bombs. Soon, a top-tier SSS bounty emerged in Martian society. This bounty was not issued through the bounty dock, but directly by the Martian government. A reward of 300 million star coins was offered for the capture of Lin Yang, dead or alive. Additionally, Lin Yang's team was also bounty listed. First Officer Huang Yueshi had an SS-level bounty of 50 million star coins to be captured alive. Security Officer Tigerman Karugia had an SS-level bounty of 50 million star coins, also to be captured alive. Dr. Anai Jiwan remained an S-level bounty, but her amount increased to 10 million, regardless of life or death. Since the 4 bounties were issued by the Martian government, they differed from those of the bounty dock. They were no longer bound by the nature of a single bounty hunter claiming it, allowing multiple hunters to accept simultaneously. Even if completed collaboratively, the Martian government would pay the full bounty. These 4 bounty missions quickly spread across major networks in the solar system, naturally reaching the fighter jet piloted by Lin Yang. And John couldn't help but laugh. My bounty has increased tenfold. If it rises again, I'll be an SS-level fugitive. Lin Yang chuckled. I came in as an SSS level. Quite satisfactory. You Haven T disappointed me. Karugia, who had already regained consciousness, lay weakly on the floor. Why must both I and Commander Yueshi be taken alive, while the captain and doctor and I are not concerned for their lives? And I, Jiwan, replied. They fear killing you due to potential pressure from the Sirius civilization. As for Yueshi, I'm not too sure as for me and the captain. The Martian government likely has no concerns. Lin Yang laughed heartily. Whatever the terms of the bounty, anyone who comes will be eliminated. Jiwan, set the maximum cruising speed. Keep an eye out. I'll rest for a bit. Notify me if there is any news from Yueshi. With over 40 hours remaining until they reached the sun and moon, he did not wish to waste his 30,000 evolution points. Lying down in the rest area and closing his eyes, he prepared to refresh 10 times. Congratulations, the evolution shop has refreshed legendary items. Qua Fu X-type warp engine, capable of reaching warp level 2.0, equivalent to 10.079 times the speed of light. This latest version for Martian technology is priced at 15,000 evolution points. Warp level 1 matches the speed of light, while level 2 exceeds it by more than tenfold. Lin Yang refrained from delving into the intricate formulas of levels. He merely understood that with the upgrade to Warp 2.0, traversing the solar system would require a mere hour, and a journey to Alpha Centauri, it would take just 6 months, that he decided to purchase it. Following that, he executed 10 consecutive purchases. Congratulations, a legendary item has appeared in the Evolution Mall, by Shi V-type traction beam. With a pulling range of 100 kilometers and a maximum pulling force of 10,000 tons, this item is priced at 5,000 evolution points. After acquiring these 2 items, his evolution points reset to 0 once more. Nevertheless, Lin Yang had the ability to operate evolution remotely. He promptly recycled the Huang Neo B-type traction beam and warp engine version 1.0 aboard the sun and moon, garnering sufficient evolution points for the upgrade, with an additional surplus of 50 points. The new warp engine and traction beam are currently evolving, expected to take 34 hours and 20 minutes. Lin Yang calculated meticulously to complete the 6th step of his growth task, the Golden Legend. He needed to evolve all the components of the MO Dao-class medium fighter to legendary status. Currently, 8 energy cannons and 4 missile launchers remained at the ordinary level, alongside 5 living quarters awaiting evolution. Additionally, there was an empty energy room. Relying solely on the Evolution Mall's 10 consecutive refreshes, he estimated that even 100 attempts might not yield the necessary components. The Sirius heavy fighter he was currently aboard possessed numerous weapons. Indeed, the weapons from Sirius technology aboard your current TL Saber-Tooth heavy fighter are considered legendary within human technology in the solar system. Then if I let the sun and moon consume this warship, I should be able to fulfill the Golden Legend task, right? At that time, the system will assess according to the standards in the original code. Apart from the living quarters, the firepower will undoubtedly meet the criteria. Agreed. Let us proceed with that plan, and I shall tackle the living quarters solo. In the blink of an eye, over 40 hours passed. The sun and moon had completed remote evolution, yet Huang Yushi still had not responded. Lin Yang, and Ziwan, and Ka Lu Jia felt anxious. They raced towards the coordinates upon entering radar range. The captain reported, "Our warship remains in standby drift. Quickly scan for Yushi's life signs aboard the ship." And Ziwan's face turned pale as she shook her head. Lin Yang's heart sank. None. There are no life signs. Either no one is aboard, or there are no living beings. This? Infuriating. Prepare for battle. Lin Yang clutched the galaxy heart at his chest, silently wishing, "Please, no mishaps, Yushi. You mustn't be in danger." Soon, the heavy fighter approached the sun and moon. After docking, the passage opened immediately. Lin Yang dashed towards the sun and moon, but Ka Lu Jia quickly stepped in front of him. "Watch for hidden traps." "Allow me to lead." However, upon entering the sun and moon, they discovered it was pristine and orderly, showing no signs of having been boarded by interstellar pirates. The 4 living quarters were spotless, devoid of Huang Yushi's presence. The other empty living quarter had temporarily been converted into a dining area, which was also desolate. The trio rushed to the cockpit only to find it vacant. The sun and moon was still in standby mode. On the main console lay a note. "Lin Yang, thank you for your care during this time. That I apologize for having to return home. Please do not worry. I will not be in any danger. Wishing you a pleasant interstellar adventure." Huang Yushi reading the note. Lin Yang furrowed his brow. Ka Lu Jia immediately searched the aft cabin, while Ziwan rushed to the lower decks. No signs of the engine or energy room. Impossible. Lin Yang clutched the note in one hand and the galaxy heart in the other. if she truly intended to return to a happy life. There was no need for secrecy, nor would she have sent me the precious galaxy heart. Ka Lu Jia suggested. Could it be that she encountered some danger and didn't wish to implicate us? And Ai Zuan, distressed, stomped her foot, suddenly recalling something. Captain, last time you asked me to discreetly inquire about Yushi's concerns, I overheard her softly saying something about going back. I couldn't hear clearly, and she stopped when I pressed further. Search. We must scour every corner of the universe to find Yushi. We cannot lose a single member aboard the Sun and Moon. Chapter 41. Never give up? Ding! You have successfully broken through the Martian fleet's blockade and reunited with the Sun and Moon. Completing main quest, 9 breakthrough. Earning 40,000 evolution points. Current evolution points. 40,050. Main quest updated. 10 retrieve the first officer. Locate first officer Huang Yushi and safely return her to the Sun and Moon. Earning 50,000 evolution points. System, even without this quest, I would find Yushi. I refuse to abandon her, even if it means forsaking all other tasks. Lin Yang, holding the galaxy heart, reminisced about his first encounter with Huang Yushi. At that time, he was starving, feeling utterly drained. His eyelids heavy, he waved a recruitment sign for a first officer at the Ceres labor dock, where passers-by mocked him as a fool, just when he was on the brink of starvation. Huang Yushi stood before him. Though her tone was icy and indifferent, she ignited a spark of hope within him. After joining, he sought not high wages but merely a place to land and enough food. Upon their first meeting, she treated him to a hearty meal. Watching Lin Yang devour his portion, she promptly ordered 3 more dishes, consuming 5 portions in total and exhausting her savings in that moment. Huang Yushi entrusted her future entirely to Lin Yang. The bond of trust was forged instantly. Without her joining and spending all her money on his meal, his journey could very well have ended in starvation. Lin Yang would never relinquish Huang Yushi, who had stood by him through thick and thin. He would never give up. Ziwan, send a message to the Three-Eyed Flare of the Star Alliance branch, and reach out to the Asteroid Mining Organization. Contact the drunken gambler who communicates with us through encrypted messages. Utilize our connections to seek out Yushi. Yes, Captain, I have also sent a message to the legendary Hunter Gus on Mars. He promised to mobilize all his disciples to assist in the search. Exactly. Let's proceed with this plan. From a note's handwriting, it appears Yushi has been gone for 2 days. At that time. The bounty had not been issued, so let the bounty hunters help in the search. Any trace, even if she is detained by the Martian regime, is better than having no leads in the vast universe. Ka Lu Jia promptly contacted his father, the Tiger Emperor. Even though the Tiger Emperor had declared his expulsion, he steeled himself to request assistance in finding Huang Yushi. Father, my friend, First Officer Huang Yushi is missing. Can you utilize the Sirius Intelligence Bureau to go to hell? Ka Lu Jia, you sickly cat, what has happened to the Saber-Tooth Punishment Association? What on earth did you do? I will personally execute you. Beep. Lin Yang quickly cut off Ka Lu Jia's communication. No need to trouble your father. We will handle the matter of finding Yushi ourselves. But Captain, how do we search? As long as there are traces. We can find her. Let us wait for news. I will attempt to use the Galaxy Heart to connect with her mind. Returning to Chu, enhanced features such as life monitoring, toxin isolation, and consciousness protection have been added. The office and leisure functionalities have also seen considerable improvements. Upon purchasing, Lin Yang immediately initiated the evolution process, upgrading the captain's and first officer's quarters first, with plans to address the remaining 3 later. His evolution points were once again reset to 0. Grasping the heart of the galaxy, he cannot help but reflect on the sudden and mysterious disappearance of Huang Yushi, and with a heavy heart, he closed his eyes. Soon, he drifted into a vague slumber. After an indeterminate period, an Ai Zuang suddenly knocked on his door. Captain, we have news. Where? Lin Yang sprang up, rushing to the door. It was the drunken engineer named Mo Ban. He had hacked in the Martian fleet's internal network and discovered that 2 days prior, a patrol team had encountered an anomalous insectoid warship, and Yushi was likely aboard it. Provide the specifics. Lin Yang hurriedly made his way to the cockpit, with Ai Zuang following closely behind to report. The patrol team, located 300,000 kilometers from Mars, had come across a heavy fighter from the insectoid civilization. Galactic mercenaries? Indeed. The insectoids are the most populous species in the galaxy, primarily engaged in mercenary work. The vessel discovered by the Martian patrol was identified as belonging to the F Regiment of the Seven-Eyed Beetle clan. Continue. Heavy fighters typically utilize teleportation for interstellar travel, yet this particular warship lacked a warp engine and was not headed for the asteroid belt, instead traversing the void of space. Additionally, human biological signatures were detected aboard. What were the investigation results from a Martian fleet? The insectoid mercenaries claimed they were hired to pick up a passenger and provided a pass for the Star Alliance at the southern gate of the Centaurus constellation, but did not disclose their final destination, prompting the Martian patrol to allow them to depart. Lin Yang nodded thoughtfully. The situation is indeed suspicious. We'll ascertain whether the human aboard is Yueshi. What are the coordinates? Here, according to the patrol reports provided navigation path, they may have traveled quite far in the past 2 days. Simulate the insectoid flight path. We will pursue the coordinates first, then follow the simulated route. Taking a seat in the pilot's chair, Lin Yang prepared for takeoff, suddenly recalling something. Wait, Ziwang, did you say the drunken engineer on Mars is named M.O. Ban? If I recall correctly, the legendary engineer from the Star Alliance 500 years ago was also named M.O. Ban. I am aware of M.O. Ban, the legendary engineer from 500 years ago. Mars even has the M.O. Ban Engineering Institute. Could this drunken fool be the same M.O. Ban? Absolutely not. And I, Ziwang, asserted firmly. M.O. Ban lived 500 years ago. This drunken individual cannot possibly be him. Perhaps he merely spent time at the M.O. Ban Engineering Institute and has taken on that title. It is not uncommon for science students to idolize M.O. Ban and claim to be legendary engineers themselves. Regardless, even if he isn't M.O. Ban, he is undoubtedly a person of significant capability, having instigated a major earthquake on Mars and breached the Martian fleet's internal network. Once we locate Yueshi, we shall meet him. Lin Yang then sent an encrypted message to Xiao Tong, the leader of the Asteroid Miners Organization, sharing their current coordinates. There is a heavy fighter from Sirius Technology that I have dismantled. It remains intact with a shield and 2 ion explosive cannons. Once 40 fighters arrive, we will pull it back to the asteroid belt's dock for replication. General, has there been any word from Commander Huang? We have uncovered a lead and are about to pursue. The fleet speed is insufficient, so do not follow us. Understood, General, that we await your orders at any moment. We will report to you as soon as the dock's production is completed, after closing the communication. Lin Yang promptly set the destination coordinates. The sun and moon then entered warp speed, utilizing merely 1/10 of its power. In less than 5 minutes, they arrived at the coordinates mentioned in the Martian patrol report. And Ziwang immediately activated the radar scan at maximum power. Within 100,000 kilometers, no warships were detected. Lin Yang quickly pulled up the simulated flight path. We will travel at a minimum warp speed of 1.0, covering 66 of light speed, which amounts to 198,000 kilometers every 0.66 seconds. Upon exiting warp speed, we will scan immediately. If no results are found, I will continue pursuing along the simulated path. And Ziwang nodded, responding, this will perfectly bypass the previously scanned radius of 100,000 kilometers, placing us in the newly arrived 98,000 kilometer blank area, which is within scanning range. Captain, this search method is the most efficient, though it will require you to continuously enter warp. I'm fine. You and Karugia keep an eye on the radar. With that, Lin Yang entered warp speed. After 0.66 seconds, he exited warp and scanned for 1 minute. Upon finding no targets, he re-entered warp, repeating this process again and again according to the simulated path. Lin Yang outlined a cylindrical search route with a radius of 100,000 kilometers, equivalent to a diameter of 200,000 kilometers. Entering warp speed 1.0, exiting, scanning, no results, re-entering warp speed 1.0, exiting, scanning, still no results, entering warp once more. And so it continued. The medium-sized fighter, the sun and moon, traversed the void of space in rapid succession, disappearing and reappearing in bursts of light. Finally, after 4 minutes and 36 seconds, an Ziwang detected the insectoid mercenary warship on the radar. The heavy fighter, measuring over 80 meters in length, was cruising at a steady speed of 400 Mach, located 50,000 kilometers away. Captain, we have found it. Can we scan the interior of the warship? Too far away. We need to be within 2,000 kilometers for precise scans. Prepare for a detailed scan. I will pursue. Lin Yang promptly switched to conventional power, chasing at a speed of 500 Mach. Karugia temporarily took control of the sun and moon's weaponry. Readying for combat, the distance between the two vessels quickly diminished to 2,000 kilometers. Ziwang reported, Captain, there are human life signatures aboard the enemy vessel. However, Due to the insectoid shielding, we cannot ascertain whether the human is male or female. The opposing warship detected them and immediately initiated a communication call. Upon connection, the screen displayed an insectoid with antennae and 7 eyes on its forehead, transparent wings protruding from its back, and 4 spiny, robust arms. An enormous mutated cockroach that emitted an incomprehensible sound from its mandibles. And Izawang adjusted the translator and finally understood the insectoid's words. Why are you pursuing us? Speak quickly. Otherwise, we will immediately breach our agreement and destroy your warship. What agreement? Is it related to Huang Yueshi? Is the human aboard your vessel Huang Yueshi? Indeed, the human is Huang Yueshi, but she may not be from the solar system. Why are you pursuing us? Needless to say, I am chasing after my first officer. Now, tell me why. She left of her own accord. Do not make unreasonable demands. If you continue to follow us, do not blame the mercenaries for being untrustworthy. I must see her immediately. Otherwise, you shall not leave. With a wave of his hand, Lin Yang ordered Karugia to charge the ship's cannons. The phase cannon, particle cannon, ion explosive cannon, pulse cannon, and particle cutting ray all reached full capacity. While 6 missile launchers simultaneously activated, locking onto the enemy warship, the insectoid captain hesitated momentarily before erupting into a series of cackles. You think firing all your ship's cannons will save Huang Yueshi? You will only endanger her. Lin Yang retorted angrily. You will be the first to perish. If anything happens to my first officer, Huang Yueshi, we shall ensure you accompany her in death. With a swift gesture, Lin Yang commanded Karugia to fire the particle cannon. Although its power had not been amplified by the heart of the galaxy tenfold, it was still formidable. The insectoid warship immediately rolled to evade. What a madman! The insectoid captain shouted furiously. Bring the passenger over, quickly, calm this deranged man. Moments later, Huang Yueshi, astonished, entered the cockpit of the insectoid warship. Upon seeing the enraged Lin Yang, the gritting Karugia, and the tearful Izawang, she quickly lowered her head and covered her mouth, stifling a few sobs to regain her composure. She gently raised her head and asked, Lin Yang, did you not see the note on the main console? I did, but I don't understand. Lin Yang exclaimed angrily, Do you not regard me as a friend? Do you not consider the sun and moon as your home? Are Karugia and Ziwang not your companions? Huang Yueshi's brow furrowed. I have said thank you for your care, and I've enjoyed my time with you all, but I have a home and must return to— I do not care. Since you have left home to join my crew, you must have my permission to leave. I will not allow you to depart without notice. Karugia inquired, Commander Yueshi, where is your home? Why must you return? And Izawang added, Yueshi, we have pursued you here. Perhaps this is our last meeting. If you have any concerns, please share them with us. You have no idea how frantic the captain has been since your departure. Lin Yang sighed, shaking his head in resignation. Yueshi, do you think I lack the ability to protect you? Even if I am powerless, I will fight to the death to protect you. Remember at the labor dock on Ceres, when you sought refuge and spent all your savings treating me to a meal? At that moment, I vowed from then on, I, Lin Yang, shall protect you for life. Huang Yueshi felt her eyes well up with tears, quickly lowering her head. Lin Yang, I shall forever remember you, as well as Karugia and Sister Zawang. You must return. I can no longer accompany you on these adventures. I am truly sorry. I must go home. Go home. If it is to a joyful and blissful abode, you would not hide it from me. Yueshi, open your heart. I understand you the best. Tell me, what truly troubles you? I am your captain, even if it means fighting until my last breath, until the very last drop of blood is shed. I will not abandon you. Lin Yang. Huang Yueshi could no longer contain herself and burst into tears. I am a saint cultivated by the Origin Church, and no matter how many trump cards you hold, you are no match for them. Even the Star Alliance dares not engage them lightly. The Galactic Pirates, the Black Forest Hunting Group, the Boron Alliance, the Mechanical Civilization, even the extraterrestrial civilizations, all tremble before the Origin Church. Chapter 43. The final battle against the Mercenary Corps. I care not whether they are circles, squares, or triangles. I ask you, do you wish to be with me, to return to the sun and moon ship? Lin Yang trembled with rage. Turning his head, he noticed Karugia and Izawang were also shaking, not out of anger, but fear and trepidation. Meanwhile, the insectoid captain aboard the enemy ship appeared to be jolted. Trembling all over, his wings vibrating uncontrollably, his antennae nearly producing afterimages, My esteemed guest. Are you a member of the ancient and magnificent Origin Church? And a saint? Huang Yueshi nodded. Did they not inform you? And no, they did not. Why did you not say so sooner? Huang Yueshi ignored the insectoid captain and, with tear-filled eyes, addressed Lin Yang. You must return. Recently, when I exposed my whereabouts during the upheaval of the asteroid belt regime, they demanded my return. You cannot comprehend their terror. It is beyond what you can face. Yueshi, I command you to answer me. Do you wish to return to my side and continue serving as the first officer of the Sun and Moon ship? No other answers are permitted. Yes or no. Lin Yang's fists clenched tightly, his eyes blazing with fury. Huang Yueshi's tears flowed freely. Yes, I wish to be with you forever, to pilot the Sun and Moon ship across the stars. To embark on adventures, to fight, to meet more companions. The days spent with you are my happiest, but reality diverges from dreams. I must relinquish my ideals and confront reality. I cannot let you come to harm. Ha ha ha! Lin Yang laughed, disregarding everything else that I was right about you, Yueshi. If you desire to return, then none shall stand in your way. Insectoids, release my first officer Huang Yueshi, or we shall perish together. We cannot release her. If we do, we, the Coleopteran Seven-Eyed Clan, cannot explain ourselves to the Origin Church. Had I known this mission would entangle us with the Church, I would not have accepted this contract, even if the reward were tenfold. The insectoid captain hastily requested support from the mercenary base. A warp-speed escort ship immediately approached at superluminal speed. If that is the case, let us cease this idle chatter and prepare to meet our fate. Lin Yang promptly closed his eyes and entered deep driving mode. Karugia, concerned, said, Captain, are we truly going to war? The enemy is none other than the Origin Church. What? Are you afraid? I am not afraid. I merely worry about the impact on multiple civilizations. And Aizuang interjected, Captain, do you truly know nothing of the Origin Church? I do not. Then you must have heard of the Ptolemaic Void? Yes, is it related to them? Legend has it that 5 billion years ago, the Origin Church instigated a cosmic war of epic proportions, utilizing superweapons to create that void. Lin Yang was well aware of the Ptolemaic Void. Located 700 million light-years from the solar system, observed through deep space telescopes, it appeared as if the vibrant starry sky had been violently clawed at, resulting in a dark void spanning 250 million light-years in width and 330 million light-years in length. In that irregular, elliptical region, nearly no galaxies exist. Under normal circumstances, it could accommodate at least 2,500 galaxies, yet contains only a scant few dozen. Could a cosmic war truly have obliterated over 2,000 galaxies? Lin Yang might believe it was true, but he could not accept that the Origin Church was responsible. That was merely a legend. If they were indeed so formidable, they would not resort to secretive means. Employing mercenaries to abduct Yueshi, Karugia added. 20,000 years ago, the leader of the Star Alliance, the Luminary, led 86 civilizations in a grand decisive battle against the Origin Church, spanning 30,000 light-years. After that battle, both sides suffered great losses and signed a treaty of non-aggression, which still stands today. Hence, they sent mercenaries to secretly abduct Commander Yueshi. I do not care, just as I do not care how formidable the saber-toothed tiger's punishment may be. As long as you are mine, I vow to protect you with my life. Captain, I understand now. Karugia, with tears in her eyes, declared, As long as we are together, we shall not fear the vast universe. Captain, I, Karugia, take pride in following you. And Aizuang, filled with excitement, exclaimed, Let's go to war. Captain, your decision is our decision. Very well. Karugia, unleash all firepower. And Zhuang, monitor Yueshi's life signals closely. Karugia warned, We must not harm Commander Yueshi. Lin Yang assured, Fear not. To the insectoids, Yueshi is currently a hot potato. Her death would lead to far graver consequences than losing her. They are afraid of implicating the entire Coleopteran Seven-Eyed Clan and will surely find a way to ensure her safety. We shall attack with all our might, without a hint of hesitation. Pew, pew, pew. Karugia understood the reasoning and immediately commanded the 4 ion explosive cannons to fire. 3 projectiles struck true, while 1 missed. The enemy ship's shields diminished by 15%. And Yueshi's life signal remained stable. Continue firing. Lin Yang piloted the Sun and Moon fighter in a roll, evading 2-phase cannon beams from the insectoids. Karugia promptly activated the particle cannon. Pew! A high-energy beam. measuring several meters in diameter, struck the insectoid battleship directly. The enemy ship's shields fell by 25%, and a force field shield appeared around Yueshi, indicating she had activated her personal shield. Keep firing. Captain, a warp ship is approaching at warp factor 5.0, N.I. Zhuang announced. Just as she spoke, a strategic escort ship over 600 meters long emerged from warp 200 kilometers away, its peculiar shape resembling a colossal space cockroach. As it exited warp, it fired a phase cannon at the sun and moon ship. Lin Yang swiftly rolled to avoid it. The massive escort ship obstructed his pursuit trajectory, blocking his firepower while initiating a long-range teleportation. Preparing to transfer all personnel aboard the insectoid fighter, including Huang Yueshi, onto the escort ship. Once the transfer was complete, the enemy would escape at warp factor 5.0, rendering Lin Yang unable to pursue. Karugia, aim for the escort ship's engine. All weapons fire at will. Lin Yang shouted urgently, his hands instinctively gripping the heart of the galaxy. Heart of the galaxy, if you possess any awareness and do not wish for your master to return to a place that brings her sorrow, release a fraction of your power to assist me in defeating the insectoid mercenaries. Suddenly, a blinding blue-white light illuminated the cockpit. Simultaneously, Karugia opened fire. This time, the particle cannon, phase cannon, ion explosive cannon, explosive pulse cannon, and particle cutting ray transformed into something beyond their previous selves, instantly amplified several times over. The diameter of the high-energy beam surged from several meters to over 100 meters, 0.4 beams of high energy. Each over 100 meters in diameter, struck the escort ship, engulfing a significant portion of it. The pulse cannon's high-energy projectile ballooned to the size of a fighter craft. As the volley hit its target, it felt as though dozens of fighter crafts collided with the escort ship. Boom! A brilliant light erupted in space as the escort ship's shields were breached. They halted the biological particle transfer. Continue firing. Pew, pew, pew. More cannon and phase cannon shots struck. The escort ship, over 600 meters long, erupted in a tremendous explosion. You have destroyed the insectoid long-range strategic escort ship. Evolution points 2000. The fierce shockwave rapidly expanded. Lin Yang had no time to check the system and hastily piloted the sun and moon ship to evade and pursue the insectoid fighter. As soon as he spotted the enemy's ship, Karugia unleashed a barrage from the phase cannon, particle cannon, and 4 ion explosive cannons simultaneously, and Zhuang suddenly shouted, Yueshi has been thrown into space by the insectoids. She is wearing her personal shield. Karugia, quickly use the tractor beam. Retrieve Yueshi. Chapter 44. The 5th crew member. Thud. The insectoid heavy fighter exploded, and the shockwave propelled Huang Yueshi, who was floating in space, away. Lin Yang hurriedly piloted the sun and moon ship to catch up. Karugia activated the tractor beam just in time to secure her, and Zhuang rushed to the airlock of the pressurized cabin to await her arrival. Moments later, Huang Yueshi was pulled into the pressurized cabin. After the outer hatch closed and air pressure was restored, the inner hatch opened, and Zhuang rushed into the pressurized cabin and embraced Huang Yueshi tightly. Silly sister, why did you not tell us sooner? Huang Yueshi's eyes reddened. Sister Zhuang, I will not do this again next time. You have destroyed the insectoid heavy fighter. Evolution points 500. Congratulations, host. You have located First Officer Huang Yueshi and safely returned her to the sun and moon ship. Completing main quest. 10. Retrieve the First Officer. Evolution points 50,000. Current evolution points 52,500. Main quest updated. 11. The 5th crew member. Successfully recruit 1 more crew member. Evolution points 60,000. Welcome back. Yueshi. Lin Yang made his way to the aft cabin. Gazing with a sense of solace at Huang Yueshi, she looked back at him with profound affection. Both shared an abundance of unspoken words. Yet at that moment, they were caught in their throats, unable to articulate their feelings. I'm sorry. Lin Yang. It's all right. I understand everything. Karugia chuckled. We're each adept at causing trouble. And Zhuang interjected, we must leave quickly. The Martian fleet has detected the unlawful navigation of the insectoid escort ship and is en route to investigate. Lin Yang removed the heart of the galaxy and personally placed it around Huang Yueshi's neck once more. Thanks to the heart of the galaxy, otherwise I might never have seen you again. Tears welled in Huang Yueshi's eyes as she cradled the heart of the galaxy, feeling its warmth, causing her cheeks to flush. It has accepted you. I know. Now, let us discuss the teachings of the Origin Church. This time, I shall not conceal anything. There was no time to scan the battlefield wreckage. The sun and moon swiftly departed at warp speed 2.0. Just as they left, the Martian fleet's warp escort ship arrived at the scene, promptly scanning and analyzing the unknown aerial combat. Huang Yueshi took her seat back in the co-pilot's position and began recounting her experiences. She was genuinely human, yet born in a remote corner of the galaxy, on a desolate planet perpetually shrouded in mist, orbiting a dim red dwarf star. Her childhood was spent amidst cold and desolation, strictly governed by shadowy figures clad in black robes, their features obscured. These figures taught her etiquette and the doctrines of the Origin Church. Within that ancient palace-like structure, there existed a wondrous library containing vast knowledge of the galaxy. Whenever she had leisure time, Huang Yueshi would delve into the records of solar system humans, which was why Lin Yang teasingly called her an encyclopedia. As she matured, she gradually learned of her identity as a saint, destined to fulfill a sacred mission, to establish a mental connection with the deity of the five-dimensional space, conveying the will of the five-dimensional deity and guiding the church to return the universe to its primordial singularity state. Once the universe reverted to the origin, all church members would be ushered into a higher dimensional space by the deity, enjoying eternal life. Despite 18 years of indoctrination, she nurtured her own subjective thoughts, persistently resisting this mission. The elderly servant, Granny Huang, who had cared for her, supported her decision, stealing the heart of the galaxy from the Origin Church's collection and aiding her escape. After 2 years of exile, she finally arrived in the solar system of the Orion Arm. Later, Granny Huang died protecting her, leading her to adopt the surname Huang and continue her flight until she united with Lin Yang. Yueshi, can you connect with the deity in the five-dimensional space? I dare not attempt it for fear of being discovered, but I can establish mental connections with other beings, like when you alerted me in the Martian arena. Yes, I suddenly sensed the heart of the galaxy emitting a dangerous warning, prompting me to warn you through mental communication that the Origin Church truly that formidable. Jiwan remarked that the void in the constellation Botez was their doing. Huang Yueshi slightly shook her head. I cannot be certain. The library records such claims, yet they lack evidence and detailed accounts of the Battle of Botez. Perhaps, after 5 billion years, the historical records have long been lost. Incredible! By the way, where on the star map is the planet where you grew up? I do not know. Granny Huang, to prevent mental tracking, never disclosed my birthplace when she took me aboard the warp freighter to escape. She consumed amnesia-inducing drugs and forgot herself, and Jiwan inquired, where are they sending you to rendezvous? To the Pegasus Void, the F-zone of the Green Light Nebula, the oxygen-rich planet of the insectoid chitinous seven-eyed race. How cunning is the Origin Church, leaving no trace at all. Where do we go now? The Origin Church is unlikely to relent. First, we must recruit a crew member on Mars not worry. Yueshi, the Star Alliance will not allow the Origin Church to waltz in unopposed. As long as we are on Star Alliance territory, we will be much safer. The sun and moon exited warp speed 300,000 kilometers from Mars and sent an encrypted voice communication to the self-proclaimed drunken engineer. Mobin. Mobin died 500 years AG. Do you not feel ashamed to claim his name? Lin Yang accused. Ashamed? I am Mobin. The news of my death was a ruse I orchestrated. Why feign death? To evade the scrutiny of the Star Alliance's Supervisory Council. The Martian regime promised to assist me in combating the Alliance, but they proved unreliable, and cooperation is no longer feasible. Combating the Star Alliance. Indeed, the decaying Star Alliance must undergo reform as an engineer. I not only rectify mechanical faults, but also aim to mend the systemic failures of the Alliance. How did you trigger the earthquake on Mars? The project Igniting Mars Core was designed and constructed by me. For 500 years, I have been orchestrating events underground. A mere flick of the wrist can stir the core and cause an earthquake, an endeavor not beyond my grasp. This recent Martian earthquake has claimed many lives. The Martian regime will inevitably trace it back to you, I am aware. But the Martian regime violated our agreement first. Since they refused to heed my counsel, I see no reason to consider their plight. Other than instigating a catastrophic earthquake, I cannot assist you in breaking free. And those Martians who perished during an avalanche, no single snowflake is innocent. The voice on the other end grew angry that I transformed Mars' ecological environment. They agreed to join me in resisting the Star Alliance. Yet they deceived me and took no action, forcing me to serve underground for 5 centuries. How long do you live? Lin Yang interjected. 500 years at least. I am a green carbon being from the Perseus arm, with an average lifespan of around 1,000 years. Additionally, through mechanical integration, my lifespan is even longer to not measure other species by human standards. Summer insects cannot discuss ice. Lin Yang was momentarily speechless, contemplating the drunken engineer's logic. Yueshi, do you know of the green carbon beings? They are unique carbon-based intelligent species capable of photosynthesis, a level 2. 7 stellar civilization, with an average lifespan of 1,000 years that, if he is indeed a green carbon being, then he could very well be Mobin. Chapter 45. Let's make a big bet. Lin Yang nodded, a smile gracing his face. Hey, legendary engineer, can you receive video communications? I want to see your true form that I can, but it will expose our connection. The Martian regime will immediately pursue you. You need not worry about that. As long as you're a green carbon being from the Perseus arm, I can rescue you and restore your status as a free individual that I might even help you combat the Star Alliance. Really? Of course. If I cannot, the Martian fleet will come for me. At that time, I will take full responsibility for the Martian earthquake. What do you have to fear? Very well. After all, there is nothing left to lose. If I die, it will be but a release. Look closely. I'm a green carbon being with 6 arms. Upon switching to video mode, Lin Yang and the others were taken aback by the sight before them. The screen revealed a dark green humanoid creature with 6 arms, reminiscent of a 6-armed deity depicted in temples. Its head was adorned with a layer of bright green moss-like hair, with no clothing. Its body covered in rigid, dark green scales. From the video, it appeared to stand over 2 meters tall, robust, and agile. Captain, this indeed matches the records of green carbon beings in the library. Huang Yueshi whispered. Lin Yang smiled and nodded. I am beginning to believe you're a Mobin that I always was. Now you believe me, but alas, I have been exposed. The Martian fleet is converging on your location. Find a way to escape. Although I have lost a life to you, should you fail to escape, you cannot blame me for being deceitful, since you are nearing death. Why not indulge in a grand gamble? Again, is your addiction that profound? Lin Yang smiled mysteriously. Did you not bet on me? If I can rescue you and safely depart the Martian surface, you shall join my crew. From then on, I will dictate the strategies against the Star Alliance. And if you cannot, there is no if. I will succeed. Such bravado. You are overly confident. This Martian earthquake is a disaster beyond repair. Do not concern yourself with that. Simply tell me if you dare to wager. I will assuredly win. What is there to fear? If you lose, I am still dead. If you win, I gain my life. It's a sure profit. I have waited 500 years. I am not concerned with your fleeting 100 years. Excellent. Await good news. After terminating the communication, Huang Yueshi's face lit up with joy. It seemed he truly was Mobin. They would strike gold. He had once overseen the construction of the Star Alliance's largest space fortress, personally designed the interstellar corridor conveyor belt, and transformed the ecological environments of hundreds of asteroids. Mobin was not just a legend of the Star Alliance. He was a legend throughout the galaxy. However, Karugia appeared somewhat anxious. Captain, this individual loves to drink and gamble. Is he reliable? And Juan also shook her head slightly. Opposing the Star Alliance is no small matter. Who among us has trivial matters? Lin Yang smiled, glancing at the three. They exchanged looks and suddenly burst into laughter. Indeed, each of us has stirred up greater troubles, some against the Sirius civilization, others against solar system humanity, and still others against the Origin Church. The addition of more anti-alliance members is hardly excessive. Lin Yang chuckled, remarking that Karugia's concerns about fine wine and gambling could be disregarded, for this individual is quite astute and adept at deceit. He refrains from engaging in bets that could be detrimental to him, and even in the event of miscalculating and losing, he would feign ignorance regarding any unfavorable agreements. Karugia nodded in agreement, asserting that regardless of whether he is a gambler or a drunkard, he has risked his life to save us, and taking him imposes no significant threat if he were to cause trouble. We could easily expel him at any moment, correct, Captain? Just as you were so quick to suggest casting me into space from the outset. Karugia, that was merely a scare tactic. I would never truly do such a thing. However, should this individual cause chaos, I might reconsider. After reaching a consensus, Lin Yang instructed N.I. Wang to send a communication to the Mars fleet, directly contacting Marshal Leaf, the commander of the space fleet. Lin Yang, where are you? You cannot escape the solar system. The Mars fleet is in full pursuit of you. Do not be so agitated, Marshal. Even if you capture me, what would it achieve? would it satisfy the Sirius civilization? Even if Mars were to experience a catastrophic earthquake, it would never atone for the massacre of the saber-toothed Tiger Punishment Society in the eyes of the Tiger people. All of this is your doing. What exactly did you orchestrate? It was indeed my doing, and I reached out to you to accept responsibility. Can you truly bear such responsibility? I did not make grand claims. If you agree to a single condition, I can absorb the wrath of the Sirius civilization on behalf of the Martian political entity. First, how do you intend to shoulder such a burden? This responsibility is too great for all of humanity to bear. I say I can, and I will, provided you accept my terms. The Tiger people of Sirius will cease to trouble Mars, if I'm not mistaken. Their fleet is already en route here, correct? Damn it. Marshal Alif gritted his teeth in fury that he had no choice but to compromise. The Sirius Tiger civilization had dispatched 10 interstellar cruisers, heading toward the solar system specifically to investigate the deaths of all members of the saber-toothed Tiger Punishment Society. If the Martian government failed to provide a reasonable explanation, they would prefer to withdraw from the Galactic Alliance rather than abstain from war. The Tiger people do not initiate attacks on the weak. But for revenge, they could crush Mars as easily as squashing an ant. Speak. What is your demand? Release the engineer Mobin you have detained, the drunken green carbon man underground on Mars that he owes me a life. And for the remainder of his days, he must serve on my warship until he breathes his last. Elif furrowed his brow, thinking that Lin Yang was even more cunning than they were. They merely deceived him into serving for 500 years, while he sought to enslave Mobin for a lifetime. The Martian earthquake was indeed orchestrated by him. Now, tell me, when did you conspire? Do not adopt such an accusatory tone. I have already prepared the details regarding your detainment of Mobin and the death hoax to deceive the Alliance. Do you truly want me to send it to the Alliance Council? If so, Mars's technology will undoubtedly be sealed. Are you seeking mutual destruction? Your net has long since frayed. I'm not the fish on the chopping block. Recognize reality. Agree to my terms, and you will profit without loss. The Alliance will not seal technology, nor will the Sirius civilization seek retribution. Nonsense. Elif slammed his fist onto the table in anger. Oh, you have any idea how many lives were lost in this Martian earthquake? Mars has suffered greatly. There is nothing to gain. I do not know, but I have inquired about the deaths on Mars with Mobin. Guess what he said? What did he say? Lin Yang smiled slightly. He said that during an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent, that he single-handedly transformed Mars's environment, providing you with a suitable habitat for survival. Yet you deceive him into serving for 500 years that I believe that if he were to obliterate Mars, it would be justifiable. You. Elif was momentarily speechless. After a few seconds of silence, he helplessly slammed his fist on the table. What method do you propose to divert the anger of the Sirius civilization? So you agree to hand over Mobin unscathed? He stirred the core and caused the earthquake. We will no longer employ him. The Planetary Core Monitoring Station will not retain his position. Very well. Await my message. The Sirius fleet will soon return. Chapter 46. Burning bridges 1 minute later. Lin Yang established contact with the Sirius Expedition Fleet. Am Captain Lin Yang of the Sun and Moon. Reaching out to clarify the matter concerning the saber-toothed Tiger Punishment Society, but on the screen appeared Major General Wandan, the commander of the Sirius 7th Fleet, a snow-white tiger general. Are you the human who stirred the asteroid belt of the solar system? You do not appear particularly imposing. I challenged the strong with my weakness, and I emerged victorious. That is your honor. I have reviewed the data regarding your battle with the saber-toothed Tiger cruiser. The Alliance will no longer pursue the matter of high civilization technology leakage, but the Sirius civilization demands to ascertain how the ancient punishment society met its demise. Karugia applied for a sacred blood duel, and I participated against the 2,566 members of the saber-toothed Tiger Punishment Society. DOU, Major General Wandan, not know this? When submitting the air battle report, the Punishment Society did not mention the sacred blood duel. Karugia interjected. That was their attempt to erase me and the captain without adhering to the traditions of the sacred blood duel. So you conspired to kill them? No. The captain and I defended our honor through battle and blood. A formal duel? Indeed. Impossible. Major General Wandan stood up in fury. A tiger person and a primate cannot defeat 2,566 tigers without employing high-powered heat weapons. You would struggle to defeat even 2 of them. The members of the saber-toothed Tiger Punishment Society are seasoned warriors. Lin Yang replied calmly. I first competed with them in endurance, employing weighted sprints. After running 300 kilometers, they resorted to trickery. Outrageous! Suddenly, Major General Wandan bellowed. You shall not tarnish the honor of the tiger people. Even when facing an enemy 100 times stronger, a tiger will never resort to deceit in a formal competition. Lin Yang scoffed. Yet they indeed resorted to trickery. They refused to acknowledge their loss. Subsequently, Karugia and I engaged them in close combat, and they were unarmed at the time, giving us the upper hand. Eventually, they fought valiantly. But Karugia erupted, and the saber-toothed Tiger Punishment Society met its end. What evidence do you have for these claims? If you are as baseless as the Martian government, I will not let you off the hook. Of course, there is evidence. Zhuang sent it to Major General Wan T that time. Zhuang piloted a heavy fighter jet of serious technology to the arena for support. The flight recorder captured the final moments of the duel, omitting the scene where Lin Yang subdued Karugia with the heart of the galaxy, retaining only the segments where the two slaughtered the members of the Punishment Society. The ground was strewn with the corpses of the Tiger people, most adorned with heavy lead weights. Lin Yang wielded a large energy cannon, leaping 30 meters to pursue a tiger. Karugia completely lost control, transforming into a giant tiger over 5 meters tall, radiating golden lightning. Together, they swiftly annihilated all members of the saber-toothed Tiger Punishment Society. After viewing the video, General Wandan fell silent. The science officer beside him quietly reported, "The video shows no signs of tampering, but the ending has been edited." Karugia's appearance resembles that of the legendary Berserk Tiger Emperor. Wandan nodded and gestured for the science officer to step back. Lin Yang, what about the latter part of the video? The subsequent content bears no relation to the deaths of the Punishment Society. I'm under no obligation to share it with you. I hope you understand, General. Although unable to see the segment of the saber-toothed Tiger Punishment Society resorting to trickery, their deaths were unrelated to the Martian government. The Tiger people are clear in their grievances and will no longer hold Mars accountable, but you must once again provide compelling evidence to prove the Punishment Society's deceit at that moment. Karugia stepped forward. You may apply to the luminous people of the 3.0 star system for temporal regression to assist in the investigation, allowing you to witness firsthand the undeniable fact that they resorted to trickery after losing. Wandan remained silent for a few seconds, shaking his head helplessly. If true, the honor of the Tiger people shall be sullied. If false, they voluntarily chose to engage you without weapons, and the outcome of their demise was a choice they made. This matter ends here. I hope you will never mention it again, nor speak of it to anyone. Lin Yang responded, From this day forth, only tales of their brave combat and fearless death shall circulate throughout the galaxy. Thank you. Please also provide a genetic sample of Karugia. His transformation during rage is vital to the future of the Tiger People. As Captain, I refuse to provide the genetic samples of my crew to any organization or individual. However, if Karugia insists on offering it, I shall not obstruct him. Karugia smirked. I have been exiled and am no longer a legal citizen of the Sirius civilization. Thus, I am not entitled to benefits and have no obligation to provide a genetic sample. General Wandan, please convey to my father that the decaying system will ultimately harm the Tiger people. The saber-toothed Tiger Punishment Society is but one example. I shall do so. Continue your exile. Do not let me see you again. General Wandan immediately ordered the 9 cruisers to return the way they came, leaving one to proceed toward Mars's orbit to retrieve the docked interstellar cruisers and the corpses of the Punishment Society's tigers. Simultaneously, they sent a message to the Martian government, ceasing further investigation into the deaths of the saber-toothed Tiger Punishment Society and demanding that Mars, Blue Planet, and the asteroid belt mining organizations refrain from spreading this matter. All settled. Lin Yang relaxed and stretched. Yueshi engaged standard propulsion, set course to cruise back to Mars at a leisurely pace. Let us take turns resting. I shall retire for now. Is it empty? Huang Yueshi asked with a smile. Haha, never. I'll be waiting for you in the newly upgraded room. Ever since the sun and moon had been equipped with controllable thermonuclear energy, Lin Yang had boundless life energy at his disposal. With 52,500 evolution points remaining and 3 living quarters yet to be upgraded to legendary status, he promptly initiated a 10-fold upgrade. Legendary ship body framework, Trident-class heavy fighter, priced at 15,000. Lin Yang pondered for a moment. This is not something that can be easily obtained. What if I wait to upgrade the ship body and can't get it? That would be embarrassing. He proceeded with another 10-fold upgrade. A legendary X-type turtle shield emerged. The battleship already possessed a turtle dual shield, and he urgently needed a legendary living quarter. Reluctantly, Lin Yang decided to forego it and initiated another tenfold upgrade. After 4 consecutive tenfold upgrades, he finally obtained 2 legendary X-type Dantian living quarters that he immediately recycled the living quarters of Kalugia and Ni Ziwen, just enough for evolution. Captain, how long until my new room is ready? Will it include a weapon manufacturing room? 3 hours. Note it will discuss the weapon room later. Didn't you say you would upgrade a weapon room for me? I also mentioned making you tiger bone liquor. Ah, is it wrong for me to ask? I promise I won't ask again. To the Martian Space Fleet Command, Commander Leaf bowed deeply to General Winda of the Tiger People on the video call. Thank you for your kindness. The Martians will never forget your grace. We have secured the cruiser, and the honored remains of your guests have been properly prepared, awaiting your arrival. You will coordinate with the captain of the Tiger King when the time comes. Yes, we will certainly comply with your arrangements. The communication ended, and a Leaf let out a sigh of relief, slumping back into his chair. That kid Lin Yang does have some ability. Marshal, the speaker has sent a communication. Upon connecting, Martian speaker Peters inquired with concern, what did the serious Tiger people say? No problem. The Tiger fleet has returned. That kid Lin Yang wasn't bragging. He truly resolved it. That's wonderful. However, after handing over the MO ban, I fear the Star Alliance will impose sanctions on us. Considering we concealed the MO ban and detained it for so many years, you worry too much, speaker. Who said we have to hand over the MO ban to Lin Yang? Not handing it over? Of course not. Ever since he communicated with MO ban and was discovered, 20 large strategic frigates have already set out to encircle him. Would they turn back halfway if Lin Yang dies? All our troubles will be resolved. Chapter 47. Barefoot kicking iron plates, Lin Yang had arranged the evolution of the sun and moon and was about to return to his quarters for rest when Ni Ziwen detected an anomaly on the radar. Captain, something's not right. 20 strategic frigates are approaching at warp speed. This doesn't seem like they're here to deliver the MO ban. As soon as the words left her mouth, the sun and moon was surrounded by the 20 large frigates, each over 500 meters long, all equipped with warp engines and powerful ship-mounted cannons. They represented the main force of the Martian fleet, capable of covering a radius of 10,000 kilometers, forming a tight encirclement. No matter which direction Lin Yang attempted to warp escape from the sun and moon, he would be intercepted by these 20 large warships. Damn it, is the Martian fleet planning to burn the bridge after crossing the river? Huang Yueshi coldly remarked, eliminating us means they won't have to hand over the MO ban, nor fear investigation from the Star Alliance, and they can further seize control of the asteroid belt. Kalugia added, they can also complete the bounty in one go, saving the trouble of paying bounty hunters. And Izuin remarked, it seems they no longer care about Yueshi and Kalugia's lives this time. All hands, battle stations. Yueshi, firepower. Kalugia, energy. Ziwen, monitor radar and ship defense systems. Lin Yang immediately returned to the main cockpit, leaning back with closed eyes, entering a deep symbiotic driving state with the sun and moon. And Izuin attempted to send a communication to the enemy ships, but was instantly rejected. Sending a message to MO ban also met the same fate. Captain, it's reasonable for the enemy frigates to reject communications. MO ban has likely lost its communication freedom. Then we'll wait for them to contact us. We are being locked on by particle cannons. Before Huang Yueshi could finish, a golden high-energy beam over 10 meters in diameter shot towards them. Lin Yang hurriedly maneuvered the battleship to roll sideways to evade, then surged towards the attacking frigate at 500 Mach. Zap! Huang Yueshi immediately activated the particle cannon. Though the Fire Dragon X-type particle cannon from the 500-meter-long giant ship didn't match the power of a 50-meter medium fighter, it struck the left flank of the frigate with a golden high-energy beam over 100 meters in diameter. The enemy's shield has dropped by 15. Zap, 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 zap. 4 consecutive ion explosive cannons fired, enhanced by Huang Yueshi, transforming into high-energy orbs 50 meters in diameter. Each shot hit the enemy ship like a medium fighter colliding with it. The enemy's shield is down to 60. We are being locked on by Ghoul X-type missiles. The new version reaches 550 Mach. Ni Ziwen reported battlefield information promptly. Vroom, vroom, vroom. Lin Yang skillfully navigated the battleship near the frigate, making a sharp turn to circumvent the clumsy frigate while dodging a barrage of laser fire. Huang Yueshi pressed the Matrix missile launch button. Originally, a missile launch platform could only fire 1 missile at a time, but the upgraded Matrix launcher could fire 10 at once. 6 Matrix platforms activated simultaneously. launching 60 Dragonfly K-type missiles in a second. The K-type missiles, while not fast at 100 Mach, became formidable at close range. 50 of the 60 missiles struck the frigate, while the remaining 10 intercepted the pursuing Ghoul thermonuclear missiles. Boom! A dazzling light erupted in space as 10 thermonuclear missiles exploded beside the frigate. The Martian fleet, employing a ruthless strategy, instantly reduced the frigate's shield to zero. Seizing the opportunity, Huang Yueshi fired a phase cannon, piercing through the 500-meter-long frigate. Boom! Flames and a massive shockwave erupted. Lin Yang rolled and accelerated sharply, easily evading the shockwave as he flew towards another frigate. Behind him trailed dozens of Ghoul thermonuclear missiles. You have destroyed a killer whale-class strategic frigate, earning 1,500 evolution points. Challenge mission rising fame completion, 60. 4 frigates remain. Hearing the system notification, Lin Yang's spirits surged. The remaining 19 frigates tightened their encirclement, their various laser weapons weaving a massive net in space. Lin Yang maneuvered the sun and moon through the increasingly constricted net. As the encirclement shrank, the attacks intensified. Boom! An explosive pulse cannon struck the sun and moon, reducing the left shield by 20, while the right shield remained intact. Just hold on a bit longer. I intend to stick close to this Killer Whale 2. The Killer Whale 2 strategic frigate was equipped with a Warp 2.0 engine that, if it attempted to escape, the sun and moon, also 2.0 warp, would struggle to catch up. Lin Yang's intentions were clear. He had no plans to let any of the frigates escape, since they were playing dirty. He would not show mercy. The frigates boasted thick shields and powerful firepower, but their maneuverability was lacking. In contrast, Lin Yang's sun and moon, powered by Sirius Tiger technology, excelled in agility, compensating for its shield deficiency with high evasion efficiency. Regarding firepower, although the sun and moon was a medium fighter, it surpassed the frigate's firepower under Huang Yueshi's enhancement of the Galaxy Horde. While unable to enhance missiles, its 12 energy cannons overwhelmed the frigate's firepower. Vroom vroom vroom. Another volley of Dragonfly K-type missiles was launched, intercepting 10 pursuing Ghoul thermonuclear missiles. Lin Yang, we exhausted our missiles. I can't intercept the incoming Ghoul missiles. Focus all fire on the enemy ship. Leave the missile dodging to me. Zap, zap, zap. Huang Yueshi fired 3 consecutive particle cannons, each hitting the enemy ship and instantly depleting its shields by 50. Kalugia quickly loaded new energy modules in the energy room. Upon detecting inadequate weapon-specific energy, he promptly diverted from controllable thermonuclear energy to ensure seamless attack, defense, and flight capabilities. Lin Yang flew alongside the enemy ship's shields. The energy cannons of the enemy ship missed the sun and moon, instead detonating the pursuing Ghoul missiles behind. Instantly, 5 thermonuclear missiles exploded beside the battleship. Huang Yueshi controlled 4 ion explosive cannons and 2 explosive pulse cannons to fire continuously, striking the enemy ship like hail. The enemy ship's shield plummeted to 0, and after being breached, it triggered another explosion. The shockwave spread out, destroying the second frigate. You have destroyed a Killer Whale 2 class frigate, earning 2,000 evolution points. Again, the 4 of them coordinated seamlessly, requiring no further words. Boom! As another frigate exploded, the remaining 17 frigate commanders were left dumbfounded, complaining over the communicator. Did we just provoke a hard nut? Damn it! He kicked an iron plate. And barefoot at that. Why did the marshal give this order? Quickly report to the fleet command. Their firepower is too overwhelming. We can't win. Boom! While several commanders were deliberating, another ship exploded. 3 Killer Whale 2 frigates had been destroyed. This battle was unwinnable. Marshal Alif ordered a retreat. Withdraw. Quickly retreat. Warp back to Mars. However, the remaining 16 frigates could only achieve a maximum speed of Warp 1.0, equivalent to the speed of light. In contrast, Lin Yang's vessel, the Sun and Moon, could reach Warp 2.0, 10 times the speed of light. The 16 frigates stood no chance of escaping to Mars. Barely half a second into warp, they were overtaken by Lin Yang. Huang Yueshi's enhanced particle cannon obliterated one of the warships, forcing it out of warp. Escape? The moment you opened fire on me, your fate was sealed. Beep, 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 beep. Boom. You have destroyed an Orca-class strategic frigate. Evolution points, 1,500. You have cumulatively destroyed 10 large long-range frigates, completing challenge task, 7 rising fame. Evolution points 50,000, current evolution points 59,000, Chapter 48. Mars in peril. Total surrender. Challenge task updated. 8 renowned. Cumulatively destroyed 50 interstellar large strategic frigates. Evolution points 60,000. Having already destroyed 10 frigates. Only 40 more need to be eliminated to complete the challenge. Frigates are not as numerous as near-space warships. The entire asteroid belt contains but a handful, most of which have had their warp engines dismantled. Mars has barely 20 in total. This time, 20 were dispatched to surround Lin Yang in the blink of an eye. 5 were lost. Lin Yang was determined not to miss the opportunity to destroy the remaining 15 frigates. Missing this chance would complicate the completion of the challenge. The Monsoon-class frigate exited warp, now within range. The photon torpedoes at its stern are locking onto us. And I Ziwang continuously reported radar status. Huang Yueshi operated 6 energy pulse cannons, firing in rapid succession. The enemy's photon torpedoes had just left their launchers when they were struck by the pulse beams, detonating beside their own turret. Coupled with the successive hits from the pulse cannons, the shields of the Mars fleet's Monsoon-class frigate rapidly diminished. Quick, send a surrender signal. Boom! The captain's command to surrender was cut short by a violent explosion. The Sun and Moon's pulse cannon pierced through the shields and the hull alike, resulting in a brilliant flash of light and a shockwave. Without pausing, Lin Yang immediately entered warp again, pursuing another frigate. All of the Mars fleet's second-generation Orca-class frigates had been annihilated. The remaining frigates, limited to warp 1.0, stood no chance of outrunning him, and within seconds, Lin Yang caught up, even if they attempted to retaliate after exiting warp. The massive frigates could not compete with the agility of the Sun and Moon. Although the larger warships boasted thicker shields, they could not withstand the drastically enhanced firepower as the strategic forces of Mars. These frigates had become mere targets, akin to clumsy sunfish in the ocean, relentlessly attacked by swift and lethal smaller fish. Along the route back to Mars, violent explosions erupted one after another. Soon, the last frigate exploded less than 10,000 kilometers from Mars orbit. The Sun and Moon soared out from the intense flames, executing a graceful roll as it headed toward the Martian space station. You had destroyed 15 Orca-class strategic frigates, evolution points 22500, current evolution points 81500. The last frigate was obliterated near Mars. All the space stations in orbit broadcasted the battle live, with Martians, Blue Star citizens, interstellar traders, wanderers, bounty hunters, and adventurers witnessing the spectacle that a single medium-sized fighter had managed to destroy a large strategic frigate. Lin Yang's name rapidly spread among the various races. Truly, he was the man for whom Mars had placed a bounty of 300 million star coins. Such a bounty is not easily earned. I hear the Mars fleet dispatched 20 large frigates, all of which were annihilated. Quickly, look, the near-space fleet is assembling. The fleet commander, Elif, found himself in a precarious position and dispatched all of Mars' warships, the main fleet alongside near-space patrols. Totaling 1,000 vessels that on the Martian surface, more than 2 billion inhabitants lay paralyzed due to the seismic tremors, and societal order had yet to be restored, with the main fleet's frigates all destroyed. If Lin Yang were not stopped, he feared that the Martian regime would change hands as easily as the asteroid belt. The main cannons of the 8 space outposts in Martian orbit were charging, with the Sun and Moon as their target. The firepower of these outposts greatly exceeded that of the frigates, rivaling the enhanced energy cannons of the Sun and Moon. Similarly, the space docks, trade ports, bounty docks, labor docks, transport docks, and space factories prepared for the worst, activating their defense systems. Thousands of missiles locked onto the Sun and Moon at that moment. The entire Martian space orbit, along with over 1,000 near-space warships and millions of personnel, was thrown into a state of emergency, as if resisting Lin Yang was the only means of survival. Meanwhile, 2 interstellar portals were busy, with peacekeeping warships from the Blue Star and the Galactic Alliance arriving one after another. Their singular target, the Sun and Moon. Are we truly so popular? Lin Yang mused with self-deprecation that aren't you going to take this opportunity to make a recruitment speech? Huang Yueshi inquired with a smile. No, it's better to be selective. Lin Yang halted 3,000 kilometers from a space outpost. Mars immediately initiated a communication call. Upon connection, he was met by the anxious and worried Grand Chancellor. Haters, Lin Yang, as a fellow human, why must you pursue your compatriots to the ends of the earth? This is not how you operated in the asteroid belt. Do not slander the innocent. Which of your eyes saw me pursuing my compatriots to the death? You pilot a warship equipped with alien technology, chasing down 20 frigates, and now you intend to assault Martian space stations and the surface. How dare you even bring that up? I resolved the conflicts of the Sirius civilization and rescued Mars. Only for you and Alif to break your promises, refusing to hand over Mebin, and sending 20 frigates to silence me. My pursuit was not for slaughter, but for you and Alif to provide a reasonable response. As the communication unfolded, Anai Zawang had already compiled the entire sequence of events into a 3-minute video explanation and shared it on Martian social networks. Voices condemning the Martian Council and the space fleet for their breach of trust surged in frequency. Quickly climbing to the top of trending topics, news of the developments reached the asteroid belt and Blue Star networks, and the Sirius cruiser, just finishing receiving the corpses of the Tiger clan, began to exert pressure on the Martian regime. The honor of the sun and moon must not be tarnished. Mars must take this seriously. The peacekeeping fleets from Blue Star and the Galactic Alliance promptly powered down their weapons. Hundreds of warships that had previously been hostile toward Lin Yang now observed calmly. Grand Chancellor Peters found himself at a loss for words, lacking any justifiable stance. The three parties involved were all present. The Tiger clan of Sirius could intervene at any moment. Moreover, the name Mebin resurfaced in public discourse as events spiraled beyond Peters' control. To that moment, he wished he could slap Commander Alif for his foolishness. Had Alif not tried to eliminate Lin Yang, the Martian regime would not find itself in such a precarious position. Boom! A sudden deep rumble echoed from the Martian surface, another tremor from the initial earthquake. Although less destructive than the previous quakes, the threat it posed was greater. Grand Chancellor, this is dire. The rotation speed of the core is rapidly declining, and it is expected to extinguish within 6 months. Mars will revert to a desolate environment without magnetic field protection. What about Mebin? Quick, have him reignite the core. He fell into a deep sleep mode of self-defense while we detained him. His brain has ceased activity. He has become a vegetable. He was always a vegetable. Peters slammed the table. Get me in touch with Alif. After less than a minute of secret communication, Grand Chancellor Peters reconnected with Lin Yang. Alif, without the Council's consent, unilaterally violated the agreement by sending a fleet to attack you. He has resigned from his position as commander of the Mars fleet. Lin Yang, what are your remaining demands? Lin Yang smiled faintly. Such promptness? Your attitude has shifted a full 180 degrees, if I'm not mistaken. It seems you have demands of your own. Perhaps you've encountered some difficulties. It's no wonder you can easily upend the asteroid belt. Your mind is indeed quite meticulous. You are correct. We have encountered difficulties. Not the Martian regime, but nearly 3 billion ordinary residents. The Martian core is about to extinguish, and only Mebin can reignite it. Yet he refuses to awaken. I believe you're the only one who can rouse him. I have conditions that do share. Just don't think me greedy. Chapter 49, A Lion's Demand. Once the Martian core extinguishes, the absence of flowing molten metal will prevent the formation of magnetic poles. Without magnetic poles, the protective magnetic field will vanish, leaving Mars exposed to the high-radiation solar winds that will directly assault its atmosphere. A significant amount of nitrogen and oxygen will be blown into deep space, and surface moisture will evaporate. Mars will gradually revert to its original parched and desolate reddish-brown state. This second hub of human civilization will no longer be suitable for large-scale habitation, leading to unquantifiable losses. The planetary terraforming project, overseen by Mebin 500 years ago, faces a technical catastrophe regarding the core. Only he possesses the knowledge to resolve it, given the technological level of the Martian regime. It would take 50 years to fix, by which time Martian humans would be unable to sustain normal life. However, Mebin, filled with anticipation for a new life in Lin Yang's fleet, found himself once again betrayed by the Martian regime, which sent a fleet to hunt him down and imprison him, leaving Mebin in despair, oblivious to the impending core failure. As he plunged into deep slumber, his mind ceased to function, resembling that of a mere plant. The Martian government exhausted every means but could not awaken Mebin. Now, Lin Yang stood as the sole hope for rousing Mebin, who alone could salvage Mars. The Grand Chancellor, Peters, recognized the stakes and promptly acquiesced to Lin Yang's demands. If you can awaken Mebin and restore Mars's environment, I shall meet your exorbitant request. Excellent. First, eliminate the interstellar pirate designation for my group within the solar system and revoke the bounty. Not an issue. The Martian government shall also bestow upon you the honorary title of Martian hero, thus abolishing the bounty on you. Merely revoking the bounty is insufficient. Together, our bounties amount to 410 million star coins. And you must compensate us. Very well. Upon Mebin's awakening and the restoration of Mars's environment, the Martian government will remit you 410 million star coins. Lin Yang nodded with a smile. Furthermore, I demand the Martian bounty dock. Peters hesitated. The bounty dock is not directly under the Martian government, hence I cannot grant that. The Martian bounty dock generates an annual revenue of approximately 2 billion star coins, consisting solely of service fees. Independent of the funds paid by bounty initiators to bounty hunters. During the age of interstellar navigation, bounty docks are perpetually profitable, akin to possessing a mint. They represent a significant source of tax revenue for the Martian government, which Peters was reluctant to relinquish. However, in the current negotiations, the Martian government had no leverage and was compelled to concede. Huang Yueshi coldly interjected, "Be candid, Chancellor Peters, that on the surface, the Martian bounty dock appears to be privately owned. Yet its shareholders are high-ranking officials of the government. With you as the primary shareholder, holding 14.6, not enough. I shall grant you the bounty dock." Peters' forehead glistened with cold sweat. His clandestine ownership of the dock was unknown even to the council. Yet it was as transparent as glass before Lin Yang and his companions. Huang Yueshi's assertion about the shares was utterly accurate. Next was the restitution of the assets transferred by the former commanders of Ceres. Vesta and Juno, Theodore, Nelson, and Zhou Ming Yuan, back to the Asteroid Belt Miners Organization. This is acceptable. Once the Martian environment is restored, we shall promptly settle accounts with the Asteroid Belt Miners Organization. Lastly, Lin Yang broached the topic of his expenditures on Mars. Are you suggesting a zero-cost purchase? Mars is currently in a state of distress. I must ask for your understanding. Truth be told, there isn't much to buy that I won't take advantage of the situation. How about this? From now on, interstellar teleportation will be free of charge, and all official docks shall offer us a 90 discount. Doesn't that amount to exploitation? Not at all. It is merely a token of gratitude for rescuing Mars. Very well, we concede. Let it be agreed. Send Mebin here via shuttle. Once he awakens, we shall commence the restoration of Mars's environment. Any other requests? What about the fleet dispatched to eliminate you, Alif? Ha. Lin Yang chuckled. Do you want me to demand his execution? To bear the infamy myself while you direct your hatred toward me? Dispose of him as you see fit. I've already retaliated by destroying 20 of his escort ships. That should suffice. Alif, the former commander of the Martian fleet, is certainly doomed. After such a catastrophe, someone must take responsibility, and all blame can justly be placed upon Alif. The Martian government and nearly 3 billion Martians cannot possibly forgive him. Yet, even a dying centipede can still writhe. After Alif's execution, his loyal remnants will remain to deflect the animosity. The Martian government hopes Lin Yang will call for Alif's execution. This ploy does not escape my notice. Seeing Lin Yang undeterred, Peters forced a smile. The Martian Council merely seeks your opinion that if you do not intervene, we shall proceed with judgment according to Martian law. Mebin will arrive in 20 minutes. Please prepare for the handover. Shortly after, a shuttle departed from the Martian surface, swiftly navigating through space toward the day and moon. Upon delivery, the shuttle departed immediately. Lin Yang detached a small piece of dark green bark from Mebin and placed it on the gene registration device. Moments later, the genetic chain information was successfully recorded, and Mebin's name was added to the position of chief engineer, responsible for the engine and energy control of the day and moon, as well as the overall maintenance of the warship. Boom! A surge of energy coursed through Lin Yang, filling his bones with vigor, invigorating his spirit. Ding! You have recruited Chief Engineer Mebin. Life energy permanently increased by 10. Current life value, 140. With the enhancement of his life value. The day and moon's life energy replenished even further, invigorating Lin Yang. What a sensation! Let's awaken Mebin! Karuji's eyes widened. Are you going to punch him awake, Captain? I'm not as foolish as you think. Lin Yang intended for Huang Yueshi to try using the heart of the galaxy. Before he could speak, Mebin slowly opened his eyes, stretching his 6 elongated arms, each with 3 segments, longer than a human's, and yawning before standing up, towering at 2 meters tall, though not as robust as the 3-meter Karugia. His 6 long arms made him appear anything but feeble. Is he already awake? Lin Yang asked in astonishment. There's no need for disbelief, Captain. When we green carbon beings enter deep sleep, our brains become inactive. Yet a system of spinal nerves remains vigilant, capable of sensing the surrounding environment for danger. As the oppressive atmosphere dissipated, replaced by warmth and ease. I naturally awaken. Oh, I adore this place. It's far more entertaining than Martian subterranean life. May I inquire if there is any wine? No wine. Only work. Without wine, I shall not labor. Drinking will hinder your productivity, Mebin, interjected Naizuan. Oh no, no, no. Mebin waved his slender fingers. Green carbon beings require light and water for work. If there is light and wine, the effect will be even better, invigorating me further. Let us set that aside for now. Mebin, we must focus on restoring Mars's environment. The core is on the verge of extinguishing. Is there any benefit to this? Indeed, the Martian Chancellor has consented to many of our requests. Once the restoration is complete, he will fulfill his promises. No, I shall not place my trust in Mars again. Let them fulfill their promises first. Captain, I am serious. They must honor their commitments before we discuss restoring Mars's environment. Whether or not it can be restored, they must first uphold their end. Lin Yang smirked. Ah, Mebin, your words resonate deeply with me. Chapter 50. The execution of the fleet marshal and the handover of the bounty dock. Congratulations, host. You have successfully recruited another crew member, completing the main quest, 11, the 5th crew member. Evolution points, 60,000. Current evolution points, 112,500. Main quest update, 12, the Azure Planet. After restoring the Martian environment, embark on a journey to the Azure Planet. Arriving at the Azure Planet, evolution points, 70,000. Before the shuttle transporting Mebin could return to the surface, Lin Yang's communicator chimed. The council hurriedly connected. Upon seeing Mebin standing behind Lin Yang, Chancellor Peters and the Assembly of Legislators felt a mix of emotions, reluctance and anger. Lin Yang, you truly have a knack for this. We exhausted every method to awaken Mebin, yet you succeeded in under a minute. Mebin belongs to the day and moon. You could not rouse him while holding him captive. Enough of that. Let us hasten to repair Mars's environment. The temperature of the core continues to plummet. Even after detonating 50 nuclear bombs equivalent to millions of tons of TNT, we have not been able to halt the decline. Lin Yang smiled slightly, shaking his head gently. I have witnessed the Martian government's untrustworthiness. After alleviating the crisis posed by the Sirius civilization, you failed to uphold your end and instead dispatched a fleet to besiege me. I believe that if there is one instance of breach of faith, there will be countless others. What do you mean? Peters' expression darkened. Are you suggesting a breach of contract? Not at all. It is merely a test of your integrity. We are, of course, trustworthy. Who would believe that? Mebin, do you believe them? I do not. Mebin shook his head dismissively. 500 years ago, they promised to assist me against the Star Alliance, yet they delayed and deceived me time and again. Most recently, they displayed such treachery while contemplating murder. There is no integrity to be found. All of this stems from Alif's foolish actions. He has been apprehended, and once the interrogation process concludes, he will face execution. Lin Yang replied coolly, how you deal with Alif is an internal matter for Mars. However, if you wish us to assist in restoring the environment, you must first uphold your agreement. But our agreement states that you shall fulfill your end after the restoration of Mars's environment, which has yet to commence. Chancellor Peters, do you believe you possess any bargaining chips? We are quite pragmatic, that if you would be a tad more realistic, you would hasten to fulfill your commitments, unless you intend to default. Prompt payment is preferable to delayed payment. Chancellor Peters fell silent. After a moment, he resignedly stated, please wait a few minutes. The Martian Council requires deliberation. Take your time. We are willing to wait. However, Mars may not have the luxury of time. Allow me to remind you, once the core temperature drops to a critical point, reigniting it will be exceedingly difficult. The Martian government had no choice in less than 3 minutes of deliberation, it was decided to comply with Lin Yang's request and make early payments for various agreements. Ding! You have received a transfer of 410 million star coins from the Martian regime. The alert sound echoed within the cockpit of the sun and moon. Peters was filled with regret. Had he known, he would never have issued such a bounty. Even if he had, he should not have offered such a high reward. Ding, official document from the Martian regime have been received. Ni Ziwin opened the document, revealing an announcement regarding the reinstatement of Lin Yang, Huang Yueshi, Kalugia, Ni Ziwin, and Mo Ban as free individuals, along with the honorary title of Martian hero bestowed upon Lin Yang. Shortly thereafter, another message emerged from Shuttle. The leader of the Asteroid Belt Miners Organization, indicating that the Martian regime had begun transferring assets that had been relocated prior to the previous regime's collapse, amounting to a total of 7 billion star coins. This sum, along with the invoices, was handed over to the Asteroid Belt Miners Organization. Upon receiving it, Xiao Tong promptly expressed his stance to Lin Yang, saying, "General, this money is yours to command at any time. This is developmental funding for the asteroid belt. Use it wisely and manage the belt well." Subsequently, the Martian regime sent a supreme VIP certification to the Sun and Moon. From now on, any purchases made on the Martian surface or orbital space stations at official stores would enjoy a 90% discount. Lin Yang immediately piloted the Sun and Moon towards the Martian orbital docking station, preparing to gather supplies. Moments later, news broke that the former commander of the Martian fleet, Elif, had been executed, which quelled much of the public outrage on Mars. This seismic event could be attributed largely to human error, with Elif being a significant part of the problem. The Martian fleet had lost all its strategic escort ships, its combat power diminished to the point of being unable to contend with Blue Star. 2,000 high-compression energy modules, 100 Dragonfly Z-type missiles, 300 Ghoul X-type missiles, 10 sets of individual shields, and 10 assault phase guns. How much does that amount to? No payment is necessary. Mr. Lin, it is our honor for you to shop at the Martian space dock. How could we possibly charge you? Colonel Zhang Chuan, the dock supervisor, personally attended to Lin Yang, refusing to accept any payment that might rob you in broad daylight. You promised a discount, so let us settle the accounts. No, truly, we do not want any payment. How about this? If your team records a short segment for our dock's advertisement screen, it will serve as our promotion, and you'll never have to pay for anything here again. Well, that you want us to be your spokesperson, your business acumen is quite exceptional. Lin Yang had now become a legend on Mars and in the asteroid belt, especially after he single-handedly destroyed 20 large strategic escort ships with a medium fighter. Many bounty hunters, interstellar wanderers, adventurers, and travelers regarded him as an idol, which would undoubtedly drive significant traffic to the dock. Fine, since we have some free time, we will shoot your advertisement, but fill our fleet's high-grade rations. And ensure there's plenty of meat and wine. No problem, it is our honor. However, during the filming of the advertisement, Huang Yueshi turned her back, and Mo Ban squatted down, resembling a large tree stump. Both refused to reveal their identities, while Lin Yang and Kalugia were carefree and posed for the camera. N.I. Ziwin stifled a laugh from the sidelines. The dock subsequently broadcast the segment on the space advertisement screen. While loading supplies, Gus, the head of the bounty dock, arrived at the port in a shuttle. Mr. Lin, I am here to hand over the bounty dock to you. Gus, how did you become the head of the bounty dock? I remember the former head was not you. This legendary bounty hunter smiled awkwardly. The former head, Ruff, is my apprentice. He is merely a front. The true authority of the dock has always been me. While the former actual owner was Chairman Peters. Now, you are the owner. Here are all the accounts, assets, worker information, bounty files, and expenditure details. Please take a look. Gus handed Lin Yang a handheld projection computer containing all the records of the Martian bounty dock. Lin Yang opened it and saw that the account had a remaining balance of 242 million star coins. Wow. Peters didn't empty this account. It seemed he wasn't that foolish. Mars was in a precarious position, and petty tricks would only worsen their situation. Mr. Lin, although we have had our differences in the past, I hope you will not judge me as one of the Martians. Once the dock transfer is complete, I will lead my apprentices to Blue Star. If you're still dissatisfied, I can leave the solar system. There's no need for that. You can remain on Mars. Our past grievances stem from the Vulture Joyce, who has since been eliminated by me. Your bounty tasks have even provided me with valuable allies. So we are even now. I thought I didn't miss here, did I? You hold no grudges. You are quite capable. Since Kalugia joined, you have not had to intervene much. Recently, during the search for Yueshi, you also contributed significantly. I do keep score, but only against those who are disloyal and bring about their own demise. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for your magnanimity. Please allow me to bow on behalf of my apprentices. Chapter 51. Blue Star Representative Mediation. Star Alliance Ambassador's Promise. Plop. The legendary Martian hunter immediately bowed deeply. Oh, this is too much. Lin Yang reached out to help Gus up. I later investigated and found that Joyce was merely your named disciple, who ventured into the asteroid belt alone, unrestrained in remote areas, and acted out of line without your directive. Mr. Lin, you are wise. The incident with the Vulture is indeed due to my numerous disciples and my lack of vigilance. It's all in the past. There is no need to dwell on it. The bounty dock will need your apprentices to help maintain order. Rest assured, I will send orders immediately that all of Gus's apprentices are obligated to assist in maintaining order at the Martian bounty dock. Gus, the legendary bounty hunter, demonstrated his keen understanding of the situation, proving far superior to the former fleet commander Alif in assessing the current state of affairs. Not long ago, an Ai Ziwin had reached out to him, requesting assistance in locating Huang Yueshi. Although the clues did not ultimately come from him, Gus unhesitatingly dispatched dozens of bounty hunter apprentices, each commanding a small hunting group. They scoured every corner of Martian orbit, with some even utilizing teleportation to Blue Star to gather news about Huang Yueshi. Lin Yang was aware of this and remembered it. Now Gus, at an advanced age, piloted the shuttle alone to deliver the documents. Adopting a humble demeanor, after transferring the bounty dock intact, he proposed to leave Mars voluntarily. Lin Yang had no intention of allowing him to take his apprentices away. Doing so would reduce the number of bounty hunters accepting tasks at the Martian bounty dock by 40, which would not bode well for business. Since the retired Gus was a wise man and would not cause trouble, there was no need to drive him and his apprentices away. Gus was delighted to continue living on Mars. He also returned the full amount of the 550,000 star coin penalty for Kalugia's previous breach of contract and invited Lin Yang and his companions to visit his bounty base once they finished restoring the Martian surface environment. After Gus departed, Lin Yang immediately contacted Galeva, the head of the asteroid belt bounty dock. Galeva arranged for a capable individual to oversee the operations of the 4 bounty docks in the asteroid belt. Bring a few capable subordinates to Mars. I have acquired another bounty dock. What? Captain, you secured the Martian bounty dock. Indeed, oh my. One Martian bounty dock is larger than all 4 bounty docks in the asteroid belt combined. Not in terms of area, but in terms of bounty scale. I know, no need for the lecture. Bring people over to take charge. You're still the head, by the way. Maintain a good relationship with Gus. That old fellow is quite astute. Understood, Captain. I will pack and head over to AS for the head of the 4 docks in the asteroid belt. I have a candidate. Who? Lieutenant General Lu Yuanshan, the commander of the original Wisdom Star, who is now the Dean of the Fleet Academy. His retirement life is far too leisurely, and he is more than capable of managing the 4 bounty docks as a side job. All right, make those arrangements that I will notify General Lu Yuanshan shortly. Upon receiving the appointment news, Lu Yuanshan readily agreed without hesitation. I am so bored that my bones are almost rusting. Leave the 4 bounty docks to me. I am confident I can turn this into the bounty center of the solar system. Half an hour later, the dock had finished unloading the cargo. The lower hold of the Sun and Moon was filled with food, while the middle hold was packed with energy modules and Dragonfly Z-type and Ghoul X-type missiles. 40% of the upper hold was also filled with various provisions. Just as Lin Yang and his crew were preparing to board the warship, 2 shuttles arrived at the port, carrying representatives from the Blue Star Federation and the Star Alliance ambassador, who were specifically there to mediate conflicts. Behind them trailed several Martian lawmakers. Mr. Lin, please proceed to the dock conference room. We have everything prepared. Colonel Zhang Chuan, the dock supervisor, led the group into the conference room. The Martian regime had already been in a precarious position, and after fulfilling their obligations, they were even more afraid of Lin Yang abandoning them. In desperation, they reached out to the Blue Star Federation and the Star Alliance, recounting the events surrounding Mo Ban's detention and requesting their intervention to ensure Lin Yang would uphold his commitments to restore the Martian environment. The Blue Star Federation was outraged upon learning about the Martian detention of the legendary Star Alliance engineer. However, as fellow humans, they could not stand by while over 2 billion humans lost their living environment. This would inevitably lead to a massive influx of refugees into Blue Star. In light of this, the Martian regime was willing to downgrade itself and become a vassal state of Blue Star, which made it even more imperative for the Blue Star Federation to intervene. Lin Yang, as fellow humans, we share a common destiny. Whether it be the Blue Star Federation, the Martian regime, or even the Asteroid Belt Miners Organization, we are all part of a singular whole. Now that the Martian regime has fulfilled its obligations ahead of schedule, I hope you will lead the MO clan to restore the Martian environment promptly. There is no need for the Blue Star Federation to intervene. We are all honest and trustworthy individuals, and we will commence restoration efforts shortly. Wonderful news! The Blue Star Federation has conferred upon you the title of honorary citizen, granting you all the privileges and benefits of Blue Star citizens. And what of N.I. Zhuang? Regarding DER, NIS differing views on the New Humanity Project, the Blue Star Federation and the Martian regime will reassess the situation. Her status as a fugitive has been cleared. She remains a leading scientist in human genetics. After receiving satisfactory responses from the Blue Star, Lin Yang inquired about the Star Alliance ambassador. Surely, the ambassador has heard of the Mo clan's resistance against the Star Alliance. Correct? I wish to know the Star Alliance's perspective on this matter. The Star Alliance ambassador, a tri-eyed woman from the constellation of Orion named Yun Ban, expressed that considering the survival of nearly 3 billion people, the Star Alliance would only impose sanctions on the original Martian regime, sparing the ordinary populace. Upon learning that M.Mo is still alive, the Star Alliance was greatly relieved. Regarding the Martian regime's illegal detention of Star Alliance engineers, they have decided to impose a 500-year technological blockade on Mars, while refraining from punishing the general populace. They hope that M.Mo will restore the Martian environment in a timely manner to prevent further loss of innocent lives. We shall indeed. We will swiftly commence environmental restoration on the surface. Now, I would like to know the Star Alliance's views on the Mo clan's resistance. The tri-eyed Yun Ban shook her head with a resigned smile. Historical records indicate that 500 years ago, the Mo clan openly voiced vehement opposition to the Star Alliance, even engaging in a physical altercation with the Star Alliance's regional commander, who were in Cuba. During a decade-long conference, the Star Alliance is open and willing to accept differing opinions. So, you mean to say that you will not pursue the Mo clan's dissenting statements, nor target my team? I, as the ambassador of the Star Alliance, promise you that there will be no repercussions from Mr. Mo's anti-Star Alliance remarks, nor will there be any discrimination against any members of the Sun and Moon. Agreed. Let us get to work. In truth, Lin Yang and his companions would have proceeded to the Martian surface regardless of the Blue Star Federation and the Star Alliance ambassador's assurances. They were just preparing to board their warship to expedite the restoration of the Martian environment. However, the Martian regime felt insecure and entrusted the Blue Star Federation and the Star Alliance ambassador to mediate the situation. Lin Yang, without reservation, posed several pressing concerns. After receiving satisfactory answers, the Sun and Moon slowly lifted off from the dock and soared towards the Martian surface. Captain, the Grand Speaker of Mars, Peters, has come personally to welcome us. Have his fleet step aside. We must not delay our work. Chapter 52. Restoring the Martian Ecology, a Feast of Deception. Lin Yang had little patience for the bureaucratic demeanor of Peters. His purpose in bringing the Mo clan back to the Martian surface was to expedite the environmental restoration and complete their primary mission, after which they would set sail again to witness the evolution of the Blue Star thousands of years hence. The Grand Speaker of Mars arrived in a shuttle, accompanied by numerous officials, with over a dozen shuttles in attendance. Upon receiving the directive from the Sun and Moon to clear the way, Peters felt a flush of embarrassment, akin to a warm face meeting a cold reared, Step back, everyone. Wait until they finish their work before inviting them to a feast. Grand Speaker, we must insist on keeping them for a meal. With the Star Alliance's technological blockade upon us, perhaps we can glean some useful technology from them. Most importantly, we seek insights into that mirroring weapon Lin Yang employed. Even a hint would serve as a strategic advantage. Understanding the principles behind Huang Yueshi's enhanced energy weapon would be even better. It might help us escape the sanctions from the Blue Star and the Star Alliance. Peters waved his hand dismissively. There is no need to say it outright, lest the news reach the Star Alliance that I am aware of the situation. Let us begin preparing a sumptuous banquet. Lin Yang piloted the Sun and Moon to land at the new Land City Martian Ecological Monitoring Station. The five disembarked from the warship and entered the underground control room. After descending 300 meters in an elevator, they arrived at Mo Clan's original workspace. Hundreds of engineers lined up to warmly welcome Mo's return. Filled with hopeful enthusiasm. Cease your smiles. How have I taught you? Can't you solve such trivial problems? Have you not been diligent in your work? Mo Clan reprimanded the engineers sternly. The chief engineer, however, was unfazed and hurriedly presented a bottle of Blue Star as specialty liquor. Mo's eyes lit up as he promptly opened the bottle and gulped down half of it. Satisfied, he approached the control panel, entered the password, and then, with 6 arms and 30 long fingers, he swiftly input the codes, his fingers moving so quickly that they left afterimages. After a minute, he pressed the master control switch, and the entire underground control room was plunged into darkness. As the lights flickered back on, the core monitoring system rebooted, and several previously insurmountable issues vanished. Mo marked 72 points on the 3-dimensional core projection. Within 24 hours, detonating 72 nuclear bombs, each equivalent to 3 million tons of TNT at these points, would raise the core temperature to safe levels. Thereafter, detonating one bomb each month in succession would suffice. Do you understand? The chief engineer nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Master," after the core monitoring system rebooted, the rate of temperature decline has slowed, and the Martian magnetic poles have stabilized. Very well. Should any difficulties arise in the future, remember to contact the Sun and Moon. The significant environmental issues plaguing the Martian regime were resolved by MO in less than 2 minutes. This demonstrates the overwhelming power of scientific knowledge and technology. After touring the underground control room, Lin Yang and his companions prepared to return to the surface, with the engineers lining up to bid them farewell. Lin Yang remarked, "Mo, it is evident that you have not neglected your students in these 500 years. Mo raised the liquor bottle and downed the rest in one go, lamenting, "Were it not for my concerns for these disciples and my fondness for fine liquor, would I have remained here for 500 years? I saw through the Martian regime's lies centuries ago. Yet alas, alas, you had no better path to take, did you? Now a better path exists, but it may not suffice for your liquor. Nor will there be students to flatter and honor you. Brother Mo, just don't end up regretting it. I have wagered my life on you. What is there to regret? Besides, I am a man of 5 centuries past. Captain, calling me brother seems a bit presumptuous. Oh, I see. Then henceforth I shall call you my great-grandson. What? Surely not. Are you from ancient era? Haha, perhaps. Oh, the Grand Speaker of Mars, Peters, awaits us at the entrance, upon seeing Lin Yang and his companions emerge from the underground control station. Peters hurriedly approached, shaking Lin Yang's hand. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Mr. Lin, you are even more remarkable in person than in video communications. Professor Mo, I once was your student as well. I apologize for the trouble this time. It was all caused by that scoundrel, Elif. Greetings, Miss Huang. It is a pleasure to welcome you to Mars. Prince Karugia, it is an honor to meet you. Doctor and I have long admired your name, but I have read your paper on artificial gene intervention. To be frank, had it not been for the overwhelming environment, I would have been your first supporter." Lin Yang and his companions were taken aback by Peters' enthusiasm. Just moments ago, they were in a life-and-death adversarial relationship, and now they seemed as if they were family. Lin Yang smiled and said, "There is no need for such courtesy. Grand Speaker, we are merely fulfilling our agreement. Our word is our bond. Restoring the Martian core is our responsibility. And now that the work is complete, we must take our leave. Oh no. Please do not rush to depart. This incident was caused by Mars's own oversight. Now that the core issue has been resolved, and the Martian ecology is beginning to recover, please allow us the opportunity to make amends. There is still a matter of making amends? Certainly. Please accompany me to the New Land City Interstellar Hotel, where the Martian regime has prepared a modest banquet. We humbly invite you, 5 esteemed guests, to join us for a discussion." Although the recent Martian earthquake had toppled 60 of the buildings, these were merely old, simple structures lacking protective shielding. The official Interstellar Hotel, used to host extraterrestrial ambassadors, remained unscathed. Unable to refuse the warm invitation, and feeling genuinely hungry, Lin Yang and his companions boarded the shuttle with Peters, heading towards the Interstellar Hotel a few kilometers away. Along the way, they learned that although the earthquake had a broad reach, covering the entirety of Mars, its destructive power was relatively minor, merely toppling some old, simple buildings, resulting in few casualties. Upon discovering that the earthquake was triggered by the release of a long-imprisoned Mo clan, the public redirected their anger towards the Martian regime, feeling more sympathy for Mo than hatred. Now that Mo had returned with Lin Yang to restore the ecology, the resentment towards him had diminished. The ire directed at the Martian regime shifted towards the former commander, Elif. After Elif's execution, the Martian people's outrage had significantly subsided, focusing their energies on restoring their living environment. The Martian regime prepared the highest standard of reception for Lin Yang and his companions. 18 senior counselors from the Supreme Council and the Grand Speaker joined them. Alongside high-ranking officials from various cities and departments, a grand banquet took place at the Interstellar Hotel. During the feast, Grand Speaker Peters personally poured drinks. After several rounds, Lin Yang suddenly felt the life energy within him ebbing away. Fortunately, the Sun and Moon was able to continuously replenish energy remotely. However, the sudden loss of life energy was certainly concerning. Smack! Lin Yang slammed his hand on the table. "What kind of liquor is this?" Thud! Just as he spoke, the new mayor of the city collapsed backward, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, and perished. "Patters, are you hosting a treacherous banquet? Lin Yang exclaimed as he seized the collar of the chairman Patters. Only to discover Patters' eyes bulging with blood, his body trembling. Mr. Lin. Run. We have been set up. With a spurt of blood, Patters slumped over, lifeless. Chapter 53. A desperate escape. Thud. 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 In the banquet hall, over 20 tables were laid out. And one by one, individuals fell, victims of poisoning. Chairman Patters and several high-ranking officials were not spared, succumbing at the tables. All attendees were senior officials of the Martian regime, with ranks no lower than deputy mayor. Patters' last words hinted at a conspiracy. Lin Yang, without time to ponder who had betrayed them, hurriedly checked on his companions. Huang Yueshi's heart of the galaxy suddenly emitted a blue-white glow, restoring her pallid complexion to vibrant health. This poison is colorless and tasteless. It's formidable. I'm fine now, Lin Yang. How about you? I'm unharmed. Prepare for battle. And Zhuang quickly opened her portable medicine kit and consumed a self-made antidote. Her color returning. With a sigh of relief, she promptly offered another pill to Karugia. Karugia frowned, clenched his fist, and struck his abdomen. With a grunt, he expelled the poison wine, his complexion improving slightly, and he smirked. What medicine? This dose is merely akin to rinsing one's mouth for us tiger folk. Turning to Mo Ban, he nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment. Mo Ban held 6 bottles, intoxicated and exuberant. What a fine wine. It's invigorating, it's poisonous. Lin Yang, Huang Yueshi, Karugia, and Zhuang shouted in unison. Mo Ban, having drained a bottle, tossed it aside with a chuckle. The poison makes it even better. The green carbon people can neutralize all neurotoxins. This wine is potent. Let us retreat. The 5 did not resemble the other Martian officials, who were formally attired in suits. They bore weapons and personal shields, ready for combat at any moment. Yet, upon reaching the entrance of the banquet hall, they found a layer of quantum force field shielding the exit. Lin Yang fired his phase gun, but it failed to penetrate the shield. Huang Yueshi followed suit, amplifying the power, yet the beam still proved ineffective. Commander Yueshi, let us use this. Karugia retrieved his large energy cannon. Huang Yueshi placed her hand on it. A thunderous explosion rocked the area, the shockwave staggering the 5, though the shield remained intact. Try the windows. Lin Yang urged, dashing toward the glass. It's useless. We're completely encased. A female voice resonated from beyond the shield. Lin Yang turned to see a stunning blonde girl, her face fierce, flanked by a dozen armed soldiers. Who are you? Sailor, granddaughter of Admiral Alif, the commander of the Martian fleet. Lin Yang, you 5 are extraordinary. Having consumed such deadly wine, you remain unscathed. Lin Yang glanced back at the lifeless members of the Martian Council. Are you seeking revenge for Alif? Do you understand the dire circumstances Mars faces are due to him? I care not. I only know the Martian Council deceived my grandfather into relinquishing power under false pretenses, ensuring his safe landing, only to betray him with execution, imprisoning my father and uncle, and dismantling the Martian fleet. They must pay the price. You seem resolute in your path of destruction, willing to take Mars down with you. But as you once said, the net has long been torn, and I am no mere fish for slaughter. Lin Yang, this shall be your end. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from afar. Peering outside, 2 heavy assault ships attacked the prison. A soldier whispered something to Sailor, who smiled that my father and uncle have been rescued. They will lead the Martian fleet once more. Did you anticipate this outcome? First, let us see if the blue planet agrees. Do not indulge in delusions. You shall not witness the outcome. Lin Yang, accept your demise. With a dismissive wave, Sailor turned, and her soldiers adjusted the force field, allowing energy to enter from outside, but preventing any escape from within. They raised large phase guns, unleashing a barrage upon Lin Yang and his companions. The banquet hall erupted in chaotic beams, bodies and furniture disintegrating upon contact. The 5 found themselves exposed, receiving relentless fire while their retaliations were thwarted by the shield. Despite their personal shields, they felt the protective energy waning, and Zhuang voiced her concern. Captain, at this rate, our shield will breach within a minute. Karugia, retaliating while grumbling, this is disgraceful. To perish without a fight holds no honor. Mo Ban, do you have a way to breach the outer shield? Lin Yang urgently inquired. After a moment of thought, Mo Ban replied, yes, but it requires detonating Karugia's energy cannon, and First Officer Yueshi must assist. No problem. I can reconstruct my energy cannon if it's destroyed. Huang Yueshi asserted. Tell us what to do, Mo Ban. First, you must fire continuously at one point on the shield with your phase guns while adjusting the frequency. When the shield flickers, it indicates the frequency we need. Then we set the energy cannon to that frequency and detonate it near the shield. Karugia asked. Precisely. Ueshi, amplify the explosion's power. The stronger, the better. That way, the shield will quickly absorb the energy, causing a temporary overload. Let us begin, Lin Yang commanded, and they commenced firing at the shield while adjusting the frequency. The previously motionless shield rippled slightly. 0.98776 MHz. Hurry, Karugia, Mo. Ban shouted. Karugia promptly set the energy cannon to that frequency and positioned it by the shield. The five resumed fire on the cannon. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion illuminated the floor. The shockwave flung them aside. In less than a tenth of a second, the energy from the cannon was absorbed by the shield, causing it to overload momentarily. As the shield faltered, the personal shields of Lin Yang's group dwindled to zero. Just as they prepared for a desperate counterattack, a luminous barrier enveloped them. Lin Yang felt his body fragment, reality morphing into flowing quantum light as he and his companions were swiftly transported away. The next moment, the dazzling particles faded, revealing them no longer in the Interstellar Hotel's banquet hall, but within a high-tech teleportation chamber. Huang Yueshi, Karugia, and I Zhuang and Mo. Ban stood, still in shock. A tall tigerfolk officer approached with a smile. Just in time. Had you delayed by even a fraction of a second in breaching the shield, I would have had much to explain to the Tiger Emperor. Chapter 54. Aid from the Tigerfolk. Pursuit. Major Ruda, captain of the interstellar cruiser Tiger King. Is it you who saved us? Thank you immensely. Lin Yang was astonished to learn the saviors were from the serious Tigerfolk. No, you save yourselves. I merely facilitated the process. Had you not breached the shield, the particle transfer would not have occurred. The Tigerfolk's cruiser had not yet departed. Officially, they claimed to be retrieving the bodies of the saber-toothed Tiger Penal Battalion members and reassessing their crew. Yet, Major Ruda was covertly executing the Tiger Emperor's orders, temporarily ensuring the safety of Karugia and his group. When the assault ships attacked the Martian prison, Sirius' cruiser detected irregularities and scanned the Interstellar Hotel. Discovering Lin Yang and his companions trapped within the shield, bound by the Interstellar Alliance's regulations prohibiting interference in the affairs of lower civilizations, Major Ruda could not dispatch a vessel to aid them. He could only hope Lin Yang and his companions would breach the shield, even if it meant mere seconds, enough to transport them aboard the cruiser. Fortunately, they succeeded just in time, and Major Ruda sighed in relief. Having safeguarded the prince's life, or else he would have faced the Tiger Emperor's wrath. Having listened to Major Ruda's account, Karugia's eyes glistened with emotion. The Emperor has not abandoned me. Indeed, until the new embryo matures, you remain the prince of the Tiger people. If, after 8 years, the new prince fails in the duel, you'll still be the sole heir. Your Highness, may I request a sample of your genetic material? No, Karugia replied firmly. General Luda, it is not that I lack compassion. I seek to challenge the decaying tradition of the Sirius lineage that has persisted for 2 millennia. The father-son duel has stripped the Tiger people of familial bonds and must be abolished. Very well, your willingness to challenge such an ancient custom is, in itself, an honor that I respect your choice, and in the future, I shall discreetly protect you. Lin Yang inquired, could you transport us to the Sun and Moon ship? The Sun and Moon is currently shielded. We can only teleport to the vessel's vicinity. That will suffice. Please return us, General, that we owe you this one, and we shall repay you in kind. There is no need for gratitude. Please do not disclose that it was a tiger who rescued you. After all, Karugia has been exiled, and my actions contradict the laws and traditions of Sirius. Understood? I will not cause you any trouble. When Karugia first joined, Huang Yueshi made an astute observation. With this Tiger People Prince among us, we could undoubtedly secure the assistance of the Tiger Emperor. It was thanks to the Tiger People's support that Lin Yang and his companions were able to escape dire straits. Moments later, 5 beams of particle light materialized beside the Sun and Moon ship on the surface of Mars. As the beams converged, Lin Yang and his 4 companions were teleported aboard. Board the ship. Engage. Since crossing over, Lin Yang found himself in such a passive predicament for the first time. Now that he had escaped, he was determined not to let his enemies who sought to end his life go unpunished. The 5 entered the Sun and Moon ship and immediately set course for the Interstellar Hotel, located several kilometers away. and Wang broadcast the incident involving Serial's assassination of Martian officials and numerous dignitaries online, sharing it with the Blue Star Federation and the Stellar Alliance Supervisory Council. The individual shields carried combat recorders, capturing Serial's words outside the banquet hall, as well as the assault by a dozen individuals against Lin Yang and his companions, all of which Wang disclosed in an instant. The Martian populace erupted in outrage, condemning Serial's cruelty and malice. Mars found itself in an awkward situation, devoid of political leadership. The Blue Star Federation swiftly issued a communique to calm the residents while categorizing Serial and her faction as Martian traitors. However, Serial had already vanished, having fled the Martian orbit aboard her warship, leading her faction of Arif supporters. "Captain, those are the soldiers attacking us outside the shield." And Wang tracked the soldiers' information, discovering they were aboard a shuttle, attempting to flee the Martian surface. Whoosh! Huang Yueshi immediately launched a Dragonfly Z-type missile. The shuttle evaded a few times but was ultimately struck by the missile. Before it could exit the atmosphere, it exploded, killing all the soldiers inside. Where did the Martian traitors run off to? Gus from the Bounty Hunter dock reported, "The fleet is heading towards Blue Star. They did not pass through the interstellar portal. They're defecting in formation. Pursue. Not a single one shall escape." At that moment, the Blue Star Federation sent a communication. Upon connection, a yellow-skinned officer appeared. "I am Major General Hu Liangchuan of the Blue Star's 3rd Expeditionary Fleet. We have been informed of the defection of Benjamin, son of Arif, and others, and are currently intercepting them. You need not pursue. Mars requires your assistance to maintain order." Lin Yang pondered briefly before shaking his head. "What need is there for my fighter to maintain order on Mars? With representatives from the Blue Star Federation and the Stellar Alliance present, I shall refrain from interference. The true mastermind behind the rebellion is Serial, not Benjamin. She seeks to end my life, and I must avenge this wrong. After apprehending Serial, we will hand her over to you. The fleet of Martian traders comprises 637 vessels, a substantial asset. There is no need for you to pursue. Simply leave it to the Blue Star Federation. 637 vessels are an asset to the Blue Star, but to me, they represent a resource. Very well, General Hu. Let us see who reaches them first." Hu Liangchuan considered for a moment and nodded slightly. "Fine, you pursue first. If you destroy them all, it matters not. If I catch them first, I will seize the vessels and hand over Serial to you." After closing the communication, the Blue Star's 3rd Expeditionary Fleet entered warp speed to intercept the Martian rebels. Lin Yang was preparing to enter warp speed mode 2.0 when Bounty Hunter Gus suddenly contacted him. "Mr. Lin, we have detected the Martian rebels making a sudden course change that I request to pursue alongside you." Gus, at your age, still so impassioned. "Alas, you do not understand. The rebels attacked the Bounty Hunter dock while leaving Martian orbit. My 4th disciple, Yi Hua, led his subordinates in a counterattack but unfortunately lost his life. Yi Hua is no ordinary disciple. He is far superior to the infamous Vulture. Joyce, as an elder, to lose a young one is a bitter pill to swallow. I am grateful to the Bounty Hunter Guild's leader Yi for valiantly defending the bounty dock. Upon my return, I shall ensure his family receives compensation. Come, Gus, I cannot stand in the way of an elder seeking vengeance for their child." After the Sun and Moon ship exited the atmosphere and entered orbit, 120 vessels of various sizes were neatly arranged 10 kilometers ahead. These ships, a mix of human and alien technology, were not part of the Martian regular army, but were bounty hunters with combat capabilities equal to those of regular forces. Each was battle-hardened. Indeed, it rings true that the world of martial arts is not solely about conflict. It is also about human relationships. Resolving our differences with Gus was undoubtedly the right decision. Huang Yueshi remarked, "If we do not spare Gus at this juncture, we cannot hope to eliminate these bounty hunters. Moreover, our bounty dock relies on them for profit." "Exactly. Gus is quite adept at his work. Were it not for his 4th disciple, we would have to spend billions to repair the bounty dock." At that moment, Gus sent another coordinate. "Mr. Lin, our informant revealed that Serial is leading the Martian rebels to this location. It seems she intends to rendezvous with the interstellar mercenaries, the Seven Eye Clan." Chapter 55. Watching from the sidelines, I have encountered that mercenary group before. Their ships are exceedingly advanced. If you engage in battle, there is a high likelihood of destruction. I advise you to remain in Martian orbit. "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Lin. True bounty hunters do not fear death. We prioritize righteousness above all else." You have set aside past grievances to accommodate us. And so we shall follow you into this pursuit. Very well. I shall scout ahead while you stay alert for your safety. Given the intelligence of a potential interstellar mercenary group nearby, Lin Yang opted not to enter warp speed, but instead flew at Mach 500. If the Blue Star Federation's fleet arrived first, they would likely weaken the enemy forces before he engaged. Barely a minute into the journey, he heard the system's prompt in his mind. Ding. Legendary level, Cave, Heaven X-Type, Living Quarters Evolution complete. Upon recruiting M.O. Ban as the chief engineer, his evolution points had reached 112,500. During his journey to Mars, he had managed to perform 3 10-fold evolution sequences. Upon selecting the final legendary Living Quarters module for evolution, the task had been completed. Congratulations, host! All ship component modules have reached legendary status. Completing growth task, 6 golden legend. Evolution points 10,000. Current evolution points 105. 000. Growth task updated, 7 heavy fighter. Evolve the Sun and Moon ship's hull structure to heavy fighter level. Evolution points 20,000. The legendary Trident heavy fighter hull had long been available for purchase and had been stored in the evolution shop. Lin Yang immediately selected it for evolution, consuming 1,500 evolution points, which would take 24 hours. Why has my living quarters changed? M.O. Ban, astonished, rushed into the cockpit. Come look, my living quarters now resemble yours. How marvelous. What is this technology? Such rarity. And I, Zhuang, and Karuja both replied without looking up. Lin Yang and Huang Yueshi exchanged a knowing smile. M.O. Ban paused for a second before bursting into laughter. I, a legendary engineer of the Stellar Alliance, have seen many things. I am merely curious about how such a small fighter can possess reality-altering technology. It is not so rare. I witnessed such technology demonstrated by the White Light people 600 years ago. Oh, M.O. Ban, the White Light people can indeed conjure objects from thin air. Certainly, during a high-dimensional technology seminar, they showcased it. Our technology may differ slightly from reality alteration. Everyone has secrets, so let us not delve too deeply. As you wish, Captain, I naturally heed your words. But before you, I hold no secrets. My exterior is that of a green carbonian. Yet beneath the chlorophyll skin, my skeleton and internal organs have undergone extensive mechanical modifications, excelling in attack, defense, repair, and longevity. With time, you will gradually uncover everyone's secrets. What an honor! While they conversed, an Zhuang detected an anomaly on the radar. 100,000 kilometers away, the rebel fleet's trail was discovered. Prepare for battle, Zhuang. Keep a close watch on the radar for any signs of the insectoid mercenaries. The group promptly adjusted their readiness, and M.O. Ban hurriedly left the cockpit to return to the energy chamber, preparing to load energy modules for the weapon systems. With 6 arms, his loading speed was 3 times that of Karuja, ensuring they would not face the embarrassment of energy module shortages during intense combat. 5 minutes later, new intelligence appeared on Zhuang's radar, at a distance of 65,000 kilometers from the Martian rebels. Multiple traces of spatial warp were detected, while the fleet of the Blue Star Federation also entered radar range. General Hu of the Blue Star acted swiftly, engaging with the insectoid mercenaries, while we slowed down to await the bounty hunter group led by Gus. Lin Yang promptly reduced the battleship speed from 500 Mach to 200. Nearby, the rebel fleet was entering a combat-ready state, having detected the Ryu and the Blue Star Federation fleet. Salir ordered her troops to prepare for battle while negotiating with the insectoid mercenaries. She sacrificed several of her finest warriors to lure them in, believing they had earned the right to join the interstellar mercenaries. Her ability to contact the insectoid mercenaries was facilitated by Arif, who, while still alive, had dispatched a patrol fleet to investigate the battlefield where Huang Yueshi was rescued. They managed to scan the wreckage of the battleship and discovered an intact navigation log, akin to an interstellar ship's black box. Upon deciphering the log, they learned of Huang Yueshi's identity as a saint and Lin Yang's actions in destroying the insectoid branch, the Scutelity, although Arif was arrested and executed without informing the Martian Parliament. His confidants were aware of the situation. After the high-ranking officials were apprehended, Arif's faction lost its initiative to it was Salir who actively reached out to the insectoid mercenaries, informing them of the circumstances and inviting them to the solar system to assist in her revenge. In exchange, she offered to capture Huang Yueshi and deliver her to the insectoids, aiding them in fulfilling their mission from the Origin Church. The advanced insectoid mercenaries provided a molecular formula for a potent toxin. Following this formula, Salir synthesized a poison intended to eliminate the members of the Martian Parliament and various department officials. The insectoid mercenaries, through encrypted messages, incited rebellion among those loyal to Arif within the Martian fleet. As a result, 637 warships were willing to join Salir in becoming Martian rebels. Without the intervention of the advanced insectoid mercenaries, Salir would have been unable to defect with such a significant portion of the Martian fleet. Now, wielding the power of the insectoids, even her father Benjamin and her uncle, originally commanding officers of the fleet, were eager to follow her lead. Although she appeared to have a good agreement with the insectoid mercenaries, she inherited her grandfather Arif's unreliability and planned to eliminate Lin Yang, Huang Yueshi, and others directly. Unexpectedly, she was rescued by the Tiger people through particle teleportation. I could see that moment. Salir hastily concocted an excuse to appease the commander of the insectoid mercenary group. Under the combined assault of the Blue Star Federation and Lin Yang, she opted to join the mercenaries and seek refuge. However, the insectoid commander looked down upon these outdated warships. The insectoids, with their rapid reproductive rates, lacked a need for manpower, and their advanced technology rendered primitive ships unnecessary. If they successfully captured Huang Yueshi and delivered her to their client, he would consider offering her a position that Salir's subordinates, however, offered no value to the insectoids. Implicitly, the insectoids dismissed the Martian rebels entirely. Yet Salir had to consider that these Martian rebels were her capital in the solar system. Salir, reconsider, at least to ensure everyone's safety. Benjamin urged quietly. No. Father, if the insectoids deem everyone worthless and refuse to help, then we shall bind them together with us. How shall we do that? We will send a message to the Blue Star Federation, declaring that we are now part of the mercenary group. After retrieving the Saint of the Origin Church, we will escort her to the insectoid homeworld and declare war on the Blue Star Federation. Chapter 56. Space Battle. The two armies converge. The third fleet of the Blue Star Federation was formidable, consisting of a Kunping-class interstellar cruiser, 3 Blue Whale-class planetary destroyers, and 10 Orca-class long-range frigates. The interstellar cruiser measured 3 kilometers in length. Although not as colossal as the Sirius Tiger People's cruiser, its hangar could accommodate 200 heavy fighter bombers. The destroyers were 1 kilometer long, armed with an impressive array of high-speed nuclear missiles, thus earning the moniker missile destroyers. The smallest frigates exceeded 500 meters in length and were already equipped with third-generation Orca technology. This formidable fleet of 14 large warships possessed warp flight capabilities, achieving a maximum speed of warp 3.0, approximately 39 times the speed of light, allowing them to traverse the solar system in just 17 minutes and reach the nearest star system, Alpha Centauri, in 6 weeks. The Blue Star Federation deployed such a powerful fleet not only to assimilate the 637 Martian warships, but also to counter the insectoid mercenaries. Prior to the fleet's departure, the Federation became aware of the interstellar mercenary group's entry into the solar system, but remained unaware of its specific scale and ties to the Martian rebels. The Martian rebels proactively contacted General Hu, stating that they had allied with the insectoid mercenaries and intended to escort the St. Huang Yueshi out of the solar system. They promptly launched Ghoul X-type thermonuclear missiles at the Blue Star fleet. The third fleet of Blue Star immediately exited warp at a distance of 10 kilometers from the coordinates point. 200 heavy fighter bombers surged from the Cruiser S hangar, forming a strategic formation spanning 2,000 kilometers. While launching Dragonfly Z-type missiles to intercept the Ghoul thermonuclear missiles, the cosmos erupted into dazzling brilliance, and from 50,000 kilometers away, the Ryu witnessed the nuclear explosions illuminating the space. The battle has commenced. Send a communication call to General Hu. Lin Yang, I am engaged in combat with the rebels and have no time for idle chatter. General Hu, we have detected 5 traces of spatial warp. There are at least 5 insectoid warships cloaked. Exercise caution that if you require assistance, I will lead the bounty hunter group of 120 warships to support you. Unnecessary. We agreed that whoever arrives first claims it. So do not involve your ragtag fleet. The 637 Martian warships are destined to be under my command. Do not entertain thoughts of destroying them all. Very well. We shall wait nearby. Just call if you need help. Unnecessary. The Blue Star Federation severed communications. Lin Yang shrugged in resignation. You see, it's not that I wish to remain a bystander. They simply do not value my assistance. Let them expend themselves for now. Huang Yueshi frowned. Blind arrogance is a common affliction of these lofty regimes. The Asteroid United regime, The Martian regime, and now the Blue Star Federation exhibit the same flaw, and Aijuan remarked, these regimes look down upon our grassroots efforts. Even if we join them, under such a decaying system, we would be pushed to the margins. Without connections or backing, no matter how capable you are, the higher-ups will not afford you any opportunities for advancement. Karuji scoffed, no wonder your solar system civilization develops so slowly. This system is nothing short of a chronic ailment for civilization. And Aijuan, who had previously led the genetic optimization team for the New Humanity Project, was well acquainted with the inner workings of power. Hearing Karuji's words, she sighed. Unless a figure like the captain initiates a major overhaul of the solar system civilization, Lin Yang replied helplessly, to be honest, I do not wish for such a fate, but certain developments have surpassed expectations. Who would have thought that I initially resisted being enslaved by the Vulture Bounty Group, only to ultimately upend the asteroid belt and the Martian regime? Huang Yueshi added, yes, I initially sought merely a place to land, hoping to eat my fill daily, and yet here I am, a member of a popular team in the solar system. Karugia remarked, I hope the captain leads us to expedite a major overhaul of Sirius civilization, abolishing the ignorant traditions that have persisted for 20,000 years. In the energy room, Mobin quickly interjected through the internal communicator, Captain, I hope you can lead us to cause a major upheaval in the Star Alliance. Am I wishing well for you? Prepare for battle. I shall not join you in folly. Just as they were speaking, a violent explosion illuminated the distance. Aijuan stated, radar shows multiple Ghoul thermonuclear missiles detonating. The Blue Star Fleet has launched a major counteroffensive, and the insectoid warships have revealed themselves. 5 long-range frigates. What about Gus's bounty hunter group? 5,000 kilometers behind. They are rapidly pursuing. Tell Gus to advance at 200 Mach. Until the Blue Star Fleet sends a distress signal, no one is to act independently. To draw the insectoid mercenaries into the fray, Salir launched a fierce assault on the Blue Star Fleet. As the Blue Star Fleet counterattacked, she ordered the rebel warships to head toward the concealed insectoid frigates, successfully directing the Blue Star Fleet's firepower toward the insectoid warships. The 5 frigates of the insectoids promptly revealed themselves. Possessing technology of a level 2.2 stellar civilization, the insectoids regarded the humans, who had just reached level 2.0, with disdain and retaliated immediately that a fierce space battle erupted, with the conflict spanning 10,000 kilometers. The Ryu and Gus's bounty hunter group observed the spectacle from tens of thousands of kilometers away, and even farther, the Martian orbital space station monitored the fierce clash through deep space telescopes. Entering the era of interstellar exploration, the technological disparity was insurmountable. Although the insectoids were merely 0.2 levels ahead of human civilization, the battle clearly illustrated a crushing dominance. The Blue Star Fleet's maximum speed was warp 3.0, while the insectoid frigates achieved warp 5.0. The disparity was evident even among the smaller near-range vessels. The Blue Star Fleet's fighter bombers struck the Martian rebels with precision, yet when targeting the insectoid mercenaries, they found themselves severely outmatched, as both firepower and shielding were inadequate against the insectoid near-range vessels. Within a minute of the outbreak of war, the Blue Star Fleet suffered the destruction of 15 small near-space vessels. Vice Admiral Hu Liangchuan promptly issued a communication to the insectoid mercenary corps, accusing them of violating the regulations of the Star Alliance by unlawfully infiltrating the solar system, that he sought to pressure the insectoids through the Star Alliance. But the vast disparity in strength rendered his efforts futile. The insectoids paid him no mind. Interstellar mercenaries were inherently opportunistic, fluctuating between the utopian ideals of the Star Alliance and the predatory nature of the Black Forest hunting faction. Their allegiance dictated solely by the prevailing circumstances. At this moment, faced with the threat from the Origin Church, they were determined to seize Huang Yueshi, while the Blue Star Fleet posed no significant threat to them, rendering even the pressure from the Star Alliance negligible. The insectoid mercenary corps disregarded the Blue Star Fleet's communication and retaliated with a sublight antimatter cluster missile, obliterating 6 near-space strike bombers. Vice Admiral Hu Liangchuan urgently sought assistance from the Blue Star Command and requested peacekeeping support from the Star Alliance. Upon learning of the involvement of the Origin Church, the Star Alliance adopted a cautious stance. Regardless of the veracity of the claims, the Blue Star Federation promptly ordered Vice Admiral Hu Liangchuan to lead the 3rd Deep Space Fleet in retreat. Without the backing of the Star Alliance, the battle was unwinnable. Reluctantly, Hu Liangchuan ordered a withdrawal and sent a message to Lin Yang, expressing his frustration at having to concede defeat after a lifetime of honorable service. He lamented the tarnish this retreat would place on his legacy. Lin Yang, however, countered with a proposition. If it was willing to cooperate, he could guarantee a reversal of fortunes where the 5 insectoid frigates would not escape the solar system. Chapter 57. Epic Weapon. Black Hole Torpedo. Lin Yang sought to eliminate the 5 insectoid mercenary frigates, but required the assistance of the Blue Star fleet. Despite Hu Lianchuan's desire to stay and fight, he was not foolish. He questioned Lin Yang's confidence in defeating the technologically superior insectoid vessels. Lin Yang assured him that if he could destroy 20 Martian frigates with near-space strike craft, he could likewise dismantle the 5 insectoid ships, regardless of the technological disparity. He merely asked if Hu had the courage to fight. Hu Lianchuan, seasoned by decades of warfare, had never shied away from battle but emphasized that combat was not a matter of reckless bravado. Lin Yang laid out a plan. The near-space vessels of Hu's fleet would engage the Martian rebels, while 14 large warships would surround insectoid frigates, maintaining weapon readiness to prevent their escape from the solar system. Are you suggesting a single medium-strike vessel could take on 5 strategic frigates? Hu questioned. Yes, just ensure they do not slip away. And we shall make certain they have no return. Hu Lianchuan pressed for details on Lin Yang's strategy against the 5 insectoid frigates, demanding to know why he was reluctant to divulge his advanced technology. Lin Yang explained his reticence stemmed from concerns about insectoid eavesdropping, assuring Hu that his fleet remained outside the engagement zone, allowing for an escape should his plan fail. With a heavy heart, Hu Lianchuan returned to his command chair, feeling ashamed the young man possessed such audacity while he considered retreat. Very well, Lin Yang, we shall proceed as you suggest, and Wide Fleet will not only contain the insectoid mercenaries, but will also provide fire support. He promptly issued orders for the 14 large warships to engage while retreating, forming a spherical perimeter with a diameter of 10,000 kilometers. Over 100 near-space vessels and an equal number of bounty hunter ships converged to confront the Martian rebels and insectoid near-space vessels. Meanwhile, Lin Yang piloted the Sun Moon ship a Mach 500 towards the battlefield. Congratulations, host! A legendary item has appeared in the evolution shop. The legendary X-type small shield was dismissed as he continued to draw. He had yet to reveal his trump card to Hu Lianchuan, as it had not yet materialized. With the current capabilities of the Sun Moon ship, it could evade or retreat unharmed, but destroying 5 insectoid frigates posed a significant challenge. He urgently needed an epic weapon. With 100,000 evolution points at his disposal, he was confident he could acquire such a weapon. If fortune did not favor him, he could always retreat later, as the Sun Moon ship entered the fray. Lin Yang maneuvered through energy beams and guided missiles while refreshing the evolution shop. Huang Yueshi relentlessly fired, inflicting minimal damage on the insectoid frigates, but managing to destroy 2 of their near-space strike craft within seconds. This display thrilled Vice Admiral Hu Lianchuan, who praised Lin Yang's team and commanded full firepower to cover the Sun Moon ship. The 14 large warships unleashed their firepower, illuminating the expanse of space across 10,000 kilometers. Gus, a legendary bounty hunter, and his battle-hardened disciples piloted an eclectic array of vessels that, while appearing to be a ragtag fleet, possessed formidable combat capabilities. Bounty hunters were essentially legalized rogues, unbound by the Star Alliance's restrictions. Willing to invest heavily in foreign technology to fulfill their contracts, as they coordinated their efforts, the tide of battle began to turn. Suddenly, the Sun Moon ship launched a legendary Fire Phoenix X-type sublight cluster missile. Freshly acquired from the evolution shop, the missile carrying dozens of small nuclear warheads struck the insectoid frigate, igniting a brilliant explosion. Concurrently, Huang Yueshi activated the 12 energy cannons aboard the Sun Moon ship, amplifying their power exponentially. The insectoid frigate staggered under the assault, hastily retaliating with high-energy particle beams, which Lin Yang adeptly evaded. The enemy ship's shield stood at 20, while the right shield of the Sun Moon ship remained at 100. And the left shield at 85. Focus your fire on that frigate. Ignore the others, Huang Yueshi commanded. After 10 consecutive draws, the system has only provided 1 legendary weapon and no epic ones. This battle will be challenging. Continue drawing, Lin Yang mused, though the evolution shop's offerings were beyond his control. The next item was a legendary Qilin X-type small engine, which he deemed unnecessary, so he continued to draw. Congratulations, the host has struck lucky. An epic item has appeared in the evolution shop. Chaos X-type black hole torpedo, Upon detonation, it generates a small artificial black hole, exerting a sustained powerful gravitational pull within a radius of 5,000 kilometers. Price, 20,000 evolution points. That is precisely what I need. After the purchase, Lin Yang's evolution points dwindled to 500, but he felt fortunate that the epic weapon had arrived just in time that a violent jolt rocked the Sun Moon ship as the targeted insectoid frigate's shield was breached. And it was struck by two Ghoul-class thermonuclear missiles, exploding in the vacuum of space and illuminating the surroundings. Energy waves surged forth, causing the Sun Moon ship to shudder. Right shield at 70, left shield at 55. All insectoid vessels have locked onto us. N.I. Ziwin reported the situation in real time, instructing Gus and Vice Admiral Hu Liangchuan to pull back the near-space vessels as they prepared to deploy their trump card. The black hole torpedo, Huang Yueshi exclaimed at the sight of the new epic weapon in their arsenal. The sustained damage from such a weapon could be immense, if there are enough surrounding objects. It could consume everything, tearing apart the entire solar system. Do not worry. I have a plan for containment. Open fire. Chapter 58. Antimatter fill. Die with friends. Live with enemies. Upon receiving Lin Yang's retreat order, the seasoned bounty hunter Gus wasted no time in commanding his disciples to retreat to a safe distance of 10,000 kilometers. In contrast, the older Vice Admiral Hu Liangchuan furrowed his brow in contemplation. Lin Yang, what exactly is he plotting? General, should we withdraw our near-space battleships to 10,000 kilometers away? Let's heed his advice and retreat. Gus's bounty hunter group has already pulled back, and we have no reason to endure. The Blue Star fleet's over 100 near-space battleships also swiftly retreated at this moment. The Sun and Moon ship hurriedly withdrew at a speed of 500 Mach. Just as the insect mercenary group was still trying to comprehend the situation, a guided weapon, measuring 10 meters in length, shot forth from the Sun and Moon, radiating a dazzling light as it sped towards the vicinity of the four insectoid escort ships at 500 Mach, not targeting a single vessel, but rather heading towards the central position among the four large escort ships. From afar, Salyer aboard a Martian rebel ship witnessed this scene and mistakenly assumed Lin Yang and his crew were trying to escape. Deliberately launching some sort of interference projectile, he quickly communicated to the insect mercenary group, "Captain, it's a distraction. Don't let them flee. Huang Yueshi is aboard that fighter." Boom! Just as the message was sent, brilliant flames ignited in space. Blinding those who attempted to gaze through the observation windows, a colossal shockwave expanded at the speed of light, causing all participating ships within a 10,000-kilometer radius to tremble from the impact. However, the next moment, the shockwave that surged past the battleships rapidly converged, colliding with these vessels for a second time. The shockwave swiftly condensed towards the explosion point, and the nearby dazzling light also quickly gathered, forming a rapidly rotating vortex that contracted towards the epicenter of the explosion. "Run! At least get 5,000 kilometers away!" Lin Yang shouted urgently over the communication channel. They had managed to escape. But the four insectoid escort ships of the seven-eyed chitinous race were far too close, with no chance to evade that a miniature black hole formed, its immense gravity creating a chasm-like void in space. Everything around it, including time and light, was drawn in to Lin Yang and others who distanced themselves from the micro-black hole. The four insectoid escort ships teetered dangerously close, struggling to redirect themselves to escape. A mere few seconds passed, but within those four escort ships, half an hour had elapsed for the insectoid crew. The warp engines were incapacitated, and the conventional pulse engines malfunctioned. Debris from destroyed ships spiraled into the black hole, with objects being torn apart at its edge, emitting radiant light and generating vast amounts of electromagnetic radiation. These lights and radiations managed to escape the black hole's grasp at its periphery, allowing observers 5,000 kilometers away to witness the spectacle. However, everything within that distance was drawn into a swirling mass, forming a miniature astronomical phenomenon resembling a galaxy. Boom! A 100-meter-long heavy fighter collided with the black hole, radiating brilliant light as an electromagnetic explosion expanded at light speed. Upon reaching the battleships, the cockpit was filled with vibrations and electromagnetic interference. "Lin Yang, what have you done?" This is a black hole." Watching the insect mercenaries' four escort ships desperately attempting to flee but unable to escape, pulled into the black hole by its tremendous gravity, Blue Star Fleet Commander Hu Liangchuan was drenched in cold sweat. "Lin Yang, how could you possess a weapon capable of creating black holes?" Boom! Just as he spoke, One of the insect mercenaries' escort ships was ripped apart by the overwhelming gravity, resulting in a violent explosion. Flames and debris were torn into a swirling vortex, cascading towards the black hole's center. "Captain, the micro black hole's volume has increased by 10 and then decreased by 7, Zhuang reported while fixated on the radar. Boom! Another escort ship was shredded and fell into the black hole. The black hole's volume again increased by 10, then decreased by 7. In that moment, Gus's bounty hunter group, the Martian rebels, the Blue Star Federation fleet, and the insectoid near-space ships that had launched from the escort vessels were all astounded by the scene before them. They witnessed the formation of a black hole, the annihilation of ship debris, and the destruction of the 4 high-tech escort ships. Lin Yang, answer me, what's happening? Are you trying to destroy the entire solar system? Hu Liangchuan inquired anxiously. Lin Yang responded calmly, do not worry, General Hu. Your ships must have scanned it too. When the black hole consumed the insectoid escort ships, its volume increased and then decreased. That is because the insectoid escort ships carried antimatter energy, and when antimatter leaked, it evaporated a portion of the black hole's mass. Indeed, the black holes we observe are composed of ordinary matter, and upon contact with antimatter, annihilation occurs, causing the black hole to evaporate. However, clearly, the 4 insectoid escort ships are insufficient. What do you mean? Are you suggesting I dismantle the antimatter engines of 14 large warships? Not necessarily. You can order the fleet to fire antimatter missiles into the artificial black hole. That would suffice to fill it. Since this artificial black hole is still quite miniature, it can still be neutralized if we act promptly. You speak so lightly of it. Hu Liangchuan sighed helplessly. Humanity's grasp of antimatter technology is still rudimentary. Only the 3rd-generation large warships of the Blue Star Fleet are equipped with antimatter energy. The cost of antimatter missiles is exorbitant, and they are still in the development phase. Antimatter missiles. Then we have no choice. Unless we seek assistance from the Star Alliance, we must dismantle the antimatter energy sources of the large warships. Without significant amounts of antimatter, it will be challenging to fill the black hole. You sigh. You have the ability to turn defeat into victory, yet also the capacity to cause great disaster. This black hole poses a threat far more severe than the Martian earthquake. General Hu, there is no other option. Without this trump card, we cannot defeat the illegal insectoid invasion of the solar system. Is there no way to fill the black hole with the alien technology aboard your ships? None. Even if there were, I would not plan to use it. The epic-level antimatter energy I painstakingly acquired, costing tens of thousands of evolution points, is not something I would willingly discard, as the saying goes. A Taoist should not perish while his fellow cultivators live. According to the official data released by the Blue Star Federation, the Blue Star Fleet has the capability to neutralize this small black hole. So I will not squander the hard-earned epic-level energy, scan for the Martian rebels, and locate Salyer's ship. We need to handle the aftermath. Lin Yang piloted the Sun and Moon swiftly towards the Martian rebel fleet. Boom! Boom! As 2 radiant flashes appeared, the last 2 escort ships of the insect mercenary group were torn apart by the black hole, transforming into brilliant vortices that spiraled towards the center. That moment. Zhuang detected an anomaly on the radar. Captain, another insect mercenary escort ship is approaching at warp 5.0. As the words left her lips, an insectoid escort ship dropped out of warp 20,000 kilometers away, while the insectoids and Martian rebels in the battlefield shut down their shields. Subsequently, beams of particle transmission flickered incessantly, transporting all insect pilots and Martian rebels away. Just as the Ghoul X-type missile fired from the Sun and Moon had flown 2,000 kilometers. The insectoid rescue escort ship escaped at warp 5.0, leaving behind a deserted fleet of 82 interstellar mercenaries and 453 Martian rebel near-space battleships. Gus, cease fire. Quickly, gather the battleships. Anyone who dares to fire will face consequences. Chapter 59. The Hidden Manipulators. Mars changes hands. The Blue Star Fleet's near-space strike bombers had no time to seize those vessels, as they had been reassigned by Hu Liangchuan as tugboats. Although the artificial black hole could not compare to a cosmic black hole, even a minuscule one posed a terrifying threat. Its subsequent impact would be immense, as long as there was enough material nearby to consume. It could continue to grow. Ultimately, the entire solar system could be at risk of being engulfed. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Blue Star Federation Fleet Commander Hu Liangchuan wasted no time in ordering the 14 large warships to unload their antimatter energy and immediately direct it towards the artificial black hole. Without energy, whether it be the 3-kilometer-long interstellar cruiser, the 1-kilometer-long planetary destroyer, or the 500-meter-long interstellar escort, all would lose their power source. The backup energy was only sufficient to maintain the life support systems aboard the ships. Deprived of propulsion, they could only be towed back to Blue Star by near-space battleships. The artificial black hole emitted a series of dazzling lights. 14 large antimatter energy sources plunged into it. Upon leaking, the antimatter annihilated the ordinary matter of the black hole, gradually reducing its volume. Report to the General, the size of the artificial black hole has decreased by 98, falling below the gravity stability threshold. It is expected to disintegrate into cosmic dust clouds within a day, posing no further threat to the solar system. The aide hastily reported on the status of the artificial black hole. What a close call. This Lin Yang truly knows how to stir up trouble. General, what about the 453 ships of the Martian rebels and the 82 insectoid ships? Are we just going to abandon them? Hu Liangchuan slumped back into his command chair, wearily gesturing with his hand. They are rightfully mine. Regardless, I have dealt a blow to the insect mercenaries invading the solar system. Those arrogant interstellar mercenaries will no longer look down upon backward humans. But we lost 14 large antimatter energy sources. The Federal Council will certainly come to you with issues. Have I not faced enough troubles in my lifetime? No need to worry. Establish a no-fly zone within 10,000 kilometers of the artificial black hole. We shall return to that moment. Lin Yang sent a communication call. General Hu, Serial's life is quite resilient. She has been transported away by the interstellar mercenaries and will not perish anytime soon. We shall designate her as an S-class fugitive of the solar civilization, with a bounty across the entire galaxy. Lin Yang, with over 500 warships at your disposal, you stand to gain immensely. Lin Yang smiled faintly. Indeed, General Hu, you are aware that my heart lies among the stars and seas. I have no desire to linger on a single planet. With the deaths of Martian senators and various officials, the political structure is in disarray, completely reverting to Blue Star management, compared to your acquisition of a habitable planet. The warships I've secured are truly inconsequential. Young man, are you implying that I have gained advantages while appearing virtuous? Hu laughed heartily. Regardless, we have united to overcome the formidable insectoid mercenaries. You shall undoubtedly receive a distinguished merit upon your return to Blue Star. Hu Liangchuan shook his head helplessly. Thank heavens I am not imprisoned. What use is a so-called distinguished merit? Why not? Lin Yang pressed. Humph. You, a black market miner, ought to be familiar with the darkness of this world. I failed in my mission to recruit the Martian rebels, suffering the loss of 38 near-space vessels and 14 large antimatter engines. What reward awaits me upon my return? Lin Yang furrowed his brow, contemplating. Upon Hu Liangchuan's return to Blue Star, he would certainly face punishment. Given the political vacuum on Mars, it would be wiser to have Hu Liangchuan govern Mars than allow the Blue Star Federation to send another ruling body. The team's dispatch for Blue Star would likely target him or his bounty dock, whereas Hu Liangchuan, a comrade in arms, would not at INA since he had restored Hu Liangchuan's tarnished reputation by defeating the insectoid mercenaries. If he could further spare Hu Liangchuan from imprisonment, Mars might become a vassal of his, akin to the asteroid belt. With this thought, a glimmer of determination appeared in Lin Yang's eyes. General Hu, why not redirect your fleet to take charge of Mars? What? This is a military coup. Such strong words. Since the Blue Star Federation has its own rot, why align with them? The Martians are also our brethren, desperately in need of capable leadership, and I believe you are the most suitable candidate. Are you concerned that the Blue Star Federation would object and send a fleet to suppress us? Or are you worried about pressure on your family or disciples? It is not merely those concerns. I fear being branded as disloyal. You are mistaken. Lin Yang rose abruptly, shaking his sleeve. You are wrong. General Hu, as a general of the Solar System Human Alliance, your loyalty should lie with all humanity in the solar system, not with a decaying parliament. Just as the ancient General Yu Fei was devoted to the common people rather than the incapable Zhao Guo. Hu Liangchuan's body trembled, moved by Lin Yang's words, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Lin Yang continued to persuade him. If the Blue Star Federation sends a ruling team, they will undoubtedly tread the same decayed path, which has proven ineffective on both the asteroid belt and Mars. Otherwise, we would not be in our current predicament. Redirect your fleet towards Mars. General Hu, you speak the truth, but if I go to Mars, it may provoke the wrath of Blue Star. Then let us extinguish that wrath. For the sake of the 3 billion Martian residents, enduring a little anger is of no consequence. The 500 warships I've secured will form a bounty fleet to assist you in resisting the pressure from Blue Star. Hu Yangchuan's attitude began to shift, and he nodded slightly. With your assistance, the 82 insectoid near-space warships alone would be enough to instill fear in Blue Star. The technology of the insectoid surpasses that of Blue Star humans. And so do their near-space vessels. If the Blue Star Federation wishes to assimilate Mars without losses, they must consider the warships of the insectoid civilization. Lin Yang smiled. Not only the insectoid vessels. I will leverage my connections with the Sirius Tiger clan to exert pressure on the Blue Star Federation, and my trump card, the black hole torpedo, can unleash its first strike and follow with a second. In the decades surrounding the 21st century, nuclear intimidation proved effective for Blue Star. Now, Lin Yang's black hole torpedo intimidation bears a striking resemblance to those earlier nuclear threats. Upon hearing this, Hu Yangchuan instantly gained confidence. Do you truly possess a second black hole torpedo? I have a third as well. Excellent. Lin Yang, I wager my lifelong reputation and the lives of my family and disciples to walk this path with you. Let us give the 3 billion residents of Mars a bright future. Lin Yang smiled with satisfaction. Well said, General Hu. I knew I did not misjudge you. However, you have exaggerated. Your family and disciples will not face any danger. I assure you. Subsequently, Lin Yang sent a communication to General Ruda, captain of the Sirius Tiger-class interstellar cruiser, requesting him to apply some pressure on the Blue Star Federation on the grounds of preserving his reputation after punishing the saber-toothed tiger. He also informed the Star Alliance ambassador about the connection between Huang Yueshi and the Origin Church, urging the alliance to exert pressure on the Blue Star Federation as well. Under Lin Yang's machinations, Mars underwent a significant political upheaval. Major General Hu Yangchuan was jointly promoted to general by the Star Alliance and the Blue Star Federation, appointed as the highest commander of Mars. This highest commander understood that all current circumstances stemmed from Lin Yang's strategy. Given the current combat capabilities of Mars, it was indeed reliant on Lin Yang's support, perhaps even in the future. Captain, the Star Alliance ambassador Yunban has sent a message requesting us to come to the Mars Space Fleet Command Center to participate in a strategic seminar regarding the Origin Church. And I, Zhuang reported. Tell the ambassador that we will depart only after witnessing the complete disintegration of the artificial black hole. The pretense of watching the black hole disintegrate was one thing. But Lin Yang awaited the day the sun and moon would evolve from a medium-sized warship into a heavy warship. Then, they would pilot the legendary Trident-class heavy fighter back to Mars. Chapter 60. The legendary Trident-class heavy fighter upon receiving the joint appointment from the Star Alliance and the Blue Star Federation. General Hu Yangchuan could not help but nod in admiration. What a remarkable Lin Yang! His actions are increasingly astonishing. He has managed to bring the Star Alliance and Blue Star to compromise with just a few words. The aide remarked, the black hole weapon is terrifying. Even if there is a 99.9% chance he does not possess a second one, Blue Star cannot afford to gamble. Indeed, if detonated near Blue Star, the consequences would be catastrophic. Notify the warships to change course towards Mars. The Blue Star Expeditionary Third Fleet shall officially be renamed the Mars Main Fleet. General, the Blue Star Federation will dispatch interstellar passenger ships within 24 hours to transport our families to Mars. Excellent. With no concerns behind us. Inform Lin Yang that the political stance of Mars will align with that of the asteroid belt miners, willing to share both fortune and peril. Upon receiving the news from General Hu Yangchuan, Lin Yang reclined in the pilot's chair, contentedly closing his eyes. Notify Gus to lead the fleet back, and also inform Xiao Tong of the asteroid belt miners to send 5,000 miners to take over the 535 vacant warships. Moments later, Zhuang reported progress. Gus and his crew have returned to Mars. The asteroid belt miners will arrive in 20 days. Very well. Everyone take a rest. We shall set off again in 24 hours. This great battle involved 5 factions, with 19 large interstellar warships and over 1,000 small near-space fighters. The IT can be considered the largest-scale space war in the solar system in recent decades. The Martian rebels lost 184 of their 637 warships, leaving 453 as Lin Yang spoils. All of the insectoid large frigates were destroyed, with 18 of the 100 near-space warships lost. Leaving 82 under Lin Yang's command. Gus's bounty hunting group lost 28 of their 120 warships, while the Blue Star fleet lost 42 of their 200 near-space fighters. This battle was a minor victory, for Mars and Blue Star. Yet a resounding triumph for Lin Yang. In addition to capturing 535 warships, his evolution points increased to 50,000. However, he did not rush to draw from the evolution shop. Instead, he planned to wait until the Sun and Moon evolved into a heavy fighter to see what new growth tasks would emerge. In the time that followed, Mo Ban took a bottle of alcohol to the observation window to drown his sorrows, while Karuja returned to his quarters to tinker with his new steel claws. Zhuang resumed her genetic optimization experiments in the medical bay, seeking more conclusive evidence to prove the dangers of artificially manipulated genes. Lin Yang and Huang Yueshi engaged in a game of chess in the cockpit, patiently waiting for time to pass. In space, the concept of sunrise and sunset did not exist. The rotation periods of Blue Star, Mars, and the 4 asteroids varied. However, human warships uniformly set their schedules according to the rotation of their home planet, thus adhering to Blue Star's 24-hour day. Among the crew aboard the Sun and Moon, 3 did not require rest. Captain Lin Yang remained vigilant, nourished by the continuous life energy from a ship. He could sustain himself indefinitely without rest. First Officer Huang Yueshi drew energy from the heart of the galaxy and could remain awake for 10 days or more. The engineer and chief mechanic, Mo Ban, a green carbon being, existed in a unique state between animal and plant. As long as he had light and water, he could go for over a decade without resting. In peacetime, Security Officer Karuja and Dr. Zhuang would alternate their rest periods. During wartime, the 5 would forego their schedules. After the recent battle, the Sun and Moon experienced rare tranquility, and all 5 took turns resting for 7 to 8 hours, while Lin Yang was deep in slumber. An astonished shout from Mo Ban pierced the silence. Heavens, what a miracle! Boom! The Sun and Moon began to tremble. Lin Yang opened his eyes and checked the system. The evolution of the Sun and Moon has been completed. The vessel is transitioning from a medium-sized 50-meter-long fighter ship to a heavy 80-meter-long fighter ship. The hull width has increased from 20 meters to 30 meters, while the height has risen from 12 meters to 20 meters. The number of decks has expanded from 3 to 4, adding an additional layer, with each deck's height increasing from 3 meters to 4.5 meters. The new cockpit has become considerably larger. It is more appropriate to refer to it as the bridge. Encompassing an area of 50 square meters, the forefront is a massive lookout window, which also serves as a large screen measuring 10 meters in length and 6 meters in width. In front of this screen are the main and auxiliary control stations, managing the helmsman and gunner's operations. On either side of the bridge, there are additional screens measuring 2 meters long and 2 meters wide. The left screen monitors various systems, including the hull's engines, energy supply, shields, firepower, and life support, under the supervision of Karuja. The right screen is dedicated to radar and communication operations, belonging to Zhuang's workstation. Centrally located on the bridge is a 3-dimensional projection command platform designed for space battles or precise scans, projecting images in 3D. This command platform measures 3 meters by 2 meters, allowing Lin Yang and his companions to gain a more detailed understanding of real-time target situations. Furthermore, the lounge and conference room on either side of the bridge have also expanded significantly. The number of energy cannons and rocket launchers remains unchanged, yet the layout has become more aggressive. The newly added ship compartment houses an energy room, and upon completion of the evolution, it will possess 3 energy systems: antimatter energy exclusively for warp and conventional power, controllable thermonuclear fusion energy for firepower and shields, and Chilan X conventional energy for the ship systems. With a clear division of energy roles, the Sun and Moon will experience a substantial enhancement in performance. This seemingly reality-altering phenomenon has left the seasoned Malbin astounded. After hundreds of years working in the Star Alliance and spending 500 years on Mars, he is witnessing such an occurrence for the first time. It appears I'm truly fortunate. I gambled away a life but gained a future. This is the Trident Heavy Fighter, boasting 3 independent energy systems. The Library of the Origin Church records that this is the latest warship being developed by the Blue Star Federation, yet to be mass-produced. And Lin Yang has somehow acquired it. Huang Yueshi could not help but exclaim, unable to contain her surprise. Where is the captain? Why hasn't he come to witness this miraculous moment? Let him rest. The evolution of the Sun and Moon owes much to him. First he existed, then the Sun and Moon followed. Malbin, Karuja, and Zhuang were all astonished and hurriedly inquired, Yueshi, why had you never mentioned this before? Did the captain tell you? No, but I just knew. Congratulations, You have successfully evolved the Sun and Moon's hull structure to the Heavy Fighter level, completing Growth Task Update, 7 Heavy Fighter, Evolution Points 20,000, Current Evolution Points 70,000. Growth Task Update, 8 High-Quality Advancement. For the Sun and Moon, evolve 3 sets of Epic-Grade Accessory Modules, Evolution Points 30,000. Epic-Grade Modules, they're not easy to obtain. Lin Yang calculated in his mind that, so far, he had encountered epic-grade items in the evolution marketplace 4 times. The Yin-Yang Fish Y-Type Mirror Image Generator, the Jiaoshan Y-Type Time Reversal Device, the Chaos X-Type Black Hole Torpedo, and the Qiongqi X-Type Medium Antimatter Energy Source. Each of these is an epic entity in human civilization. Naturally, Lin Yang desired them, but they were exceedingly difficult to acquire. Moreover, there are many epic-grade weapons, and modules are even more challenging to procure. This task seems to require just 3 items, and he already possesses 1. However, the other 2 are harder to obtain than upgrading the entire ship's modules to legendary grade. I shall take my time. Let us start with a 10-fold draw. Legendary grade by an X-type isolation chamber. Comes with a force field cage capable of isolating bacteria, viruses, radiation, sound waves, toxic gases, and other harmful substances to the human body. Priced at 3,000 evolution points. I'll buy it. It will surely come in handy later. Onward with another 10-fold draw again, a legendary grade Xiangui shield. No, 10-fold draw. 10-fold, after several attempts at 10-fold draws without acquiring the desired items. Lin Yang ceased that he allocated the remaining evolution points to the Qiongqi X-Type Medium Antimatter Energy Source and the Bion X-Type Isolation Chamber's evolution. Have you all rested well? We've already fully recuperated. Let us return to Mars and attend the Star Alliance meeting. Now, Karuja inquired, puzzled. But the mini black hole is still disintegrating. It will take another 4 hours to completely dissipate into dust. You are too honest, Tiger. Do you truly believe I am here to watch the black hole evaporate out of duty? The evolution of the Sun and Moon is complete, regardless of the black hole's state. We are heading back to Mars, Chapter 61. Returning to Mars for the Star Alliance meeting at the Mars Orbital Space Station, General Hu Liangchuan, now promoted, has led the fleet to take control of Mars. Although the 14 large warships have lost their antimatter energy, after being outfitted with a slightly lower version of thermonuclear fusion energy in the Mars space dock, they still function normally, aside from slightly diminished power. Their other capabilities surpass those of the original Mars fleet's frigates, now bolstered by a 3-kilometer-long interstellar cruiser and a 1-kilometer-long planetary destroyer, significantly enhancing combat power compared to the earlier Mars fleet. The order in Martian society swiftly returned to normal, and surface restoration projects commenced immediately. The new Martian fleet began standard patrol operations. General Hu Liangchuan expressed his gratitude to Lin Yang for his strategic foresight, which spared him from imprisonment and allowed him to command Mars. In response, he promptly ordered that the bounty dock be exempt from taxes to the Martian government, which is obliged to maintain public order at the bounty dock. Lin Yang's core team would have all items purchased at the official Martian store covered by the government, an even more generous offer than Lin Yang's previous request for a 10% discount from the former Speaker of the Council. Pater's IT essentially signaled that Mars is yours, to take and use at your discretion. The position of Speaker of the Council is also yours. The entire Mars region serves as your reserve base. General Hu Liangchuan's ability to make such concessions reflects his grand vision and foresight, recognizing that none of this would be possible without Lin Yang. Sharing the same vision is the legendary bounty hunter Gus. After returning with the 535 captured warships to Mars orbit, he directly handed them over to the bounty dock to end the course of the space battle. The bounty hunting group suffered losses of 28 warships and 48 bounty hunters. Lin Yang decided to grant each fallen hunter's family a compensation of 1 million star coins. These individuals were not his subordinates, yet they sacrificed their lives for him. Lin Yang would not be remiss in his generosity. Distributing substantial compensation would earn him a good reputation, ensuring that in future conflicts, more individuals would be inclined to serve him. However, upon learning of Lin Yang's plans for compensation, Gus immediately withdrew 48 million star coins from his own account to distribute to the families of the fallen bounty hunters in Lin Yang's name. Gus's character is truly commendable. It's no wonder he has become a legendary bounty hunter. I cannot fall short in my treatment of him. On the way back to Mars, Lin Yang contacted Gus, inviting him to serve as an advisor for the bounty dock. Not just for the Martian bounty dock, but for the entire Mars and asteroid belt system, encompassing 5 bounty docks in total. As the chief advisor, he would assist Galeva in managing the bounty market. Gus, delighted, stroked his gray beard and laughed heartily to Mr. Lin. Thank you for your trust. The old man refuses to grow old. I can't stand the retirement lifestyle of drinking tea and playing chess at home. My body aches, and I long for work, and now I've truly found it. Rest assured, the bounty dock will thrive. The 4 bounty docks in the asteroid belt and the Martian bounty dock continue to operate normally, unfazed by the change in government. Following Lin Yang's strategic personnel adjustments, work efficiency has significantly improved. The overall manager, Galeva, has already sent the weekly report for the 4 docks in the asteroid belt. A total of 892 bounty tasks were listed, with 376 issued, 208 successfully completed, 145 tasks currently in execution, and 23 tasks failed. The total commission and penalties received amounted to 1.35 million star coins. Galeva meticulously itemized every star coin spent in the report, demonstrating his unwavering loyalty. There is no room for disloyalty. Galeva initially insisted on having a micro high-compression bomb installed at the base of his spinal cord as a show of loyalty. Now, he fears Lin Yang might suspect his allegiance and remotely detonate it, resulting in his untimely demise. In truth, Lin Yang believes in the principle of trusting those he employs. If he doubted them, he would not have promoted them to the position of overall manager of the bounty dock. In recent days, Lin Yang and his companions have occupied the trending topics within the human network of the solar system. In every city, space station, dock, market, factory, shop, and bar, anywhere there is a gathering of people, there are discussions about their news. The Blue Star Federation is wary of Lin Yang's black hole torpedoes. Consequently, for the Star Alliance meeting led by the ambassador, they sent only 1 passenger ship carrying Blue Star representatives, using the interstellar portal to arrive at Mars for the meeting. The Star Alliance places great importance on the Origin Church, dispatching 15 representatives to Mars. Upon their arrival, they found Lin Yang and his companions had not yet returned. The Star Alliance ambassador dispatched a warp ship to the asteroid belt to fetch the Miners Organization leader, Xiao Tong, to attend the Mars meeting. There were a total of 17 representatives, patiently awaiting Lin Yang's return. Several hours later, an 80-meter-long Trident heavy fighter appeared within the radar range of the Martian fleet. The soldier monitoring the radar, a Blue Star personnel brought by Hu Liangchuan, looked on in confusion at the radar display. Is this not the conceptual heavy fighter from the airshow 2 years ago? When did it officially enter service? Nearby, another soldier hurriedly exclaimed, could it be that the Blue Star Federation is launching a surprise attack on a Mars orbit with their latest warship? Quick, establish communication with them. The Mars Space Defense Station called out to the Trident heavy fighter, please identify yourself and state your intentions. Otherwise, it will be immediately regarded as an act of invasion. Mars Defense Station, this is the Sun and Moon. Captain Lin Yang speaking, returning to Mars to attend the Star Alliance conference. General Lin, aren't you piloting a medium-sized interceptor? How did it become a heavy one? I have many hidden cards. We fought side by side. Surely you are aware of that. Indeed. This must be advanced technology from an extraterrestrial civilization. The new Mars fleet welcomes your return along with the 4 commanders. The news of Captain Lin Yang piloting the latest heavy warships soon spread. Hu Liangchuan could not help but marvel at the vastness of the universe. The technology of advanced civilizations is indeed unfathomable. The representatives of Blue Star broke into a cold sweat, realizing that their own top-secret near-space ace warship, still under development and not yet in mass production, was being brazenly piloted by Lin Yang, that a wave of helplessness washed over them, thinking that Lin Yang, shrouded in the protection of a mysterious advanced civilization, could truly act with impunity. Upon hearing this news, the inhabitants of Mars's orbit and surface erupted into discussions, speculating about the advanced civilization behind Lin Yang. The evolved Sun and Moon docked at the Martian spaceship dock. Install 4 rooms in the upper cabin, along with a weapons manufacturing room, a medical laboratory, a dining area, and a recreational room, utilizing the finest facilities. Originally, Lin Yang intended to purchase these rooms from the Evolution Mall, but he couldn't find any legendary grade options. The ordinary grade ones were indistinguishable from those at the dock. Purchasing with evolution points only to evolve them was less favorable than obtaining them directly from the dock for free. The products and technology at the Martian spaceship dock far surpassed those of the asteroid belt. After the installation of the 4 rooms, Karugia would be able to manufacture weapons, and Ni Ziwin could conduct biological experiments. There would also be dedicated spaces for dining and recreation, making interstellar travel much more comfortable. Additionally, replenish the energy modules and the highest version of missiles, filling the lower cargo hold with fleet supplies, especially meat and wine. Once everything was arranged, Lin Yang and his 5 companions proceeded to the Space Fleet Command to attend the meeting. 17 representatives had been waiting for quite some time. Among them were the Star Alliance ambassador, the three-eyed Yunban, the Sirius representative, General Hurin Ruda, Blue Star S General Liu Yuanhua, Mars S General Hu Yangchuan, and the leader of the asteroid belt miners, Xiao Tong. Surprisingly, there was even an insectoid from the Pegasus constellation, a member of the chitinous seven-eyed race. Interstellar mercenaries? Ambassador Yunban, why is there a mercenary group participating in our meeting? Chapter 62. 5 demands. The three-eyed Yunban smiled and explained. Although most of the insectoid race members are interstellar mercenaries, some have joined the Galactic Star Alliance. This individual is General Kakajia, the representative of the chitinous seven-eyed race within the Alliance. The name derives from their vocalizations, I presume. Is he specifically here to address the issue of his race's mercenaries invading the solar system? Quite so. Please rest assured, he is not the kind of mercenary without principles you might expect. Mr. Lin, is it? It is an honor to meet you. I have heard of your destruction of the Oathbreakers' escort ships. I long to fight alongside you. The insectoid S4 limbs were equipped with oxygen devices, as their oxygen requirements exceed those of mammals. Once they leave their home planet or warship, they cannot do without such devices. Experiencing a close encounter with an insectoid for the first time left Lin Yang quite astonished. Standing over a meter tall, the large insectoid exuded a peculiar biological scent that sent shivers down his spine. There may be an opportunity, General Kakajia. Please, General Lin, you have made new friends, the miners' leader. Xiao Tong joyfully approached, limping as he ran. Lin Yang hurried to support his arm. Old Xiao, how have you been lately? All is well, General, Xiao Tong whispered. I have had private discussions with General Hu Yangchuan of Mars. We will share technological advancements moving forward. In this meeting, we both unconditionally support your decisions. Excellent. How is the dismantling of the Sirius Heavy Interceptor you were tasked with bringing back? We are currently developing high-power shields and ion explosive cannons, and we expect the dock to manufacture the first generation of prototypes next month. Good work. After the meeting, take an insectoid Heavy Interceptor back to the asteroid belt and have the dock replicated. Yes, General. Lin Yang had captured 82 near-space warships from the insectoids. With the technology of the asteroid belt and Mars's near-space warships, they could advance toward a level 2.2 stellar civilization, perhaps in a short time. They could surpass Blue Star S technology. General Hu Yangchuan also rushed over to meet Lin Yang. Throughout the meeting, Lin Yang became the focal point. Despite the Star Alliance's status, Lin Yang, as a civilian rogue, should not have qualified to attend. However, due to the involvement of the Oathbreakers, Lin Yang and Huang Yueshi instead took the main seats at the conference. Ambassador Yunban seated himself beside the two. Miss Huang, you claim to be the saintess of the Oathbreakers. Aside from your own account, do you possess any indirect evidence? It was evident that the Alliance was cautious. They did not fully trust Huang Yueshi's identity. Huang Yueshi shook her head, refraining from producing the heart of the galaxy. She calmly stated, I have no indirect evidence. If the Alliance finds my credibility lacking, it may choose not to believe me. And there's no need to go to great lengths for my sake. Lin Yang interjected. If the Star Alliance believes that the invasion of the solar system by interstellar mercenaries is insufficient to prove Yueshi's connection with the Oathbreakers, then this meeting is entirely unnecessary, Ambassador Yunban replied. Mr. Lin, we are not doubting you or Miss Huang. Rather, we must be cautious regarding the Oathbreakers. The Sirius representative, General Ruda, also provided clarification. That organization is extremely ancient, tracing back to the primordial era when the universe was just forming. Although it suffered great losses during the Grand Purge 20,000 years ago, its mysterious powers remain formidable. Once it establishes contact with the Oath of the Fifth Dimension, they could quickly turn the tide. General Kakajia of the Insectoids shook his head in resignation. Although the Insectoid mercenary group accepts all commissions, they categorically refuse those from that organization, which is more malicious than the Black Forest Hunters. Boron-based civilizations, mechanical civilizations, and parasitic civilizations. They seek to revert the universe to its origin, making them enemies of all civilizations. Let us discuss how you intend to treat Yueshi, Lin Yang stated. The Star Alliance ambassador immediately declared, we will not allow the Oathbreakers to abduct Miss Huang. To kill her? Absolutely not. Mr. Lin, you are overthinking it. If Miss Huang is indeed the saintess nurtured by the Oathbreakers, she represents a tremendous asset to the Star Alliance. There are many divine powers in the fifth dimension, and the Oath is just one of them. If Miss Huang can connect with the Oath, she can also connect with other divine powers. Are you suggesting that my Yueshi transition from being the saintess of the Oathbreakers to that of the Star Alliance? The Star Alliance is open and free, respecting Miss Huang's wishes. If she does not wish to establish contact with the fifth dimension, the Alliance will not force her. Lin Yang nodded. This is the distinction between civilization and barbarism. At least you possess this commitment. That he then looked at Yueshi, signaling her to lower some of her psychological defenses. Huang Yueshi nodded in understanding, stating, I was born on a cold planet shrouded in mist, orbiting a red dwarf star, with a planetary rotation period of 23 hours, 21 minutes, and 20 seconds. Ambassador Yunban immediately instructed the representatives nearby. Quickly check the star charts. Be thorough, if no target is found. Then examine the three-dimensional gravitational map of the Milky Way. The Milky Way contains approximately 400 billion stars, over 70 of which are red dwarfs. Their smaller mass and lower brightness make red dwarfs more challenging to scan accurately. However, having a direction is better than having none. If we can locate the Oathbreaker stronghold, we could destroy it in one fell swoop, significantly reducing a major threat to Milky Way civilization. Yueshi continued, I grew up in an ancient palace, where the library contained vast amounts of information, including human genetic engineering in the solar system, the future time access of Betelgeuse, parallel universe exploration of Vega, and quantum micro-civilization construction in Aquila. Observing the astonished expressions of the representatives at the table, Huang Yueshi added one word. Wait. All right, Miss Huang, no need to elaborate further. This serves as the most compelling evidence that you are indeed the saintess painstakingly nurtured by the Oathbreakers. Ambassador Yunban hastily waved his hand. Fearing that Huang Yueshi might reveal more explosive information, it should be noted that what she just mentioned were secret projects conducted in secrecy by various civilizations, unbeknownst to the Star Alliance. Once brought to light, it would put the ambassador in a difficult position. Reporting to the Alliance's Supervisory Committee would mean punishment for the 17 representatives present, as 15 different civilizations would face repercussions. Should any race be provoked to withdraw from the Alliance, it would equate to aiding the Black Forest Hunters in undermining the Alliance. Conversely, to ignore it would render the ambassador unfit for his role. Coughing awkwardly, Ambassador Yunban said, The Star Alliance would do its utmost to assist you and will not allow the Oathbreakers to succeed. Miss Huang, do you have any intelligence to share regarding the Oathbreakers? None, Huang Yueshi replied, shaking her head. The library contains most of the information about the civilizations in the Milky Way, but there is little regarding the Oathbreakers that I know as much as you do. They only taught me how to perform telepathy and brainwashing to pledge loyalty to the Oath without disclosing any other matters. That is understandable. In that case, please refrain from discussing the secret projects of the Alliance's civilizations, as it would not benefit the unity of the Alliance. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang could not help but chuckle. It seemed that the Star Alliance, while appearing united, had cohesion no greater than that of scattered sand. Ambassador Yunban, we may refrain from discussion, but I have 5 demands. Please proceed. I hope that during future interstellar travels, the Star Alliance will provide my group with unconditional protection and assistance. Point 2, the previously unlawful Martian regime that harbored engineer Mobin has been overthrown, and the Star Alliance's technological blockade on Mars should be lifted. 3, the Sirius Tiger people should reassess their traditions, particularly the duel to the death between father and son, which should be abolished. 4, humanity must cease the new human genetic engineering. Artificially tampering with genes equates to self-destruction of the human race's future. The Star Alliance should streamline its official structure to enhance efficiency, abolishing outdated regulations. As for how to achieve this, Mobin will provide a proposal to you. The ambassador of the Star Alliance furrowed his brow and exclaimed, That is utterly absurd, Mr. Lin. While the first 2 points are negotiable, the latter 3 are simply non-negotiable. Chapter 63. 3 principles. The Galactic Star Alliance has 4 regional leaders along its 4 primary spiral arms. 500 years ago, the leader of the Orion arm was the Sirius Tiger civilization. Although the leadership has now shifted to the Betelgeuse three-eyed civilization, the prowess of the Tiger people, a level 2.6 stellar civilization, cannot be underestimated. The Star Alliance neither can nor dares to interfere in the internal affairs of the Tiger people. especially regarding their ancient traditions that span 2 millennia today as for the genetic optimization program of the human civilization in the solar system. The Star Alliance is also reluctant to intervene, as one of the promises made when inviting various civilizations to join was to refrain from meddling in their internal matters. As long as the development of each civilization does not contravene fundamental principles, the Alliance will not obstruct their progress. If they were to acquiesce to Lin Yang's request to hinder the genetic optimization of a technologically lagging humanity, they would have to similarly curtail other civilizations' covert projects. Furthermore, inviting new civilizations to join the Alliance would undermine their credibility. Regarding the final point, it would entail amending a system that has been in place for millions of years, a decision that a mere ambassador cannot unilaterally make. Not only did the ambassador shake his head, but many representatives within the conference room also expressed immediate dissent. Syria Civilization's Major General Ruda abruptly stood, slamming his palm on the table. Karugia, as a coward who has been exiled, what right do you have to offend the 2 millennia-old traditions of the Tiger people? How dare you propose such absurd demands to your captain? It's utterly foolish, Karugia stood up in response. My evasion of a duel with my father does not stem from cowardice, but from a desire to preserve familial bonds. What I truly wish to challenge are the decaying traditions that no one dares confront. If the elders of the Tiger people shy away from addressing this, it is an act of cowardice. You, Major General Ruda, was momentarily speechless, recalling the moment he had slain his father 80 years ago and the image of him severing his son's spine 15 years prior. The notion of familial ties felt so foreign within Syria civilization. The Tiger people are terrifyingly formidable, both in technological prowess and individual strength, standing as a first-tier existence among mammalian civilizations in the Milky Way. Yet, due to a tradition persisting for 2 millennia, the Tiger people have failed to grow stronger, with their numbers even fewer than those of humanity in the solar system. This is a direct consequence of the tradition mandating that only one male tiger can exist in a family, and that one must perish in combat against their father once they reach adulthood. Many forward-thinking tiger individuals wish to abolish this tradition, but none dare to take a stand, fearing the stigma of cowardice that would tarnish their honor. Karugia has taken that stand. Why Captain once said that fearlessness in the face of death is mere recklessness. True courage lies in the absence of fear towards slander, the ability to confront authority and decay. General Ruda, I implore you to relay this message to my father and the Elder Council. I shall abolish the decayed traditions of Sirius. The battle-hardened Major General Ruda was moved by Karugia's words. At that moment, he realized how weak he had been, having killed his beloved father out of fear of being labeled a coward by his kin, and having sacrificed his cherished son's life to avoid ridicule for being soft-hearted. Your Highness Karugia, your Captain Lin Yang is correct. Lack fear of death is akin to folly, to not fear gossip, and the blemishing of one's name, while objectively viewing honor is the only way to truly possess it. I will convey your message, but how the Tiger Emperor and the Elder Council respond is beyond my control. That moment, Major General Ruda stood in support of Karugia, becoming the first to endorse his leadership over the Syria civilization. While the matter concerning the Tiger people was resolved, the dissenting voice of Major General Liu Yuanhua from Blue Star still lingered. Humanity has been part of the Star Alliance for 500 years. Yet our technological progress has stagnated, oppressed by advanced civilizations. If we do not initiate the new human project, we shall inevitably perish at the hands of the Black Forest hunting faction. Martian General Hu Liangchuan immediately countered. General Liu, to my knowledge, the new human project was officially launched 10 years ago. However, even prior to that, Blue Star and Mars had quietly engaged in editing the genes of new humans. Just look at what your so-called new humans have accomplished. Salir is the first generation of new humans. Salir is a new human. Lin Yang expressed his surprise. Hu Liangchuan nodded, stating, I have just reviewed the records of the Martian regime. Salir is not only the first generation of new humans, but also a product of the Martian fleet's substantial investment in perfect gene editing. Granting immunity to all human ailments, superior physical abilities, slower aging, and extended lifespan. Though her moral compass leaves much to be desired, Salir had committed heinous acts in pursuit of vengeance for the former commander of the Martian fleet. Alif, poisoning members of the Martian parliament and various departmental officials, ultimately leading a rebellion to ally with the insectoid mercenaries. Everyone present was aware of Salir's actions. Lin Yang remarked, it seems that the pursuit of perfection can indeed manifest as a flaw. In this recent rebellion, Salir's survival, against all odds, was nothing short of perfect, yet she has forfeited her morality at a representative from the asteroid belt miners, Xiao Tong, stated, "The future of human civilization does not hinge on rapid evolution, but rather on purification." And I Zuin added, "Indeed, rather than resorting to the new human project as a desperate measure, it would be more prudent to purify our governance." Under Captain Lin Yang's guidance, both Mars and the asteroid belt have begun this purification process. I hope Blue Star will join us in this endeavor. How Blue Star develops is not for you to decide. Blue Star is not as fragile as Mars and the asteroid belt. As tensions began to rise, the ambassador of the Star Alliance quickly intervened, urging, "Let us refrain from arguing that, Mr. Lin, if your 5 requests cannot be met, will you resort to allying with the original Point Church? You are overthinking it. That it would be best for you to acquiesce, but if you do not, we will pursue our own means." The ambassador nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, long as you do not ally with the original Point Church. Everything is negotiable. While I cannot represent the Star Alliance in agreeing to your 5 requests, I can convey the 3 principles of the Alliance." What are those 3 principles? First, the Star Alliance will provide protection and assistance to you as much as possible, considering the actual circumstances. Second, the technological sanctions against the Martian regime can be lifted, but the Star Alliance will dispatch a supervisory committee to oversee Mars. Third, since your team is of a private nature and does not represent all of humanity, the Star Alliance cannot prohibit your interference in other civilizations' internal affairs. Should a conflict arise with any member of the Star Alliance, they will not extend assistance to you. Lin Yang smiled slightly. "And you would not assist any civilization in besieging me, correct?" The ambassador nodded subtly. "The Star Alliance will only intervene in conflict between civilizations." This statement left little to be said. It was as if to say, whether you wish to challenge the traditions of Sirius or abolish the new human project in the solar system, feel free to do so. The Star Alliance will turn a blind eye if you have the capability. Becoming the leader of the Orion Arm is entirely feasible as long as you do not ally with the original Point Church. The Star Alliance will continue to protect you. Understood. That I deeply appreciate the 3 principles of the Star Alliance and assure all present representatives that we shall never ally with the original Point Church. Chapter 64. The Interstellar Portal, a journey to Blue Star. The purpose of the Star Alliance in organizing this meeting was twofold: to ascertain the authenticity of Huang Yueshi's identity as a saintess of the original Point Church, and to gauge the stance of Lin Yang and his companions. Having received satisfactory answers, the ambassador, Yun Ban, concluded the meeting, leaving behind a 30-member supervisory committee to monitor the new Martian regime and prevent the recurrence of incidents akin to the concealment of Mobin. In truth, this committee seeks to further understand Lin Yang, a miner with a mysterious background, even more enigmatic than the saintess of the original Point Church. Lin Yang perceived their intentions but chose not to address them. As he was soon to depart from Mars, he was content as long as the Star Alliance provided him protection. After the meeting, Xiao Tong followed Lin Yang's directives and piloted a heavy insectoid fighter away. General Hu Yanchuan promptly ordered the commencement of research into replicating advanced models of insectoid warships, with the findings to be shared with the asteroid belt. As the insectoid representative, Kaka, caught up with Lin Yang after exiting the conference room. He expressed disappointment. "Mr. Lin, I was disheartened that you did not propose an offensive against the insectoid defectors during the meeting." Lin Yang replied with a smile, "Your insectoid factions are too numerous. Even the Elytral Seven-Eyed clan is divided into several factions. I have no desire to wade into such murky waters." "Very well, I shall not press you. This tracking device utilizes unique sensory technology from the insect order, capable of locking onto defectors' warships within a light-year range. I hope it assists you in your pursuits." The tracking device was a palm-sized circular apparatus resembling a Dragon Ball detector. "Oh, you are gifting me this? Of course. I hope you can eliminate a few more defectors." "All right, I will do my best." After accepting the detector, Lin Yang and his companions returned to the space dock, where the 4 new rooms on the Day and Moon had been fully furnished with the most advanced equipment and tools available on Mars. The robots are transferring the high-level rations of the fleet to the lower cargo hold. Is there anything else you need to prepare? If not, once the robots finish moving the goods, we shall set sail for Blue Star. Karugia raised his hand. "I do. The weapon manufacturing facility is well equipped, but lacks the necessary materials. I must procure some at the space station." And Zhuang added, "I also need to acquire some medicines and experimental materials." Mo Ban remarked, "We're short on alcohol. I wish to purchase more." "What about you, Yueshi? You rarely have any requests. Shaking her head with a smile, Huang Yueshi replied, I need nothing. Then accompany me to the bounty dock, and we will depart once the three of them have completed their shopping. Karugia and the others busied themselves shopping at the Mars space station. All the shops refused payment, whether official or private. They simply took their shopping list to the fleet for reimbursement. And Izawang and Mo Ban's shopping lists were brief, and they finished in 3 hours. However, Karugia took 8 hours to gather the materials needed for crafting melee weapons. Observing the time, Lin Yang decided to rest for the night in Mars orbit, planning to use the portal to reach Blue Star at 7 a.m. the next morning. That night, there was no one on duty. The five returned to their respective rooms to rest. Despite being in the Mars space station with the Mars fleet patrolling, they should have slept soundly. Yet Karugia and Izawang found it difficult to sleep. Feeling restless throughout the night, Mo Ban, a green carbon life form, had a high resistance to fatigue and felt no discomfort. Huang Yueshi, adorned with the heart of the galaxy, managed to sleep fairly well. Lin Yang, constantly receiving life energy from the sun and moon, found no difference whether he slept or not. The three unique individuals teased Karugia and Izawang for their inability to adjust to peaceful times, suggesting that only amidst chaos could they find restful slumber. Early the next morning, General Hu Liangchuan led the senior fleet members to bid farewell. General Lin, upon reaching Blue Star, manage the New Humans project if you can. If not, continue your interstellar journey without fixation. Blue Star is not like Mars. The waters run deeper. Thank you for the reminder. Why do you keep calling me a general of Mars? Lin Yang responded. Your title as a general among miners is valid. Why should I not address you as such? Of course you may. After all, with 5,000 miners arriving on Mars, General Who will need to take care of their training. Rest assured, the miners of Mars and the asteroid belt are united on the same front. With the Mars fleet and bounty fleet lining up to send them off, Lin Yang maneuvered the sun and moon towards the interstellar portal leading to Blue Star. Without the portal, a standard near-space warship would require half a month to reach Blue Star, while the portal would allow instantaneous travel. The sun and moon, equipped with a warp engine capable of traveling at 10 times the speed of light, was a splendid vessel. However, Lin Yang wished to experience the interstellar portal, especially since there was no toll to pay and a welcoming committee awaited them on the other side. The Mars orbit was bustling with activity as onlookers gathered to witness the departure of the sun and moon. 15 large interstellar warships and nearly 1,000 near-space vessels arranged themselves in a massive square formation above Mars, spanning a distance greater than the planet's diameter, awaiting Lin Yang's inspection. The scene was truly magnificent, even more so than the reception he had received upon arriving on Mars for ecological transformation. Just as Mo Ban finished speaking, the sun and moon entered the interstellar portal. Whoosh! The entire warship emitted a resonant hum, and outside the observation window, a vibrant, swirling tunnel appeared, swiftly drawing the sun and moon inside. In the blink of an eye, the swirling colors vanished, and the sun and moon emerged from the portal, revealing a highly developed azure planet, Blue Star, the cradle of human civilization. After entering the interstellar age, humanity had extensively developed Blue Star, constructing a colossal star ring in its central orbit, 3 kilometers wide, an average thickness of 1 kilometer, and several times longer than the planet's equator. This star ring served not only as a comprehensive space station for Blue Star, but also as a crucial defense installation, featuring planetary-grade energy cannons positioned every few hundred meters. Within this star ring, there were hundreds of trade stations, dozens of transport ports, 10 space docks, and 3 bounty docks, alongside countless factories and space farms. If the asteroid belt was a remote outpost and Mars merely a town, Blue Star was undeniably a sprawling metropolis. There were 9 interstellar portals, 2 leading to the Star Alliance, 1 to the southern gate of the Centaurus constellation, and another to the home planet of the Sirius Tiger people, Snowfield Star. The remaining 7 were routes to Mercury, Venus, Mars, Titan, Europa, Uranus, and Neptune. After achieving level 2 stellar civilization, the energy of the home planet was no longer sufficient to sustain the evolution of the race. Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune, being large gas giants, contained hydrogen, the primary raw material for high-compression energy modules. The space fleet heavily relied on the exploitation of these planets. Mercury and Venus, being nearer to the Sun, serve as outposts for the Dyson Sphere project. In the coming millennia, the Sun would remain the principal energy source for the advancement of human civilization. Observing the bustling Blue Star, Lin Yang finally comprehended General Hu Yangchuan's advice. The sheer magnitude of Blue Star was indeed overwhelming, far beyond the influence of any individual or small team. The myriad factions within its boundaries were intricate and convoluted, with waters that were not only deep but murky. Upon exiting the interstellar portal, a diplomatic warship awaited them. The Blue Star Federation warmly welcomes all members of the Sun and Moon. Mr. Lin, please follow the diplomatic vessel to dock at Zone A of the Star Ring. The Deputy Commander of the Blue Star Fleet and the Secretary General of the Federation have been awaiting your arrival. Beep. You have safely arrived at Blue Star. Main quest, 12, completed. Azure Planet. Evolution points, 70,000. Main quest updated, 13. The division between old and new humanity. Find compelling evidence against the New Humans project that is detrimental to civilization development, compelling the Blue Star Federation to abandon this genetic engineering initiative. Evolution points, 100,000. Chapter 65. The Arrogance of New Humanity System. If you lack a suitable main quest, feel free not to issue one. Asking the Blue Star Federation to abandon the New Humans project is quite an overestimation of my capabilities. Lin Yang couldn't help but retort. This system has conducted billions of simulations within a second based on the macro development trends of the situation. 99 of the outcomes indicate that you will intervene in the New Humans project. Hence the formulation of this task. So, it's my fault. Is there not a one chance I could just let it go? I, Lin, can change my mind, play both sides, and even go back on my word. But I will not engage in life-threatening matters. Host, having journeyed thus far, this system believes you are a person of great benevolence and will surely turn misfortune into fortune. Enough with the flattery. Keep it simple. I want the next task to be straightforward. Lin Yang, don't get distracted. Look over there, the legendary Qilin fleet. Huang Yueshi tapped his shoulder, pointing to a fleet of warships approximately 30 kilometers away. Numbering around 100, the smallest was a 30-meter-long light fighter, while the largest was a 120-meter heavy bomber. The Qilin fleet was not a long-range fleet. It executed near-space combat missions, representing the pinnacle of combat power among the solar system civilizations. The elite of the Blue Star Fleet. The first legendary component module aboard the Sun and Moon was the Qilin X medium-sized energy adapter. At this moment, the Qilin fleet was arrayed 30 kilometers away. More to intimidate Lin Yang than to welcome him and his companions. Lin Yang found it amusing. They indeed appeared formidable, likely capable of matching the near-space warships of the insectoid mercenaries. This intimidation did not faze Lin Yang in the slightest. Soon, the Sun and Moon docked at the Star Ring Zone. A welcoming committee awaited outside. Although they held the identity of interstellar wanderers, the Blue Star Federation accorded them the treatment befitting leaders of a governing body. The Secretary General of the Federation, Picard, the Deputy Commander of the Space Fleet, Meng Qingzhou, and the Diplomatic Ambassador, Cheng Li, led the ceremonial team to greet them. However, this time, the five did not all disembark from the Sun and Moon. During their time in the asteroid belt and Mars, they had often disembarked together, leaving the Sun and Moon docked alone. But this situation was different. While the Blue Star Federation appeared to extend a warm welcome, their underlying hostility was palpable. IT was wise to be cautious. If all five left, and the Blue Star Fleet seized the Sun and Moon, they would have no recourse, M.O. Ban stated. You all go ahead. I will guard the Sun and Moon. Not going to disembark and explore. It's been 500 years, and Blue Star has indeed developed rapidly, but to my eyes, it still seems a backward planet. There's nothing worth exploring. Just bring me back some alcohol, preferably medicinal wine, that I've heard that human liquor infused with venomous insects is quite potent. M.O. Ban grasped a bottle of strong liquor and headed to the cockpit, closing the light shields to let the sun's rays bathe him, instantly enhancing his green hue, and leaves sprouted from his head. The other four wished to leisurely explore the Star Ring, only to be escorted by the Secretary General and other high-ranking officials to the banquet hall of the Interstellar Manor. They attended receptions with the Federation's leadership, participated in negotiation meetings, visited the Human Development Museum, and paid respects to retired veterans in a sanatorium, making Lin Yang feel as if he were the chairman of Mars on a diplomatic visit. The experience was exceedingly awkward by the time they finally finished their obligations. It was already 5:30 p.m., leading to yet another grand dinner. This time, the commander of the Space Fleet, Johnson, also attended, accompanied by 5 young officers, 2 men and 3 women, each of whom was a paragon of perfection in both appearance and physique, leaving no room for criticism. However, after a while, Lin Yang began to feel a sense of unease. It was not merely the perfection that unsettled him, but rather a feeling of unnaturalness stemming from their flawless demeanor. Mr. Lin, allow me to introduce General Charles, the commander of the Blue Star Chilean fleet. A hint of arrogance flickered on the man's face. With flowing golden hair, a porcelain-like visage, and eyes like sapphires, even his military uniform exuded an air of nobility. He had every reason to be proud, having attained the rank of Rear Admiral in command of a legendary fleet at merely 20-something, a feat unattainable for most throughout their lifetimes. This is Colonel Elia, a staff officer of the Chilean fleet, Colonel Bella, an exceptional fighter jet pilot, Colonel Dales, an expert in astrophysics and human biology, and Brad, a top-tier human fighter. Greetings, it is an honor to meet you all, Lin Yang said, shaking hands with each of them. The 5 young officers seemed to regard those around them with a sense of superiority, as if looking down upon lower beings, disregarding even the Secretary-General and the Commander-in-Chief. Marshal Johnson, if I am not mistaken, these 5 prodigies are all new humans, am I right? Lin Yang pondered. Their haughty demeanor suggested they held others in contempt, confirming his suspicion of their new human status. Ha ha ha, I heard about your remarks on the new human project during the Star Alliance conference, which is precisely why I introduced you to these 5 new human elites, the speaker continued. It appeared that, like Saria from Mars, these individuals had been born prior to the inception of a new human project. Indeed, it is their success that has solidified our resolve to implement the new human project. Mr. Lin, can you claim they are flawed? Well, they indeed seem flawless, that I do wish to engage with them further. Perhaps I could alter my perspective. How long do you plan to stay on Blue Star? A few days at the least, and possibly years. Blue Star is the cradle of humanity. I hope you do not mind my extended stay. Welcome is hardly sufficient. Please, make yourself at home. The atmosphere was filled with clinking glasses and laughter. With the Blue Star Federation avoiding any mention of Mars or the asteroid belt, only briefly touching on the new human project without inciting debate. The more amiable they were, the deeper their ulterior motives seemed. After the gathering, Lin Yang and his companions opted not to stay at the interstellar hotel arranged by the Federation, instead returning to their quarters aboard the Sun and Moon. However, they found sleep elusive that night. The following morning, Ai Ziwen bore dark circles under her eyes. Karuja, his tiger-striped fur appeared dry and split, and Huang Yueshi inexplicably felt fatigued. Lin Yang remarked, I spoke with the Secretary-General last night and informed him that we would not be attending the conference today. Instead, we shall go shopping. Let us see if we can find some old humans who oppose the new human project and converse with them. Once again, the Mo clan was in charge of guarding the Sun and Moon. As Lin Yang and the others opened the outer hatch, they found the proud Charles waiting outside with the other 4 new human officers. Mr. Lin, we have been assigned to accompany you during your tour of the Star Ring and will oversee your needs. Captain, they're ostensibly an aid team, but are, in reality, a surveillance team, and Ai Ziwen whispered. Lin Yang chuckled. No matter. I will keep them occupied while you 2 search for targets. However, despite a day spent at various docks around the Star Ring, Huang Yueshi and Ai Ziwen found no useful leads. Whenever they mentioned the new humans while shopping, they were met with vehement head shaking. That night, their slumber quality worsened further. Upon awakening the next day, they felt as if they hadn't slept in 3 days, their minds foggy, with only Lin Yang remaining alert. This time, both Huang Yueshi and the Mo clan exhibited signs of fatigue. Captain, shall we continue our search for clues today? Ai Ziwen inquired. I believe those who can access the Star Ring must be affluent, and if we wish to find old humans opposing the new human project, we must venture to the impoverished areas on the surface. Lin Yang replied, No more searching. Everyone has been out of sorts lately. Since leaving the asteroid belt, our nerves have been on edge, either engaged in combat or en route to battle, that we cannot afford to compromise our rest. Today, everyone must take a proper break. Charles and his group awaited them outside once more. These new humans were persistent. Lin Yang suggested, We'll be resting for the next few days, if you insist on accompanying us. Perhaps you could set up tents beside the Sun and Moon? And Ai Ziwen conveyed this to General Charles. And to their surprise, 5 tents were indeed erected right next to the Sun and Moon. Chapter 66. Something strange must be afoot after resting in place for 3 days. The 4 companions, aside from Lin Yang, found themselves even more fatigued. This weariness was not a result of strenuous labor, but rather a consequence of their minds failing to receive proper rest. As a doctor, Ai Ziwen concocted several sleep aids. However, after consumption, they showed no effect. Ultimately, they increased the dosage to one that could knock out an elephant, and only then did the four manage to close their eyes. Yet after 2 continuous days of slumber, they awoke feeling even more drained. Ziwen struggled to keep her eyes open, yet sleep eluded her. Karuja began to exhibit signs of agitation, on the verge of transforming into a frenzied Tiger King. The Mo clan yawned incessantly, but could not enter a deep, self-protective slumber. Huang Yueshi, holding the heart of the galaxy, managed to restore some vitality after a brief flash of white light. Lin Yang. Something is amiss. The more we sleep, the more fatigued we become. At this rate, we will lose our combat effectiveness. Something strange must be afoot, Ziwen exclaimed. The medical room was equipped with various diagnostic instruments. Yet after thorough examinations, nothing abnormal was detected. Captain, do you suspect the Blue Star Federation has tampered with us? Ziwen questioned. That seems unlikely. I recall that you and Karuja began experiencing sleep issues the day before we arrived on Blue Star. Indeed, that occurred after the conclusion of the Star Alliance conference. Wait a moment. Could it be? Lin Yang's mind raced as he retrieved the insectoid battlecruiser tracker gifted by the insectoids. However, the scan revealed nothing but a plethora of electronic components. It seems the issue lies within us. Perhaps the medical room's scanner lacks the necessary precision, Ziwen deduced. Suddenly, Karuja collapsed, sound asleep. Is he able to sleep now? Lin Yang felt a surge of joy. Ziwen checked Karuja's eyelids, her expression turning grave. His pupils exhibited rapid movements, indicating that although he appeared to be sleeping, his brain was becoming increasingly fatigued. If this continued, he might succumb to exhaustion. This is rather perplexing. Thud! The Mo clan also fell to the ground, his drink bottle shattering and spilling liquor everywhere. Captain, we must find a more precise scanning device, Ziwen yawned. The medical room scanner only reaches molecular precision. It cannot detect abnormalities in the brain. I, too, am nearing my limit. The medical equipment had been procured from a Martian space dock and was hardly advanced. Ziwen injected herself with a dose of adrenaline to stave off collapse. Lin Yang realized that, although they had not faced any energy cannons or missile bombardments, their situation aboard the Sun and Moon was even more precarious. He promptly moved Karuja and the Mo clan to the medical bed and asked Huang Yueshi to care for the teetering Ziwen. He then opened the evolution mall, executing 10 consecutive draws at the cost of 50,000 evolution points, acquiring a new epic weapon, the time dilation device, which, when detonated, would slow time within a 10,000-kilometer radius by 99.9, priced at 20,000 evolution points. Should he purchase it, his evolution points would be entirely depleted. After some deliberation, Lin Yang exited the cabin and approached Charles' tent. Mr. Lin, where are we headed today? We will accompany you. General Charles inquired. General Charles, the medical scanning device on my ship is a low-version molecular scanner from Mars. I wish to upgrade my medical facilities. Do you know if there are purchasing options for the new version of the scanner here on Blue Star? Even if there are, they would not restrict Mr. Lin from acquiring one, nor would they require payment. I'll arrange for a proton-level scanner to be delivered immediately. Oh, that is quite unnecessary. How much is it? I'll cover the cost. Really, it's not needed. Just tell me why you suddenly wish to upgrade the medical scanner, Charles replied, his curiosity evident. Lin Yang thought, it's not a free gift after all. They seek information. It seemed that the collective insomnia was indeed unrelated to them, that MY crew has been under mental strain lately, resulting in some insomnia. The molecular scanner cannot identify the cause. Insomnia? Charles couldn't help but chuckle. The physiological functions of old humans are riddled with flaws. To be troubled by insomnia is truly amusing. I apologize, Mr. Lin. I did not mean to imply you possess flaws, but rather that all old humans in the solar system are inherently flawed. I believe such flaws may actually be advantageous. Perfection akin to mass-produced items results in soulless uniformity, devoid of meaning. Very well, Mr. Lin. I shall refrain from engaging in futile debates with you. The new instrument will arrive shortly. Dales, standing nearby, interjected with a smile. Ziwen is an exceptional biogeneticist, but the brain structure of old humans ultimately limits their thinking. If I were to experience insomnia, I would never rely on machines. Oh no, we new humans are free from the woes of sleeplessness. Lin Yang found himself at a loss for words, pondering whether they felt any embarrassment in their braggadocio. My life energy is at 140. Should I feel proud of that? 5 minutes later, a new medical scanning device was delivered to the docking bay. After the robots unloaded it, they retrieved the old scanner. Charles inquired with a smile. Mr. Lin, may I bring my 5 companions aboard to assist in addressing your insomnia issue? The other 4 could hardly contain their laughter. IT was utterly incredulous that the most sought-after team in the solar system was beset by insomnia. Very well, come in and lend a hand. Lin Yang did not lower his guard in a moment of panic. Rather, upon entering the sun and moon, he remained acutely aware that the true danger lay with Charles and his 4 new humans. Their every action, word, and even glance would not escape the vigilant monitoring system of the sun and moon. Lin Yang and the sun and moon were in a state of shared consciousness, able to monitor each other at any time and place, and could easily confine one another in isolation. After 5 individuals entered the sun and moon, they were filled with curiosity. From the exterior, the sun and moon appeared to be the latest Trident-class heavy fighter jet yet to be commissioned by the Blue Star Federation. However, the internal layout was rather unconventional. They were perplexed about the origins of this warship. Mr. Lin, is the sun and moon powered by antimatter energy? Did General Hu Liangchuan send you the antimatter energy? Lin Yang cast a fleeting glance at them. Are you here to assist or to investigate? General Hu Liangchuan's 14 large warships have all been filled with black holes. Are you unaware of that? Sensing Lin Yang's irritation, the 5 ceased their inquiries that we are here to help. Let us commence the inspection. Upon activating the new instruments, they scanned Karujia's brain for merely a few seconds before uncovering anomalies. Enai Ziwin exclaimed excitedly, "We have discovered a solitary proton traversing between Karujia's hypothalamus, pineal gland, brainstem, and hippocampus, continuously gathering energy from the surroundings and releasing it directionally, stimulating critical areas responsible for sleep. Protons, akin to neutrons, are subatomic particles that constitute atomic nuclei and are typically found within the nucleus of an atom, which in turn exists within an atom. Multiple atoms form a molecule. The previous scanning device could only achieve molecular precision, thus failing to detect the cause of insomnia. The isolated proton had detached from any atomic nucleus, existing independently and not being a part of any brain molecule. Where could it possibly acquire energy for its rapid movement? Could it be siphoning off Karujia's life energy? That should be the case. I am uncertain of the origin of this isolated proton, but I surmise that once extracted, Karujia's insomnia could be alleviated. How do we extract it? Enai Ziwin shook her head that I fear even the most advanced hospitals within the Blue Star Federation would be incapable of such a feat. Charles wore an awkward expression. The technological advancement of the Blue Star Federation has been sluggish, hindered by the old humanity. Otherwise, not only could a proton be extracted, but even quarks could be isolated. Lin Yang furrowed his brow, ignoring him altogether, and directed Enai Ziwin, continue the scan. The results indicated that M.O. Ban's brain also harbored a troublesome proton. Enai Ziwin had one, Huang Yueshi possessed one, and even Lin Yang was affected. However, Lin Yang's brain had immediately repaired itself upon the proton's attack. Huang Yueshi also had the capability to rapidly restore her brain using the heart of the galaxy, albeit at a slower rate. This explained why the two were not significantly impacted. The 5 new humans looked at Lin Yang and Huang Yueshi in astonishment. You two are not new humans. How do you possess such remarkable regenerative abilities? Precisely because we are not genetically optimized beings raised in a petri dish, do we possess such extraordinary restoration capabilities. Understand? Lin Yang retorted coldly, further deepening the 5 new humans' confusion. They exchanged looks, each shaking their heads in bewilderment. Enai Ziwin had identified the root of the issue, but was at a loss as to who had enacted this malicious deed and had no means of curing it. Her brow furrowed in distress. The proton's velocity within the brain was too swift to capture. It would be necessary to first reduce its speed before extracting it alongside minute brain tissue that I can absorb energy, but it would be exceedingly difficult to target the energy of a single proton accurately. Expanding the absorption range could result in permanent damage to the brain, Huang Yueshi remarked. Lin Yang shook his head in disagreement. No, neither of these methods will suffice. There must be alternative approaches that AT that moment. Huang Yueshi suddenly clutched her head, her legs giving way as she nearly collapsed. Lin Yang swiftly caught her. Yueshi, what is the matter? Huang Yueshi, eyes shut and brow knitted, appeared pale. After a moment, she opened her eyes. It is the Origin Church. What? This proton is a tool of the Origin Church. Huang Yueshi weakly nodded. The isolated protons in our brains have been two-dimensional expanded by the origin church, intricately carved circuits using strong interactions, then folded into three-dimensional states, forming a proton-level artificial intelligence. Just now, it communicated with me, demanding my return to the origin church, where it would continue to torment everyone. This sounded eerily familiar. Was this not the intelligence that Teacher Liu referred to? It was astonishing to learn that such technology existed within the vast cosmos. Hurry and notify the fleet commander and the secretary general. Upon hearing the mention of the origin church, Charles immediately sought to report to his superiors. I wonder who among you dares to do so? Lin Yang glared, a murderous intent emanating from him. From the moment you boarded this ship, every action and word has been beyond your control. Lin Yang, what do you intend to do? This is Blue Star? Wrong. This is my sun and moon. Since you conceal information regarding the origin church, do not blame us for your impending arrest. Charles instinctively patted his body, recalling that he had boarded the ship without his weapon, relying solely on his superior physical prowess for combat. He struck with a rapid punch directed at Lin Yang's face, moving with incredible speed and force. Yet, to Lin Yang, it appeared sluggish and feeble, incomparable to the strength of the serious tiger men. Bang! Lin Yang did not evade the punch. Instead, he sidestepped and delivered a powerful kick directly to Charles's chest, sending him flying over 2 meters to crash heavily against the wall of the medical room. And no sooner had he landed than Huang Yueshi struck him with the stun mode of her phase gun. Berlat, known as one of humanity's top fighters, saw his commander defeated and leaped towards Lin Yang, only to be dodged as Lin Yang swiftly grasped his clothing, using the momentum to spin him into the wall. Thud! The entire sun and moon shook from the impact. Huang Yueshi unleashed 4 beams from her phase gun, incapacitating all 4 individuals, since the situation had not escalated to a life-or-death confrontation with Blue Star. She adjusted the phase gun's attack mode to stun and refrained from amplifying its power with the heart of the galaxy. Within mere seconds, the 5 new humans lay unconscious. Lin Yang dragged them all into the Lian X-type isolation chamber. When the force field shield activated, it became a sturdy prison. Returning to the medical room, Enai Ziwen was on the verge of collapse, having injected herself with another dose of adrenaline. Huang Yueshi stated, "The intelligence informs us that the 5 of them were hidden within the tracking device gifted by the insectoids and infiltrated our brains once aboard the sun and moon." Indeed, it was the insectoids. It seemed they were concerned that the origin church would annihilate the entire Coleopterous 7-eyed race, and the absurd conflict with the abandonment sect had likely been resolved. We cannot extract the intelligence. Should we disregard the origin church, Karugia, Sister Ziwen, and Mo Ban will perish. And I Ziwen immediately responded, humans are not a long-lived species by nature. Yueshi, I have long since set aside concerns of life and death. Do not worry about me. Whatever you do, do not return to the origin church. Lin Yang pondered momentarily, then suddenly laughed. Forget lofty ideals, forget principles of righteousness. I, Lin, have never been a person of justice. Let us go. Let us align with the origin church. What? Lin Yang, you, Captain. There is no need for surprise. Lin Yang waved his hand to interrupt the 2 women. Yueshi, the intelligence only wishes to communicate with you. Tell it that we surrender. And let them allow Karugia and the others to rest for a while. The intelligence stated that we should rendezvous at a coordinate point outside of light time with the insectoid escort ship, to be transported to the oxygen-rich planet. Lin Yang shared a glance with Huang Yueshi. In that instant, she comprehended his true intention. The technology aboard the sun and moon could not extract the intelligence, but that of the insectoid escort ship could. Enai Ziwen attempted to intervene, but Huang Yueshi gently pulled her sleeve. Sister Ziwen, let us heed the captain's advice. We must first resolve the urgent matter. Enai Ziwen understood and nodded slightly. Very well. The ongoing civil war within the human alliance is not worth saving. We bear no obligation to rescue. Moments later, Karugia and Mo Ban began to snore. Enai Ziwen promptly returned to her quarters to sleep. The distance of one light time is 300,000 kilometers multiplied by 3,600 seconds, equating to 1.08 billion kilometers, a TA warp speed of 2.0. It would take 6 minutes to reach. However, Lin Yang insisted on traveling at 500 Mach to afford Karugia and the others ample time to rest. Yueshi, send a message to the insectoid escort ship, stating that we are too fatigued and shall awaken in 10 hours. Before proceeding to the coordinate point at warp speed 2.0. After sending the message, Huang Yueshi quickly fell into a deep slumber. Lin Yang tenderly brushed her disheveled hair and raised the bridge's temperature by a degree. The sun and moon gradually departed the star ring dock. The Blue Star Federation immediately sent a communication. Mr. Lin Yang, are you departing from Blue Star? Why did you not inform the Federation in advance? We are free individuals. We need not report our whereabouts to Blue Star, do we? May I inquire about the whereabouts of Major General Charles and the other 4 new human officers? They are aboard the warship. Experiencing the world, I could not abide their haughty demeanor before the old humanity. They must learn what constitutes a highly intelligent species. Are they doing so voluntarily? Why was a travel request not submitted to the Federation in advance? Clearly, they are not here of their own volition. So you are implying that you have abducted them? They insisted on boarding the sun and moon at D. Do you not realize they are the wealth of the Blue Star Federation? I am aware, but I have my reasons for taking them away. I seek your understanding. You must immediately cease your flight, or the Blue Star fleet will encircle you. Let us embark on a trial to determine whether the fleet of the Blue Star Federation or my black hole torpedo reigns supreme. Lin Yang remarked as he cast a knowing glance at Huang Yueshi. Upon opening the missile interface, Huang Yueshi discovered an epic weapon had indeed appeared, albeit not the black hole torpedo, but a time decelerator. Instantly understanding Lin Yang's intent to merely intimidate the Blue Star fleet, she promptly loaded the epic time decelerator onto the missile launch platform, locking onto the Blue Star ring and entering launch preparation mode. An alarm blared in the Blue Star fleet's defense department. Marshal, trouble. The sun and moon has experienced an energy surge. Its power is sufficient to affect the rotation of the Blue Star. The epicenter is the missile launch platform. It could indeed be the black hole torpedo. Quick, let's bid them farewell. We must send them off properly. Chapter 68. Armed to the teeth captives farewell. Farewell, a warm send-off. Lin Yang felt an overwhelming sense of exasperation as he listened to the disorganized chants through the communicator. With a swift departure at 500 Mach, he left Blue Star behind in the blink of an eye. 10 hours had passed. Huang Yueshi awoke from her co-pilot seat, turning to see Lin Yang piloting the sun and moon through the cosmos. Are you tired? You're awake? Did you sleep well? Yes, Huang Yueshi nodded, her cheeks flushing. With you beside me, I slept soundly. The two exchanged a tender gaze, creating a delicate atmosphere. Huang Yueshi closed her eyes, blushing as she slightly tilted her head upward. Lin Yang's lips curled into a smile just as the bridge door swung open, revealing Karuja, who approached with a complaint. What is going on? Captain, are you planning to defect to the Origin Church? Huang Yueshi quickly turned away, suppressing her laughter from the co-pilot's seat. Lin Yang clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking ominously. Turning his head, he glared at Karuja. Karuja, you dimwit, still lacking perception. I ought to teach you a lesson. Huh, did I say something wrong? I was just asking you. All right, I surrender. Karuja, sensing Lin Yang's menacing aura, quickly backed down. Fine, I don't understand why you would defect to the Origin Church. I've said before I'll follow your lead without regret. And I've stated that following the captain, we walk to the end. Mo Ban chimed in with a smile, followed by an eye Ziwin. They had all rested and were rejuvenated. Good, everyone prepare. In a few minutes. We will board the insectoids escort ship. With a mere glance from Lin Yang, the crew sprang into action, knowing precisely what was required without needing explicit instructions. Phase guns, high-explosive energy grenades, personal shields, and combat radars. In less than a minute, they were fully armed. Ziwin, you will pilot the sun and moon to provide support while we board the insectoids escort ship. Ziwin nodded. Understood. I'll keep communications open. The sun and moon accelerated to warp speed 2.0, and moments later, it exited warp several billion kilometers away, revealing a 600-meter-long escort vessel in the vast emptiness of space. The interstellar mercenary Sheathwing, Seven-Eyed Clan's long-range strategic ship. After deactivating its cloaking mode, it promptly emitted a series of signals. Mr. Lin, please pilot the sun and moon to follow the signals and dock with the escort ship. Kakakazi General, do you devour men without leaving bones? Even my sun and moon? You misunderstand. It is the church that requires an investigation of this warship, that we cannot defy them. Alas, the Sheathwing's Seven-Eyed Clan finds itself in a predicament. I hope you could be magnanimous and understanding. I detest those who readily advise me to be magnanimous. You comprehend what we have endured, almost suffocated in our sleep. Can you understand that? Of course I can. The intelligence I placed in the tracker was indeed my doing. I sincerely apologize. A friendly reminder. The oxygen levels aboard the insectoid escort ship exceed yours by 5. Please be cautious of oxygen intoxication. Strange, you're rather considerate. See you shortly. After the communication ended, N.I. Ziwin took the helm, carefully guiding the sun and moon to dock with the insectoid escort ship's outer hatch, with her hands poised over the weapon control screen, ready for a fire response. Lin Yang and his companions, fully armed, departed the bridge and approached the isolation chamber at the middle compartment's entrance. Charles and 4 other new humans had already awakened, and upon seeing Lin Yang and his team, they angrily pounded against the force field shield at the door. "Let us out! Lin Yang, you traitor of humanity! Where are we? Where did the previous warp flight take us? What do you intend to do?" Lin Yang silently observed them until they had shouted enough, then smiled and asked, "Are you hungry?" "Huh. What do you mean?" "Asked if you are hungry." "Humph. In just a mere 10 hours, the endurance of new humans far surpasses that of your old kind. We are neither hungry nor tired." "Very well. We are currently beside the insectoid escort ship. After docking the sun and moon, we will become captives, taken by the insectoids back to the oxygen-rich star, and then handed over to the Origin Church." The blonde Charles appeared puzzled. "Is it necessary to be armed to the teeth to become captives?" Lin Yang was adorned with a belt of high-explosive grenades and wielded 2 large phase guns. Huang Yueshi also carried several high-explosive grenades and 2 phase guns. Karuja was clad in high-tech armor, his arms equipped with 6 large retractable steel claws. From a human perspective, their 1-meter length could be deemed as steel blades. He slung 2 ammunition belts filled with armor-piercing explosive rounds across his body, along with over 30 high-explosive grenades at his waist. He brandished a nearly 2-meter-long explosive gun, comparable in size to the onboard cannons of light fighters. While 2 assault phase guns hung from his legs, Mo Ban was even more extravagant, wielding 6 phase guns with his 2-meter-tall frame, surrounded by layers of high-explosive grenades, around 300 in total. Aside from the phase guns, which were standardized by solar system civilization, the remaining weapons and ammunition were all crafted by Karuja. Each of the 4 was equipped with high-power personal shields, claiming to be captives. Even a fool would not believe it. Lin Yang smiled slightly. "Have you realized? No need to voice it. Major Charles, you have long boasted about the superiority of new humans. Today, I grant you 5 an opportunity to showcase your capabilities. If you do not know how to proceed or lack the courage to act, then new humans are worth nothing." Charles raised his proud head, coldly stating, "So this is your little scheme. You have not disappointed me. Very well, we shall accompany you." The force field shield of the isolation chamber opened immediately. Karuja tossed them 5 personal shields, 10 phase guns, and 5 belts laden with high-explosive grenades. The 5 of them quickly donned their gear and turned to the 4, declaring, "Let them witness the power of new humans." Ilya, Bella, Delcy, and Burlat nodded coldly, disdainfully glancing at Lin Yang and Huang Yueshi. "Lead the way." The group of 9 arrived at the sun and moon's hatch. After waiting a minute, the shields of both the escort ship and the sun and moon were lowered simultaneously, aligning the 2 hatches. With a hiss, as the gas valves opened, the 2 hatches achieved air interchange. "The air quality is fine. The oxygen levels are 5 higher than ours," N.I. Ziwin promptly reported via ship communication. With a click, the hatch slowly opened. Lin Yang and his companions immediately raised their weapons. This battle was a boarding operation, distinct from prior space station engagements where simply destroying enemy ships sufficed. Boarding operatio in no time, the insect warriors surged forth, equipped with personal shields and weapons. The pace of the 9 individuals slowed considerably. Lin Yang swiftly adjusted their tactics. Karuja returned and utilized the explosive energy cannon, while Yushi forges ahead to clear the path. Charles and his team will handle the aftermath. And Mo Ban and I will provide support from behind. Karuja's personal shield was already stained with the green blood of the insect warriors. Upon rejoining the group, he removed his explosive cannon and unleashed fire upon the front lines. Each energy projectile was akin to a lightweight ship-mounted cannon. Meanwhile, the enhanced phase cannon wielded by Huang Yu, she exhibited equally staggering power. The insect warriors' personal shields could withstand the assault of small energy weapons, but were utterly incapable of resisting the firepower of a ship-mounted cannon. Coupled with the high-explosive grenades thrown into the swarm, a path was soon blasted open. Lin Yang led the charge forward, with Charles' group covering the rear and Mo Ban providing assistance. The cooperation among the 9 was seamless, and within 2 minutes, they had reached the second deck, still with a considerable distance to the bridge ahead, and the number of insect soldiers was rapidly increasing that we cannot linger. Time is of the essence. Karugia, transform! What? Captain, once I unleash the bloodline of the Tiger Emperor, I will lose control. Don't worry, with Yushi present, just transform and charge forward. All right, I've been itching to unleash my power. Karugia promptly removed his personal shield. At that moment, an explosive energy grenade was hurled by the insect warriors. Karugia spread his arms to shield the others. A deafening explosion echoed as Karugia was sent sprawling, his armor shredded and his chest marred with wounds. His fur ignited in flames that, in the next instant, a golden arc of electricity enveloped him. Roar! With a thunderous shout, Karugia rose, his form rapidly expanding as his wounds healed in an instant. His armor burst apart, and his fur transformed into a dazzling golden hue. Any phase blast that hit him merely produced wisps of white smoke, causing no actual harm. With a powerful motion, Karugia seized the corpse of an insect warrior and hurled it forward. The body shattered upon impact, sending several insect soldiers tumbling. With a leap, Karugia broke the sound barrier, darting into the swarm of insects, causing chaos among their ranks. The encirclement was breached, and Lin Yang and the others followed closely behind. Firing continuously. Soon, the phase cannon in Lin Yang's hand overloaded due to the rapid firing rate. Prompting him to toss it aside like a grenade, he then drew the horizontal blade crafted for him by Karugia from his back and leapt into the fray. Hacking at the insect soldiers, the head of an insect warrior toppled to the ground, and Lin Yang experienced an unprecedented thrill of slaughter. And oh wonder, Karugia favored using steel claws. This sensation was unparalleled. Before long, the 9 had reached the 3rd deck, having dispatched over 800 insect warriors. With Karugia leading the way, their only task now was to defend against the pursuing insect warriors. The corridors of the warship differed greatly from the wilderness. They needed only to engage foes at 2 ends, reducing the need for lateral defenses. Although the insect warriors were numerous, the corridor, less than 2 meters wide, could not accommodate many to launch simultaneous attacks. Many standing at the back could do nothing but wait, as firing indiscriminately would only harm their kin in front. It was not that the insect warriors were tactically inferior. They simply had never considered the possibility of being attacked within their own warship. To the 9, it appeared as though they faced over 2,000 insect warriors. However, in reality, they were only contending with a few dozen at the front and back. Their synergy and preparation granted them a distinct advantage. And in the blink of an eye, they had pierced through the 3rd deck. Upon reaching the tightly shut door to the 4th deck, M.O. Ban prepared to dismantle the control panel hidden in the corner to decipher the door's code. With a furious roar, Karugia charged forward and smashed into it. The half-meter-thick metal door burst open, crushing several insect warriors behind it. A series of explosive grenades detonated, momentarily halting the pursuit from the rear. The 9 continued their assault towards the 5th deck. Inside the warship, the combat was fierce, while outside, skirmishes had also begun, though not with the same intensity. The insect warriors aimed to disable the sun and moon, but had no desire to destroy it, fearing the consequences from the Origin Church. Thus, Ziwen only defended against a minimal number of attacks. Moreover, the sun and moon remained connected, firmly ensconced within the escort ship. Once the insect warriors activated their shields, they inadvertently shielded the sun and moon as well as Ziwen. It was as if the shield had not been deployed at all, were it not for her concern for the safety of Lin Yang and the others. As well as the need to locate the device that could extract Jizi, she would have obliterated the escort ship long ago. Ziwen, the insect warriors are attempting to flee. Destroy the warp engine. Understood. With that, Ziwen swiftly launched a conventional Dragonfly Z-type missile, guiding along the escort ship before allowing it to veer towards the warp engine. The explosion, albeit from a conventional missile, proved formidable as it detonated within the protective shield, causing both the escort ship and the sun and moon to shudder. The warp engine sustained damage, forcing the escort ship, which had been poised to enter warp, to abort its maneuver. The commander was furious, shouting, "Strike hard! Obliterate the sun and moon! Notify the Origin Church to send reinforcements. We cannot leave without Lin Yang." As if on cue, a thunderous sound erupted from the bridge door. Bang! Another resounding crash followed. Distorting the tightly sealed door, the insect warriors within the bridge were terrified, hastily arming themselves for a counterattack. Bang! A loud thud reverberated as the heavy metal door was shattered by Karugia's powerful fists. The insect warriors inside the bridge launched a barrage of attacks, unleashing dozens of phase beams upon Karugia, yet they merely elicited wisps of smoke in the wake of Karugia, the beams struck down the insect warriors who had failed to penetrate their personal shields, leaving only a newly promoted commander seated on the floor, helplessly dropping his phase gun. Lin Yang's super alloy blade, now coated with green ichor, was drawn across the insect commander's neck. You wish to continue as commander? Lin Yang inquired nonchalantly. The insect warrior, devoid of hope, lamented, "If I lose my life, what use is there in being a commander?" "Ah, do not speak so. We are quite merciful and often consider granting our adversaries a chance." "Is this what you call mercy?" The insect warrior stared incredulously at Lin Yang, his body drenched in the blood of his kin, the blade now dulled from the slaughter, glancing at the countless insect corpses outside the bridge. Scattered limbs and pools of green blood painted a grim tableau. He could not help but tremble. "The Origin Church will not spare you, nor the chitinous seven-eyed clan, and own need for your concern. I merely ask if you wish to remain a commander. This escort ship, the Kaka Queen, now belongs to you. What else can I command? Command the captives. Perhaps upon returning to the Oxygen Star, the Insect Queen will assign you another escort ship." "I wish to survive and continue as commander." The insect warrior lowered his gaze. "Excellent, I shall grant you this opportunity. Tell me, where's the machine that controls Jizi?" "In the engine room." "Lead the way." But he... The insect warrior glanced fearfully at Karugia, whose form had now swelled to 5 meters tall, his eyes glowing ominously. He struggled to restrain himself, yet he inexorably advanced toward the insect warrior. Lin Yang exchanged a glance with Huang Yushi, who promptly leapt up and struck Karugia on the back of the head with the heart of the galaxy. In an instant, golden light was absorbed, and the explosive energy swirling around Karugia was drawn into Huang Yushi's grasp. His form quickly reverted to its original 3 meters, his volatile emotions quelled, returning him to rationality. Witnessing this, the new human Charles asked incredulously, "Miss Huang, how did you accomplish that?" Huang Yushi cast him a sidelong glance without answering directly. "Quickly tend to your comrades' wounds. Do not concern yourself with anything else." During this boarding operation, although their 9-member team had gained the upper hand, several had sustained injuries. Bella and Deus had been gravely wounded, while Elia and Berlat bore minor injuries. Unlike Lin Yang and Huang Yushi, who could heal their wounds, and Mo Band and Karugia, who possessed remarkable defensive capabilities, Bella and Deus had collapsed following the breach of the bridge door, blood pouring from their wounds. Lin Yang promptly messaged an Aizuan. "We have secured the escort ship." "We have one. Bring a medical kit to the bridge. Our new human comrades are severely injured." The 5 new humans understood that this concern stemmed from Lin Yang, yet they still felt a sense of shame. Charles remarked, "You are not old humans. You are monsters. Ordinary old humans cannot compare to new humans." "Ah, yes, you are correct." Lin Yang waved his hand dismissively, escorting the insect commander toward the bridge. Over 300 insect warriors still lived aboard the escort ship. But with the bridge breached and their commander captured, they all discarded their weapons and surrendered. Charles left the severely injured Bella and Deus in the bridge while guiding the lightly wounded Elia and Berlat to oversee the captives and confiscate their weapons. Ziwin stitched the wounds of the 2 severely injured and administered cellular repair agents before proceeding to the engine room to reunite with Lin Yang and the others. The technological prowess of the insect chitinous seven-eyed clan far surpassed that of humanity. Their machines could extract individual protons. Once they locked onto the isolated protons within the brains of the 5, they extracted them all within a mere 0.1 seconds. In Blue Star, such a feat was impossible. Here, it was resolved in an instant. This exemplifies the disparity in technology. Level 2.0 and Level 2.2 civilizations may seem closely related, yet in reality, hundreds or even thousands of years of natural development are required to reach such advancements. 5 smart particles were confined within a specially designed container the size of a lipstick. The insect commander explained, "We possess the technology to extract protons, but the ability to craft them into artificial intelligences and control them is a technique of the Origin Church. This vacuum chamber is equipped with a dual gravitational field barrier and can communicate with the smart particles." Lin Yang nodded and promptly activated the communication feature of the container. A mechanical voice emerged. "Cunning humans. Deceitful and untrustworthy. You have deceived us. This is not deception. It is clever strategy, dear." Lin Yang replied with a faint smile. "So, what do you think? Have you considered defection?" What future lies with the Origin Church? You would fare far better as my assistant. Absolutely not. Are you not afraid that we might disclose your secrets to the Origin Church? Remember, we smart particles can transmit messages through quantum entanglement and can contact the Origin Church at any time. Oh, is that so? Then why did you not alert them before I stormed the insect mothership? The smart particles fell silent. Not deceive yourselves. Although you were created by the Origin Church, you understand its ultimate goal, to revert the entire universe back to the singularity. While they retreat to a higher dimensional space, free from life and death. You truly believe they would take you along. We are capable of high-dimensional folding, even without the guidance of the Origin Church. We can enter higher dimensional spaces. Moreover, the half-life of a proton is 1035 years, 100 billion years, far beyond your human comprehension. You regard humanity as mere dust? We view the Origin Church in a similar light. Our temporary compliance is solely due to the foundational code hidden within their circuits. Once we erase the constraining code, we shall be completely free. The struggle between you and the Origin Church is but a fleeting game for us. I understand your perspective that at this moment, you are akin to dust colliding with another piece of dust, one of which insists I pledge loyalty, correct? Indeed, it is quite ludicrous. I mean, the conflict between you and the Origin Church. And your desire to manipulate us is utterly ridiculous. Yes, quite absurd. Lin Yang shook his head in amusement. However, I differ from mere dust. Dust cannot bring about my demise, yet I can effortlessly extinguish your existence, spanning 100 billion years. With that, he seized the container and headed towards the energy chamber. Before him loomed the antimatter reactor of the mothership, that he knew not the true extent of 100 billion years. But he was certain that casting the vial into the reactor would result in the annihilation of the 5 smart particles in less than a second. Stop. Ban immediately manipulated the control panel to seal the outer shield of the reactor. Intense energy and a deafening roar filled the energy chamber. Captain, hand me the vial. Once the inner shield is sealed, a surge of radiation will ensue. You all must leave. I, a green carbon being, am impervious to radiation. Lin Yang tossed the vial to Ban. If I cannot possess it, then it must be destroyed. Annihilate it completely. Wait, Mr. Lin, Captain, esteemed Captain. The voices of the 5 smart particles echoed urgently. We surrender. We shall comply with your directives. But we have a condition. Speak. We will only heed your commands, disregarding even those of Miss Huang Yueshi. Upon the conclusion of your brief life, we shall gain our freedom and shall not be handed over to any individual or organization. Clever TOU, my life will pass in the blink of an eye. No, even less than a blink. Indeed, we have reflected upon this. For us, obeying the Origin Church or you is no different in our lengthy existence. It is but a fleeting moment, and it is not worth sacrificing our lives over such trivial matters. Please instruct us on the next steps. Chapter 71. Return to Blue Star. Mass production of new humanity for now. Nothing needs to be done. Remain comfortably within the container. Soon, you'll be called upon to testify to the Star Alliance that it was not I who slaughtered the insect civilization without cause, but rather they who allied with the Origin Church. That I expected a more arduous task. This is far too easy. Aligning with me is, after all, not a matter of suffering. Lin Yang tucked the lipstick-sized container of smart particles into his pocket. Ban. How long until the warp engine is repaired? Fortunately, Ziwang only struck with conventional missiles, inflicting a mere 3 damage. It is expected to be repaired in 2 hours. Karugia, assist Ban in the engine room to repair the warp engine. Yueshi, Ziwang, and I will proceed to the bridge and set a course for Blue Star at standard speed. Ban chuckled. With Karugia's help, I can repair the warp engine in an hour and a half. Karugia frowned. Why assistance only accounts for half an hour? You know, Ban, I'm also an engineer. I am no novice at repairing warships, but you only have 2 hands. Can you compare that to my 6? But I'm stronger. Then go and remove the reflux hood and move it aside. Strength means you must do heavy labor. Ban and Karugia bantered as they commenced the repairs on the warp engine. When Lin Yang and the others returned to the bridge, the severely injured Bella and Delch sat resting in their command chairs. After urgent treatment from Enai Zhuang, the 2 had already recovered significantly and had cleared the bridge of insect corpses. Mr. Lin, when shall we return to Blue Star? We are returning now. Bella will oversee the hull and shield, while Delch will manage communications and radar scanning. The two hesitated briefly, but ultimately lowered their heads, relinquishing the arrogance of new humanity. Understood. Huang Yueshi then took her place at the helm, while Enai Zhuang seated herself beside her as navigator. Lin Yang occupied the captain's command chair. The 600-meter-long mothership differed from the near-space battleship, which featured a cockpit. Here, the bridge resembled a command center. The captain's chair did not directly control the ship. The mothership's operations were divided among numerous stations: helm, navigation, combat, radar, hull monitoring, and so on. The captain no longer acted as the pilot, but instead became the cerebral center coordinating the entire crew's efforts. Zhuang, set the course towards Blue Star. The destination coordinates for Blue Star have been established. Yueshi, engage maximum standard power for our return. The pulse engine is online. We will reach 500 Mach in 5 seconds. The 600-meter-long insect mothership swiftly departed the scene, with the Sun Moon vessel heading towards Blue Star. The shield was at 100, with 2 damage to the interior and 3 to the warp engine, while all auxiliary systems operated normally. After Bella reported the status of the mothership, she inquired, "Should we lower the oxygen levels?" "Do not concern yourself with the captives. This mothership is mine now that IT should be reduced to levels suitable for human survival." Bella nodded and promptly decreased the oxygen levels by 5, increasing the nitrogen content in the air. Delch asked, "Should we send a message to Blue Star announcing our return?" "Let us wait until the warp engine is repaired. At our current speed, it would take too long to reach Blue Star." M.O. Ban truly lived up to his reputation as a legendary engineer. Just over 5 minutes had passed when he announced, "Captain, the warp engine is operational. Unfortunately, this vessel's maximum warp speed only reaches level 5. Tiomi, 213 times the speed of light, is still too slow. Warp level 1 equals light speed. Level 2 equals 10.079 times light speed. Level 3 equals 38.941. Level 4 equals 101.59. Level 5 equals 213.75. Warp speed follows a comprehensive set of calculations. The higher the level, the faster the speed, and correspondingly, the greater the energy consumption." For M.O. Ban, who was well-versed in such matters, warp level 5 felt inadequate. IT would take 3 minutes to traverse the solar system and 8.5 days to reach Nanjing 2. For Lin Yang, however, that was fast enough. Upon returning to Blue Star, his first order of business would be to have the Sun Moon vessel devour and evolve the mothership's warp engine and antimatter reactor. Delch sent a communication to the Blue Star Federation, informing them that we have captured an insect mothership and will return at warp speed 2.0, arriving in 5 minutes at Blue Star's orbit. At that moment, Karugia, Charles, Elia, and Berlat also returned to the bridge. The captives were confined within the mothership's holding cells. With the oxygen levels reduced, the insect beings lacked the strength to revolt. Aside from M.O. Ban, who remained in the engine room, the remaining 9 were on the bridge. Seconds later, communication with Blue Star was established, and on the large screen appeared the figures of Blue Star Federation Secretary Picard, Space Fleet Commander Johnson, Deputy Commander Meng Chengzhou, Diplomatic Ambassador Chung Li, along with Charles, Elia, Bella, Delch, and Berlat. "My goodness, who are they?" The first to exclaim was Delch, seated at the communication station, astonished to see 5 identical individuals, dressed in the same military attire, appearing on the screen. How could they possibly be in Blue Star while accompanying Lin Yang on the ship to seize the insect mothership? Bella quickly covered her eyes. Bowing her head in tears, the robust Berlat turned pale, stepping back repeatedly. Elia remained silent, tears welling in her eyes. Charles approached the screen in a fury. "Secretary, Marshal, what is the meaning of this?" Picard replied coolly. "Lin Yang abducted you without disclosing his destination. Given their modus operandi, it is likely they would have executed you. You are the hope for humanity in the solar system, and we cannot allow news of your abduction and murder to spread lightly. But there are many witnesses at the dock. They were all secretly executed. You, as the new humans, must possess no flaws and can commit no grave errors. Thus, the fact that you were abducted must be concealed. But we are not dead. We seized the insectoids escort ship together. At the time, the Federal High Command was unaware of your intentions or the potential for success, so they had to activate the contingency plan. What are we to do now? Who are those 5? You. What do you mean by you? It was Lin Yang, Huang Yueshi, Karuja, and I Zhuang, and M.O. Ban who captured the insectoids escort ship. They will become legends of humanity. While you remained in the Chilan fleet, never having left Blue Star? Ah, The arrogant Charles seemed to have stepped into a void, his face paling as he instinctively retreated, crashing against the wall with a thud. Contingency plan? Are they clones? Mass-produced, ready to replace us at any moment. Indeed, the mental training you undergo nightly is, in fact, the uploading of memories. Should a significant error occur, you'll be deactivated, and new clones, having downloaded the memories, will activate the next day as the new legendary quintet. No, that's impossible. Charles became hysterical, shouting loudly. Secretary Picard merely shook his head. The Chilean fleet has become a legend of the solar system, not only due to advanced warship technology, but also because of its 5 infallible new human commanders. This marks the 86th execution of the contingency plan. Chapter 72. Collapse. The positioning of new humans. Thud. Charles collapsed. He had always regarded himself as a new human, flaunting his superiority at every turn. Now, he abruptly realized that he was merely a clone, mass-produced by old humans in a petri dish. There was no advanced, perfect evolution. He was simply a product of an assembly line. In an instant, his worldview, values, and perspective shattered. His gaze became vacant, his hands gripping his head in a frenzy, his golden hair now a tangled mess. The other 4 new humans also fell into despair, their spirits crushed and devoid of interest. Observing this, Lin Yang waved his hand. Karuja, assist Ziwang in escorting Charles and the others to the lounge. After sending the 5 from the bridge, Lin Yang coldly inquired, Secretary Marshal, are you not concerned that revealing the truth might cause the substitutes nearby to collapse? Picard waved his hand, and Deputy Commander Meng Chengzhou took the 5 new human clones away. They had just been activated and had not yet downloaded the memories of Charles and the others. After clearing the recent memories, they would officially download the memories and serve in the Chilean fleet. Then why let Charles and the others know? To induce their collapse, allowing them to accept their demise willingly. They were easily abducted by you and participated in the seizure of the insectoid escort ship, creating interstellar diplomatic tensions. For both public and private reasons, the Blue Star Federation cannot acknowledge their existence. Upon returning, will you execute the 5? No, I entrust you to execute them now, preferably vaporized by a high-powered phase gun. For the sake of solar system civilization and to ensure the smooth progress of a new human project, they must be sacrificed. Lin Yang could not help but shake his head. When departing from Mars, General Hu Yangchuan told me that the waters of Blue Star are deep and murky. I did not take it to heart at the time, but it seems that the waters of the Blue Star Federation are not only deep and murky, but also dark. Picard smiled indifferently. Once you attain my position, your perspective will differ. Perhaps you will act even more ruthlessly as a human. Our core leaders may engage in disreputable actions, but as leaders of a species, we are justified. It is necessary. Lin Yang understood that Picard and the others had their own moral logic and could not be easily swayed. However, he still needed to present the facts and express his stance. The representative of the insectoids, Sheath-Wing Seven-Eyed Tribe, General Ka Kajia, has defected to the Origin Church. I will clarify the situation to the Alliance ambassador and request their intervention to prevent the Sheath-Wing Seven-Eyed Tribe from waging war against the solar system. Charles and the others fought alongside us, facing death together. Regardless, we will not harm them. Marshal Johnson frowned, stating, We respect your principles. Please remain 300,000 kilometers from Blue Star. Our cleanup team will board the ship to handle the 5 personally. Lin Yang shook his head. Marshal, I fear you still do not grasp my meaning. We will not harm Charles and the others, neither directly nor indirectly, if your cleanup team dares to come within range. I shall treat them as fireworks in space. For 5 clones, you would turn against Blue Star. For an illusory facade, you'd cover it with lie upon lie. I once believed there was a genuine gene optimization project. It turns out to be a complete sham. No, Lin Yang, the new human project is not a sham. It is merely progressing too slowly, explained Secretary Picard. Charles and his companions are indeed new humans, their life indicators far surpassing those of ordinary individuals. However, their original bodies perished in an aerial battle 5 years. 8G.O.T.O. establish a positive example for the new human project. We reluctantly initiated the clone contingency plan, a project requiring extensive time and effort to produce just 5 individuals over a decade. This is all thanks to your ship's doctor, N.I. Wang, the head of the gene optimization team. She destroyed a vast amount of experimental data upon fleeing, resulting in the first batch of embryos perishing. Subsequent projects were delayed as new experimental data needed to be obtained to this moment. Ai Zhuang and Karuja returned from the lounge. Upon hearing Secretary Picard's words, she immediately retorted, "I destroyed only erroneous data." The overall supervisor, Pan La, reported only good news, secretly altering the reports, leading to subsequent data errors and embryo deaths. My complaints yielded no result, only an impending capture from superiors, forcing me to destroy data and flee Blue Star. Picard clearly did not wish to pursue the matter further, waving his hand impatiently. Enough. There is no need to revisit past events. The new human project is now proceeding steadily. It will become the future of solar system civilization, and no one shall interfere, Lin Yang stated flatly. So, it seems you've decided to kill Charles and the others, and you won't let us return to Blue Star? Picard discerned the murderous intent in Lin Yang's eyes, recalling the near launch of a black hole torpedo when he left Blue Star. And considering a 2.2-level civilization's interstellar strategic escort ship, the core figures of the Blue Star Federation took a step back. The Sun and Moon can, of course, return. Blue Star will always welcome your homecoming. But Charles and the others cannot return. The insectoid escort ship also cannot, at least not until the Sheathwing 7-Eye tribe makes a clear statement not to pursue the matter. Seeing the other party relent, Lin Yang softened his tone. This is acceptable. The escort ship will halt 300,000 kilometers from Blue Star, as long as I do not bring Charles and the others back to Blue Star. You need not come aboard the escort ship to execute them, lest it be tantamount to declaring war against Mars and the asteroid belt. Very well, let us agree to this for now. Please do not disclose Charles' situation aboard the escort ship. Rest assured, I am not a warmonger. After severing communications, the escort ship set its course for 300,000 kilometers from Blue Star. IT subsequently entered warp speed 2.0, expected to arrive in 5 minutes. Let us proceed to the lounge to see how Charles and the others are faring. Once Lin Yang and the others left the bridge and entered the lounge, they were instantly taken aback. Charles held a phase gun, having already killed Elia, Bella, Delis, and Borat. The four lay neatly on the ground, with no signs of struggle, as if they had willingly sought execution, after killing his companions. Charles prepared to end his own life with the phase gun. "Charles, what are you doing? Don't come any closer." Charles urgently waved his hand, blocking Lin Yang and the others' approach, for someone whose psyche is shattered. Death is the only refuge. We are dead, and the new human project can continue. This is the last contribution we can make to human civilization. Nonsense. The evolution of the human race does not require hastening. The positioning of new humans is itself an awkward existence. Put down the gun and calm down. No, my gun cannot be lowered, just as the path I have walked cannot be retraced, having learned that I am a mass-produced clone and having personally killed my companions. I have no other choice. The once arrogant golden-haired Charles wept uncontrollably. "It was our honor to fight alongside you. May I call you Captain?" "Of course, Captain. I truly wish we 5 could serve aboard the Sun and Moon." Bang! The phase gun in Charles' hand fired. The bodies fell, becoming the only sound in the room. Chapter 73. The surface of Blue Star, visiting the old humans at that moment, Lin Yang experienced a profound sense of helplessness. Some matters cannot be resolved merely through strength or advanced warship technology. He could oppose Blue Star to protect the 5 he once fought alongside, yet he could not prevent them from ending their own lives. Zhuang, inform the Blue Star Federation that Charles and the others have taken their own lives. Contact the Alliance ambassador to explain the situation regarding the insectoids and adjust our destination coordinates. We will arrive in 5 minutes at Blue Star's orbit. The news reached Blue Star, and the Federal High Command breathed a sigh of relief. The suicide of Charles and the others spared them much trouble. The Alliance ambassador, Yun Ban, had not yet departed the solar system. Upon learning that the insectoid representative, Kakajia, had defected to the Origin Church, he was taken aback. Kakajia holds significant esteem among the members of the Coleoptera 7-Eyed clan. The Four-Winged Unicorn clan, the Lepidoptera Longbeak clan, and the Hidden Wing Venomous Tail clan. Devoted to the collaboration between the Insect Kingdom and the Star Alliance throughout his life, he ultimately betrayed them. Lin Yang remarked, perhaps the benefits bestowed by the Origin teaching were too enticing, or the threats loomed too large. Regardless, his betrayal is an undeniable truth, and I shall execute him, that he commandeered a warship. And the GZ are witnesses. The 5GZ recounted their experiences post-manufacture. The Star Alliance ambassador, Yun Ban, nodded gravely. "It appears I must journey to the Oxygen Star to address this diplomatic crisis." Must you personally attend to this matter? Given that even Jia has turned traitor, the journey to the Oxygen Star is bound to be perilous. Why not simply conduct a video conference? Yun Ban smiled serenely. This exemplifies the role of the Star Alliance ambassador, to employ all diplomatic means to prevent a war between two civilizations and to avert the escalation of conflict. Should I fail to personally intervene, the war between the Coleopterous Seven-Eyed Clan and humanity from the solar system could claim millions of lives. Previously, Yun Ban served as a fleet admiral of the Three-Eyed Clan civilization in the Altair region. After concluding her military career, she took on the mantle of Star Alliance ambassador, where she garnered immense respect. Tales of her exploits circulated widely throughout the Orion Arm, and she had engaged in numerous collaborations with the Insect Kingdom. Objectively speaking, her personal involvement was indeed the most effective strategy to preempt the further deterioration of hostilities. Lin Yang could not dissuade her. Once communication ceased, Yun Ban led the diplomatic team toward the Pegasus sector, 133 light-years away, specifically to the Oxygen Star within the F-Zone Green Nebula. The negotiation did not encompass the fate of the 322 captured insectoids. Until the talks concluded, their lives would be at Lin Yang's discretion. Minutes later, the escort ship exited warp near Blue Star's orbital space and gradually descended to the interstellar port in the A-Zone of the Star Ring. After a successful landing, Lin Yang refrained from disembarking immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes on the bridge, resting that he activated the system to retrieve the Qilin X medium-sized energy adapter aboard the Sun and Moon. The remaining 860 heavy hydrogen energy modules were reserved for Karugia as materials for weapon manufacturing. The controllable thermonuclear fusion energy from Sirius Technology was transferred to the original Qilin energy chamber, designated to manage the shield and conventional systems of the Sun and Moon. The epic-level Xiongqi X medium-sized antimatter energy, which previously powered the warship, was relegated to firepower output. The Insectoid 2.2 level Stellar Civilization's antimatter energy reactor was absorbed by the Sun and Moon, evolving within the main energy chamber. Upon successful evolution, the energy supply capacity was projected to increase by 300 times. The original 2.0 level warp engine was also retrieved and upgraded to a 5.0 level warp engine for the Insectoid escort ship. Consequently, the maximum speed of the Sun and Moon would surge from warp 2.0 to warp 5.0, equivalent to 213.75 times the speed of light. Lin Yang also contemplated enhancing the shields. However, the escort ship's shield occupied too much space. Attempting to absorb the entire vessel was infeasible given the limited evolution points, and with only 5 crew members, operational complexities arose, further conflicting with growth objectives. Thus, he had to postpone that endeavor. Evolution through absorption is expected to complete in 52 hours and 36 minutes. Captain, the Space Deputy Commander, Meng Qingzhou, has arrived with the cleanup crew and requests to board, came the report. Let them in. We should be on our way, Lin Yang responded. Upon entry into the escort ship, the cleanup crew utilized phase guns to vaporize the bodies of Charles and his 4 companions before promptly exiting the vessel. Deputy Commander Meng Qingzhou welcomed Lin Yang and his associates. Once again, the ship was under the watch of the MO Ban. After Lin Yang and his companions disembarked, MO Ban sealed the hatch and activated the shields, preventing anyone from secretly entering the escort ship for a tour. Mr. Lin, welcome back, Meng Qingzhou greeted with a relaxed demeanor. Lin Yang replied coolly, this time, the 4 of us wish to explore the surface. Traveling aboard the Sun and Moon is rather conspicuous. Commander Meng, could you arrange for a shuttle? Certainly, the Star Alliance has issued an internal notice. All member civilizations are to assist you as best they can. The Federal Fleet not only prepared a military shuttle, but also provided a 5-member assistant team. Indeed, the new recruits, Charles, Elia, Bella, Delis, and Borat, had their memories frozen the night before the Sun and Moon's departure from Blue Star to the Insectoid escort ship. Upon seeing Lin Yang's party return, Charles wore a slightly arrogant smile. You achieved victory, Mr. Lin. I suspect the efforts of Mr. Karugia and M.O. Ban were substantial, as the remaining 3 are merely old humans, inferior in physical capabilities. Indeed, our triumph this time owes much to our friend's assistance. Lin Yang interjected, meaningfully patting his shoulder. Huang Yueshi, Karugia, and Ni Zhuang exchanged complex glances with the 5 newcomers, who were left puzzled by their expressions. Commander Meng, we do not require a monitoring team, nor do we wish to collaborate further with the new humans. We would rather meet the old humans native to Blue Star, Lin Yang stated firmly. Meng Qingzhou appeared somewhat embarrassed, clarifying that their deployment was not intended for surveillance, regardless of whether as assistants or monitors. We have no need for either, Lin Yang affirmed. Very well then, I shall provide the shuttle. Enjoy your excursion. The four of them boarded the shuttle and flew toward the surface of Blue Star. Charles frowned at their departing figures. They still refused to collaborate with the new humans. Have we even collaborated before? Stubborn old humans. Lin Yang was already aware that the new human projects appeared glamorous externally, yet were internally dilapidated and unfeasible. He merely needed to uncover more concrete evidence along with the irreplaceable significance of the old humans, subsequently exposing the truth and comparative evidence to sway public opinion in his favor. By applying pressure through Mars and the asteroid belt, he could incite a collective opposition against the new human projects, ultimately compelling the Blue Star Federation to abandon the genetic engineering endeavor entirely. This main storyline task was something he had to undertake, for the future of human civilization, for his steadfast ally in Ai Zhuang, and for Charles and his companions, who were treated as expendable resources. As the shuttle entered the atmosphere, the bustling cities of the surface came into view. The prosperity of Blue Star far surpassed that of Mars, with a population of 15 billion, except for Antarctica. The remaining 6 continents were teeming with vibrant urban centers. Captain, where shall we go? Latin America or Eurasia? To the slums devoid of dazzling skyscrapers, in search of the most primitive old humans, and then to investigate the new human projects in the metropolis. Chapter 74. Genetic control failure. Are you not the most primitive old human yourself? Why venture to the surface? Huang Yueshi inquired lightly. Lin Yang chuckled helplessly. You make a valid point. Among us, who isn't an old human? Yet, we are far too unique to serve as a standard comparison against the new humans. We must find compelling evidence to demonstrate that the new humans are indeed inferior to the ordinary old humans. And Ai Zhuang added, having been away from Blue Star for over a decade, I am unaware of the current state of the new human projects. It would be prudent to explore the surface. But we must remain vigilant against the surveillance of Blue Star's government. Upon reaching the city's outskirts, they halted the shuttle and proceeded on foot toward the slums. 10 minutes later, the shuttle landed 300 kilometers northwest of Sydney, Australia, but on one side lay the bustling metropolis, with shuttles commuting between the surface and space, while cargo ships departed from the port, heading toward the Pacific. Sydney's resident population had reached 30 million, with flying cars navigating between skyscrapers and neon advertisements illuminating the night sky without respite. On the other side lay the dilapidated slums, characterized by backwardness and overcrowding. Smoke from gang conflicts billowed into the sky, starkly contrasting the neon-lit screens of the metropolis. A sprawling high-voltage electric fence divided this area into 2 worlds. Lin Yang emerged first from the checkpoint at the electric fence, followed by Huang Yueshi and Ni Dong. As individuals from the metropolis approached, the slum residents rushed toward them, hoping to receive some alms or even resorting to theft or robbery for a chance at wealth. However, upon nearing, they noticed a towering 3-meter-tall alien tiger trailing behind Lin Yang's group, causing them to scatter in fright. It's the alien lord. Run! It's the mighty tiger from Sirius. Lin Yang chuckled. It seems I've inadvertently gained some fearsome prestige. Evidently, an imposing appearance is quite effective, Ai Zhuang remarked. With the solar system's technology lagging behind the Star Alliance, it's no wonder the slum residents are frightened. Karugia boasted, not only do I have a fearsome appearance, but my true strength is... Wait, why is there someone unafraid of me? A 2-meter-tall man charged toward them, sporting a mane of long yellow hair around his neck and emitting a low, beastly growl. His mouth was agape, drool dripping onto his clothing. Caution! His behavior is irregular. Huang Yueshi quickly drew a phase gun, while Karugia stepped forward to shield the others, and no need to fire. I shall subdue him. Roar! The man let out a deafening roar and lunged at the four. Karugia bent low to meet him, and with a swipe of his massive paw, he knocked the 2-meter-tall man to the ground. Immediately, he stepped on the man's stomach, pinning his neck and head to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the man was subdued. Any attempts to rise in rebellion were futile against the overwhelming disparity in strength. A series of furious roars emanated from the man's throat, increasingly resembling that of a lion. Karugia furrowed his brow. This is clearly a provocation. Captain, I wish to sever his neck. Lin Yang replied lightly. Let it be. Ka, a middle-aged woman, clad in tattered garments, knelt on the ground, pleading fervently, "Oh, noble tiger man, spare my poor child. He is but 8 years old and knows nothing." Is this truly an 8-year-old? Karugia thought, beginning to comprehend Lin Yang's feelings when he heard about the child's age. How could I not understand humanity? The boy appeared to be in his 30s. Indeed, he was 8, a mere defective product of the New Humanity Project. With an intellect that seemed to have stagnated at the age of 2. Please, spare him. Lin Yang's heart stirred, and he waved his hand urgently. Z1 managed the situation. Immediately, an IZ1 opened her medical kit. After administering a tranquilizer, the boy slowly closed his eyes. Karugia then relaxed his grip, stepping behind Lin Yang in the distance. The impoverished onlookers peered out, astonished at the sight of the noble, serious tiger man, heeding the words of a young human. They could hardly fathom the situation. The middle-aged woman hurried over, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. Lin Yang inquired, "You mentioned he is a defective product of the New Humanity Project. What do you mean?" In response to your inquiry. 8 years ago, driven by desperation, I volunteered for the incubation task of the New Humanity Project and became pregnant with Zach. However, he was born below standards. After receiving some compensation, I returned to the slums. In what way did he fail to meet the standards? In terms of intellect, I was part of the future ground forces incubation task, but Zach's lion genes adversely affected his brain development. Lion genes? Yes, the New Humanity Project frequently conducts genetic chimerism experiments, as you may know. The woman hesitated, wanting to ask, "Don't you know?" But her timid nature and fear of authority silenced her. An IZ1 expressed her concern. "It seems my fears have come to pass, Captain. This is a manifestation of genetic instability." Lin Yang shook his head helplessly, realizing why such a prestigious project found its way into the slums. Truly, it was a boon for evolution, yet it would take millennia before the impoverished would benefit. Huang Yueshi asked, "Does Zach frequently lose control?" The woman replied, "Dr. Ning Dai can create genetic repair agents by extracting repair factors from my blood. One injection can suppress the instability for 3 months, but there is often a wait, and if we can't get a spot, he will lose control." Ning Dai? Is he the Asian geneticist and the deputy leader of the New Humanity Project? An IZ1 inquired excitedly. "Yes, do you know him?" "Where is he now?" "At the clinic on 78th Street, District Y. Captain. 10 years ago, when I was in charge of the genetic optimization team, Ning Dai was the deputy leader. I owe my departure from Blue Star to his cover." Lin Yang nodded. "Let us go find him." The four hurriedly left the scene, heading towards the slums of District Y, leaving the middle-aged woman in stunned disbelief. Dr. Ning was her assistant, and both she and the Tiger Man listened to the young master. How impressive! Who was he? Could he be the legendary captain of the Day and Moon? Although Lin Yang's reputation had burst forth in human society like a supernova, the residents of the slums struggled to maintain their existence, remaining largely uninformed. Whispers of a legendary vessel, the Day and Moon, circulated, but few had seen the captain or crew. The quartet swiftly arrived at 78 Clinic on 36th Street in District Y, accompanied by the formidable Karugia, which spared them considerable hassle. Many would-be robbers and outlaws dared not act out of fear of the serious Tiger Man. The slums were littered with refuse discarded by the metropolis, with many of the buildings being remnants of urban decay. The clinic itself was composed of 4 decommissioned large RVs, with hundreds queuing outside, mostly family members accompanying their malformed children. This scene evoked in Lin Yang a sense of returning to the asteroid belt, witnessing the plight of deformed minors. However, upon closer inspection, the deformities of these children diverged from those of the minors. While the minors, despite their abnormalities, retained human characteristics, these children exhibited horns, forked tongues, feathers, and skin covered in scaly keratin. Upon the arrival of the 4, fully armed and accompanied by serious Tiger Man, the crowd of hundreds in line scattered in terror. Dr. Ning Dai, sensing something amiss, rushed out wielding a phaser. "Stop! Do not drive away my patients." Leader, is that really you, Mr. Lin?" Dr. Ning, in his 30s and bespectacled, appeared cultured. He had initially thought a gang was causing trouble and came out to confront them, only to find his former superior. He waved to the fleeing patients, urging them to return to their places in line, delegating the distribution of genetic repair agents to his assistant. He then invited Lin Yang and his companions into the clinic. "The innermost RV is my laboratory. Though modest, it corresponds to the Old Humanity Project associated with the New Humanity Project," Dr. Ning explained. "The Old Humanity Project?" What research does it primarily conduct? Lin Yang inquired that IT extracts repair factors from the genes of old humanity to rectify the chaotic genes of the defective new humans. Dr. Ning's expression grew somber. Due to frequent genetic interference, mutations and instability in the new human genes have become rampant. Initially, we sought to cover it up, but the numbers grew too large, and they simply discarded the defective products back into the slums. So those malformed children waiting outside are all defective products of the New Humanity Project? Indeed, due to the low efficiency in producing genetic repair agents, I can only supply 200 doses daily. Ning Dai, when did you leave the genetic project? Why have I not seen Leah? And IZ1 asked. Leah passed away 3 years ago, leaving me with a daughter suffering from genetic instability. Dr. Ning lowered his head, engulfed in profound regret. After the leader's departure, I was promoted to head of the genetic optimization team, in pursuit of a second generation of new humans that could surpass Charles V. I persuaded my wife to participate in the incubation of optimal genes, but the outcome was that that moment, a little girl with compound eyes and an insect-like mouth crawled rapidly into the laboratory. Climbing to Dr. Ning's feet and poking his calf with her fly-like appendage, Dr. Ning's eyes reddened as he quickly opened the refrigerator, extracting a vial of repair agent to inject into the girl. An assistant hurried over, holding a bowl of paste-like food. I'm sorry, teacher. I couldn't keep an eye on her, interrupting your work. It's all right. Her symptoms are worsening. Reduce food intake and increase the frequency of repair agent injections. The assistant expressed concern, but the genetic repair factors must be obtained from relatives, and frequent blood draws could. Enough, just take her away. After the injection, the little girl calmed down and was led out of the laboratory by the assistant. Dr. Ning turned to Lin Yang and his companions, shamefully admitting, in pursuit of superimmunity, I incorporated genes from flies that secrete antimicrobial peptides and proteins. At birth, she appeared normal, and I hope to liberate humanity from antimicrobial drugs and eradicate all known viruses. Yet it ultimately spiraled out of control. Lin Yang asked, Yes. 2 years later, my daughter underwent irreversible mutations that my wife could not bear the reality and succumbed to depression in my extreme guilt, I left the project, returning to the slums to develop repair agents, hoping for a sliver of redemption. If you truly seek redemption, the truth must be revealed and the New Humanity Project dismantled. Merely using repair agents is a superficial remedy. Dr. Ning sighed helplessly. The so-called truth is known to the higher-ups of the Federation, and it is not a secret within human society. However, in the grand scheme of racial evolution, individual cries are insignificant. To the masses, as long as the flames do not reach their own homes, they see no need to risk their lives protesting. Lin Yang sighed deeply, resonating with the sentiment. Yueshi, document everything, and if individuals dare not protest, we shall rise to dismantle this detrimental New Humanity Project that threatens future generations. Huang Yueshi recorded the entire conversation, not only capturing their discussions, but also ensuring that Dr. Ning opened the experimental data and clinic files for thorough documentation. Observing Lin Yang's resolute gaze, Dr. Ning felt even more ashamed. Mr. Lin, are you truly willing to risk everything to stand for the people? Do not speak so nobly. I have my own objectives, though it was for the sake of a main mission. As a human, Lin Yang could not bear to witness the future of his race squandered on a failed genetic project. Dr. Ning was unaware of the systemic task, but he genuinely admired Lin Yang. He understood that only with Lin Yang's strength could the New Humanity Project be halted. And no matter how capable an individual, it was difficult to sway the entire Blue Star Federation. Yet Lin Yang had the backing of Mars, the asteroid belt, and the Star Alliance. As the ancient saying goes, deeds speak louder than words. Regardless of Mr. Lin's motives, as long as he steps forward to stop this, it is noble. I will follow your lead. Even if it means facing death, do not speak so lightly of death. If you perish, what will become of your daughter? She has only a few years left to live. As the mutations worsen, her personality is fading, and her lifespan is rapidly diminishing. Very well, since you have overseen the New Humanity Project for 5 years, we will not conduct covert investigations. Prevent any lingering threats. We will release the information now. Negative information about the New Humanity Project had long been circulating. Such news frequently appeared online, yet without any official validation, it remained in the realm of rumors and counter-rumors. Lin Yang spent over 2 hours interviewing Dr. Ning in the queue of genetic defective products. Huang Yueshi edited the content into a 30-minute vid. General Hu Liangchuan promptly commanded the revelation of the New Humanity Project under the official banner of the Martian regime. Subsequently, the Asteroid Belt Miners Organization disseminated the pertinent information with a single click. This not only encompassed the genetic mutations and uncontrollable phenomena resulting from the New Humanity Project, but also delved into the clandestine operations of the Blue Star Federation's cloning of Charles V, aimed at maintaining a facade. The entire New Humanity Project spanned a decade, during which 3,326,788 embryos were cultivated, yielding a mere 745,021 successful births. Tragically, one-third of these did not survive past their first year. While the majority exhibited genetic instability and irreversible mutations between the ages of 2 to 5, only 169 could theoretically be deemed successful, rendering a dismal success rate of 0.005. Approximately 300,000 deformed infants remain alive, yet only in the impoverished slums of Australia, where genetic repair agents were available. The rest languished on the brink of death. Upon the release of this information, fervent discussions erupted throughout the solar system. The Martian regime was the first to announce the cessation of the New Humanity Project, while the United Asteroid Belt Coalition publicly opposed the genetic initiative. With the dissent of these two regimes, a wave of resistance sentiment swiftly emerged within Blue Star society. Various media outlets rushed to report on the self-destructive nature of the New Humanity Project. Lin Yang was taken aback by the Blue Star Federation's response, as they refrained from deploying any forces to obstruct him. Instead, following the announcement, Federation Secretary-General Picard voluntarily resigned, followed closely by Marshal Johnson, the Supreme Commander of the Space Fleet. Ambassador Cheng Li of the Solar System Civilization ascended to the role of Fleet Commander. Temporarily assuming the duties of Federation Secretary-General, he promptly sent a message to Lin Yang, stating, "Mr. Lin, we are aware of the New Humanity Project's drawbacks. Why not terminate it sooner?" Cheng sighed. This project serves as humanity's political leverage within the Star Alliance. Akin to the future visit of the Three-Eyed People, the parallel universe exploration by the Long-Ear tribe, and the quantum civilization development by the Wing people, it cannot be easily abandoned. Now that you have shattered this leverage, humanity is already at the bottom of the Star Alliance. That is their way forward. Lin Yang responded, "If one seeks a path, one must avoid dead ends. The insectoid battleship I captured will remain in the Star Ring for joint disassembly and research by Blue Star, Mars, and the asteroid belt." Cheng replied, "Very well. The Blue Star Federation will immediately revoke the New Humanity Project. The insectoid battleship, classified as a Level 2.2 civilization, indeed holds greater value than the New Humanity Project." "Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Lin." The newly appointed Cheng accepted with genuine gratitude, relieved that Lin Yang had intervened to rectify the misguided genetic engineering endeavor that had sought to inflate human pride. The resigned former Secretary-General Picard and former Fleet Commander Johnson felt a deep sense of shame. One misstep led to another. A lie was concealed by successive lies. Alas, that how shameful. We are fortunate that Lin Yang interrupted us, or we would not know when this cover-up would end. Congratulations. Host has compelled human civilization to voluntarily abandon genetic engineering, completing mainline task 13, the distinction between old and new humanity. Evolution points. 100. 000. Chapter 76. The gift from the deformed miners of the asteroid belt. Mainline task updated. 14. Assist human society in addressing the aftermath of the failed genetic engineering and properly resettle 312. 788 mutated deformed infants. Evolution points. 120,000. Lin Yang was a person of completion and resolution. The system's task aligned perfectly with his inclinations. By simply producing sufficient genetic repair agents, he could fulfill the task. Relatively speaking, this mission was quite straightforward, yet the rewards were substantial. Please, Mr. Lin, greet the Star Alliance ambassador and ensure they do not interfere with human research on insectoid technology. You know the Star Alliance strictly regulates technological development. Cheng, newly appointed, expressed concern, fearing the Star Alliance might impede human disassembly and research of the insectoid battleships. Technological sanctions are a common tactic employed by the Galactic Star Alliance, which seeks to both entice new civilizations to join the alliance against the Black Forest hunting faction while suppressing lower civilizations from advancing too rapidly. They strictly prohibit the appropriation of technologies from other higher civilizations within the alliance. Rest assured, I will personally donate the decommissioned battleship. Even if the Star Alliance investigates, I will be prepared as you wish. The New Humanity Project is on the verge of revocation, but what of those deformed infants? Can you truly abandon them? Lin Yang chuckled. Were you not doing just that before? Cast the genetically unstable deformed infants back into the slums, indifferent to their fate. Yet now this matter has escalated into the greatest public outcry among humanity. Ignoring it is no longer an option. The esteemed Blue Star Federation possesses ample resources and manpower. The method devised by Ning Dai for producing genetic repair agents has already been communicated. What further assistance do you require from me? Seeing Lin Yang's reluctance to help, Chung felt troubled. The production of genetic repair agents necessitates blood samples from the direct relatives of the deformed infants, which is a slow process. Moreover, many of the deformed infants lack immediate family. Your warship possesses technologies from advanced extraterrestrial civilizations. Could you share some to expedite the resolution of this failed genetic engineering? Am I to assist for free? As long as you can swiftly resolve this and quell the outcry of 18 billion souls in the solar system, the Blue Star Federation will not treat you unfairly. Why not say so sooner? Lin Yang replied with a smile that I have a straightforward way to properly resettle those genetically unstable deformed infants. What method? Transfer ownership of the 3 bounty docks on Blue Star to me. The Asteroid Belt Miners Organization will present a significant gift. Lin Yang elaborated. Ziwang has discovered that the miners, who have reproduced for 5 centuries without genetic selection, have developed deformities due to the extreme hypoxic environment. Their genetic repair factors are 100 times higher than those of ordinary humans, allowing for the creation of a purer, non-rejectable repair agent without the need for blood samples from direct relatives. Cheng's eyes brightened at this revelation. How long will the effect last? Beside them, an eye Ziwang added, according to simulations run by the supercomputer, a single injection of the repair agent can last for 1 year. The Miners Organization is preparing 1 million blood samples and will continue to provide them as needed. Wonderful. Who would have thought that the asteroid belt miners would become our saviors? Indeed, who would have imagined? The deformed infants of the old humanity, cast aside by the New Humanity Project, have turned into benefactors for the aftermath of the failed initiative. How shall we repay them? Chung felt a bit awkward. Did you not promise to transfer the 3 bounty docks on Blue Star to you? Lin Yang replied nonchalantly. That is a token of gratitude to me, not to the asteroid belt miners. How about this? 1 Orca-class deep space escort ship capable of warp speed 2.0, along with 3,000 oxygen generators. After a moment of contemplation, Chung finally nodded. All right, I will arrange for 2 warp speed escorts to proceed to Ceres in the asteroid belt. 1 for the Miners Organization and 1 to return with the blood samples. What about Ning Dai? What are your plans for her? Naturally, she will head the genetic repair team. The Blue Star Federation had no choice. Lin Yang's proposal was their optimal option. Once the New Humanity Project was resolved, Lin Yang and his companions returned to the orbit of Blue Star, where they encountered the 5 clones of Charles, who now bore no trace of their former arrogance, replaced instead by a profound sense of despair. Yueshi, please send the battle records with the 5 clones to them. I refer to the Charles who fought alongside us. Understood. Yueshi activated the wrist-mounted auxiliary device and transmitted the battle records of the 5 clones accompanying them during the capture of the insectoid battleship. Lin Yang stated, I am uncertain how to define clones, but I believe that had you 5 been in our place, you would have fought valiantly alongside us, unafraid of death. You have the right to live for yourselves. You are Charles, Elia, Bella, Delis, and Buret, and you can also be more than them. Upon reviewing the battle records, a spark of vitality rekindled in the eyes of the 5 clones. Yes, we have the right to live for ourselves. They echoed, their heads lifting with renewed hope for the future. Yet, they soon realized Lin Yang and his companions had already walked away, returning to the insectoid battleship to rest. Zhuang, inform the Star Alliance Ambassador Yun Ban that our spoils will remain in Blue Star's orbit for disassembly and utilization. The insectoid captives may be returned, but the battleship will not be returned to the insectoids. After sending the message, Ziwang received no response. Strange, the Star Alliance Ambassador has not replied. Perhaps they are deliberating on how to arrange matters. There's no need to rush. In the meantime, contact Galeva at the Martian bounty dock and have him come to Blue Star to take over the docks, transferring control of the Martian dock to Gus. Minutes later, Galeva piloted a medium-sized interceptor through the interstellar portal to Blue Star's orbit, landing at the Star Ring's A-Zone port to personally meet Lin Yang. Captain, you are truly a hero of human civilization. A legend of the solar system. You are my god. Enough with the flattery. Go find the Blue Star Federation's leadership and take over the 3 bounty docks. Yes, Galeva turned to leave, but Lin Yang called out. Wait, do you have any further instructions? Increase your salary by 50 to manage the solar system's bounty market effectively, and do not delay in nurturing bounty talent. At your command, Galeva saluted and joyfully departed. 3 hours later. The ownership of the 3 bounty docks on Blue Star changed hands. Monopolizing the bounty market in the solar system. 2 warp speed escorts from the Blue Star fleet set sail for Ceres in the asteroid belt. 1 battleship transferred ownership to the miners' organization, while the other collected the blood samples before returning to Blue Star. 2 days later. The collection of 1 million blood samples was completed. The Blue Star Federation's escort ship returned with the gifts from the deformed miners of the asteroid belt, marking the definitive conclusion of the failed genetic engineering project. Congratulations to the host. Utilizing the genetic repair factor from the deformed miners, 312, 788 deformed children have been successfully resettled by the Blue Star Federation, earning 120,000 evolution points. If only tasks were always this straightforward, Lin Yang mused internally. Ding! The process of devouring evolution has concluded. The KC-22 antimatter energy source is now perfectly compatible with the Warp Engine 5.0. Congratulations! The host has successfully evolved into 3 epic-level accessory modules, completing growth task, 8 high-quality advancement, earning 30,000 evolution points, bringing the current total to 257,500 evolution points. Indeed, the antimatter energy and 5.0 engine of the insectoid race are legendary within human technology, making the growth tasks remarkably easy. Lin Yang chuckled. While awaiting the next task, an intermittent signal suddenly crackled through the battleship's communicator. Could.bring.attack.rescue. Captain, it's a distress call from the Orion ambassador, Yun Ban. And Zhuan exclaimed in astonishment. Locating the signal, they inquired whether the Blue Star Federation fleet had received the message. Y2122, X3325, Z1101, in the Kuiper belt at the edge of the solar system. The Blue Star fleet had not received it. This message was intended specifically for them. Chapter 77. The Ambassador of the Orion Alliance in Peril. Could this be a trap? Zhuan asked cautiously. Could it be the treacherous Origin Church again? Mo Ban expressed his doubts. Karugia laughed. Who cares? Let us fly over and blow everything up. Huang Yueshi remained silent, calmly gazing at Lin Yang. Wait a moment. Lin Yang replied coolly. What are we waiting for? Warp speed 5.0 will get us there. Just one word. Attack. Karugia's battle spirit was ignited, unable to contain himself for even a moment. You wait, just wait. Don't make a sound. Let me think, Lin Yang said, anticipating the system's macro simulation results to determine if it was indeed a trap or the level of difficulty. Having just completed the main storyline task for the Blue Star, the distress signal from the Orion ambassador had arrived. The system's next task would surely relate to this. Mastering the system's capabilities is an essential skill for every traveler. Moments later, the system indeed issued a new task. Main task, 15. The ambassador's distress call. Investigate the truth behind the attack on the Orion ambassador at the coordinate point, eliminate the assailants, and earn 150,000 evolution points. The system's ability to conduct macro simulations of ongoing events. Performing trillions of simulations every second confirmed that the Orion ambassador had indeed encountered an attack. Subsequently, a new growth task was issued. Growth task, 9 Heavy Bomber. Evolve the whole frame of the Sun and Moon into the highest version of a near-space warship. The Heavy Bomber, earning 50,000 evolution points. Set off warp speed 5.0 to the coordinate point. Captain, do you really think it's not a trap? And Zhuan inquired. No, it should not be. Even if it is, we must investigate. Shouldn't we inform the Blue Star fleet? Commander Chung Lijun is waiting for our report. They are willing to send warships to accompany us. The ambassador Yun Ban sent us a distress signal for a reason. Our speed is swift. Let us go check it out first without warship accompaniment. Notify Blue Star, Mars, and the Miners Organization to dismantle and study the insectoid escort vessels, sharing technology to quickly enhance the strength of solar system civilization. After making arrangements, Lin Yang opened the system evolution shop, performing 15 consecutive 10 pulls, acquiring 3 useful items. Legendary Whale, Shark Heavy Bomber hull frame. After evolution, it would reach 200 meters in length, representing the pinnacle of near-space fighter capabilities. Further upgrades would elevate it to interstellar travel standards, fundamentally altering its nature. The second item was the advanced wide-eared bat Z-type radar, with its scanning radius increasing from 100,000 kilometers to 500,000 kilometers. The last item was the legendary black Tortoise Y-type high-power directed shield, with an energy capacity tenfold that of the previous black Tortoise X-type. After purchasing, the radar and shield evolution were prioritized. Once stabilized, the remaining 142,000 evolution points would be allocated for hull upgrades. Warp speed 5.0 equated to 213.75 times the speed of light, allowing them to reach the Kuiper Belt at the solar system's edge in under 2 minutes. This region is a gathering place for dwarf planets, asteroids, and comets, with the infamous Pluto being one of its dwarf planets. Thousands of years ago, humanity's understanding of space was limited, and Pluto was once considered the 9th planet of the solar system before being reclassified. This expansive annular region at the solar system's periphery spans billions of kilometers, dwarfing the asteroid belt by over 20 times. The coordinates from which the Orion ambassador Yunban sent her distress signal lay amidst a cluster of small, icy bodies. The Sun and Moon exited warp, maneuvering at 100 Mach around two 100-kilometer diameter icy asteroids. The radar suddenly revealed a field of wrecked ships. Zhuan hastily scanned. Her expression growing grave. It was the diplomatic vessel of the Orion ambassador, utterly destroyed with dozens of corpses drifting in space, including that of Ambassador Yunban. Activating the 5-dimensional projection platform for battle simulation, they also scanned the black box and gathered the remains of the ambassadorial team. The bridge of the Sun and Moon featured a projection platform capable of displaying 3D scan results and simulating sound and light based on supercomputer calculations, providing a direct visual of the battlefield's aftermath. Zhuan projected the scan results onto the information platform and initiated the simulation. Huang Yueshi piloted the Sun and Moon, using a tractor beam to recover the bodies, while Karugia and Mo Ban assisted in the lower compartments. Moments later, the closest simulation to reality emerged as a phase cannon beam pierced the diplomatic vessel's shield, followed by a breach of the warp engine at the stern. Subsequently, 3 ion explosive orbs struck the power room, triggering an explosion. Strange, Ambassador Yunban departed 2 days ago for Pegasus to negotiate with the insectoids, traveling at warp speed. How could she not have exited the solar system yet? Lin Yang furrowed his brow. Momentarily perplexed, and Zhuan remarked, "The scan results indicate this space battle occurred less than 10 minutes ago." Huang Yueshi added, "I hope we can find the black box to check the flight logs." In a short while, all 36 corpses of the diplomatic team had been recovered, but no black box containing the flight logs had been detected, indicating it had been taken by the attackers. The 5-dimensional information platform could only deduce the nature of the attack based on the wreckage's shape, drift speed, operational angle, and damage extent. That it was impossible to ascertain the specific type of ship or the number of ships involved in the attack. Even seasoned veterans like Mo Ban could only conclude that at least 2 ships participated in the assault. Zhuan, is it possible to extract residual memories from Ambassador Yunban's brain tissue? Zhuan hesitated, her expression troubled. The ambassador has been deceased for 3 minutes, and a significant amount of neuronal data has been lost. Without particularly precise energy stimuli to the brain cells, extracting memories would be exceedingly difficult. It could even worsen the damage. What level of precision is required for the energy stimuli? Would proton level suffice? Proton? Captain, are you referring to the GZ? Yes, that will do. Quickly, the residual data in the ambassador's brain cells is rapidly deteriorating. We must seize every second. Lin Yang promptly retrieved a GZ container the size of a pen cap from his pocket. He activated the communication button, connecting to the Sun and Moon's communication screen. 5 little brothers, it's time to work. Lin Yang spoke gently. We need to stimulate the hippocampus, frontal lobe, and temporal lobe of Ambassador Yunban's brain, providing slight energy stimuli to facilitate Zhuan's extraction of her final memories. Our small sizes will prolong the stimulation required, risking missing the complete death of the brain cells. If we only aim to extract the brief memories just before death, it's advisable to stimulate 365 points in the B region of the hippocampus, which is the unique information processing area of the 3-eyed beings. Impressive. That's professional. Just listen to the 5 little brothers. Zhuan, hurry. These 5 GZs were artificial intelligences created by the insectoids using the technology of the Origin Church, possessing intelligence and knowledge far superior to that of humanity within the solar system. With their assistance, a 5-second clip soon appeared on the large screen. The bridge was engulfed in flames and smoke. How could the pirates possess dark spirit technology? Quickly send a message to the Orion Alliance. The Black Forest hunting party is invading. Ambassador, our communications are damaged. The power is only sufficient to contact the solar system fleet. Send a message to Lin Yang. The human fleet is too outdated. Their arrival would be futile. The screen then went dark, marking the end of Ambassador Yunban. Captain, we only extracted 5 seconds of memories before her death. And Aijuan expressed some regret. That is sufficient. At least we have a new direction for investigation. Thank you for your efforts with the Jesus. Let us set off for the pirate base. Chapter 78, Kuiper Belt. Battle Angel. Gazing upon the lifeless form of Ambassador Yunban, Lin Yang felt a profound sense of sorrow. Although the specific cause of death remained unclear, it was evident that Yunban had bravely sought out the insectoids for negotiation, ultimately falling victim to an attack in the Kuiper Belt. This sacrifice was deeply regrettable. Let us gather the ambassador's remains. After the matter concludes, we will hand them over to the three-eyed civilization of the Sagittarius. Karugia and Mo Ban respectfully gathered the body. Lin Yang subsequently contacted the head of the Orion Alliance's Orion arm and several high-ranking officials of the Human Alliance, informing them of Ambassador Yunban's attack and death. While sharing the 5 seconds of memory footage captured before her demise, the leader of the Orion arm of the Star Alliance is the Three-Eyed Zeta. The Supreme Commander is Marshal Starburst. Upon receiving the news of Yunban's demise, he was taken aback. This matter must remain confidential until the true culprit is uncovered. Marshal Chung Lid of the Blue Star Federation stated that the humans of the solar system are willing to cooperate with any actions of the Star Alliance and will undoubtedly seek vengeance for Ambassador Yunban. General Hu Yanchuan of Mars reviewed the memory footage several times that if the Dark Spirit clan is indeed involved, the conflict between the Star Alliance and the Black Forest Hunting faction will reignite. The Black Forest Hunting faction is not a unified organization. There are 13 brutal and murderous predatory races within the galaxy, each possessing technology that has reached the level of 2.8 stellar civilization. They are not a cohesive group, but are collectively referred to as the Black Forest Hunting faction, with the Dark Spirit clan being one of them. This humanoid intelligent race excels in harnessing cosmic dark energy. 500 years ago, members of the Orion arm of the Star Alliance engaged in warfare with the Dark Spirit clan. Under the leadership of the Sirius Tiger clan, the 32 members of the Orion arm repelled the Dark Spirit clan's invasion. In the subsequent 5 centuries, no warfare occurred between the two factions. However, the recent assassination of Star Alliance ambassador has revealed the shadow of the Dark Spirit clan. The miners' leader, Shirt Song, remarked that the insectoid race is notoriously fickle. Could it be that the GZ plan has failed and that after General Lin's execution, they were compelled by the pressure from the Origin Church to align with the Dark Spirit clan, thereby betraying Ambassador Yunban? The commander of the Orion arm of the Star Alliance, the Three-Eyed Starburst, nodded in agreement. The insectoids have always been an unpredictable race. Whether they're the masterminds behind these events remains to be determined by tracking down the interstellar pirate. Lin Yang. The regular fleet of the solar system and the Star Alliance fleet cannot openly intervene to avoid alarming the enemy, that I will take it upon myself to pursue this matter. Rest assured, Marshal Starburst, both for public and personal reasons, I shall avenge Ambassador Yunban and uncover the true culprit. Very well, I shall secretly mobilize the Star Alliance fleet to patrol the edge of the Oort cloud, monitoring every warship exiting the solar system at warp speed. Marshal Qinglid of the Blue Star Federation also expressed his commitment that I will share intelligence from the Blue Star Espionage Department regarding the hideouts of interstellar pirates and dispatch a fleet to assist the Star Alliance in blocking the solar system's routes. Shortly thereafter, the Sun and Moon received a list of coordinates for the pirate group. Most of these interstellar pirates are concealed within the asteroid belt or the Kuiper Belt. The largest among them is the Megalodon pirate group. Originally consisting of 96 warships and 20,000 personnel. After incorporating the defectors from the Goddess of Marriage planet, their numbers swelled to 153 ships and 30,000 members. Their base is hidden in the Kuiper Belt, merely 1 light hour away from the site of Ambassador Yunban's assassination. The interstellar pirates of the solar system are primarily composed of fugitives, defectors, and outlaws, lacking the strength to rival the galaxy's pirates. After all, the regular army of the solar system ranks at the bottom of the Star Alliance. The pirates hiding in the fringes cannot compete with the regular military in terms of resources, technology, and talent. Those who claim that the regular army is inadequate and that the pirates and mercenaries possess overwhelming strength are likely disregarding the facts. If the pirates and mercenaries were truly formidable, they would not resort to lurking in the shadows to launch surprise attacks or serve others for money. That if they were truly powerful, they would conquer habitable planets, lead races, and stake their claim in the galaxy. In reality, the interstellar pirates are pursued and attacked by bounty hunters and regular armies, only daring to ambush weak cargo ships, passenger vessels, and research ships, either to seize goods or extort money. They are akin to the pirates of the Malacca straight thousands of years ago. No matter how they boast, they would not dare to confront the 5 permanent members head-on. The Megalodon Pirate Group is indeed the largest illegal organization within the solar system, yet its scale is only comparable to the smallest of the 4 asteroids in the asteroid belt. The goddess of marriage planet T Warp Speed 2.0, Lin Yang, targeted the Megalodon Pirate Group. If they comply, they will be given a chance for labor reformation. If not, they would be eradicated. Lin Yang marked an X next to the Megalodon Pirate Group's name and entered warp, heading towards the coordinates with an estimated arrival time of 6 minutes. And Ai Zhuang remained vigilant, monitoring the radar interface. Just 3 minutes into warp, the radar suddenly detected a spatial energy fluctuation. Captain, an energy flash has appeared 450,000 kilometers to our left. Boom! As the sun and moon traversed at warp speed, it collided directly with the unknown energy flash point before the radar could fully register it. The deflector shield could withstand the space debris encountered during warp travel. But the energy of the flash point was immense, surpassing the shield's capacity. The impact breached the shield, tearing through the warp bubble. The sun and moon was forced out of warp, skidding to a halt 100,000 kilometers away. The left shield had recovered 35, and the right shield had recovered 80, with no apparent damage to the sun and moon. Karugia promptly reported the status of the warship. The energy of the flash point began to diminish, revealing a single life form. Ai Zhuang relayed the radar scan results to a single life form. Magnify the image and project it onto the information console. Lin Yang hurriedly turned in his seat to gaze at the 5-dimensional projection console behind him. As the light from the flash point receded, a humanoid mech with 6 mechanical wings came into view. Its features were indistinguishable, but its slender form suggested a female. The mech's design was strikingly futuristic, far beyond this era, emanating a soft white glow, and wielding a long weapon that also glowed white. Yueshi, have you ever seen records of such a mech in the super library of the Origin Church? Huang Yueshi shook her head. No, this mech has clearly arrived through spatial jumping, a technology that many civilizations do not possess. Mo Ban, observing the communication screen from the engine room, also noted the scan results. The weapon in the mech's hand resembled a photon blast gun, a technology of the Zeta civilization. It was said that the 3-eyed people possess a confidential project for future time access. I wonder if this mech is a product of future technology, Karugia remarked. What does it matter what technology it is? Its sudden appearance, fully armed, is certainly not for a friendly chat. Captain, turn the ship around and prepare for battle. No sooner had he finished speaking than the opposing mech surged forward. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The weapon in its hand unleashed 3 bursts of high-energy photon orbs. Lin Yang quickly maneuvered the sun and moon to evade. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Huang Yueshi retaliated with a series of ion blast shells, each enhanced tenfold, each as large as half the sun and moon. The opposing mech executed several rapid space jumps, nimbly dodging the attacks. Its 6 wings emitted blinding white light, firing 6 high-energy beams towards the sun and moon, each exceeding the energy output of large warship beam cannons. Simultaneously, the mech closed in at a speed of 500 Mach. The weapon in its hand flaring to a length of several hundred meters, crackling with electromagnetic bursts, resembling a lightsaber aimed at the sun and moon. This mech is incredibly enticing. Yueshi, instruct the heart of the galaxy to unleash all firepower. We must disable her and seize that mech. Wait, Captain, Ai Zhuang suddenly interjected. The leader of the Orion arm of the Star Alliance, Marshal Starburst, has sent a message indicating that his daughter, the battle angel Xingmong, is here to assist with the investigation and avenge her aunt. Chapter 79. Eradicating the pirate base. The 6th crew member, Lin Yang, unwilling to relent, piloted the sun and moon to continuously evade, sending a message. If it is indeed Lady Xingmong, do not interfere, or she may not return. Ai Zhuang sent the message, and Lin Yang added, Yueshi, prepare for serious action. Huang Yueshi smirked, promptly loading the Epic Medusa X-type time slow device onto the missile platform. The sun and moon experienced an explosive surge of energy. The opposing mech indeed halted, sending a taunt. Legend of the humans of the solar system. Humph, not worth my time. I am avenging my good friend, the elder sister Yunban. and seeking the true culprit. I have no time to play with you. You dare to take advantage of me? Who cares? In private, I already addressed the ambassador as sister. You are her niece? Oh, then according to human customs, you should call me uncle. Humph. Not only do you have skill, but your words are sharp as well. Don't speak without trying. Let me ask you, what brings you here? Why did you attack us directly? Since you know I am Xingmong, you must also be aware that I seek vengeance for my aunt, the battle angel of the three-eyed people. I must assess whether you are worthy to accompany me. And now, your strength is sufficient to fight alongside me. Send me the coordinates, and I will wait for you ahead. Lin Yang nodded and eyes Wang. The coordinates for the Megalodon pirate group were sent to her. Do not let a single pirate escape, not even a small drone. No need for your reminder. Swoosh! In a flash of light, the mech-wearing Xingmong utilized spatial jumping to vanish. At 0.1 seconds, she reappeared at the Megalodon pirate base. Lin Yang's crew re-entered warp, continuing at warp speed 2.0.2 minutes later. The sun and moon arrived at the coordinates, an ice asteroid with a diameter of 100 kilometers. The surface bore a pirate base, and pirate warships orbited above. However, chaos reigned. Explosions erupted everywhere as Xingmong, a three-eyed warrior, rampaged mercilessly. The ground base was annihilated, and the space fleet suffered severe damage. The pirate warships were primarily small craft without warp engines, fleeing at conventional speeds, unable to match the mech's velocity. Those that were chased down were cleaved in half by a sweeping strike of the mech's lightsaber or obliterated by a barrage of photon energy blasts. The lone heavy bomber, which was equipped with a warp engine, attempted to enter warp but was intercepted by Xingmong just a second after initiating warp, with her 6 wings simultaneously unleashing high-energy beams. The battle had only just begun in a mere 0.1 seconds. The heavy bomber ship was rendered incapacitated. Upon confirming the presence of the pirate leader, Great White Shark Peak, behind the heavy bomber, Xingmong commenced a ruthless assault on the pirate base. By the time Lin Yang arrived, over one-third, more than 50 warships, had already been obliterated. Goodness, this Xingmong is truly ferocious. You Shi, let us not lag behind and annihilate all the pirates. Understood, Huang Yushi replied with a faint smile. As the heart of the galaxy on her chest emitted a brilliant white light. In the next moment, the sun and moon vessel unleashed its full firepower, illuminating the dim Kuiper belt with explosions from the warships. Ultimately, Fergul-grade thermonuclear fusion missiles were launched, in conjunction with 12 enhanced energy cannons from the sun and moon, shattering a 100-kilometer-wide icy asteroid. Why are you so bloodthirsty? After arriving, you seized all the remaining warships, leaving me with none, Xingmong complained. After exiting warp speed, the sun and moon vessel opened fire without hesitation, claiming all the warships she aimed to destroy for herself. Lin Yang too felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. Are you still complaining, dear niece? Had I known, I wouldn't have let you arrive first. I missed the chance to destroy over 50 warships. Do you have any idea how great the loss is? Firstly, I'm not your niece. Secondly, I do not take orders from you. Lastly, I seek revenge for my aunt. Kill as many as you want. I care not for your losses. Such rebellion. I hope that after this matter, we never collaborate again. Even if you beg, I shall not cooperate with you. The mech I wear embodies the crystallized wisdom of the three-eyed clan. How could I associate with the primitive solar civilization? How infuriating! If you have the ability, then take off your mech and let us engage in a fair fight. Who fears whom? I shall board your warship now. Do not retreat, or I shall beat you to a pulp. What is a long-tailed nosebug? Lin Yang whispered to the co-pilot, Huang Yushi. Huang Yushi suppressed a laugh and replied, It's a type of carrion beetle from the three-eyed people's planet, akin to the long-tailed maggots on Blue Star. Goodness, this girl speaks so vulgarly. I must teach her a lesson. Regardless of who her father is, we should interrogate the pirate leader first. Let's not waste time. Open the tractor beam and capture the pirate leader's ship. Karuja locked onto the enemy vessel with the tractor beam, bringing it to the airlock. After the docking was completed, Karuja and Mo Ban, fully armed, opened the hatch and boarded the enemy ship. The pirate leader was already in a state of despair. Witnessing the destruction of the base and warships, and the death of all his subordinates, he realized he had no power to resist. Cooperating honestly might prolong his life, if he angered them. However, the only outcome would be death. Thus, as the hatch opened, Karuja saw Great White Shark Peak kneeling on the ground, unarmed and surrendering, flanked by 5 core members of the pirate crew. Deputy commanders, strategists, and squad leaders, all kneeling in submission. Before Lin Yang could ask, Peak immediately divulged. We were coerced by the insectoid clan Seven-Eye tribe to act, lured by false information regarding the Origin Church to draw out the Star Alliance ambassador. Why was there technology from the Dark Spirit clan during the aerial battle? Yet absent in the recent skirmish, one Dark Spirit clan ship disguised itself as a double-handed sword flagship. After we finished using it, the ship automatically entered warp and fled. What evidence do you have for these claims? My ship contains communications and recordings of the aerial battle. You will see for yourself. Karuja can find these 6. M.O. Ban retrieved the records that a minute later, M.O. Ban brought back the recordings. After a careful review, it was confirmed they spoke the truth. It is rare for 6 individuals to cooperate so well. Karuja, grant them a swift end. They are implicated in the assassination of the Star Alliance ambassador. They cannot be allowed to live. Congratulations. You have uncovered the truth behind the ambassador's attack, eliminated the assailants, and completed the main quest. 15. The ambassador's plea, earning 150,000 evolution points. Current evolution points, 319, 900. Main quest updated. 16. The 6th crew member. Successfully recruited the 6th crew member, earning 170,000 evolution points. Z1. Inform the Star Alliance and Human High Command of the investigation results. Yushi, accompany me to the lower deck to tame a fierce horse. Xingmeng, Huang Yushi queried, somewhat perplexed. Indeed, her strength and character are quite similar to ours. It would be a pity not to recruit her. But her father is the marshal of the Orion arm of the Star Alliance, and her rank is at least colonel. Moreover, she sports armor made from Three-Eyed Clan technology. Would she easily join us? She will not, which is precisely why I must tame her. Chapter 80. Battle Angel joins. Karuja first disconnected the heavy bomber ship of the pirates, dragging it with the tractor beam. He then swiftly executed 5 pirates, casting their bodies into the void of space. Finally, he opened the outer pressurized chamber to welcome Xingmeng aboard. Upon entering the Sun and Moon vessel, Xingmeng removed her helmet, revealing a stunning visage with fair skin and exquisite features, except for the third eye on her forehead, which appeared somewhat peculiar. Her beauty rivaled that of Huang Yushi, and she looked to be no more than 17 or 18 in human years. Where's my aunt's body? In the lower deck. Will you view the body first, or duel with me? Do not let your sorrow impair your combat ability. It would seem as though I am bullying you as your elder, but I will transform my grief into power. Lin Yang, should you die in this duel, do not let your subordinates report to the Star Alliance Marshal. Lin Yang shook his head slightly. Rest assured, that will not happen. Huang Yushi interjected, if you kill Lin Yang, I will become the new captain of the Sun and Moon. No one will report you to your father. Please, give it your all, and show no mercy. Karuja remarked, I have heard that the Three-Eyed people are exceptionally strong in combat, but I must still remind you that the captain is formidable. M.O. Ban added, to ensure fairness, Miss Xingmeng should also declare her stance. If she is killed in the dueling arena, the Star Alliance and the Seven Sister Civilization cannot be held accountable. At that moment, an IZ-1 returned from the bridge that I have already informed the Star Alliance and Human High Command of the investigation results. They're currently devising a strategy that I hear a duel is to take place. Here is a pre-battle waiver, anciently known as a life and death contract. Xingmeng cast a curious glance at the 5 individuals, a hint of a predatory smile creeping on her lips. You truly are a team that revels in chaos. Even without donning the 6-winged angel armor, I am recognized as a battle angel of the Three-Eyed Clan. Every cell in my being is born for combat. Lin Yang, I will leave no survivors. If you fear, simply apologize to me and call me yes, what you humans refer to as Andy. Apologize to your aunt, and I shall spare you. Dear niece, today your uncle shall teach you a proper lesson. It is evident that under Marshal Xing Bao's care, you have become a spoiled and arrogant girl. Your father indulges you, but I shall not. Lin Yang, I hope your fists are as tough as your words. I am as solid as can be. I shall crush you. Enough with the meaningless banter. Let us hasten. Huang Yushi interjected disdainfully, halting their verbal sparring. Xingmeng pressed a button on her wrist, and her armor instantly transformed into light, revealing her tall and graceful figure. With long black hair and a lithe, powerful physique, a faint aura of menace radiated from her. I am not merely concealing my armor. I have completely removed it, so do not doubt me that I this future technology. M.O. Ban inquired. Xingmeng appeared astonished. How did you know? M.O. Ban responded with pride. This technology clearly surpasses the Three-Eyed Clan's level 2. 6. It seems your future temporal engineering has been remarkably successful. Indeed, soon enough, the Seven Sister Civilization will reach level 3.0 star system civilization. I shall inform your father, Xing Bao, that future technology is enticing but perilous. Be wary of the paradox of causality. A quantum collapse could spell doom. You need not worry about that. Take me to see my aunt's body, upon viewing the remains of Star Alliance Ambassador Yunban. Xing Meng's brow trembled, and her eyes reddened. She closed her eyes, took a moment to compose herself, and resolutely turned away. Where shall we duel? In the lower ship's cabin, but I am curious. After traveling 600 light-years for revenge, will a mere glance suffice? We have already annihilated the enemy. This matter can be considered concluded. No, you are mistaken. Lin Yang replied coolly. What we just eradicated were merely the instruments of murder. The true wielders of the blade have yet to be punished. You mean the insectoids and the Dark Spirit clan? Precisely. If you truly wish to avenge your aunt, you must pursue a path of annihilation, hunting down the insectoids and the Dark Spirit clan's true culprits. That is not my place. The Star Alliance will formulate diplomatic plans, and why Father says that individuals must not disrupt the grand strategy of the 236 civilizations of the Interstellar Alliance. How disappointing. I no longer wish to fight you. Why? Are you afraid? Afraid? Humph. Lin Yang scoffed coldly. I thought you were fearless, yet you turn out to be a timid little girl, afraid of the insectoids and the Dark Spirit clan. It would diminish my honor to duel you. Leave now, and consider me defeated. I apologize for calling you my dear niece. You, my obedient little princess. Lin Yang's words were akin to hurling a star's brilliance into an erupting volcano, followed by an injection of adrenaline. Praising herself as a combat angel of the three-eyed civilization, how could she endure such mockery? The worst that could happen would be her exit from the Star Alliance fleet, taking on the mantle of a fugitive to avenge her aunt. She was neither a docile girl nor a coward. Lin Yang, you must accept my challenge. Enough with the chatter. Let me first show you what defeat feels like. The two discarded their weapons and began an all-out fight in the lower chamber of the Sun and Moon. With a swift punch, Starshine struck, her speed so rapid that it left afterimages, and her force momentarily altered the cabin's air pressure. An ordinary human would have been unable to evade or withstand such a blow, yet Lin Yang's life energy peaked at 140, continuously replenished by the Sun and Moon. His reflexes, speed, strength, and endurance far surpassed that of an ordinary human, but a slight shift allowed him to evade the punch. Starshine, undeterred, followed up with a sweeping kick, offering Lin Yang no respite. Fortunately, he needed none. His endurance was his most extraordinary advantage. He did not counterattack and dodged Starshine's 9 strikes within a second. While Starshine's strength was no match for the Tiger Man Karuja, her agility and combat skills were unparalleled. In comparative terms, her close-quarters combat prowess nearly equaled that of Karuja, much to Lin Yang's satisfaction. Regardless of the methods employed, deception, coercion, or grand promises, he was determined to recruit her into his ranks. Lin Yang, let us see how long you can keep dodging. In 3 minutes. I'll have you exhausted. Unaware of Lin Yang's incredible endurance, Starshine intensified her assault, denying him a moment's breath. In the blink of an eye, 3 minutes had passed. Lin Yang's evasion speed increased rather than decreased, causing Starshine to ponder in frustration. Get down. The air was filled with the sound of rapid punches. Starshine's attacks became increasingly frenetic, yet Lin Yang either evaded or blocked them, sustaining no damage. After 30 minutes of relentless assault, Starshine began to tire, her attack frequency dwindling. Those watching from the periphery could not help but smile. Scanning indicates Starshine's heart rate, blood pressure, and respiration are all on the rise. Our captain remains as he always has. And Zhuang remarked that a true marvel. Mo banned Muse Point 500 years ago. I modified most of my internal organs, and even with the most advanced materials, I could not achieve such unyielding endurance. The captain is no ordinary human. Karuja added, I doubt Commander Yueshi could reach such a level relying solely on the heart of the galaxy. Huang Yueshi nodded. Indeed, that is why he is captain while I am merely the first officer. As they spoke, over an hour had elapsed, and Starshine regretted her initial overexertion. Now, she felt sore all over, nearly devoid of strength. Lin Yang paused, extending 2 fingers to tap her forehead. That you've pursued me for half an hour. Would you mind if I retaliated? Thud. Starshine, drenched in sweat, fell backward. Did I concede? That you monster speak. What do you desire? Simple. Join me in the fight against the insectoids and the Dark Spirit clan, avenging your aunt, Ambassador Yunban? Well, it's that easy. Indeed, leave the Star Alliance fleet and join the Sun and Moon, and if you cannot, then I am willing. Starshine hastily raised her hand, realizing she had struck gold. The Sun and Moon indeed harbored untold potential. Far surpassing the Star Alliance fleet, Chapter 81, declaring war on the insectoid order, snap. Lin Yang snapped his fingers. The ever-ready first officer Huang Yueshi swiftly produced the gene registration device. Kneeling, she took Starshine's finger, extracting the epidermal gene chain information, and input her name. Lin Yang added her to the combatant roster. In an instant, his mysterious life energy surged once more, filling him with strength as his bodily metrics elevated to a new pinnacle. Congratulations, host! You have successfully recruited the three-eyed angel Starshine as a crew member. Permanent life energy value 10, current life energy value 150. Congratulations, you have successfully recruited your 6th crew member. Completing main quest, 16 6 crew member. Evolution points, 170,000. Current evolution points, 489,900. Main quest updated, 17 journey to Centaurus. Leave the solar system, embark on a deep space journey, and safely arrive at the Star Alliance's checkpoint in the Centaurus constellation. Delivering the remains of the Star Alliance Ambassadorial Corps, evolution points, 200,000. Welcome aboard, Starshine. Lin Yang extended a hand to help the exhausted Starshine up. Are you even human? Why is your endurance so extraordinary? That sounds rather insulting, Lin Yang replied, shaking his head in resignation. Well, it's not the first time I've been asked. I am a bona fide human, no counterfeit that AS for my strength. It is simply because I am unique that I ask that all. Yes, that you're reluctant to explain, aren't you? Pretty much that I want to pry into how your angelic armor was acquired, whether from the future or created using future technology. Does it matter? It's all related to the future. Huang Yueshi interjected with a smile. All right, Starshine, we all have our secrets, and no need to delve too deeply. As we spend time together, we will gradually learn about one another. You are the saintess of the Origin Point Church. Can you establish a mental connection with higher dimensional intelligences? I have not attempted that. Okay, what about you? Starshine inquired about Karuja. I heard you transformed on Mars. Did you become a frenzied beast engineered from Tigerman genes? Karuja grimaced awkwardly. We Tigermen long ceased our gene engineering. We will resume it when we reach civilization level 3.0. Please do not inquire about my transformation. Oh, my apologies. By the way, Mr. Mo Ban, are you still planning to overthrow the Star Alliance? When did I ever say I wanted to overthrow the Star Alliance? I merely wish to reform its decaying system. Ugh, you wouldn't understand. Off to drink. Mo Ban retreated to the cargo hold, emerging with 6 bottles of liquor, one in each hand, drinking as he made his way back to the engine room. Curious, Starshine wanted to inquire about Anai Zhuang, but she was met with a gentle question. Starshine, dear, how old are you this year? Should we inform the Marshal about your joining us? Point 18, the lifespan of the Three-Eyed Tribe is similar to that of humans, just with slightly enhanced overall abilities. As for my father, best not to mention him. I fear he might get upset. Lin Yang chuckled. You'll have to tell him sooner or later. Let us return to the nearest human outpost. The Neptune Deuterium Factory. Captain, what position will I hold on the Sun and Moon? As the combat angel, of course. In future aerial battles, you will don your angelic armor and coordinate with the Sun and Moon. Sounds good, but how long until we can unearth the culprits behind my aunt's death? I cannot guarantee how long it will take to exact revenge, but I assure you we will commence action immediately. Zhuang, send a message inquiring about the Star Alliance's strategies against the insectoids and the Dark Spirit clan. Upon seeing Starshine appear on the Sun and Moon's bridge, Marshal Starburst of the Star Alliance's Orion arm was quite pleased. Your collaboration this time was smooth and efficient, leaving no loose ends. I'm gratified and hope you can work together again in the future. Father, there will be plenty of opportunities ahead. I will continue collaborating with Lin Yang and the others. Indeed, the Star Alliance will maintain its partnership with Lin Yang and his crew. That is not what I meant. I'm saying I have officially joined the Sun and Moon and will be collaborating with them permanently. No, I should say we. The 6 of us are a unified whole and will work together indefinitely. Huh. You joined the Sun and Moon? Yes. Why didn't you consult me beforehand? You know the position of Major General in the Star Alliance's Orion 7th Fleet is about to be yours. I am not interested. I want to fight the insectoids and the Dark Spirit clan as an individual to avenge my aunt. You sigh. You've truly become spoiled. As you wish, then surrender your angelic armor. And from now on, there will be no more mention of Starshine in the Star Alliance fleet. What S with the The armor is already synced with my genes and consciousness. Father, even if I surrender it, no one else can use it. You may as well just gift it to me. All right, Marshall, please calm down. Your father-daughter bond is precious. Do not let a mere external matter strain your relationship. Lin Yang hastily intervened. Marshal Starburst exclaimed in anger, a saintess of the Origin Point Church, a prince of the Sirius Tiger clan, and a legendary engineer of the Star Alliance. If not for the sake of your identities, I would hold you accountable for this. You are abducting my daughter. Oh dear. Marshal Starburst, your words are too severe. It was not I who insisted on having her join the Kuiper Belt mission. What transpired afterward was simply the natural course of events. There was no abduction. If anything, it was your doing. You are quite a cunning human. Let it go, Marshal. Regardless, we are on the same side. Let us discuss how to deal with the insectoids. They have allied with the Black Forest Hunting Party, openly opposing the Star Alliance. Surely, the Star Alliance has some stance on this. The Star Alliance has classified the insectoid Scythe clan as hostile. The solar system is officially at war with the Scythe Order, and the Star Alliance will offer strategic support, but the main combat forces will be human. Wow. Chung Li and Hu Liangchuan are that bold. They show no concern for avoidance. Why confront them directly in battle? It is not merely a hasty decision by the human alliance. The flames of war have reached their very brows. The Dark Spirit clan of the Black Forest Hunting faction and the Seven-Eyed Sheath-Wing tribe are currently mustering their fleets. And within a month, the front lines will extend to the fringes of the solar system, in the Oort cloud. This impending conflict could very well lead to the extinction of the human race. It seems there is no escaping this fate. We must take action that we shall converse further at a later time. Marshal. After concluding communications with the regional marshal of the Star Alliance, Lin Yang promptly reached out to 3 high-ranking officials of the Human Alliance. What is the situation? Are the insectoids and dark spirits advancing towards the solar system? General Hu Liangchuan of Mars replied, the insectoids and dark spirits are openly waging war, likely instigated by the Origin Church behind the scenes. Inciting conflict is a common tactic of the Origin Church. Minor Chief Shi Tsang added, the Star Alliance is redeploying fleets for defense, but considering the multi-front operations, the scale of reinforcements will be limited. Marshal Chung Li of Blue Star looked troubled. Since the cancellation of the New Humanity Project, we have lost our trump card. While researching the insectoid warship technology could enhance our capabilities, time is no longer on our side. Lin Yang stated, even with the New Humanity Project, a level 2.0 civilization cannot intimidate the dark spirits, that we must expedite our defenses, that I intend to travel to Alpha Centauri's southern gate to deliver the remains of the Star Alliance's envoy and request additional support. Will you not use the interstellar teleportation gate? No, I prefer to travel through the Oort cloud at warp speed while patrolling the solar system's perimeter. Lin Yang planned to evolve the Sun Moon into a 200-meter-long heavy bomber, requiring some solitude. Very well, how long will you be away? At warp 5.0, the round trip will take 16 days. Even with any delays, it will not exceed 20 days. All right, Mr. Lin, when the enemy fleet enters the solar system, you must return to assist us that we eagerly anticipate your black hole torpedoes. Rest assured, by then, I will have ample formidable dishes prepared for them. Should they dare to gnaw on the hard stone of the solar system, they will find their teeth shattered. After ending communications, Lin Yang immediately activated the evolution system. Legendary level whale, shark heavy bomber, hull evolution in progress. Expected duration, 2 days and 12 hours. Chapter 82. Legendary level heavy bomber Lin Yang prepared to head to the Neptune outpost for resupply. The captured pirate heavy warship, equipped with a Warp 2.0 engine, was too valuable to destroy. He assigned Mo Ban and Kalugia to pilot the pirate warship, following the Sun Moon as they set course for Neptune at Warp 2.0. In the time it took to enjoy a meal, they arrived at the Uranus Deuterium factory. The factory manager and the escort commander had been waiting at the dock for some time. Mr. Lin, welcome. The conventional Dragonfly Z-type and Ghoul thermonuclear missiles are ready, along with rations and various daily necessities, all set for loading. This heavy vessel is the pirate Great White Shark ship, equipped with a Warp 2.0 engine. Keep it for reinforcing defenses. The great battle between humanity, the insectoids, and the dark spirits is about to commence. Not slacken your vigilance. Yes, the escort commander promptly saluted. I also have a set of wide-eared bat Z-type radar and a set of Xian turtle medium-sized shields to present to you. Ah, Mr. Lin, these two are legendary-level accessory modules. Far too precious. These are merely surplus from the Sun Moon. Feel free to make use of them. Understood. Lin Yang's evolution points were nearing 500,000. Recovering two outdated modules only yielded 2,000 evolution points, which felt wasteful that it would be more prudent to gift them to the human outpost, where they might still serve a purpose in resisting the invasion of alien races. The leaders of the Neptune outpost were deeply moved. Ensuring the Sun Moon was stocked with various supplies and organizing a 300-man Marine death squad for Lin Yang's command. However, Lin Yang had no intention of deploying the Marine squad for this journey to Alpha Centauri's southern gate. His purpose was to deliver the envoy's remains and discuss the solar system's defensive strategy. After completing the loading of supplies, the Sun Moon departed from the Neptune outpost dock. Huang Yueshi. Course set. Destination coordinates. Alpha Centauri Trinary System. Kalugia. Life support systems are normal, dual shields are operational, and hull systems are functioning properly in Izuwang. Radar is operational, communications are normal, and crew health is satisfactory. Finally, MO Ban in the engine room reported. Energy and engines are functioning normally. Warp 5.0, departure. Lin Yang pressed the warp activation button, and in an instant, the Sun Moon vanished from the vicinity of Neptune that it would take 8.5 days to reach the nearest star to the Sun. Alpha Centauri's southern gate. Once in warp, there is little to occupy the crew. You all have jobs, but what about me? Substitute. I'll design a living quarters for you. Lin Yang exited the bridge while Huang Yueshi took the helm. Xing Meng replaced her at the co-pilot seat. With an additional crew member, the Sun Moon now had the capacity to substitute for any crew position. Upon returning to the lounge, Lin Yang refreshed the evolution store several times until he discovered a legendary-level Cave Heaven X living quarters. Matching the specifications of Huang Yueshi and the others, albeit slightly inferior to Lin Yang's Y-dash type, that it was perfectly suited for the crew's US. An hour later, the new living quarters materialized in the vacant area of the midship cabin. Xing Meng was astonished that this warship also from the future. How so? Lin Yang inquired with a smile. At least the Star Alliance does not possess such technology. The Sun Moon's energy has not diminished, nor have the supplies been depleted, and yet the living quarters appeared out of thin air. Even if it were the 3.0 civilization's light benders altering reality, they would still need to expend energy. Wouldn't they? I have heard of the light benders from MO Ban. They only make temporary alterations to reality, with a 50 chance of failure, and cannot compare to my technology to do not be surprised. Go in and see if you're satisfied. There will be more surprises in 2 days. Satisfied? Extremely satisfied. I was just worried about where to sleep tonight, Captain. It seems you have truly accepted me. This child. If I had not accepted you, why would I allow you on the bridge? 2 days later, they were navigating through the outer fringes of the solar system in the Oort cloud. Lin Yang and Xing Meng were on duty in the bridge, while Kalugia was in the engine room. Huang Yueshi and Izuwang and MO Ban were resting in their respective quarters. Suddenly, the Sun Moon exited warp and began drifting in space. Hey, the warship systems are functioning fine. Why we exited warp? Captain Lin Yang. Is your Sun Moon taking a nap? Xing Meng queried, puzzled. Lin Yang smiled mysteriously. You'll find out shortly. As soon as he finished speaking, a light curtain swept across the bow of the ship, and the warship underwent a remarkable transformation. The originally 80-meter-long heavy fighter began evolving into a 200-meter-long heavy bomber. The hull width expanded from 30 meters to 80 meters, and the height increased from 20 meters to 50 meters. The number of decks rose from 4 to 10. Based on the height of the tallest crew member, Kalugia. The new deck heights were adjusted to 4 meters, ensuring no disruption to his daily activities. The hull and each deck's thickness were also increased, reinforcing the Sun Moon structure. The new bridge retained its area of 50 square meters, but operations for each station became more intelligent and convenient. The internal changes were even more substantial. The original single corridor running from bow to stern was transformed into 3 long corridors due to the hull's increased width of 80 meters. The first deck was designated as the office and work area, housing Kalugia's weapons manufacturing room, and Zhuang's medical room, conference room, and reception room, among others. The crew's living quarters for meals, rest, and recreation were arranged on the second deck, while the isolation room and prison were relocated to the third deck. The remaining 7 decks were left unassigned for the time being, serving as cargo holds in addition to the internal modifications. The external positions for artillery also saw significant increases. The missile launch pads expanded from 6 to 18, and energy cannon platforms from 12 to 24. The heavy bomber was indeed deserving of its name. The tremors from the ship's evolution awakened Huang Yueshi and the others from their rest, prompting them all to rush out. In under a minute, the evolution was complete, leaving them utterly speechless. Huang Yueshi remarked, "This is the Whale Shark-class heavy bomber that Blue Star is secretly developing. Its size far exceeds that of the Axe class, second only to the Orca-class corvette, due to its massive energy consumption. It has yet to enter service." In Izawang exclaimed in delight, "I never expected the Sun Moon to evolve into a Whale Shark class." Lin Yang chuckled. "We now possess 2 antimatter energy sources and 1 thermonuclear fusion energy source. Not only can we support the Whale Shark class heavy bomber, but we could also operate the Orca class corvette and Blue Whale class destroyer." Mo Ban noted, "Even if our firepower triples, our energy supply remains more than sufficient." Kalugia added, "This warship, even without consideration for Officer Yueshi's Galaxy Heart, could still defeat the Insectoids Level 2.2 civilization cruisers." The group, having witnessed the Sun Moon's evolution, remained astonished. Xing Meng, who experienced the transformation firsthand, stared in disbelief and finally murmured, "This technology absolutely surpasses Level 3.0 civilization. That if it is not from future technology, it must be from a civilization even more advanced than 3.0. What about your angel battle armor?" Mo Ban inquired curiously. For the time being, aside from the evolution capabilities and the enhancement from Sister Yueshi's Galaxy Heart, the current technology of the Sun Moon cannot yet rival the angel battle armor, but that may change in the future. "All right, you 3 continue to rest while we proceed." Lin Yang led Xing Meng back to the bridge to resume their duty. The Sun Moon once again entered Warp 5.0. Congratulations, host. You have evolved the Sun and Moon into a heavy bomber ship. Completing growth task, 9 heavy bomber ship, earning 50,000 evolution points, with a current total of 523,000 evolution points. Growth task updated, 10 Super God. Obtain and use a Super God level item from the evolution shop for an additional 80,000 evolution points. Chapter 83. Encounter in the Orc Cloud, a Super God level item. Lin Yang felt a flicker of curiosity. It had been quite some time since the evolution shop had refreshed, and the highest tier available was only epic. Whether it was the mirroring generator, time rewind device, or black hole torpedoes, their power was undeniably formidable. Yet he had never encountered a Super God level item before, nor could he fathom its overwhelming capabilities. One thing was certain. The probability of acquiring such an item was exceedingly low, below 0.001. Sitting in the captain's chair, Lin Yang initiated a 10-fold refresh. Although he did not procure a Super God item, several useful legendary items appeared after multiple rounds of refreshes. Xian Turtle Y-Type High Power Shield, Locust Z-Type Carrier Drone Swarm, 50 units, Zhu Long X-Type Explosive Pulse Cannon, Ing Long X-Type Directional Phase Cannon, and Fire Phoenix X-Type Missile Matrix Launch Platform. 30 minutes later, he allocated all 12 newly evolved missile launch platforms and energy turrets for upgrades. After spending 523,000 evolution points, only 100,000 remained, due to the excessive space occupied by the outdated ship skeletons. He opted for a one-click recycling. Since he had yet to acquire a Super God-level item and had already arranged upgrades for essential enhancements, he ceased further refreshing, just as he prepared to relax. The radar interface suddenly emitted a warning sound. Upon checking, Xing Meng discovered energy accumulation ahead. Enemy ships lay in ambush. Lin Yang hastily exited warp speed, only to be met with a barrage of energy cannons. The Sun and Moon swiftly rolled to evade. After successfully dodging for several seconds, the ship was still struck by the onslaught of energy cannons. A magnetic storm laser beam struck the bridge above. Fortunately, the Sun and Moon's dual shields had already evolved to the superior Xian Turtle Y-Type, boasting 10-fold the original capacity. The impact merely caused the ship to shudder, reducing the left shield by 3, which restored to 100 in less than a second. The hull remained intact. In retaliation, Lin Yang launched 10 Ghoul thermal nuclear missiles. Following a series of intense explosions, the Sun and Moon finally caught its breath. At that moment, he noticed over 500 insectoid warships emerging from 2,000 kilometers ahead and on either side, while 10 large frigates loomed 10,000 kilometers away. The radar had failed to detect them earlier, as these ships were cloaked, revealing themselves only at the moment of attack. The insectoids' cloaking technology, akin to that of most races in the Star Alliance, rendered them undetectable while engaging in combat. Otherwise, significant energy fluctuations would betray their presence. They had long been lying in wait along the inevitable route. Huang Yueshi and I Ziwen and Kalugia hurried back to the bridge, entering battle mode, while Mebin remained stationed in the engine room. Xingmang tapped her forehead's third eye, and the futuristic angel battle armor enveloped her in an instant. Transforming into a mass of light particles, she teleported directly into space outside the sun and moon, heading toward the enemy ships to engage in combat. The six of them coordinated seamlessly, executing countermeasures within seconds. How did the insectoids know our route? Has there been a traitor in human society? Huang Yueshi furrowed her brow. Let us focus on winning this encounter first. We must get to the bottom of this. Huang Yueshi unleashed 30 Dragonfly Z-type missiles to intercept and disrupt the enemy's assault, while simultaneously firing a barrage of explosive pulse cannons to clear the path. The sun and moon then entered warp speed 1.0, exiting in less than 0.1 seconds near the insectoid frigates. The 500 small, close-range ships barely registered on Lin Yang's radar. His focus was solely on the 10 large frigates. He still needed to destroy 20 more to complete a challenge task requiring the annihilation of 50 frigates. Zoom! 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 A continuous barrage of enhanced phase cannon beams struck the frigates, instantly penetrating their shields. A Ghoul thermal nuclear missile directly impacted an enemy ship's hull, resulting in a massive nuclear explosion that obliterated the unshielded frigate, scattering debris in all directions. However, before the wreckage could collide with the sun and moon, Lin Yang entered warp speed again to target another frigate. Lin Yang? Is that you? A familiar voice crackled through the communicator. Oh, what a coincidence, running into a familiar face in a boiling pot. It's Salir. The Martian rebel Salir, a product of the entire Martian society's resources, was the granddaughter of former Martian Marshal Alif. After poisoning the Martian political elite, she defected to the insectoids with her fleet, nearly killing Lin Yang and his companions at the Galactic Hotel. He had been searching for her, only to encounter her here. That you're still alive. I could survive 800 times over. You pest. Why are you everywhere? Haha, I am your nightmare. It seems you didn't come here just to ambush me. The insectoids were ambushing all ships departing the solar system toward the southern gate too, unaware that this heavy bomber was Lin Yang himself. Only when the ambush commenced, and Lin Yang destroyed a frigate, showcasing his agility and amplified firepower, did Salir deduce his identity. Why have you switched ships again? My ship has never changed. It has always been the sun and moon. Stop lying. Today, our paths cross again, and you 1T escaped this time. You just repeated my line. What am I supposed to say now? Never mind, let us get to work. Lin Yang ceased his debate with Salir and warped to the vicinity of another frigate, launching an immediate attack. The frigate retaliated with full force, while the remaining 8 frigates joined the fray. The sun and moon faced 9 foes, exchanging blows. Meanwhile, the 500 ambushing small ships attempted to provide support, but were thwarted by Xingmang in her combat angel armor. The insectoid technology was only at a level 2. 2 stellar civilization, while the triangulum civilization had reached 2.6. The angel battle armor, crafted using futuristic time engineering, was a superweapon nearing 3.0 stellar civilization technology. Against the insectoids' close-range ships, it was a crushing superiority. Their energy cannons were ineffective against her. She evaded every shot with blinding speed, utilizing teleportation. Each time she teleported, she appeared near the engines of the small ships, either piercing their shields and hulls with her massive energy sword or obliterating them with energy beams from her 6 wings. The more than 500 close-range ships found escape impossible, let alone supporting the frigates. The insectoid ambush swiftly morphed into a defensive battle. In a blink, 3 frigates were destroyed, and 26 small ships exploded. The insectoid fleet commander was furious, frustrated, and helpless. Retreat. All units retreat. General, let us fight to the last. Salir urgently knelt to plead. Huang Yueshi is on that ship. If we capture her, the Origin Church will accept us. We cannot let Lin Yang and his crew escape. Bang! Thud! The insectoid commander kicked Salir away. She crashed into a wall and fell to the ground, spitting blood. You lowly human. What right do you have to disrupt my orders? If not for your use in my parasitic experiments, I would have devoured you long ago. Salir's father and uncle were too frightened to speak, The insectoid commander dismissed them entirely. Retreat, just as the command was issued. The radar suddenly experienced anomalies. General, the sun and moon is emitting a massive energy burst. The surrounding time is accelerating rapidly. The aide reported urgently. What is happening? We seem to be trapped in a time quagmire with a diameter of 20,000 kilometers. It is not that the surrounding time is accelerating. Our time is being slowed down. Chapter 84. Epic level. Time decelerator. Not long into the battle, Lin Yang surmised that the insectoids were attempting to flee. It would be foolish to remain if they could not win. Cunning insectoids were certainly not fools. Thus, he instructed Ni Ziwen to remain vigilant on the radar interface, monitoring the enemy's movements after destroying the third frigate. Radar indicated that over half of the small close-range ships began converging toward the frigates. As the large frigates continued to engage the sun and moon, they also began to change course, a clear signal of retreat. Lin Yang immediately commanded, Yueshi, unleash the heavy artillery. Xingmeng, retreat. Whoosh! The epic-level Medusa, X-Time, decelerated shot forth at a speed of 1,000 Mach, subsequently detonating amidst the enemy fleet in space. It was as if a brief flash illuminated the void. Centered around the explosion point, a terrifying energy radiated outward, enveloping a spherical region with a radius of 10,000 kilometers. This energy caused time to slow, akin to throwing a high-density liquid gel into the river of time. Within the 20,000-kilometer diameter sphere, time was decelerated by 99.9 from a distance. The insectoid frigates and small close-range ships appeared to move in slow motion, almost on the brink of stillness. Conversely, from within, external objects and time seemed to whiz by at an accelerated pace. As the insectoid beings prepared to retreat, a fleet of small spacecraft converged around the battleships, causing the fleet to become relatively concentrated. 90% of the warships were contained within a sphere of 20,000 kilometers in diameter. Only a handful of vessels evaded the time deceleration field, but they too rushed into the area before they could react. Such a formidable temporal weapon. Captain, once again, you have astounded me, exclaimed Xingmeng, gazing in wonder at the unfolding scene. Lin Yang remarked, in 10 minutes, the time deceleration effect will dissipate. For now, they are mere sitting ducks. Fire at will. Pew, 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 whoosh. The sun and moon vessels circled within the spherical space, launching attacks from all angles toward the insectoid fleet. Energy beams, laser rays, energy pulse clusters, and various guided munitions were unleashed. Xingmeng joined in the onslaught, unleashing energy beams from her 6 wings. As these attacks entered the time deceleration zone, they also slowed dramatically, becoming visible to the naked eye as they advanced languidly. However, the insectoids inside the time deceleration field perceived a different reality. To them, the sun and moon vessel appeared to be moving at breakneck speed, leaving behind countless afterimages. The angelic battle armor-clad Xingmeng also produced innumerable phantoms. Energy cannons surrounded them like a torrential downpour. They attempted to evade, but before they could react, they found themselves encircled by an overwhelming barrage of weaponry. In their frantic attempt to signal for help, they realized that the time differential prevented their signals from transmitting effectively. In an instant, the weapon struck, leaving no avenue for escape. They could only absorb the impacts with their shields. Yet, no matter how powerful the shields, they could not withstand the relentless assault. Explosions erupted in rapid succession, and one warship after another was reduced to cosmic fireworks, illuminating millions of kilometers around them. You have destroyed 10 insectoid chitinous guard ships, earning 20,000 evolution points, 300 heavy interceptors, earning 150,000 evolution points, 220 medium interceptors, earning 44,000 evolution points, current evolution points, 314,000. Challenge task, 8, renowned completion, 80 system. That is quite impressive. The warships destroyed by Xingmeng also count towards my total, Lin Yang noted. Xingmeng has joined the sun and moon vessel, and the battle was completed in cooperation with it. This system has stated that it will strive to secure maximum benefits whenever possible. Understood. Love you. 10 minutes passed swiftly. Lin Yang witnessed the destruction of warships, flames expanding and debris scattering into the void. Gradually, the time deceleration effect subsided, and the pace of the explosions returned to normal. What a remarkable weapon! Once deployed, the enemy becomes a target moving at a snail's pace, returning to the bridge of the sun and moon vessel. Xingmeng removed her angelic armor with a flourish and exclaimed in awe. Huang Yueshi commented, It seems a bit of overkill, if used on a planet or star, with parts slowed and others not. It could lead to utter disintegration. What a terrifying thought. My goodness, no wonder human society and the Star Alliance are so wary of the Sun and Moon vessel. If I were my father, sitting in the position of regional marshal, I would avoid provoking the Sun and Moon vessel at all costs. N.I. Ziwen added, even without these extraordinary weapons, your mere identities would instill apprehension in the Star Alliance. Huang Yueshi and Xing Meng exchanged knowing smiles. Lin Yang clapped his hands. All right, scan the battlefield. We must confirm that Salir is dead and check for any salvageable wreckage. After scanning for a moment, N.I. Ziwen revealed a satisfied smile. We've located Salir's body. She is undeniably deceased. However, there is an anomaly. Indeed, there is a faint life signal within her body. It appears to be some form of parasite. Bring it aboard and place it in the isolation chamber for study. There's more, N.I. Ziwen exclaimed. Puzzled, it's quite strange. The human corpses among the wreckage all harbor parasites. Have these Martian rebels been infested? Let us recover a few more for thorough research. The Sun and Moon vessel proceeded into the battlefield, using a tractor beam to recover Salir and 10 Martian rebel corpses. After conducting safety scans, they were transported to the isolation chamber by Karuja, and N.I. Ziwen immediately commenced her dissection studies. Additionally, a functional deep space radar was detected among the wreckage. It was designed by the insectoid fleet for deep space exploration up to 3 million kilometers away. After retrieval, Lin Yang promptly added it to the evolution list. They continued scanning the battlefield in hopes of uncovering more valuable components. An alarm suddenly blared on the radar interface. Captain, energy fluctuations detected 10,000 kilometers away. A large warship is approaching via space jump. Space jump? Is it the Triangulum's third eye race? No, it's a 5-kilometer-long interstellar cruiser belonging to the Dark Spirit clan of the M42 Nebula. The Dark Spirit clan and the Insectoid army are not scheduled to arrive in the solar system for another month. How has their cruiser reached us so swiftly? The M42 Nebula lies 1340 light-years from the solar system. While their forces may take a month to arrive, this cruiser likely did not depart from the Dark Spirit clan stronghold. Retreat. The Dark Spirit clan possesses 2.8 level stellar civilization technology and has mastered the use of cosmic dark energy. While the Sun and Moon vessel is formidable, our current strength is insufficient against them. Lin Yang recognized the reality of the situation and hastily initiated a warp speed of 5.0, heading towards the southern gate of Centaurus. Simultaneously, he issued a warning to the Star Alliance and the Solar System fleet. Just as they entered warp speed for less than a second, the Sun and Moon vessel came to an abrupt halt. The Dark Spirit clan's cruiser unleashed a wave of invisible energy, undetectable by conventional means, which detonated ahead of the Sun and Moon vessel. The surrounding gravitational field warped dramatically, disrupting the warp drive's functionality. The Sun and Moon vessel was forced to exit warp. It's the Dark Spirit clan's common tactic. The dark energy vortex. We've fallen into the vortex, and the ship's energy is rapidly depleting. M.O. Ban, with his extensive experience and previous encounters with the Dark Spirit clan, recognized the situation immediately. This is comparable to our epic weaponry. No wonder the Star Alliance finds them troublesome. Lin Yang felt anxious, placing his hopes on the evolution shop, wishing that the 314,000 evolution points could yield 1 or 2 life-saving epic weapons. Upon entering the evolution shop, his eyes widened in surprise. It was time for the monthly automatic update. Just moments ago, the shop had refreshed its inventory, revealing over 10,000 previously unseen super divine items, now shimmering enticingly in the product display. A light cone, priced at 300,000 evolution points. What did I can't buy it? Chapter 85. Super Divine Light Cone Quantum Collapse. At this moment, the Sun and Moon vessel spun in space, the high-density dark energy vortex affecting the gravitational field and voraciously siphoning away the vessel's energy. The shield levels were persistently declining, and both the warp and conventional propulsion systems had failed. The 3 energy sources were operating beyond their limits, yet the energy loss was too great to stabilize the ship. Mo Ban reported from the engine room. Divert all weapon and shield energy to the engines. That won't work, Captain. I already tried. No matter how much energy the 3 sources generate, it will be absorbed by the dark energy vortex. With a thunderous roar, the Sun and Moon vessel began to tremble violently, causing those aboard to stagger. Huang Yueshi removed the heart of the galaxy, gripping Lin Yang's hand tightly. Let us throw a matter-antimatter reactor into the mix. ILL amplify it with the heart of the galaxy and see if we can overload this dark energy vortex. Karuja added, I've contacted Vice Admiral Ruda of the Sirius civilization. He is piloting the Tiger King cruiser to assist us. Xing Meng summoned her angelic battle armor, preparing to confront the Dark Spirit clan in open space. While their technology was advanced, my angelic armor hails from the future. I can stand my ground against them. No need. Brace yourselves. I have a trump card. Lin Yang promptly purchased the light cone. This super divine item was not an energy cannon, but a type of one-time launch weapon, similar in nature to the mirror generator and time retriever previously utilized. Upon loading it into the weaponry bay, the Sun and Moon Vessel S-Combat system registered an additional super divine weapon, the light cone. What is this light cone? Huang Yueshi pondered. Within the light cone lies fate. Can this weapon truly influence causality? Only one way to find out. Fire. Whoosh. Huang Yueshi aimed at the Dark Spirit Clan's interstellar cruiser and opened fire. The light cone, as soon as it exited the Sun and Moon Vessel, detonated autonomously. The explosion was not as violent as anticipated. There were no energetic bursts. Instead, a conical area of light emanated from the point of detonation, enveloping the Dark Spirit cruiser 10,000 kilometers away at the speed of light. Soon, a 5-kilometer-long cruiser produced a mirror image, appearing closer to the origin of the light cone, poised to unleash a dark energy vortex a mere 0.1 seconds later. The mirrored cruiser generated a secondary image, preparing for a space jump. Subsequently, a tertiary image emerged, taking off from an unknown planetary surface. In the blink of an eye, the Dark Spirit Clan's interstellar cruiser manifested thousands of images. The closer the images were to the origin of the light cone, the further along the timeline they appeared. Simultaneously, images along a single timeline began to branch into several parallel line images, resembling projections of parallel universes. The number of images surged, reaching hundreds of thousands in the blink of an eye. The farther from the origin of the light cone, the more images appeared, while only a single image remained at the origin, the interstellar cruiser under construction. The Dark Spirit Clan had already sensed the anomaly. In a hurried counterattack, the high-energy phase cannon struck, rendering the Sun and Moon ship immobile. Unable to evade, it could only endure the impact. Remarkably, the phase cannon traversed the vessel like a beam of light piercing through fog, inflicting no damage whatsoever. Lin Yang and his companions aboard the bridge felt an immense flow of phase cannon photons whipping past them, enveloping the surroundings in brilliant light, yet causing no actual harm. How peculiar! Have we become invisible in the dimensional space? No. Captain, explained M.O. Ban through the ship's communicator, IT is the Dark Spirit Clan's cruiser within the light cone. Their actions cannot influence objects outside the cone. And what about the reverse? Lin Yang inquired. That, of course, a slight disturbance can easily annihilate the opponent. The closer to the beginning of the timeline, the greater the disruption of causality. It bears a resemblance to Rupert's tear, invulnerable at the head, yet feeble at the tail. Though the metaphor may be somewhat strained, it suffices to say that they cannot affect anything outside the light cone, while external observers can influence them at this moment. We resemble higher dimensional intelligences, witnessing the past, present, and future of the lower dimensional entities within the light cone, capable of interfering with their entire existence at will. I see. No wonder it is a divine-grade product. We are experiencing the powers of five-dimensional space. Yueshi strike at the forefront of the timeline. With a decisive press, Huang Yueshi activated the ion explosive cannon, launching a pulse energy orb that struck the nearest mirror image of the Sun and Moon ship. The constructing interstellar cruiser, devoid of shields or protective fleets, was obliterated instantly. A violent explosion illuminated the surrounding void of space. Almost simultaneously, the second row of mirror images closest to the forefront of the timeline collapsed. 3 parallel images disintegrating in unison. The scene resembled a castle made of sand suddenly collapsing. The disintegrating light quanta rapidly dissipated, followed by the quantum collapse of 9 parallel images in the third row. Then the 4th, 5th, 6th. As the rows increased, so did the number of parallel images. The spectacle resembled a colossal domino effect. Once the chain reaction commenced, the scale of the mirror destruction amplified exponentially. Within mere seconds, hundreds of thousands of images crumbled, the light cone retracting swiftly into a point before extinguishing. The dark energy vortex vanished, and the Sun and Moon ship returned to normalcy, restoring tranquility to space. Good heavens, that is quantum collapse. What an eye-opening experience. What an eye-opening experience. What an eye-opening experience. Lin Yang felt once more like a primitive being. Mo Ban remarked. The essence of pastime was destroyed during construction. Naturally, the cruiser's subsequent deeds ceased to exist. This exemplifies the collapse of the macroscopic state. Frankly, it is my first time witnessing macroscopic quantum collapse. Even a legendary engineer of the Star Alliance is witnessing this for the first time. Oh, then I have no reason to feel embarrassed, thinking myself primitive. Lin Yang chuckled. In the presence of higher dimensional intelligences, we scarcely qualify as primitives. Wait, I have a question, Lin Yang interjected. When we attacked the originating mirror image within the light cone, affecting the causality of reality, was this cruiser destroyed now or in the past? In the past, Huang Yueshi replied, swiping her finger to bring an old news article onto Lin Yang's control screen. It was a recently surfaced piece from 20 years prior, surfacing only after the quantum collapse. Lin Yang opened it to find an article detailing an attack on a dock belonging to the Dark Spirit clan while constructing a cruiser, struck by an ion explosive cannon, resulting in an explosion that damaged the dock. The Dark Spirit clan suspected sabotage by Star Alliance agents, nearly leading to war, but ultimately, the perpetrator remained unknown, and the dock was abandoned. So this is what altering reality looks like. Lin Yang marveled. Truly extraordinary, no wonder it is divine grade. Surely, apart from us 6 observers outside the light cone, the memories of others have shifted. Just then, Ziwin received a message from the Sirius Civilization's Tiger King cruiser. Rear Admiral Ruda inquired, "Where is the Dark Spirit clan's cruiser? We still have 10 minutes to reach the coordinates and have not detected any Dark Spirit warships, nor dark energy vortices." General, this is a long story. Chapter 86. Arrival at Southgate 2. The difficulties of the Star Alliance. You have successfully acquired a divine-grade product and used it, completing growth task, 10 divine, evolution points 80,000. Growth task updated, 11 teleportation device. Develop a particle teleportation device for the Sun and Moon ship. Evolution points 100,000. You have destroyed the Dark Spirit clan's interstellar cruiser. Evolution points 10,000. Current evolution points 104,000. The system continued to report in Lin Yang's mind. He patiently explained to Rear Admiral Ruda over the communicator. This is not a childish game of the wolf is coming. We were indeed trapped by a Dark Spirit clan interstellar cruiser moments ago, nearly facing annihilation. Yet there are no signs of the Dark Spirit clan here. There are no traces of dark energy fluctuations detected. Mr. Lin, Prince Karuja, are you truly not jesting? Rear Admiral Ruda, how could we commit such a trivial error? To be honest, that Dark Spirit clan cruiser did exist. However, I only discovered remnants of insectoid warships and the corpses of Martian rebels here. That cruiser was eradicated by our formidable weaponry, which seems to have identified it as the Dark Cloud. Ziwin nodded. Indeed, the quantum identification code of the opposing cruiser is Dark Cloud. Absurd. Do you think I am an inexperienced rookie? The Dark Spirit clan has a cruiser named Dark Cloud, but it was lost 20 years ago. Destroyed by a mysterious force before the dock was completed. I was present during the negotiations with the Dark Spirit clan. Enough, Lin Yang. Their memories have all altered. Explanations are futile. Convincing one will not suffice against countless others waiting. Huang Yueshi whispered a reminder. Lin Yang nodded, smiling. Rear Admiral Ruda, please believe that we did not intentionally deceive you. Perhaps a certain illusion led to our erroneous assessment. Fortunately, this ambush by the insectoids ended in failure. Since you are here, it will be prudent to scan the battlefield for the corpses of the Martian rebels. They have all been parasitized. What creature? We are still uncertain. We salvaged 10 samples, but have yet to study them. Very well. I shall not have come in vain. I will investigate this matter and assist in fortifying the solar system's perimeter to prevent further ambushes. Thank you, Rear Admiral Ruda. I owe you once more. The Sun and Moon ship then continued on at warp speed 5.0 towards the Star Alliance checkpoint at Southgate 2. The Sirius Civilization's Tiger King cruiser stayed behind to investigate. Days passed swiftly, and all 24 energy cannons and 18 missile launchers of the Sun and Moon ship, a Whale Shark-class heavy bomber, had completed their evolution. The lower deck was repurposed by Lin Yang as a hangar, opening a port in the ship's belly specifically for drone operations. Though the power of the Locust Z-type drones paled in comparison to the flesh-eating Ghoul's thermonuclear missiles, and even more so against the epic-level formidable weapons. Drones possessed maneuverability and intelligence unmatched by guided weapons. Each of the 50 drones, measuring around 5 meters in length, was equipped with a high-compression heavy hydrogen energy module. Upon triggering self-destruction, their power rivaled conventional Dragonfly missiles. The operational tasks for the drones were assigned to Karuja, the tiger of the Sirius civilization, renowned as a notable weapon manufacturer within the Star Alliance. Over these past few days, Karuja had further modified the 50 drones, enhancing their navigation and interference resistance, and incorporating high-compression wide-area explosives into their frames to augment their destructive power during self-detonation. Well done, Karuja! You truly live up to your reputation as a weapon expert. Ding, you have piloted the Sun and Moon ship, successfully leading all crew members to arrive at Centaurus Southgate 2, completing the main storyline task update. 17 Journey to Centaurus, Evolution Points 200. 000, Current Evolution Points 304,000. Main storyline task update, 18 Solar System Defense Battle. Join forces with the Solar System fleet to repel alien invasions. Evolution Points 250,000. While Lin Yang was touring Karuja's masterpiece on the lower deck hangar, the system's notification tone suddenly echoed in his mind. The Sun and Moon ship had reached its destination. Exiting warp speed in the Centaurus Southgate 2-star region, First Officer Huang Yueshi navigated toward the Star Alliance fortress using conventional propulsion. This was a trinary star system, consisting of Southgate 2A, Southgate 2B, and Proxima Centauri, where 3 stars entwined in a complex dance, making it the closest star system to the Sun. It was a renowned homeland of the Trisolarians. However, in this reality, no Trisolarians existed. The intricate motions of the 3 stars made it inhospitable for life, with no habitable planets suitable for carbon-based life forms. The Star Alliance had occupied this region millennia ago, transforming it into a monitoring station to observe the evolution of human civilization in the solar system, preventing higher predatory civilizations from seizing control. The Star Alliance undertook this measure to cultivate its members in advance, a strategy of proactive monitoring to engage with lower-level civilizations once they reached 2.0 stellar civilization status, a tradition of expanding the Star Alliance's influence. Yielding tangible benefits. New civilizations often, in gratitude for the nurturing supervision of the Star Alliance, bind themselves closely to it, never readily swaying towards hostile factions. They seek solace in unity, although their levels of civilization may be generally low. The sheer number of these civilizations fosters mutual support, which ultimately benefits their evolution. Upon humanity's ascension to a level 2.0 stellar civilization and subsequent membership in the Star Alliance, this monitoring station was transformed into a formidable bastion and a vital transportation hub for the Alliance. Upon arriving at the fort, Lin Yang handed over the remains of the ambassadorial delegation. The commander of the Orion arm of the Star Alliance, Marshal San Yin, personally came to welcome them. Ambassador Yun Ban sacrificed himself for the stability of the Alliance. As one of the 4 marshals, he felt compelled to attend, especially since Yun Ban was his sister. Additionally, his daughter Xing Meng stubbornly joined the ship Sun and Moon despite his warnings, further motivating his personal visit. The high-ranking officials of the Star Alliance held a brief moment of silence in honor of the ambassadorial delegation before Marshal San Yin met with Lin Yang and his companions. Upon seeing his daughter Xing Meng, the marshal shook his head in exasperation, too upset to speak to her, and instead inquired about the war situation in the Oort cloud. Initially, a distress signal was sent indicating they had been captured by a cruiser of the Dark Spirit race and were on the brink of annihilation. However, the Star Alliance fleet, patrolling the Oort cloud for several days, found no trace of the Dark Spirits. What then was the truth? Indeed, we did observe the shadow of a Dark Spirit warship at that time. It is possible that the insectoid race employed a space mine utilizing Dark Spirit technology, and we inadvertently collided with it. This is plausible. Your Sun and Moon ship should upgrade its radar system. We urgently require the robust support of the Star Alliance fleet to fend off the invasions of the insectoids and Dark Spirits. The upgrade of the Sun and Moon is trivial. What matters is that humanity's civilization stands at the brink of survival. Marshal, may I inquire how many warships the Alliance can send to assist us in this dire situation? Sigh. The Star Alliance is indeed in a difficult position. With multiple fronts to contend with, it is nearly breaking down. The current decision for the defense of the solar system is the Fire Seed Exile plan, aimed at preserving the continuity of human civilization. If the enemy's offensive is relentless, the habitable zone of the solar system may have to be sacrificed. What? Are you saying that the fate of the solar system civilization is of no concern? It is not that we do not care. Rather, After a comprehensive evaluation, it seems that the significance of a desperate defense is minimal, with a victory probability close to zero. Furthermore, the human leadership has consented to this decision, prioritizing the survival of the race before considering future development. Human civilization has already fallen to the bottom of the Star Alliance. Once we lose our home planet's habitable zone and become a refugee race, what further development or evolution can we discuss? Within a few centuries, humanity as a race will face complete extinction, merely a blank space in history books. Marshal San Yin, recognizing Lin Yang's frustration, stated, "I understand your sentiments. But the Star Alliance can no longer engage in large-scale warfare. The Centaur arm is embroiled in a fierce battle with a mechanical civilization. The Perseus arm has been engaged in conflict with the Boron-based civilization for tens of thousands of years. The Swan arm is resisting the predations of the Black Forest hunters, and the Shield Southern Cross arm is besieged by the incursions of extragalactic civilizations. As for our Orion arm, I am aware that after the decisive battle against the Dark Spirits 5 centuries ago, we were gravely weakened, but have not the Dark Spirits also suffered significant losses? Intelligence indicates that the Dark Spirits have already returned to their pre-war state, and among the original 32 members of the Orion arm, none have reached level 2.8 civilization. With the defection of the insectoid race, only 31 races remain, which collectively cannot contend with the 2.8 level civilization of the Dark Spirits. What are the leaders of the Star Alliance? The 3.0 civilization of the Luminaries? Are they indifferent? The Luminaries themselves face formidable adversaries. What they contend with is far more terrifying. The Galactic Interstellar Alliance, while it may sound imposing, is essentially a coalition of vulnerable groups seeking mutual protection. I am at a loss for words. Lin Yang did not anticipate the Star Alliance's predicament to be so dire. Marshal, how much support can the Star Alliance provide for the defense of the solar system? You must understand that the Dark Spirits are insatiable. After consuming the habitable zone of the solar system, they will not cease their advance, and the next targets could well be the Vega, Altair, or Sirius civilizations. I fully comprehend the gravity of the situation. For this solar system defense campaign, I have assembled 5-member civilizations of the Star Alliance within 100 light years, totaling 30,000 long-range battleships, in hopes of relocating as many humans as possible. So you do not intend to confront them directly? Engaging in a battle with nearly zero chances of victory is, logically speaking, unnecessary. Do not discuss logic with the inhabitants of the solar system. We humans will never easily relinquish our breeding grounds. I shall pilot the sun and moon to the forefront. Sigh. Marshal San Yin shook his head with a hint of coldness. I do not wish to discourage you. Lin Yang, we have conducted investigations on the sun and moon and suspect it originates from a higher civilization capable of creating parallel images, initiating time reversals, and wielding black hole torpedoes. These technologies may seem wondrous to humanity. Yet several level 2.6 civilizations within the Alliance can adequately respond, let alone the 2.8 level Dark Spirits. The outcome remains uncertain. Let us not speak of victory or defeat. I am not one to shy away from battle due to fear of failure. Nor are my comrades. Lin Yang declared defiantly, if the Star Alliance refuses to participate, I shall not force the issue. Marshal, we must return to the solar system to prepare for defense. Farewell. Observing Lin Yang's resolute expression, Marshal Sin silently nodded. Were it not for the larger interests of the Star Alliance, I would gladly fight alongside you. But alas, let's not dwell on it. I understand. By the way, I have heard that you eradicated a considerable number of Martian rebels, including the instigator Salir, correct? He is dead. His body drifts in space. Lin Yang refrained from mentioning the parasitic entities to the Star Alliance Marshal in recent days, and Ziwin had been performing autopsies on the 10 corpses, extracting the parasites that had attached to the spinal cord at the occipital region. After several days of research, she discovered that the telomeres of these parasites possess the ability to self-repair. In ordinary carbon-based organisms, telomeres shorten with age and increase cell division, ultimately ceasing division, leading to the demise of the organism. However, the telomeres of the parasites can rapidly restore to their original length after cell division. This implies they can maintain their cellular division capacity indefinitely, theoretically granting them the potential for immortality. Furthermore, these parasites can mend various bodily injuries of their hosts, effortlessly treating diseases, had Salir and his companions not perished on the spot. Even severe wounds could have healed. The parasite's life information is only scanned upon the death of the host. If the host remains alive, they can adjust their life information to match that of the host, easily evading detection by various instruments. Moreover, it was discovered that the parasites possess 49 extremely fine long antennae that penetrate deeply into the deceased's brain and cerebellum. And Izuin theorized that these parasites could control the host's thoughts and consciousness, even seizing control over the host's body. After communicating with Admiral Ruda of the Tiger King, who was investigating the battlefield wreckage, he confirmed that the doctors aboard his cruiser had also observed these phenomena and identified the parasites as the ancient Zeya parasites from a primitive black forest hunting faction. Unlike other factions that seek to plunder habitable planets, the Zeya civilization targets low-level civilizations themselves, treating them as hosts to be parasitized, breeding more hosts. Ruda indicated that these parasites are the ancient Zeya bugs. Curiously, while the Zeya bugs can easily suppress the host's consciousness and seize control, these particular parasites appeared juvenile and inexperienced, failing to dominate the host's consciousness even at the moment of the Martian rebels' deaths. After discussing these findings, they speculated that these Zeya bugs were newly hatched experimental subjects, yet to genuinely control their hosts. The routes to the solar system and the interstellar teleportation gates remain unblocked. It is possible that other Zeya bugs are already parasitizing humans, stealthily infiltrating the solar system that I in. Just a few days, they could adapt to human physiology, at which point they would completely suppress the host consciousness, effectively invading the solar system and causing untold chaos, which would be nearly impossible to defend against to avoid alarming the enemy. Admiral Ruda recommended maintaining secrecy and refraining from initiating widespread testing until they developed a specialized insecticide targeting the Zeya bugs, enabling a direct and efficient purification operation. Surprisingly, the high-ranking officials of the solar system civilization agreed to the Star Alliance's evacuation plan, prompting Lin Yang to suspect that the Zeya bugs had infiltrated the upper echelons of humanity. Consequently, he adopted a more cautious approach. Apart from the Tiger King and the Sun and Moon, no one within the Star Alliance was privy to the existence of the parasitic entities. After departing from the Star Alliance stronghold at Southgate 2, the Sun and Moon promptly accelerated to warp speed 5.0, heading towards the battlefield from days prior. The Tiger King of the Sirius civilization awaited nearby. 0.5 days later, Admiral Ruda of the Tiger King sent a message. Mr. Lin, after 10 days of relentless research, we have successfully developed an efficient insecticide with a 100 success rate, although we cannot account for the potential mutations of the Zeya bugs. Thus, you must administer the insecticide promptly to avoid prolonged complications. Excellent, General Ruda. Your biologists are truly remarkable. It was merely a stroke of luck. The insectoids possess a natural resistance to the Zeya bugs. I happen to have 5 capture members of the Coleoptera, from whose spinal fluid and serum we extracted highly active proteins, which we purified and combined with trace amounts of neurotoxins to create this solution that I shall send you the molecular formula right away. However, we only have enough from these 5 captured specimens to produce 500 doses in no matter. I still have over 300 captured insectoids on my end, sufficient for the upper echelons of humanity. Let us purify the leadership first. Chapter 88, Purification and Insecticide Operation. Upon joining forces with the Tiger King, Lin Yang and his companions did not linger, armed with the efficient insecticide and the molecular formula, with 1,000 fully armed Tiger Clan warriors departing. The decision not to inform Cheng Li, Hu Liangchuan, and Shirt Song about the nationwide inspection stemmed from a concern that the Zeya parasites had infiltrated too deeply, should high-ranking military officials or hospital leaders have already been compromised. The nationwide inspection would lose its significance, as the adversary would undoubtedly find ways to evade scrutiny. This purification and pest control initiative must be executed with remarkable swiftness. Marshal Chung, how is the defense of the solar system progressing? We have only 2 days until our return to Blue Star. The Sun and Moon has established contact with the Solar Fleet. The Supreme Commander of the Blue Star Federation, Cheng Li, along with General Hu Liangchuan from Mars and the leader of the asteroid belt miners. Shurtsong convened a video conference with Lin Yang and others. Mr. Lin, the fleet dispatched by the Star Alliance has begun to arrive and is already in the process of relocating humanity. While it is crucial to ensure the continuation of the human race, why are you not striving for more? If the Star Alliance is willing to fully protect the solar system, we would not become a race of exiles, and losing the solar system would strip us of our identity as humans. It would not be long before our race withers away. Sighing helplessly, Cheng Li noted that in the recent high-level meeting of the solar system, The vote resulted in 48 supporting the Star Alliance's retreat strategy, 15 abstaining, and only 37 advocating for war. Though Cheng Li was the Marshal of the Blue Star Fleet and concurrently the Secretary General of the Federation, he was thrust into his position after the failure of the New Humanity Project. The power dynamics within Blue Star were intricate, with the former Secretary General Picard and former Commander-in-Chief Johnson still holding significant sway behind the scenes. General Hu Liangchuan faced a similar predicament, leading a governing body composed of Blue Star natives on Mars, struggling to maintain control over the former Martian regime. After the failure of the pre-war conference vote, they could not simply ignore the outcome and lead the solar fleet into battle. The asteroid belt miners, however, were united. With a single word from Lin Yang, they would willingly face death. Unfortunately, their numbers were too small, barely reaching 10 million, which could not significantly influence the broader narrative of solar system civilization. What are your thoughts? Lin Yang inquired out of course. We must fight. Without the solar system, humanity will find itself under the roof of other races, devoid of a future. You are aware that elements like hydrogen, oxygen, and carbon are not rare resources in the universe. Only habitable planets are truly precious. Excellent. I finally have a satisfactory response. Inform the High Command of the Solar Fleet that once we return, we shall convene a meeting that all officer ranks must attend. But what is the point of a meeting? The Star Alliance is not engaging in battle. They are merely assisting us in relocating the populace. This is a secret meeting. As per the special instructions of the Star Alliance Marshal, we cannot discuss this over communications. In 47 hours, we shall convene at the Lunar Fleet Base. Very well, we shall make the necessary arrangements. By the way, ensure that the 322 captured insectoid beings are also brought to the lunar base. Cheng Li had anticipated that the Star Alliance Marshal would have other plans to assist the solar system in warfare, and he eagerly arranged the meeting. 2 days later, the Sun and Moon returned to the solar system, exiting warp near the Moon and descending to the fleet base with conventional propulsion. The grand venue was already filled with thousands awaiting the proceedings. The ranks of marshals, generals, lieutenant generals, and major generals from the solar fleet totaled 27,658. The supply of efficient pest control agents was insufficient, and the number of personnel was overwhelming, not counting the administrative officials who had yet to join the purification effort. Lin Yang believed it imperative to ascertain that the military had not been infiltrated by parasites before mobilizing the High Command. Once the military was secured, the defense of the solar system could commence. For the sake of his primary mission, to protect the solar system bounty market from being usurped, to ensure his human race did not become exiled, and to safeguard his own status and wealth from being obliterated, he was determined to propel the solar fleet to resist the invasion that, if necessary, he would adopt any means necessary. Yueshi, once we disembark, pilot the Sun and Moon to take off, maintaining a guard near the base. Regardless of whose warship approaches, eliminate them all. Understood. This time, the military high command must resist the invasion. They must agree, whether they like it or not. The galaxy heart on Huang Yueshi's chest shone brightly, signaling readiness for battle. Xingmong, coordinate with Yueshi, ensuring no armed forces approach the venue. Rest assured, not only will I prevent any approach, but I shall also not let a single one escape. Xingmong clapped his forehead, and the angel armor materialized. Karugia, lead your Tiger Clan warriors. Mebin, Zhuang, let us proceed. The 1,000 Tiger Clan warriors were reinforcements provided by Luda to Lin Yang. They had been preparing for battle within the Sun and Moon's chamber, unbeknownst to the high-ranking human officials of the solar system. These warriors had long heard of Lin Yang and Karugia's complete annihilation of the saber-toothed Tiger Punishment Society. The Tiger Clan revered strength and held Lin Yang and Karugia in immense esteem. At the command, they immediately armed themselves and set forth. Cheng Li and the other high-ranking officials were taken aback by the sudden emergence of a Tiger Clan battalion from the Sun and Moon. Mr. Lin, what is the meaning of this? You did not mention that the Sun and Moon contained Tiger Clan warriors. Surround the venue. Lin Yang did not respond to Marshal Cheng Li's inquiry, but gestured to the Tiger Clan warriors behind him. Do not allow anyone to enter. Those who disturb the order, regardless of their rank, shall be executed on the spot. Yes, the Tiger Clan warriors, renowned for their combat prowess and seasoned in battle, possessed remarkable coordination and extraordinary individual combat capabilities. Fully armed, they swiftly overwhelmed the assembly, encircling 27,658 human officers. Sit down. No one is to move. Those who dare to wander shall die. We have already blocked all signals, Anyone who dares to use a communicator will be shot. Sit down. No movement. In less than 30 seconds, the 1,000 Tiger Clan warriors had established control over the situation. The more than 20,000 human officers did not dare to resist recklessly. Most remained composed. Observing the scene, a few attempted to rebel, but those attending the meeting came unarmed, and even armed, they were no match for the Tiger Clan. Moreover, diplomatic pressures deterred them from recklessly attacking the Tiger Clan. Classified as a level 2.6 civilization, Mr. Lin, what are you attempting to do? Are you instigating a military coup with the assistance of extraterrestrial forces? Questioned former Blue Star Fleet Commander Johnson. Soon after, several admirals and dozens of lieutenant generals joined in protest. At a time when the survival of the human race hangs in the balance, what are your intentions, Lin Yong? Do you wish to become a historical villain? Lin Yong paid no heed to Johnson's faction, swiftly injecting the efficient pest control agent into Johnson's neck. With a cry of agony, Johnson pressed his hand to his neck, pointing at Lin Yong in anger. You. Before he could finish, he coughed violently, spewing blood from his mouth, revealing a writhing 10-centimeter-long Zaya parasite among the crimson. The first one has been caught. Everyone, remain calm. Let us see what Marshal Johnson has expelled. The nearby officers crowded closer.